Chapter 1. Is passing the exam truly effortless? Jiang Nan, are you awake? A voice thundered, accompanied by a barrage of broken chalk pieces soaring through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Nan, who was lost in slumber. Jiang Nan, it's always Jiang Nan. How dare he sleep during the invigilator's watch, especially with the infamous female tyrant overseeing the exam. He must be courting death. He's definitely doomed this time. In an instant, many classmates reveled in schadenfreude, convinced that Jiang Nan was destined to meet a grim fate. However, the next moment left everyone astounded. Jiang Nan abruptly extended his hand and effortlessly swatted away the chalk aimed at him. Yet his head remained resting on the desk, continuing to sleep soundly. Wow, he truly deserves the title of God of the South. Without even opening his eyes, he managed to deflect the invigilator's merciless assault, truly astonishing. He's far superior to any star, 3 to 5 times over. I may not respect anyone else, but I certainly revere the God of the South. 66666 surrounding classmates gasped in admiration. Well done. Upon hearing this, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, was seething. She stormed over to Jiang Nan, slamming the desk with a resounding thud. Jiang Nan, get up right now. The force was considerable, and the sound was jarring. Finally roused, Jiang Nan lifted his head, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and gazed at the furious visage of Hu Yifei, lazily inquiring, "Teacher, is the exam over?" Hu Yifei was momentarily speechless. Was there truly such a peculiar student in her class? Unsure whether to laugh or cry, she struggled to contain her anger and urged, "Jiang Nan, can't you take the exam seriously just this once?" Jiang Nan appeared bewildered. Observing this, Hu Yifei, exasperated, chastised, "Don't think you're exceptional. Just because you passed the previous exam, can you really manage to pass this surprise math test? I should be able to, right?" Jiang Nan yawned, responding nonchalantly. "Haha." Hu Yifei seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke. Laughing, "Jiang Nan, you appear quite confident. Why don't we make a wager? If you manage to pass this exam, I won't care how you sleep in the future. But if you fail, you must study diligently and refrain from sleeping during class." Really? Jiang Nan's interest was piqued as he gazed intently at Hu Yifei. "Are you certain that if I pass this time, you won't mind me sleeping during class anymore?" "Absolutely certain," Hu Yifei replied with conviction. "All right, it's settled then." Jiang Nan smiled, feeling remarkably composed that Hu Yifei, taken aback by his agreement, chose not to press further and resumed her invigilation. It was a joke, really. The odds of Jiang Nan passing this math exam were akin to that of the national football team winning the World Cup. After all, she was well aware of the exam's difficulty level, truly hellish for these ordinary third-year students. Even Qin Yuma, the class monitor who consistently topped the charts and ranked among the top 10 in the grade, might struggle to pass, let alone Jiang Nan, who barely scraped by the passing line. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei had just walked away. Jiang Nan, having turned over with a languid grace, comfortably nestled his head upon the desk, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. To rouse him for answering questions? That was an absolute impossibility. For, within merely 10 minutes of the examination's commencement, he had completed all tasks with a guarantee of scoring 90, without a shadow of a doubt. After all, he was a time traveler the year prior. He had perished from overexertion at his keyboard, only to find himself transported to this parallel world, strikingly akin to his original realm, endowed with his own system. However, this system bore a rather unfortunate name, the Super Invincible Scholar Control Point System. Ding. Hostname, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Literature, Level 9. Mathematics, Level 9. Foreign language, Level 9. Physics, Level 9. Chemistry, Level 9. Biology, Level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and insight. Effect, rapid comprehension, perfect retention, and deductive reasoning. Side effect. User must consume mental energy, replenished through sleep. Physical condition, 33. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. This system was indeed somewhat burdensome. Before each examination, the system would issue a point control task, mandating that he achieve at least a passing score to earn a certain number of scholarly points, thereby enhancing his attributes. While the enhancement of attributes was significant, these scholarly points were exceedingly valuable. They could not only elevate his proficiency in various subjects, but also be utilized to draw an array of rewards, from luxurious villas and sports cars to cruise ships and even aircraft. However, throughout the past year, Jiang Nan had refrained from using any of his scholarly points for the lottery, opting instead to enhance his subject levels. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. After all, the points rewarded by the system were determined by the precision of his score control during examinations. The maximum attainable points were 100, while the minimum was 0. Yet, the process of controlling scores was no simple feat. In the beginning, Jiang Nan struggled to grasp it. Either he fell short of passing or overshot by a considerable margin, yielding minimal points. It was only after undergoing hundreds of score control examinations that he mastered the art of keeping each subject's score precisely at the passing line. He then utilized the corresponding points to elevate all his high school subjects to the impeccable level 9. For someone like me, with a level 9 in mathematics, passing this exam is a mere trifle. Oh, dear teacher, just wait for your defeat. Do not disturb my slumber again. Moreover, from this moment forth, all points earned from exams can be accumulated for lottery draws. Chapter 2. What do you mean? National Olympiad simulated questions? Dingling. Examination time is over. Students in the back, please collect the test papers. As the bell tolled, the homeroom teacher, who Fei, issued her command, and the papers were swiftly gathered. Is it already time to collect the papers? No, teacher, I haven't finished yet. This is maddening. Why is this exam so difficult? I cannot solve those problems. Is it really that hard? I find it rather simple. I spit salt soda in your face, Fat Wong. Of course, you find it simple after all. You're just guessing randomly. The classroom erupted in a chorus of lamentations. Aside from the likes of Jiang Nan, who resembled Zhuang Zhou dreaming of butterflies, and the carefree slacker Wang Kaixian, most of the students wore expressions of despair. Observing this, the beautiful homeroom teacher, who Fei, felt a pang of guilt and quickly reassured them. All right, this mathematics surprise test is merely a preliminary assessment. Do not feel too pressured. It's noon now. Hurry off to the cafeteria for lunch. As for the results, once teacher Chow from the math department grades them, he will announce them in the afternoon math class. Having said that, Hu Yifei swiftly clutched the test papers and departed. Remaining any longer might weigh on her conscience. After all, even she, who considered herself a jack of all trades, felt bewildered by the test paper. How could the students fare any better? Such an injustice. Oh yeah, people who eat are the true elite. Hurry, let's go eat. If you aren't eager to eat, something must be wrong with your brain. I heard the cafeteria has a massive serving of braised pork today. Let's go. If we're late, ITLL, all be gone. Really? Is that true? Just as Hu Yifei left the classroom, a flurry of gluttons, incited by slacker Wang Kaixian, prepared to rush to the cafeteria. However, someone was even quicker. Upon hearing the words meal, Jiang Nan, who had been sleeping soundly, instantly awakened. With a burst of energy, he dashed toward the cafeteria, leaving everyone else behind. Wow, Nan Shen's speed is incredible. The king of napping in class, the king of eating in the cafeteria, he truly embodies both the sleeping god and the food god. Nan Shen, wait for us. Take it easy, don't eat all the braised pork. When the group finally arrived at the school cafeteria, it was already a sea of people. Most were unable to secure any braised pork. Even Wang Kaixian, who was not slow, managed only a small portion. Of course, Jiang Nan, the king of eating, was the exception that he not only secured a plate, but a colossal one, 3 times the size of others' bowls, filled to the brim with succulent braised pork. The surrounding crowd was envious, eyes turning green with jealousy. Why was it that every time the cafeteria offered a larger portion, Jiang Nan was always the beneficiary? Nan Shen, you're truly amazing. You eat enough for 3 of us. I might as well relinquish my title of the Big Eater to you. Sitting beside Jiang Nan, after getting his meal, Wang Kaixian marveled at the enormous plate. Others called him Fat Wong, the slacker, and the Big Eater, which he recognized, but the last title he dared not claim. Compared to Jiang Nan, the newly crowned king of eating, he felt like a mere amateur. You can keep that title for yourself, Jiang Nan replied, a frown crossing his face. He already bore 3 titles, the sleeping god, the food god, and Nan Shen. He had no desire to add the title of Big Eater to his repertoire. After all, his appetite had never been substantial. Recently, however, With precise control over his portions, the system had rewarded him, elevating his physical attributes to an impressive 33, far surpassing the norm, thus necessitating a substantial energy intake. Naturally, this meant he was consuming more. Speaking of which, the system was quite the trickster, just as Jiang Nan was silently cursing in his heart. A beautiful girl, clad in a school uniform that could hardly conceal her striking figure, suddenly sat down opposite him. Bai Ying, the belle of Class 4 in her senior year, was not only the school's flower but also a top student. Although her test scores did not quite match those of their class leader, Qin Yuma, she consistently ranked among the top 5 and shared a good rapport with Jiang Nan. After all, despite Jiang Nan's average academic performance, he was a rare gem in their class. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of South God. Typically, Bai Ying radiated a sunny and cheerful disposition. Yet at this moment, her face was clouded with concern. Wow, the esteemed Bai Ying is actually sitting with us? What a stroke of luck. What's wrong? You seem rather downcast, school beauty. Is it because you didn't manage to grab any braised pork? That can't be it. You girls are not supposed to be fond of meat. If it comes to that, I shall reluctantly offer you my portion after all. South God has plenty, he'll just share his. Noticing Bai Ying's gloomy expression, Wang Fatty immediately attempted to ingratiate himself by pushing his serving of braised pork toward her. However, Bai Ying paid him no heed and fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Nan. Didn't you wager with a homeroom teacher that you would definitely pass this exam? Is that true? Of course, Jiang Nan replied, wolfing down his food while nodding. You know my capabilities. While I may not achieve the high scores you do, I can assure you that passing is well within my grasp. Don't you think this exam is exceedingly difficult? Puffed. Difficult? Jiang Nan continued to eat nonchalantly. That's merely the humble brag of you scholars. Scholars, indeed. After every exam, they would complain about the difficulty. But what happened once the results were out? They would slap everyone's faces with their scores. Huh, a classic case of Versailles literature. You wouldn't fall for that trick? Jiang Nan, I'm being serious this time. Those questions were genuinely too challenging. Wang Fatty's ignorance is understandable, but didn't you notice anything? Bai Ying looked at Jiang Nan with astonishment. Notice what? Jiang Nan momentarily paused. He had completed the test in 10 minutes, and once he confirmed he could control his score above the passing mark, he had laid his head on the desk and fallen soundly asleep, completely oblivious to the question's difficulty. Moreover, for someone like Jiang Nan, who possessed a level 9 in mathematics, these questions hardly posed any challenge. Wait, you truly didn't notice? This mathematics surprise test utilized the simulated questions from the National Olympiad competition. Wah! I performed abysmally. I doubt it'll even score 30, let alone pass. Bai Ying's face was etched with deep distress, on the verge of tears. Of hearing this, the previously indifferent Jiang Nan was suddenly taken aback, spitting a mouthful of rice onto Bai Ying's lovely face. What? What did you just say? Are you telling me these are simulated questions from the National Olympiad? Chapter 1. Passing the exam. Not a simple feat. Jiang Nan, have you awoken from your slumber? A furious shout resonated through the room, accompanied by fragments of chalk that soared towards Jiang Nan, who was lost in dreamland. Jiang Nan, yet again? To dare sleep, even under the watchful gaze of the deadly Invigilatorone, must truly be courting disaster. He's definitely finished this time. In a moment, many classmates reveled in schadenfreude, convinced that Jiang Nan was destined to meet a grim fate. Yet, the next second left the entire room in astonishment. With a sudden motion, Jiang Nan effortlessly swatted away the chalk pieces aimed at him, all while keeping his head nestled on the desk, continuing his peaceful slumber. Wow, truly the South God. Without even opening his eyes, he managed to deflect the Invigilator's relentless assault with ease simply astounding. This surpasses even the prowess of Zhou Xingqi by several folds. I may not bow to walls, but I certainly bow to the South God. 66666. The surrounding classmates gasped in admiration. Impressive. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, was incensed by the scene. She stormed to Jiang Nan's desk and struck it forcefully. Jiang Nan, get up. Her voice pierced the air. At last, Jiang Nan stirred, lifting his head and rubbing his sleepy eyes, meeting the fiery gaze of Hu Yifei. He lazily inquired, has the exam concluded? Hu Yifei was momentarily rendered speechless. How could a student like this exist in her class? Unsure whether to laugh or cry, She struggled to suppress her anger and patiently implored, "Jiang Nan, can't you take the exam seriously?" Jiang Nan appeared bewildered. Observing his demeanor, Hu Yifei, filled with exasperation, admonished, "Don't think that your previous success guarantees another passing grade. This time, with the surprise math test, do you truly believe you can pass?" "Well, I should be able to," Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, stifling a yawn. Ha. Hu Yifei seemed to find his response utterly ludicrous. "Jiang Nan, you seem rather confident. How about we make a wager? If you pass this exam, I shall no longer concern myself with your napping during class. But if you fail, you must study diligently and can only rest during designated breaks." "Really?" Jiang Nan's interest piqued, his gaze fixed intently on Hu Yifei. "Are you certain that if I pass this exam, you will allow me to sleep in class without interference?" "Absolutely," Hu Yifei affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Very well, it's settled then." Jiang Nan smiled, his heart calm and collected. Hu Yifei, taken aback by his agreement, chose not to press further and resumed her role as invigilator. It was no jest the odds of Jiang Nan passing this math exam were akin to a miracle similar to the national football team winning the World Cup. After all, she was acutely aware of the exam's difficulty level, which was undeniably hellish for these ordinary senior students. Even Qin Yuma, the class leader who consistently ranked first in the class and among the top 10 in the grade, might struggle to pass, let alone Jiang Nan, who merely hovered around the passing mark. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei had just stepped away. Jiang Nan, having flipped over, lay comfortably on the table, drifting into a deep slumber. To rouse him for the examination? That was utterly impossible. For, within the first 10 minutes of the test, he had completed all questions, ensuring a score of 90, without a single error. After all, he was a transmigrator dead a year prior. He had succumbed to exhaustion from fervently typing, only to find himself transported to this parallel world, strikingly similar to his original one, and endowed with his own system. However, this system bore a rather unfortunate name: the Super Invincible Academic Control Point System. Ding. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects, reads 10 lines at a glance, retains everything seen, extrapolates effortlessly side effects. User must expend mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Physique, 33, average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery draws available, 0. This system had its drawbacks. Prior to each examination, it would issue control tasks, compelling Jiang Nan to achieve at least a passing score in order to earn academic points and enhance his attributes. While the enhancement of attributes was noteworthy, the academic points were truly remarkable. Not only could they elevate his levels in various subjects, but they could also be exchanged for a plethora of rewards, ranging from luxurious villas and sports cars to cruise ships, and even airplanes and rockets, an extensive array indeed. However, throughout the past year, Jiang Nan had never utilized his academic point for lotteries. Instead, he devoted them entirely to elevating his subject levels. There's a saying that goes, "Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood." After all, the number of points rewarded by the system was contingent upon the precision of his examination control. The maximum points attainable were 100, while the minimum was 0. Yet, the process of controlling scores in exams was far from simple. In the beginning, Jiang Nan struggled immensely, either failing to meet the passing mark or exceeding it by a wide margin, thus earning minimal points. It was only after enduring hundreds of score control examinations that he could consistently keep his scores at the passing line. Subsequently, with the corresponding points, he elevated all his high school subjects to the pinnacle of level 9. For someone like me, with mathematics at level 9, passing this exam will be a piece of cake. Oh, dear teacher, just wait for your defeat. Do not disturb my slumber any longer. Moreover, from this moment forth, all points earned from exams could be saved for the lottery. Ha. Chapter 2, what are you talking about? National Olympic Mathematics Simulation Problems. Ding, ding, ding. Examination time is over. Students at the back, please collect the test papers. As the bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, commanded, and soon the papers were gathered. Is it already time to collect the papers? No, teacher, I haven't finished yet. This is maddening. Why is this exam so difficult? I can't solve any of those problems. Difficult? I find it rather simple. Bah, I spit salt soda in your face, Wang Fatty. Of course, you find it simple after all. You're just guessing wildly that a chorus of lamentations filled the classroom, save for the likes of Jiang Nan, the dreamer of Zhuangzhou, and the carefree slacker Wang Kaixian. The rest of the students wore expressions of despair. Observing this, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, felt a pang of sympathy and quickly reassured them. All right, everyone, this surprise math test is just to gauge your understanding. Do not feel overly pressured. It's lunchtime now, so hurry to the cafeteria for a meal. As for the results, once Teacher Chow from the math department has graded them, he will announce the scores during this afternoon's math class. With that, Hu Yifei swiftly clutched the test papers and departed. She feared her conscience might trouble her after all. Even she, who prided herself on being an all-rounder, felt bewildered by the exam paper. How could she expect her students to fare any better? What a calamity! Oh yeah, the soul of a foodie, the spirit of a glutton. Eating is the pinnacle of humanity, so let's hurry and feast. Not enthusiastic about dining? There must be something wrong with your brain. I heard today's cafeteria special is a colossal serving of braised pork charge ahead. If you're slow, it will all be gone. Seriously? Is that true? As soon as Hu Yifei exited the classroom, a throng of food enthusiasts, rallied by the slacker Wang Fatty, prepared to storm the cafeteria. However, someone was even faster. Upon hearing the words dinner, Jiang Nan, who had been blissfully asleep, jolted awake. With a burst of energy, he dashed toward the cafeteria, leaving everyone else in his wake. Wow, Nan Shen's speed is astonishing. The king of naps in class is also the king of feasting in the cafeteria truly. He embodies both the god of sleep and the god of food. Nan Shen, wait for us. Have mercy, don't devour all the braised pork. Upon reaching the school cafeteria, the crowd had already swelled to a massive throng. Most could not secure any braised pork. Even Wang Kaixian, who was not slow, managed only a small portion. Of course, Jiang Nan, the true king of feasting, was the exception. Not only did he manage to grab a plate, but it was an enormous one, 3 times the size of a standard bowl, brimming with succulent, tender braised pork. The envious gazes of those around him turned green with envy. Why was it always Jiang Nan who reaped the rewards during cafeteria promotions? Nan Shen, you are simply remarkable. You consume what would be 3 portions for us. Henceforth, I shall relinquish my title of Big Eater to you. Wang Fatty, seated beside Jiang Nan after procuring his meal, marveled at the mountain of food on Jiang Nan's plate. Others called him Wang Fatty, Wang the Slacker, and so forth. And while he was familiar with the first 2, he could hardly claim the title of Big Eater. Compared to Jiang Nan, the newly anointed king of feasting, he felt like a mere novice. Perhaps you should keep that title for yourself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but frown. He already bore the titles of God of Sleep, God of Food, and Nan Shen he had no desire to add Big Eater to his list. After all, his appetite was never substantial. However, recently, with precise portion control, the system rewarded him by elevating his physical attributes to an impressive 33, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, necessitating a considerable supply of energy. Naturally, this led to an increase in his food intake. Speaking of which, the system was quite the trickster. Just as Jiang Nan was inwardly cursing, a beautiful girl clad in school uniform, yet unable to conceal her alluring figure, suddenly took a seat across from him. Bai Yingying, the belle of Class 4, Senior 3, was not only a school beauty but also an academic prodigy. Although her exam scores did not surpass those of the class leader, Qin Yuma, she consistently ranked among the top 5 and shared a good rapport with Jiang Nan. After all, despite Jiang Nan's average academic performance, he was a rare gem in terms of charm, which earned him the title of Nan Shen. Usually, Bai Yingying was a bright and cheerful girl, but at that moment, her face was clouded with worry. Wow, the illustrious Bai Yingying is actually sitting with us? How incredibly fortunate. What's wrong? You seem rather unhappy, Miss School Beauty. Is it because you didn't manage to get any braised pork? Surely not. You girls should be less inclined towards meat. If it comes to it, I can reluctantly part with my portion for you after all. Nan Shen has plenty, and I can just share his. Noticing Bai Yingying's distressed expression, Wang Ponzi immediately offered a share of braised pork. However, Bai Yingying ignored him, fixating instead on Jiang Nan. Did you really bet with the homeroom teacher that you would definitely pass this exam? Of course. Jiang Nan replied, munching on his food and nodding. You know my capabilities, while I may not achieve scores as high as yours. Passing is certainly within my grasp. Don't you think this exam is quite challenging? Challenging? Jiang Nan continued to eat, nonchalantly stating, that's merely a humble expression from you academic elites. Academic elites? After every exam, they would complain about the difficulty, yet the results would invariably slap everyone in the face. How typical of the Versailles literature. He would not fall for it. Jiang Nan, I'm serious this time. Those questions were exceedingly difficult. It's understandable that Wang Pengzi wouldn't notice, but you really haven't realized? Bai Yingying looked at Jiang Nan with astonishment. Realized what? Jiang Nan paused, momentarily bewildered, had completed the exam in 10 minutes, ensuring he could control his score above the passing line, and then promptly dozed off at his desk, entirely oblivious to the exams. Difficulty. Moreover, for someone with a mathematical prowess at level 9 like Jiang Nan, these questions hardly presented any challenge. Wait, you genuinely haven't noticed? This mathematics surprise test utilized the simulation question from the National Olympiad. Wah, I performed terribly. I doubt I'll even score 30, let alone pass. Bai Yingying's face was filled with profound grievance, on the verge of tears. Huh, what? Hearing this, the previously unconcerned Jiang Nan was taken aback, spewing a mouthful of rice onto Bai Yingying's lovely face. What did you just say? Did you say these are the National Olympiad simulation questions? Chapter 3. Shocked. 13 consecutive exams with identical scores? This is a catastrophe. It seems trouble is brewing. Bai Yingying, a top student, has always performed admirably. Even if she did poorly, one would expect no less than 30 points. However, if it were a mock Olympiad problem, that would be a different story. After all, Olympiad mathematics. Those well-versed in its intricacies perceive the nuances, while the uninitiated merely observe the spectacle. For those not deeply acquainted with the subject, even the most stellar students might struggle to secure a significant score. The dilemma arises, however, from the examination system imposing a score control task, which, as customary, set the passing threshold at 90 points. Typically, achieving a score of 90 poses no challenge for him, given that the total score for mathematics is 150. Bai Yingying and her peers would at least manage 130, rendering his score inconsequential. Yet, when the academic prodigy Bai Yingying received only 30 points, juxtaposed with his own score of 90, it heralded a significant issue. One can only hope that the most dire scenario does not unfold. In an instant, Jiang Nan was engulfed in heavy thoughts, rendering his meal unappetizing. He scarcely noticed the resentful gaze of Bai Yingying, who had been splattered with rice, nor the astonished expressions of Wang Pengzi and those around him. Meanwhile, in the mathematics department office, Teacher Chow, here are the exam papers you requested. Haha, thank you. Teacher Hu, a middle-aged man, approximately 45, wearing glasses and initially appearing somewhat stiff, expressed his gratitude to Hu Yifei. He is Chao Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher for Class 4 of the senior year, as well as the vice head of the mathematics department, a seasoned expert. No need for thanks. But I must inquire, Teacher Chow, what prompted this sudden surprise exam for our class, while others were exempt? Moreover, this paper consists of National Olympiad mock problems. Subjecting ordinary students to Olympiad questions seems rather cruel, does it not? With just over 100 days until the college entrance examination, it is time to bolster the students' morale rather than undermine their confidence. Hu Yifei, the homeroom teacher of Class 4 in their final year, is a versatile educator despite primarily teaching Chinese. Even before the exam commenced, she sensed something was amiss with the paper. Initially, she suspected a mix-up and even called Chao Tianyuan for clarification. However, he affirmed that the paper was indeed correct and exclusively for Class 4, promising to explain the reasoning after the examination. This left her with a slight discontent, as these were her students, and Chao Tianyuan's abrupt introduction of such a daunting challenge was excessively burdensome for them. Hey, Teacher Hu, do not be anxious. I will soon provide you with an answer. Chao Tianyuan smiled slightly, and before Hu Yifei could respond, he began to sift through the papers. Aha, found it. It's him, Jiang Nan. Before long, Chao Tianyuan excitedly extracted the paper belonging to Jiang Nan from a stack of 50. Jiang Nan? What could he possibly be up to? Hu Yifei furrowed her brow in confusion. As the homeroom teacher of her class, she was naturally well acquainted with her students, especially Jiang Nan, who left a particularly vivid impression on her. After all, he was the first student to dare sleep during her supervision, even going so far as to wager with her. Truth be told, Her impression of Jiang Nan was not entirely negative. He was quite handsome, possessed a gentle disposition, and managed to pass his exams without dragging his classmates down. However, to assert that her impression was overwhelmingly positive would be an exaggeration. What predominated her feelings was a sense of frustration. In her view, Jiang Nan possessed a certain academic aptitude, yet he was utterly lethargic and lacked ambition. Just imagine, if one could pass exams while sleeping in class, how much more could be achieved with a modicum of effort? For this reason, she had engaged in numerous heart-to-heart conversations with him, but all had ended in failure. Jiang Nan remained unchanged, consistently sleeping in class and merely scraping by on his exams, unwavering in his habits. It now hinged on whether he would alter his course after losing this bet. Otherwise, she would have to relinquish hope. Hold on a moment, teacher Hu. Chao Tianyuan did not respond immediately to Hui Fei, but instead took out a red pen and swiftly began grading Jiang Nan's paper. A few minutes later, phew, just as I suspected. Ha ha ha, truly a hidden tiger among the mountains, a unicorn lying in the fields. Young man, you can no longer conceal it. With a look of vindication, Chao Tianyuan finished grading Jiang Nan's paper. Teacher Chao, what are you talking about? Upon hearing his words, Hu Yifei appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Teacher Hu, take a closer look. Chao Tianyuan placed Jiang Nan's paper in front of her. What? Hu Yifei gazed over in confusion. But then, in the next moment, this. How could it be? Jiang Nan actually scored 90 points? Instantly, Hu Yifei was struck with astonishment, her delicate face etched with disbelief. Earlier, she had bet with Jiang Nan that he would not pass, yet he had confidently asserted that he would. And now, Jiang Nan truly had passed. In a typical mathematics exam, Jiang Nan's passing would not be remarkable. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this exam was anything but ordinary. It consisted of National Olympiad mock questions. Even the top few scholars in the class, like the class monitor Qin Yumiao, would find it challenging to pass. What on earth was happening? A multitude of questions swirled around Hu Yifei's mind. Losing a bet was inconsequential. The salient point was her utter disbelief. It seemed Jiang Nan had completed the questions in 10 minutes and then slept soundly until class ended, yet he still managed to score 90 points? What could possibly explain this? Kiki, teacher Hu, just look at this, and you will understand. Chao Tianyuan opened his laptop and displayed a statistical graph before Hu Yifei. This graph illustrates the fluctuations in Jiang Nan's mathematics exam scores from last year until the conclusion of the most recent weekly assessment. From the chart, it is evident that Jiang Nan's scores have consistently hovered around the passing mark, albeit with initial instability. At his pinnacle, he achieved a score of 98, while at his nadir, he plummeted to merely 81. However, since the previous semester, he has remarkably secured a score of 90 or above in 12 consecutive examinations, with this latest one marking the 13th. Surely, one would not presume this to be mere happenstance? Chapter 4. Unbelievable. Are the academic overachievers in tears? Hu Yifei inhaled sharply. Astonished. What a shocking turn of events. While it is understandable to achieve the same score in 2 or 3 consecutive exams, how could one possibly attain identical results in 13 successive assessments? This is akin to winning the lottery, particularly with the recent mathematics Olympiad mock exam, where others struggled to pass, yet he managed to secure a score of 90, identical to his previous results. What does this imply? Is he manipulating his scores? That Jiang Nan fellow must be intentionally controlling his results. An incredulous thought surfaced in Hu Yifei's mind, sending chills down her spine. So, Teacher Chao, you had already discerned that Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics, yet he deliberately moderated his scores? She gazed at Chao Tianyuan with admiration. Experience speaks volumes. As a seasoned educator, Chao Tianyuan's observations were astute. In comparison, her role as the homeroom teacher seemed rather inadequate. He chuckled. Actually, I was merely speculating before. I had quietly probed into Jiang Nan's capabilities, but that fellow is exceptionally discreet, leaving me uncertain. However, now, I am convinced. This lad is undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy. After all, he controls his score at 90, rather than merely achieving a score of 90. The distinction between the two is vast. As he spoke, Chao Tianyuan erupted into a triumphant laughter, as if he had unearthed a treasure. Controlling a score of 90, a mathematical genius? Contemplating Chao Tianyuan's words, Hu Yifei's eyes sparkled with realization. Without hesitation, she darted out of the mathematics department office and into her own office, swiftly opening her computer. The next moment, what? 90, 90, 90. 12 consecutive scores of 90. My goodness. Staring at Jiang Nan's Chinese language results, Hu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. In the afternoon, within the classroom of Class 4, only a few minutes remained before the lesson began. Hey, Suyu, why are you crying? Suddenly, the academic underachiever Wang Pengzi, noticing Suyu in the front row, who was vaguely shedding tears, exclaimed in surprise. I bombed the exam this morning. How am I going to face the mathematics teacher? Suyu sorrowfully wiped his tears beneath the desk. Ugh, here we go again. Trying to play this game of false modesty, attempting to boast about his mathematical prowess. We won't fall for it. Wang Pengzi scoffed derisively. Suyu, the mathematics class representative, differed greatly from a well-rounded academic achiever like Bai Yingying. He was a student with pronounced strengths and weaknesses. While his performance in subjects like foreign languages might be average, in mathematics, he was among the top in the class, with few rivals in the entire school. Consequently, each time he claimed to have performed poorly in mathematics, he would inevitably dazzle everyone with his results, showcasing his mathematical brilliance to overshadow his deficiencies in other subjects. Wang Pengzi had long since grown accustomed to the situation and would naturally refrain from jumping into the pit at Suyu's suggestion. However, just as his words faded, a sudden sound of sobbing echoed. A girl was crying. What on earth is happening? Li Qianqian, why are you crying too? Wang Pengzi, bewildered, hurriedly expressed his concern. I did poorly on my exam this morning. I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't even score 30 points, sob. Upon finishing her lament, Li Qianqian buried her face on the desk, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. What? 30 points? Is that for real? Li Qianqian, you are the class representative. While your math scores may not rival Suyu's, you typically score in the 120s or 130s without issue. How could you possibly have scored only 30? Hearing Li Qianqian's words, many around her, including Wang Pengzi, were taken aback. What is going on today? Is everyone intent on performing as academically gifted students? For the underachievers in the class, witnessing a top student flaunt their brilliance is already quite irksome. But when two top students join forces to showcase their academic prowess, it truly instills a sense of dread. However, before Li Qianqian could respond, another female voice chimed in. Perhaps, they genuinely did not perform well, for I am in the same predicament. This exam was exceedingly difficult. I estimate I will score a maximum of 50 points, or even less, sob. As her words concluded, this girl too succumbed to tears. No way. Really? Even the class monitor is saying this? Instantly, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The girl weeping was Qin Yuma, the esteemed class monitor of Class 4, undoubtedly the top scholar of the class. What is happening here? If one scholar claims to have performed poorly, one might doubt it. If two do, skepticism persists, but three? And they are openly weeping? Surely, this cannot be fabricated. Could it be that the questions were indeed exceedingly challenging, causing these top students to falter? Excellent. If what you say is true, then this mathematics exam has been a complete disaster for the entire class. With no one passing, this means that even if I score 0, I won't face my father's wrath when I return home. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The group of underachievers led by Wang Pengzi erupted into joy, even celebrating the occasion. For them, mathematics was akin to an ancient script, entirely incomprehensible. Whether it was difficult or not was of no consequence. The only thing that mattered was the result after the exam. The top students consistently achieved high marks, often scoring 130 or 140, while their own scores languished in the 20s or 30s, creating a stark disparity. Consequently, not only did they face constant setbacks with each exam, but they also returned home to endure their parents' reprimands. The most frequently heard admonition was how well other children performed, juxtaposed against their own dismal results. Truly, it was heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, today they could finally hold their heads high. On the other side, the tears of the academic elite and the revelry of the underachievers hold no interest for Jiang Nan. At this moment, his brow is furrowed, and his heart is filled with trepidation. It's over. It seems that what Bai Yingying said is indeed true. What am I to do? Remain silent or make a stunning revelation? Yet, I truly wish to preserve the tranquility of these days. Having been granted a second chance at life, particularly during my high school years, I aspire to enjoy this period modestly, without drawing attention to myself. Since the midday incident where he inadvertently splattered Bai Yingying with food, Jiang Nan has been engulfed in anxiety. Now, this unease has intensified. The mathematics class representative, Suyu, claims to have performed poorly. Bai Yingying asserts she will score below 30, and the study monitor, Li Qianqian, echoes the same sentiment. Even the class president, Qin Yuma, anticipates a score not exceeding 50. However, he is poised to achieve a score of 90? In light of such comparisons, the impact is undeniably significant. He can already envision the gazes of his peers once the results are revealed. For someone like Jiang Nan, who has grown accustomed to a low profile and merely wishes to bask in the serenity of high school life, this is akin to being thrust onto a pyre. Chapter 5. The Dark Horse's Comeback, Who Truly Reigns Supreme. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. The previous cacophony faded into silence. The mathematics teacher, Mr. Chao Tianyuan, ambled into the classroom, clutching a stack of graded papers. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, classmates. Please be seated. A customary opening. Upon hearing the word sit, Jiang Nan instinctively prepared to return to his seat. However, at that moment, as Mr. Chao ascended the podium, he beamed and directed his gaze towards Jiang Nan, saying, Jiang Nan, please hold your horses and refrain from sitting just yet. What? Being called out so abruptly at the onset of class. Instantly, the inquisitive stares of the other 49 classmates converged upon Jiang Nan. Oh no, what is happening? Is he about to lay everything bare right from the start? Are my scores about to be unveiled? Mr. Chao, are you not a tad too eager? What should I do? Am I to simply resign myself to this fate? Or perhaps, I should candidly confess to everyone, all right, I'll drop the pretense. I am indeed the legendary score manipulator. As for you so-called top students, in my eyes, you are merely a bunch of mediocre contenders. Goodness. If I were to utter such words, would I not be promptly beaten to a pulp by the crowd? Under the weight of dozens of scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Nan could not help but swallow hard. This situation was utterly perplexing. He could never have anticipated that a mere routine examination would unfold in such an unexpected manner. He now harbored grave doubts that this so-called surprise test was a trap meticulously set by Mr. Chao himself. Was it truly necessary? After all, he had merely dozed off a few times during math class, read a couple of novels, and indulged in a few games. Did it warrant such a retaliatory strike? How utterly unprincipled. Now, regarding this morning's surprise exam, I trust everyone is aware that the results were less than stellar. Just as Jiang Nan braced himself for exposure, Mr. Chao abruptly shifted the tone of his discourse. Upon hearing this, many students immediately diverted their gazes from Jiang Nan, casting them downward to the floor. Their lips pursed in silence. Particularly, the top students, Qin Yuma, Li Chanqian, Siyu, and Bai Yingying, exhibited a profound sense of shame on their faces. Jiang Nan? He felt utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Mr. Chao, what exactly do you intend to achieve? You call my name yet refrain from revealing my fate, leaving me here in a state of limbo? Or are you employing a slow and torturous method of revelation, not wishing to deliver the fatal blow too swiftly? Nevertheless, let us not lose heart. After all, one poor performance does not signify the end. Furthermore, the questions I presented in this exam were derived from last year's National Mathematics Competition mock tests. Hence, it is only natural that your results may not meet expectations. On the podium, Mr. Chao continued. Chao Tianyuan appeared to have entirely forgotten about Jiang Nan as he began to console the sorrowful students below him. With the college entrance examination not far off, he was determined not to dampen the spirits of the crowd. However, his peripheral gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Nan. Observing Jiang Nan's furrowed brow and bewildered demeanor, Chao Tianyuan felt a flicker of satisfaction within. This is your punishment for dozing off in my class, reading novels, playing games, and deliberately manipulating your scores to tease the teacher during exams. Everyone possesses a childlike heart, and Chao Tianyuan was no exception, despite his usual stern demeanor. Of course, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to Chao Tianyuan's childish thoughts, and his classmates were even more perplexed. Teacher Chao, you mentioned that we all performed poorly. What was the highest score this time? Suddenly, Li Chanqian, the class representative, asked with teary eyes and a pitiful expression. It is a common psychological tendency among students to be concerned about who topped the exam, even if they themselves did not perform well. The highest score is 90. Just barely passing, Chao Tianyuan replied candidly, without any hesitation. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. With the exception of Jiang Nan, every student widened their eyes in disbelief. Of course, the reactions differed between the high achievers and the low performers. The latter were astonished that the highest score was merely 90, confirming the earlier claims of the top students, which brought them a sense of satisfaction. However, the high achievers were shocked that, despite their own inability to score above 50 or 60, someone managed to achieve a score of 90. This was simply inconceivable. Teacher, who is the student that scored first? Someone curiously inquired. Oh, do I really need to say? The top scorer is undoubtedly our class leader, Qin Yuma. Not necessarily. It could be Suyu. He is certainly not inferior to Qin Yuma in mathematics. But didn't both Qin Yuma and Suyu just say they didn't do well? In my opinion, that 90 might belong to Bai Yingying, who has been unusually quiet. Impossible. Bai Yingying has a decent overall score, but in mathematics, she lags behind Qin Yuma and Suyu significantly. Or perhaps it is Li Qianqian, the class representative. Zhang Hao, the top student, might also be a contender. In an instant, the students engaged in a fervent debate, speculating about the identity of the top scorer. Ah, this is splendid. Jiang Nan, who had been at a loss just moments ago, was now overlooked, thus escaping a predicament. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, Chao Tianyuan spoke once more. All right, everyone stop guessing. The top scorer in this exam is not any of the students you mentioned, but rather an unexpected dark horse. With this declaration, Chao Tianyuan directly refuted everyone's assumptions. What? An unexpected dark horse? How is that even possible? Who else in the class possesses such remarkable prowess? To have surpassed the likes of Qin Yuma, Suyu, Bai Yingying, Li Qianqian, and Zhang Hao, each a top scholar, to seize the first position? Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astounded. It is well known that the aforementioned 5 consistently occupied the top 5 ranks in every examination, dominating each subject without exception. Yet now, someone has staged a remarkable comeback? Instantly, everyone gazed eagerly at the podium, curious to discover the identity of this extraordinary individual, Chao Tianyuan. Chapter 6. Jiang Nan's revelation. At this moment, no one anticipated Jiang Nan's emergence. Although he had publicly declared his confidence in passing, even wagering with his homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, it had merely elicited laughter from his peers, who dismissed it as mere bravado. After all, they had spent 3 years together, and Jiang Nan's academic performance had always been mediocre, blending into the crowd, rarely garnering any attention. However, in the next instant, astonishment swept over them. On the podium, Chao Tianyuan smiled and directed his gaze toward the only standing student in the room, Jiang Nan. Here it comes. It has finally arrived. Indeed. Old Chao intends to expose me after all. He even wishes to revel in my dismay. What a heartless act, devoid of any sense of honor. Feeling the weight of Chao Tianyuan's gaze, Jiang Nan mentally counted down, while the remaining 49 classmates followed Chao's gaze, fixating on the standout figure of Jiang Nan. Then, silence fell. A deathly hush enveloped the room. Remembering how Jiang Nan had been called to stand at the beginning of class, it became clear to them what Chao Tianyuan was implying. Yet, their understanding only deepened their shock, rendering them speechless. Each face bore an expression of disbelief. Some students so exaggeratedly astounded that their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg. Hey, don't look at me like that. You're making me feel as if I'm a breathtaking beauty. Sensing the astonished gazes of his peers, Jiang Nan, now the center of attention, could not help but shiver. After all, he was not one to seek the limelight. When he first traversed into this realm, he had felt quite troubled, with a crossover and a golden finger. Wasn't this the script of a novel's protagonist? For someone like Jiang Nan, who had grown accustomed to low-key living, hiding behind the scenes as a mere scribe, this was exceptionally uncomfortable. However, upon discovering that his golden finger was a superlative academic control system, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The term superlative was merely a gimmick, devoid of any true significance. But control of scores? What did that entail? It meant a low-key display of brilliance. He could easily achieve full marks, yet chose to settle for passing grades, all the while watching his peers vie for grades with reckless abandon. This sensation was far more exhilarating than that of any overpowered protagonist. Yet now, he found himself thrust into the spotlight? No. Teacher Chao, are you implying that the top scorer of this examination, this dark horse of an upset, is Jiang Nan? In the spacious classroom, Suyu, the mathematics class representative, was the first to react, though he struggled to accept the revelation. He was not alone in his disbelief. Qin Yuma, Li Qianqian, Zhang Hao, and even Bai Yingying, who had previously confirmed the scores, also found it hard to accept. If any of the 5 of them had claimed the top spot, the other 4 could have reluctantly accepted it. After all, they were the academic elites, endowed with the requisite capabilities. But what was Jiang Nan? How could someone who is neither a top student nor a complete underachiever manage to outshine 5 academic elites? This situation is more astonishing than the legendary 5 masters from the legend of the Condor Heroes, where the likes of East Evil, West Poison, South Emperor, and North Beggar were ultimately overshadowed by the seemingly foolish Guijing. Indeed, the other students present, whether they excelled academically or floundered, shared similar sentiments. They were eager to inquire of Teacher Chow, "Have you made an error?" However, before their doubts could be voiced, Chow Tianyuan wore a knowing smile and confidently declared, pointing at Jiang Nan, "Indeed, the top scorer this time is none other than classmate Jiang Nan." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Instantly, Jiang Nan became the center of attention. The brightest star of the class. Is it truly Jiang Nan? How could this be? He has surpassed the likes of Qin Yuma and Siyu to claim first place? How can this be? Jiang Nan's mathematics scores have always been rather average, quite ordinary indeed. This is utterly unbelievable. Did I mishear? Oh my gosh. Various exclamations and gasps filled the classroom, akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, igniting a frenzy of chatter. In the face of their skepticism, Jiang Nan, standing out like a crane among chickens, felt a flicker of indignation cross his features. How could they look down upon him so? He felt an overwhelming urge to confront them, to boldly declare, "Who says I cannot take first place? Let me tell you, you so-called academic elites. To me, you are merely a group of insignificant underachievers, unworthy of my time." Yet, considering the odds, he thought better of it. All right, let us not be overly astonished. At that moment, sensing Jiang Nan's discomfort, Chow Tianyuan interjected with a smile. Classmate Jiang Nan has been diligent in his studies, as everyone can attest. Thus, it is only natural that he has achieved such commendable results. Let us refrain from further questioning. As he spoke, Chow Tianyuan stressed the words diligent and continue to strive, emphasizing his point. Well done, old Chow. Jiang Nan internally seethed. This was not a commendation, but rather a trap to incite envy. Diligent? Continue to strive? He spent his days either sleeping, reading novels, or playing games. What effort had he truly exerted? Now, he found himself thrust into the spotlight. The envy, jealousy, and even suspicion of all present directed squarely at him. Did you not observe the pensive and meaningful gazes of the top scholars like Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Li Qianqian, and Zhang Hao, as well as several underperformers? It seems that his tranquil existence is on the verge of disruption. The desire for subtlety has become futile. A faint sadness lingers. Very well. Jiang Nan, please take your seat. We shall commence the lesson now, distributing the examination papers. I will elucidate the questions from this test. It appears that the objective has been achieved. Chow Tianyuan finally ceased his antics, returning to a facade of nonchalance as he began distributing the test papers and explaining the questions. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan has finally settled down. However, his heart remains in a state of unease, as he is acutely aware of the occasional glances directed towards him from those around. It feels somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 7. My low profile does not mean I am easy to bully. Ding ding ding. Before long, a class had swiftly come to an end. All right, that concludes today's lesson. We shall continue with the remaining topics tomorrow, and feel free to discuss amongst yourselves after class. As the bell rang, Chow Tianyuan assigned a few tasks, gathered the papers, and prepared to depart. Phew, had I finally endured it? Upon seeing Chow Tianyuan reach the classroom door, Jiang Nan, who had been anxious throughout, couldn't he help but sigh in relief. However, before he could fully exhale, "Oh, by the way, Jiang Nan, after school, do come to my office." At the classroom entrance, Chow Tianyuan suddenly turned back, delivering a significant remark towards Jiang Nan. Damn it, is old Chow never going to let this go? Does he truly intend to confront me? Hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a jolt of shock, internally cursing while simultaneously feeling utterly helpless. He simply wished to maintain a low profile and lead a quiet life. Yet he had the misfortune of encountering a teacher like Chow Tianyuan, who insisted on thrusting him into the limelight. Wow, Jiang Nan is impressive. Not only did he achieve the highest score in the class, defeating numerous top students, but he also garnered special attention from Teacher Chow. He is destined to be the star of mathematics class from now on. To be honest, the exam questions were not something an ordinary person could tackle. Even after peeking at the answers, I couldn't comprehend them. It's no wonder even the class monitor only scored 50 points, the school bell 30 points, and the class representative and academic committee member even lower. I truly cannot fathom how Jiang Nan managed to stand out, scoring an astonishing 90. What an anomaly. Moreover, he even slept during the exam. Incredible. As soon as Chow Tianyuan left, the classroom erupted into a flurry of discussions. As if a pot had boiled over, Jiang Nan once again became the center of attention. Among them, his close friend Wang Pengzi was the first to deliver a playful punch on Jiang Nan's shoulder. Wow. Wang Pengzi grinned, barely concealing his excitement. Nan Shen, confess honestly. Are you a hidden academic genius? At the same time, The school bell by Ying also approached, her big, sparkling eyes wide with admiration. I never expected that your earlier claim of merely passing the exam was actually true. I scored only 30 points, while you achieved 90. In comparison, you are the true academic prodigy. Luck, it's all luck. I am not an academic genius, merely fortunate to have encountered these questions before. Jiang Nan humbly waved his hand, sincerely stating he was not particularly fond of being in the spotlight, thus seeking an excuse to brush it off. To this, Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying exchanged doubtful glances, yet they tacitly chose not to press further. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, someone nearby suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Huh, so that's it. I thought someone who typically only passes exams could suddenly achieve the highest score in the class. It was previously established that this equates to possessing the answers in advance, which raises the question, how does this differ from cheating? Upon uttering these words, all eyes were instantly drawn to the speaker. Here it comes. At long last, Jiang Nan, the top scorer of the exam, an occurrence that seemed almost unbelievable, had long been met with skepticism from many. Yet, the term cheating had remained unspoken until now, only for someone to shatter that delicate facade. Suyu, you're spewing nonsense. Who are you even referring to? Jiang Nan achieved the highest score through his own merit. How could it possibly be cheating? As a loyal ally of Jiang Nan, Wang Pengzi was instantly incensed, directing his ire towards the one who had mocked. What? Am I mistaken in my assertion? If Jiang Nan knew the answers beforehand, is that not cheating? While Suyu exchanged heated words with Wang Pengzi, he cast a sour glance at Jiang Nan, suggesting that if he had already solved these problems and was aware of the answers, he ought to have scored full marks. Yet, the reality was, he barely managed to pass. Thus, the incapable will forever remain incapable. This wasn't to imply that Suyu harbored a grudge against Jiang Nan. It was merely that in mathematics, he was the undisputed champion of the class, having never regarded anyone else with esteem aside from the class president, Qin Yuma. Yet, the outcome was that he scored merely over 20 points, while Jiang Nan soared to 90, leaving him far behind. Naturally, he felt a deep sense of injustice. In truth, he was not alone in this sentiment. Numerous top-performing students, including the physics representative Zhang Hao, also felt the same. Even many who were of average academic standing shared this sentiment. So he was correct in asserting that Jiang Nan had indeed cheated, rendering this examination fundamentally unfair. Moreover, even with his cheating, he only managed to score 90 points. It seemed that a poor student would always remain a poor student, never to ascend to the ranks of the academic elite. Indeed, there was a kernel of truth in this. Many in the classroom echoed Suyu's sentiments, displaying a decidedly unfriendly attitude towards Jiang Nan. Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan. Hearing this, Wang Pengzi's frustration reached a boiling point. Yet he found himself unable to counter the multitude, his words faltering in the face of the crowd. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was equally indignant, wishing to defend Jiang Nan. But her voice was drowned out by the others. However, at that moment, a loud thud resonated through the room. Jiang Nan, the focal point of the tension, abruptly rose, his icy gaze sweeping across the room, landing squarely on Suyu, Zhang Hao, and the others. He declared, "Your jealousy is quite excessive, is it not? Or are you merely narrow-minded, unable to tolerate the success of others? I mentioned that I had previously solved these problems out of modesty. But my humility does not imply that I am easy to provoke. It would be best if you could keep your mouth shut. If you cannot, I would not mind lending you a hand." Chapter 8. The Class Leader's Inquiry, by Ying's delightful moment. Jiang Nan prefers to remain inconspicuous, shunning the limelight and the attention of the masses, relishing a life of subtle pleasure and low profile. However, this does not imply that he lacks temperament. With heartfelt devotion to his confidants, he does not hesitate to nurture talent. Both Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying find themselves defending their integrity, yet they are silenced by the crowd's overwhelming presence. Should he remain indifferent, he would indeed resemble a ninja turtle. Jiang Nan is a towering figure. His restraint is commendable. Yet when he unleashes his wrath, an indomitable aura sweeps across the room, leaving few unshaken. Not only do the academically gifted students like Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian feel the weight of this pressure, but even the rebellious ones in class, such as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, sense an inexplicable intimidation. In an instant, they all falter in speech, lowering their heads or averting their gazes, afraid to meet Jiang Nan's eyes. After all, they are merely a group of high school seniors. Their bravado is limited. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan disdainfully curled his lip and resumed his seat, disregarding these frivolous clowns. Instead, he turned to pat Wang Pengzi on the shoulder and offered comfort to Bai Yingying, assuring them that there was no need for anger. Humph, a bunch of insipid fools. Wang Pengzi muttered under his breath, though he quickly shifted his gaze back to Jiang Nan, speaking cautiously. Nan Shen, you didn't cheat on this exam, did you? In truth, Wang Pengzi felt uncertain. After all, Jiang Nan's astonishing score of 90 points exceeded that of the top student, Qin Yuma, by 40 points, and was several times greater than Su Yu and the others. His defense of Jiang Nan stemmed from brotherly loyalty, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Fatty, do I look like a cheater? Jiang Nan shot a glare at Wang Kaixian. Naturally, he bore no ill will towards his friend. It was simply his remarkable performance that had raised suspicions. Alas, all of this trouble stems from Lao Chao. He silently cursed Chao Tianyuan for a moment. Jiang Nan, I believe in you. Suddenly, Bai Yingying gazed earnestly at Jiang Nan, her beautiful eyes revealing a flicker of conviction. Initially, she found it hard to believe that Jiang Nan had performed so well, but she trusted his character, convinced he would never resort to cheating. Thank you. Jiang Nan smiled warmly in response. In a moment when others doubted him, it was refreshing to have someone, particularly a stunning class beauty, believe in him unconditionally. I believe it too. Wang Pengzi chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. After saying this, he returned to his seat. Bai Yingying followed suit, while Jiang Nan stifled a yawn, preparing to rest his head on the desk. He typically spent break time napping, but he had just been delayed, which felt like a waste. However, at that moment, a graceful figure approached Jiang Nan. It was the class leader, Qin Yuma, the indisputable top scholar of Class 4. Indeed, this young lady possesses an admirable appearance. Her figure and beauty can rival that of Bai Yingying. Coupled with her neat and stylish shoulder-length hair, she exudes an air of sophistication. However, her relentless dedication to her studies has taken a toll on her complexion, rendering her somewhat haggard. Jiang Nan, I cannot seem to solve this last challenging problem. Could you elucidate it for me? Qin Yumiao beseeched, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan, clutching her exam paper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She grimaced and replied, Class monitor, given your exceptional mathematical prowess, there should be no need to consult me. Besides, others might suspect I am aiding you in cheating. Nonsense. You could not possibly cheat. Qin Yumiao interjected before Jiang Nan could finish her thought. The complexities of the examination simulation problems demand meticulous logical reasoning, especially the final question. Without such analytical acumen, even if I provided you with the answer, it would not be retained. Therefore, cheating is futile. Jiang Nan was left speechless, her expression one of disbelief. While the uninitiated may find trickery simple, deceiving someone like Qin Yumiao, who approaches her studies with utmost seriousness, is a far more arduous task. At that moment, Bai Yingying, who had been on the verge of departing, paused and encouraged Jiang Nan. It is a rare occasion that our class monitor encounters a question she cannot tackle. Do share your insights with her. Her face radiated a triumphant smile, nearly bursting into laughter. On one hand, she felt elated that her longtime friend had finally stepped up. On the other hand, she harbored a long-standing rivalry with Qin Yumiao, despite her own academic excellence. She could never comprehend why her efforts always fell short in comparison to Qin Yumiao's achievements. When others spoke of her, they merely referred to her as the school beauty, whereas Qin Yumiao was undeniably regarded as a paragon of excellence, a true gem among girls. Moreover, Qin Yumiao's beauty was equally striking. Aside from a slightly flatter chest, she seemed to possess no shortcomings compared to Bai Yingying. Naturally, witnessing her rival face difficulties brought Bai Yingying immense joy. This was the proud class monitor, consistently at the top of her class, frequently ranking among the top 10 in the school, occasionally even breaking into the top 5 or 3. Yet now, she found herself seeking assistance from her dear friend. The sensation was indescribably delightful. How splendid! Chapter 9. Solving Problems with Ease. So he truly is a scholar. Find all positive integers, x and y, such that both x23y and y23x are perfect squares. Is this problem difficult? At first glance, it seems rather simple, but that is merely an illusion. Bai Yingying, who considers herself quite intelligent and diligent in her studies, with balanced proficiency across all subjects and no apparent weaknesses, found herself utterly confounded upon encountering this problem. Immediately, a flurry of stars appeared before her eyes, and she nearly fainted. Qin Yuma was indeed correct. Without a meticulously sharp logical reasoning ability, solving this problem is virtually impossible. Thus, This 20-point question left Bai Ying with a score of 0. However, Jiang Nan achieved full marks. In the midst of her internal delight, Bai Ying's curiosity was piqued as she intently observed Jiang Nan, wondering how he arrived at his solution. What is this? Are you unwilling to teach me? Do you despise me? Or are you afraid that if you enlighten me, I might surpass you in the next exam? Meanwhile, Qin Yuma noticed Jiang Nan sitting motionless at his desk for an extended period and could not help but voice her irritation. Well, it seems there is no escaping this. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Nan offered a resigned smile. Since evasion was futile, he might as well explain. In truth, this problem is quite simple. What do you mean? Both Qin Yuma and Bai Ying inquired simultaneously. It essentially involves 3 scenarios. Jiang Nan took up his pen and made 3 hypotheses on a sheet of draft paper. First, if xy, then x2 3x must be a perfect square, since x2 by 2 3x x2 4 x4, x2 2. It follows that x2 3x, x1 2, thus yielding xy 1. Secondly, if xy, we find that x2 by 2 3y x2 3x x2 4 x4, x2 2. Therefore, x2 3y is a perfect square. Given that x2 3y x1 2, we deduce 3y2 x1, indicating that y must be an odd number. Letting y2 k1, we find x3 k1, where k is a positive integer. Moreover, y2 3x4 k2 4 k1 9 k3 4 k2 13 k4 is also a perfect square. And it holds that 2k2 2 4 k2 8 k4 4 k2 13 k4 4 k2 16 k16 2 k4 2. Thus, we conclude that y2 3x4 k2 13 k4 2 k3 2, yielding k5, and consequently x16 and y11. If xy, similar reasoning leads us to x11 and y16. In summary, the solutions are x, y, 1, 1, 11, 16, 16, 11. Jiang Nan's reasoning was remarkably clear, and his explanation was both profound and accessible, with a coherent structure that flowed seamlessly without a moment's pause, all accomplished within a few breaths. He calculated the final answer with remarkable speed. In truth, it was not only Qin Yuma and Bai Ying who listened intently. Several other classmates also craned their necks, squinted their eyes, and perked up their ears to observe the scene. Among them were Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, along with a dozen others. Previously, they had attempted to intimidate Jiang Nan with mockery and derision, only to be subdued by his commanding presence. However, this did not imply their acceptance. Thus, when Qin Yuma sought Jiang Nan's guidance on the final challenging problem, their faces were painted with scorn. To them, Jiang Nan's success in the examination was akin to cheating. Even if he secured first place, he remained fundamentally a mediocre student. Therefore, they anticipated that Qin Yuma's act of soliciting Jiang Nan's insight would lead to his humiliation and exposure of his true incompetence. Yet the outcome was astonishing. Jiang Nan effortlessly derived the answer. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The rapidity of Jiang Nan's explanation was overwhelming. Even the academically lackluster Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, as well as the top students Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, found themselves utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Nonetheless, one certainty emerged. Jiang Nan's answer was indeed correct. Although they did not grasp the explanation, it was evident that some did. Qin Yuma's face lit up with enlightenment, closely followed by Bai Ying, both of whom clearly understood the solution. This was indeed the case. When Jiang Nan presented 3 hypotheses, both Qin Yuma and Bai Ying recognized the methodology. Initially, Qin Yuma harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding Jiang Nan's capabilities, and her inquiry bore an element of testing. However, she now held complete faith in him. Jiang Nan, thank you. Your mathematical prowess is truly impressive, particularly your analytical reasoning skills. Qin Yuma praised him, then, clutching her paper, hurried back to her seat in excitement to work through the calculations. Simultaneously, upon hearing Qin Yuma's words, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. How is this possible? Could it be that Jiang Nan is genuinely a top student, perhaps even superior to everyone in the class, including Qin Yuma, and had merely concealed his abilities? Maybe we have misjudged him. Jiang Nan truly deserved the title of God of the South. 66,666. Consequently, many who had previously doubted Jiang Nan swiftly altered their stance, now filled with admiration. Of course, some exceptions remained. Individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, Huang Xihai, and Hu Dajuan were unwilling to acknowledge Jiang Nan's excellence. Their envy only intensified, and their expressions grew increasingly sullen, as if they had consumed something distasteful. Chapter 10. Submitting homework is an impossibility, a lifetime impossibility. Jiang Nan, you are simply remarkable. On the other side, as Qin Yuma departed, Bai Yingying lavishly praised Jiang Nan. Even her gaze towards him transformed, infused with excitement and a gentle warmth that hinted at an underlying fervor. In the past, her fondness for Jiang Nan stemmed from his handsome appearance and gentle disposition. Yet now, an additional factor had emerged: Jiang Nan's prowess. Indeed, she had made no mistake in her choice. She was on the brink of being utterly captivated. However, Jiang Nan was oblivious to such sentiments. He merely stifled a yawn, feeling fatigued, and prepared to rest his head on the desk. But fate had other plans. Before he could even settle down, a soft voice, delicate and refined, interrupted him. It was Li Qianqian, the class representative. Jiang Nan, the teacher explained this problem. But I still don't quite understand. Could you possibly help me? Li Qianqian's sparkling eyes, holding a sheet of paper, blinked at him earnestly. To his surprise, several other attractive girls also gathered around Jiang Nan's desk. In that instant, Bai Yingying sensed a palpable threat. Previously, Jiang Nan had been somewhat of an invisible presence in class. Though he was reasonably good-looking, his academic performance was average, and he often appeared disinterested, lost in novels or games, which did not paint him in the best light. Consequently, aside from Bai Yingying, few girls had ever approached him. Yet now, it was indisputable. Jiang Nan had become the most sought-after boy in class. Naturally, he attracted the attention of numerous girls. While Bai Yingying had been oblivious to this shift when Qin Yuma had sought his help, she now recognized the perilous situation. This was exceedingly precarious. Moreover, Li Qianqian posed a greater threat than Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Yuma was someone who prioritized academics and had little advantage in matters of romance. In contrast, Li Qianqian was exceptionally sweet, her voice soft and melodious, akin to a charming songbird, an irresistible allure for any boy. In an instant, Jiang Nan once again became the focal point of the entire class. Goodness! Surrounded by so many girls, he felt overwhelmingly fortunate. Observing this, Wang Pengzi, who had just returned to his seat to rest, widened his eyes in astonishment, as if they were large brass bells. No wonder you've suddenly become so impressive. It appears you had a plan all along. First, you garnered the attention of the stunning Bai Yingying, then the class leader Qin Yuma, and now the enchanting Li Qianqian. You've captivated all the goddesses in our class, truly remarkable. But alas, in doing so, you've left no path for me. Little do you know, I've harbored secret affections for several of them for quite some time. Oh, the heartache, my friend. Wang Pengzi's heart brimmed with sorrow. If he felt this way. The other boys in the class were even more despondent. As for Su Yu and Zhang Hao, they gritted their teeth, their jealousy nearly palpable, as if they wished to devour Jiang Nan whole. The envy was overflowing, impossible to contain. Zhang Hao could no longer endure the situation. He stood up abruptly as the next physics class was about to commence. The teacher had previously assigned homework, and it was imperative for everyone to submit it promptly. Upon uttering this statement, the vicinity beside Jiang Nan instantly became vacant. Li Qianqian and the others hurried back to their seats to retrieve their assignments. After all, the physics teacher was notoriously stern. Failing to submit the assigned work would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Before long, everyone had submitted their homework, with one exception. Jiang Nan, where's your assignment? Zhang Hao's gaze bored down coldly upon him. I didn't write it, Jiang Nan replied dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Hao. Given the latter's previous snide remarks towards him, Jiang Nan had no reason to expect any kindness in return. Gasps filled the room. To have not completed the homework and yet display such audacity? The newly prominent Jiang Nan seemed to be getting carried away. Jiang Nan, physics class is about to begin. If you do not submit your homework, the teacher will not let you off lightly. Zhang Hao slammed the table, reprimanding Jiang Nan sternly. I couldn't care less. Jiang Nan waved a hand dismissively. Submitting homework was an impossibility. He would never do so in his lifetime. Hey, Zhang Hao, don't be hasty. Jiang Nan might have simply forgotten it. Observing the escalating confrontation, Bai Yingying stood up, wishing to mediate on Jiang Nan's behalf. After all, Jiang Nan's stance was indeed precarious, and Zhang Hao wielded the authority of the physics teacher. However, Jiang Nan grasped by Ying's arm, asserting, "There is no need for you to explain. There are plenty in the class who have submitted their homework. Even those who have, likely resorted to copying. We all know the truth, don't we? Some individuals are intentionally looking for trouble. Just ignore him." Jiang Nan's words sent Zhang Hao into a fit of rage. Although Jiang Nan's assertion held a kernel of truth, with the impending college entrance examinations, many had ceased to care. Homework was deemed significant. Yet its importance waned when one could simply copy without repercussions. Jiang Nan, in particular, had long since neglected his assignments. Yet, Zhang Hao had previously turned a blind eye to this. However, this time, he was determined to take action. "Fine. You brought this upon yourself. To not submit your homework and still act so brazenly? Don't blame me for informing the teacher later. Just wait." Zhang Hao shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare before turning to leave. Yet, his mind was already set. He would definitely report Jiang Nan to the physics teacher during class. Let him wait then. Jiang Nan scoffed, curling up to sleep. With only half a minute remaining, he deemed it foolish not to rest, and he paid no heed to Zhang Hao's threats. Ding ding ding. Soon, the bell rang for class. "Teacher, out of 50 students, I have only collected 49 assignments." One student claims he has written his homework. As the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, entered the classroom, the class representative Zhang Hao stood up to loudly report the situation. "Who hasn't submitted?" Upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei's expression grew stern. He naturally possessed an authoritative presence, even without raising his voice. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped the atmosphere, akin to the awakening of a tiger, radiating an aura of oppression. "Jiang Nan." Zhang Hao directly invoked Jiang Nan's name. Xie Hongwei let out a slight snort, his gaze directed towards Jiang Nan, who was dozing off with his head resting on the desk. A flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Jiang Nan, have you awakened? Stand up. Teacher, what is the matter?" Jiang Nan yawned and gradually rose to his feet. "Why have you not submitted your homework?" "I didn't write it." "Why not?" "Because it was too simple. I already know it all." Chapter 11. Astonishing QA in physics class. What a response. It exudes an overwhelming confidence, almost frightening in its audacity. Every individual present was utterly astounded, their eyes reflecting sheer disbelief directed at Jiang Nan. Could it be? Is this truly the Jiang Nan we have come to know? The one who seemed invisible for 2 or 3 years in class? Such braggadocio, without a hint of hesitation. Surely it cannot be that he claims to know everything? Even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, and the physics representative, Zhang Hao, could not possibly achieve such a feat. Not only them, even Qin Feng, the top student in the entire school, would find it impossible to solve every physics problem. One cannot help but wonder what audacity drives Jiang Nan to utter such words. It is utterly ludicrous. Merely a ploy to attract attention, a mere gesture. Many regarded Jiang Nan with clenched teeth, simply because his words were infuriatingly audacious. Even as an observer, one could hardly bear to witness it. As for Zhang Haosiu and Huang Xihai, their gazes toward Jiang Nan were akin to that of looking at a fool. So he is indeed a simpleton. It seems they had misjudged Jiang Nan. They should not have allowed themselves to be vexed by such a nincompoop. Not only them, even Wang Pengzi, Jiang Nan's close friend, hastily averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the scene any longer, silently wishing, "Nan Shen, you are impressive. I wish you good fortune." Bai Ying, his female friend, also rubbed her forehead, a blush creeping across her cheeks. While she believed in Jiang Nan's capabilities in mathematics, physics was an entirely different realm. This time, it truly seemed dire. She found herself at a loss for how to defend Jiang Nan. The physics teacher was surely on the brink of fury. What to do? "I await your guidance, urgently." On the other side, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the physics teacher was equally incensed, nearly exploding with rage, yet held back by his professional duty and composure. Xie Hongwei suppressed his rising anger, slamming his lesson plan onto the podium, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. "You think it is too simple, do you? Very well. I shall pose a few questions for you. If you can solve them all, not only will I overlook your homework, but I shall also permit you to sleep during class without reprimand. However, should you fail, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Jiang Nan replied resolutely, unperturbed. "Very well." Xie Hongwei was thoroughly exasperated by Jiang Nan's demeanor. Without further ado, he swiftly wrote several problems on the blackboard with chalk, the sound echoing rapidly through the classroom. In just a few breaths, he halted, then stepped aside to reveal the problems on the board, addressing Jiang Nan. Come now, you claim to be confident in solving any problem. So let's see how you fare with this one. Suddenly, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Every individual present was rendered speechless, including the likes of Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, all of whom wore furrowed brows, utterly perplexed. Only because the question on the blackboard read, a bear accidentally fell into a hole, which is 916 meters deep, taking 1 second to fall. What color is the bear? What a bizarre question. It is utterly nonsensical. What does the depth of the hole and the time taken have to do with the bear's color? Clearly, the teacher is deliberately making things difficult. No. It is an intentional challenge directed at Jiang Nan. As good friends, Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi could only offer silent condolences to Jiang Nan. Keep going. You can do it. Only if you solve this can you truly be considered remarkable. What? Are you at a loss for thoughts? Let me simplify it for you. You can choose from black, white, gray, or brown. Xie Hongwei, sensing he was being too demanding, generously transformed the problem into a multiple-choice question. However, the crowd remained baffled. Yet Jiang Nan merely smiled and replied to the physics teacher, I choose none of the above. The bear is colorless. Gasps filled the room. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan must be some kind of jester hired by a monkey. The teacher clearly instructed him to choose from black, white, gray, or brown. And he claims the bear is colorless? It's utterly hilarious. Many in the classroom were doubled over in laughter. The physics class representative, Zhang Hao, mockingly interjected, Jiang Nan, stop trying to attract attention. If you can't solve it, just admit it. Claiming the bear is colorless is absurd, as there is no such answer. And colorless bears do not exist. Indeed, Jiang Nan, you are quite the comedian. Do you think making everyone laugh will save you from punishment? You should know that Teacher Xie has his temper. You better acknowledge your mistake quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. We still have class to attend. What a fool. Su Yu, Tang Tian, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajun all chimed in to support Zhang Hao, urging Jiang Nan to confess and accept his punishment. The classroom was bustling with activity. However, they failed to notice that upon hearing these remarks, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, wore a grim expression. He then slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed angrily, enough. Everyone, stop talking. Jiang Nan's answer is correct. Chapter 12. Who truly is the buffoon, the jester? And the fool? A hush fell over the room. What? Jiang Nan answered correctly? How could that be? None of the 4 options included that answer. It was utterly inconceivable. Or perhaps, the teacher was purposely lenient. In an instant, murmurs of disbelief erupted in the classroom. After all, even a fool could discern that Jiang Nan's answer was incorrect. Among the dissenters, none were more indignant than Zhang Hao. He had painstakingly seized upon Jiang Nan's blunder to report him to Xie Hongwei, hoping to see Jiang Nan humiliated. Yet, to his astonishment, Xie Hongwei seemed to shield Jiang Nan publicly? Unacceptable. He would not stand for it. Teacher, how can there be a colorless bear in this world? You must not show leniency towards Jiang Nan. Zhang Hao couldn't help but rise and exclaim. Indeed, he must not be spared. For someone like Jiang Nan, who neglects his assignments yet brazenly disrupts the class, a severe punishment is warranted. He must be made to stand until he cries Su Yu, Huang Sihai, and others echoed in agreement. It was evident that their jealousy towards Jiang Nan was formidable, for they would not have united otherwise. After all, Su Yu and his companions were the top students, while Huang Sihai and his crew were the class troublemakers, representing entirely different circles. How ignorant! Jiang Nan merely chuckled and shook his head at their fervor. Hearing this, Zhang Hao and the others glared at Jiang Nan. What do you mean by calling us ignorant? I'm merely stating the truth. You don't even know about the colorless bear. Isn't that ignorance? What a joke. In this world, there are only black, white, gray, and brown bears. Where would a colorless bear come from? Zhang Hao retorted, his anger palpable as he pointed at the desk before him. If there truly were, I would eat this desk raw. Since you wish to eat it, I cannot stop you. For isn't the polar bear colorless? Jiang Nan smirked, a hint of exasperation flashing in his eyes. Truth be told, he had no desire to bully Zhang Hao and his ilk. They were on entirely different levels. It felt somewhat like a dimensional strike. Yet, they insisted on provoking him, forcing him, a person who preferred to remain low-key and enjoy life quietly, to step into the limelight and flaunt his superiority, akin to a pretentious young master. It was truly pitiable, impossible. The polar bear is clearly white. Zhang Hao attempted to refute almost instantly. However, before he could finish, Jiang Nan interjected, to call you ignorant is indeed accurate. The polar bear's whiteness is merely a visual effect caused by sunlight refraction. In reality, Its fur is hollow and transparent, devoid of color. If you didn't know this, how can you still call yourself a top student? A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Many were in disbelief at his words. After all, this truly contradicts their previous understanding. However, when some students discreetly brought their phones into the classroom and searched for answers, they began to echo Jiang Nan's assertions. Everyone had no choice but to believe it. Indeed, what Jiang Nan claimed was true. The information on Baidu stated that polar bear fur is actually colorless. Before he could finish his sentence, the student's voice dropped as he suddenly realized he was in deep trouble. Nevertheless, he had already said enough. Everyone present understood that polar bears were indeed colorless, and Jiang Nan was correct. A stinging rebuke, a blatant slap in the face, especially for Su Yu and his companions, who felt a burning shame wash over their faces, leaving them momentarily speechless. Zhang Hao, feeling both humiliated and angry, still refused to concede defeat, stammering defiantly, Jiang Nan. Even if polar bears are colorless, how does that prove this is the answer? Truly, some people never learn until they hit a wall. They remain undeterred until the bitter end. Is it not simple? The question posed by the teacher actually examined the relationship between gravitational acceleration and latitude. According to the formula h12gt, where h equals 4,916 and t equals 1 second, substituting these values easily reveals that g is 9,832. This corresponds to the gravitational acceleration at the North or South Pole, and since there are no bears in the South Pole, it must refer to polar bears. Thus, the colorlessness of the bear is the answer. Jiang Nan casually articulated his thought process for solving the problem. As his words settled, the classroom fell into a profound silence, the kind where even a pin drop could be heard. The gazes directed at Jiang Nan transformed entirely, shifting from skepticism to belief. After all, Jiang Nan's explanations were so straightforward that even a pig could comprehend them, even if someone still did not understand. The expressions and reactions of the physics teacher indicated that Jiang Nan's reasoning was indeed correct. Previously, they had labeled Jiang Nan as a clown, a fool brought in for amusement, even a simpleton. But now it appeared, Jiang Nan was not the fool, they were. A sense of shame began to creep into the hearts of many. It turned out they had all been mistaken. As for Zhang Hao, he stood in his seat, dazed and confused, like a startled dog, unsure of what to do. Yet, at this moment, no one paid him any mind. Meanwhile, on the podium, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, looked at Jiang Nan with eyes that had lost their earlier anger. Instead, they were filled with astonishment. Ironically, his intention in presenting this question was to challenge Jiang Nan, having even deliberately created a pitfall with 4 false answers. After all, Jiang Nan had neglected to submit his homework and had made grandiose claims. Moreover, he had a rather poor impression of this student, who often slept in class or played on his phone. If he did not challenge Jiang Nan, who would know how many eyes Xia Wanya had? But to his surprise, Jiang Nan had deftly sidestepped his trap, promptly providing the correct answer along with his reasoning. This student possessed some talent. It seemed he had misjudged him in the past. Perhaps it was time to reassess his evaluation. Xia Hongwei nodded towards Jiang Nan in the audience and smiled. Well done. Your reasoning is indeed commendable. However, this problem is not particularly challenging. With a shift in perspective, it can be easily solved. If you truly possess the ability, why not attempt to solve the second question as well? Chapter 13. These questions are exceedingly simplistic, devoid of any challenge. Multiple choice. 3 vehicles, A, B, and C, pass a certain landmark at the same speed. Subsequently, vehicle A maintains a uniform linear motion. Vehicle B accelerates and then decelerates, while vehicle C decelerates before accelerating. Yet, upon reaching the next landmark, they all possess the same velocity. Thus, A, vehicle A reaches the next landmark first. B, vehicle B reaches the next landmark first. C, vehicle C reaches the next landmark first. D, all 3 vehicles arrive at the next landmark simultaneously. With great swiftness, Xia Hongwei inscribed this problem upon the blackboard. At first glance, it appeared rather straightforward. However, many students below furrowed their brows in concentration. Damn it, I'm utterly perplexed. It felt as if demons unleashed from the depths of hell were wreaking havoc in their minds. The incessant acceleration and deceleration. These were my least favorite concepts, causing me immense frustration and leaving me devoid of any coherent thoughts. Isn't Jiang Nan supposed to be brilliant? Hurry up and solve it. I refuse to believe you can crack this one too. Numerous gazes were directed toward Jiang Nan, primarily from those lacking clarity. In contrast, diligent students such as class monitor Qin Yuma and the school beauty by Ying swiftly pulled out scrap paper, preparing to calculate. Clearly, they still possessed some semblance of a strategy. However, before they could even begin, Jiang Nan suddenly spoke, declaring the answer to be B. A ripple of astonishment swept through the room. This was astonishingly quick, although it may have taken a moment to articulate. In reality, only an instant had passed since the physics teacher had merely finished writing the question on the board. Yet Jiang Nan had already provided the answer? This was simply unfathomable. Was it true, or merely a ruse? Instantly, all eyes in the room turned curiously to the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei. In response, Xie nodded affirmatively, confirming that the answer was indeed correct. The room erupted in further astonishment. Jiang Nan had answered correctly once more? How could this be? How was he so remarkably astute? I recall he was merely average in physics before, hardly ranking in the class, yet now. Surrounding students were in a state of disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity, including those familiar with Jiang Nan. Simultaneously, Xie Hongwei on stage was equally astonished, not at Jiang Nan's ability to solve this question, which, in his view, was not particularly difficult, as it tested fundamental physics knowledge and should have been manageable for several students, but rather at the fact that Jiang Nan had provided an answer before the top students like Qin Yuma had even begun to write. This swiftness suggested one of two possibilities. Either Jiang Nan had guessed, or he had previously encountered this problem. If neither were the case, it would indicate that Jiang Nan's grasp of physics was profoundly deep, far exceeding that of top students like Qin Yuma. Could this truly be possible? Please, share your thought process. Xie Hongwei inquired, his gaze intensely fixed upon Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, it is quite simple. With 3 vehicles covering the same displacement, vehicle B possesses the highest average speed, and thus naturally requires the least time. A multitude of students eagerly leaned in to listen. However, Jiang Nan abruptly halted. The crowd urged, continue. Jiang Nan replied, that is all I have to say. What? Is it truly that simple and finished? The audience was momentarily bewildered, their foreheads adorned with large question marks, struggling to comprehend. While it is true that the displacements are identical, how can it be that vehicle B has the fastest average speed? Please clarify. Yet, Jiang Nan merely waved his hand, affirming that it was indeed that simple, and he had nothing more to add. The students were left speechless, akin to being on the verge of a critical moment yet unable to proceed, feeling quite anxious. With no other recourse, they turned to the teacher on stage, Xie Hongwei. Seeking validation, is Jiang Nan's reasoning correct? Indeed, Xie Hongwei responded succinctly. With that, he disregarded the crowd and calmly gestured to Jiang Nan. Let us proceed to the next question. A multiple-choice question presented itself. A glass filled to the brim with concentrated orange juice is introduced to ice cubes without overflowing. If the ice cubes were to completely dissolve, the orange juice in the glass, A, will overflow. B, will decrease in level. C, will still remain at the brim. As soon as Xie Hongwei finished writing the question, Jiang Nan promptly declared, A will overflow. This question concealed a pitfall. Many only considered density, concluding that ice, being less dense and occupying more volume, would lead to option B. However, in reality, the ice floats atop the concentrated orange juice, with a portion protruding above the water's surface. Thus, upon melting, it will indeed overflow. In the terminology of physics, this relies on a profound understanding of Archimedes' principle. Many students were left perplexed, yet for Jiang Nan, it was child's play. Correct. Let us move on. The physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, was internally astonished, for once again, Jiang Nan had answered in a flash, indeed impressive. Nevertheless, he was not one to be outdone. He continued with the next question. Another multiple-choice question arose. In the atmosphere, a cylinder with a volume of 0.50 m, one end sealed and the other open, is vertically submerged in a water pool with the bottom facing upward. Upon release, at equilibrium, the volume of air within the cylinder measures 0.40 m. Assuming atmospheric pressure is equivalent to that exerted by a 10 m high column of water, what is the height difference between the water levels inside and outside the cylinder? Xie Hongwei had yet to write the options when Jiang Nan swiftly interjected, 2.5 m. A response delivered in an instant, entirely without contemplation. It was astonishingly straightforward. It is worth noting that even the top student, Qin Yuma, had not fully grasped the question, let alone solved it. The entire audience was left in utter shock. Silence prevailed, an eerie, deathly quiet. Not a soul in the class dared to speak, their eyes wide and round, fixated on the physics teacher on stage. They longed to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's answer was right or wrong. Concurrently, a click echoed through the air. On stage, the chalk in Xie Hongwei's hand suddenly broke in two, as he too was taken aback. Were it not for the consideration of the teacher's dignity and composure, he would have felt compelled to let out a wild howl towards the heavens. How could this possibly be? This was a preliminary question from a physics competition, one even more challenging than the final exam's most difficult problem. From the first two questions, he had already confirmed that Jiang Nan possessed an exceptionally solid foundation. Ordinary questions would hardly stump him. Thus, he had deliberately crafted a competition-level question. Yet the outcome: Jiang Nan answered it with mental calculations in mere seconds? This was nothing short of astonishing. Was it truly necessary to be this formidable? Even he, a seasoned physics teacher and the question's creator, could not help but express his admiration. Jiang Nan, who would have thought? After 30 years of teaching, I still misjudged you. Your grasp of physics is indeed impressive. Xie Hongwei refrained from commenting on the correctness of the answer, instead regarding Jiang Nan with a complex gaze, slowly offering his praise. However, this was already more than sufficient. Jiang Nan's answer was undoubtedly correct. At this, the multitude of students present were so astonished that their eyes nearly popped out, internally exclaiming, "What the heck? Unbelievable!" Alas, lacking a refined vocabulary, they could only resonate with the simple exclamation that echoed throughout the room. No other words seemed adequate. They had struggled with all four questions, unable to comprehend even a single one, as if deciphering an ancient script, while Jiang Nan effortlessly completed them all. The disparity was staggering. A genius. Do you need any adornments for your legs? Please accept my humble admiration. The gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Nan were akin to that of worshipping a deity. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled like stars, while Wang Pengzi had pinched his thigh so hard it turned purple. Yet, Jiang Nan himself remained utterly composed, merely gesturing towards Xie Hongwei at the podium, suggesting, "Teacher, these questions are far too simple. There is no challenge whatsoever. Why not try presenting a more difficult one?" Chapter 14. Assignments need not be submitted. Feel free to sleep in class. Is the problem too simplistic? Lacking any difficulty? Perhaps we should present a more challenging question? What an absurd notion. The impact may be minimal, yet the insult is profoundly potent. Every student in the vicinity felt a burning flush across their faces, an overwhelming sense of shame enveloping them. After all, none of them could solve the problem. They were all students, yet the disparity was undeniably vast. Scholars like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian wished desperately to burrow into the ground. They had previously harbored doubts and envy towards Jiang Nan. But now the truth was laid bare. He had never regarded them as worthy of consideration. In contrast, they were merely pretenders to the title of academic achievers. Even Qin Yuma, a top-tier student, found himself humbled before Jiang Nan, fully conceding defeat. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi, seated nearby, gazed at Jiang Nan with a look of melancholy, silently lamenting. "We once agreed to endure together, yet I have truly endured while you have soared." On the other side, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, was equally affected by Jiang Nan's remarks. Without uttering a word, he erased the problems on the blackboard and began to write anew with fervent speed. After a considerable interval, he unveiled a fresh question. A man-made satellite of mass m moves in a circular orbit 800 kilometers above the Earth's surface and collides head-on with a fragment of space debris of mass m9. The collision is brief, after which the two bodies merge into a single entity and commence elliptical motion, with an elliptical semi-major axis of 7,500 kilometers, lying within the same plane as the satellite's orbit. Given that the total energy of the mass m object in elliptical motion is the sum of its kinetic and gravitational potential energies, where g is the gravitational constant, m is the mass of the Earth, and is the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. 1. Quantitatively demonstrate whether the combined object will fall to the Earth post-collision. 2. If this event occurs directly above the North Pole, along the line connecting the Earth's center to the North Pole, what is the latitude at which the combined object will collide with the Earth? Unlike the previous multiple-choice questions, this time, Xie Hongwei had devised an exceedingly intricate problem. No, intricate does not suffice. It should be described as exceptionally hellish in complexity. The moment the question was posed, astonishment rippled through the classroom. Goodness, the teacher is a genius. The blackboard was densely packed with equations. It was enough to make one's head spin. A satellite? Space debris? How on earth did the teacher conceive of such a scenario? The mere mention of kinetic and potential energy made me dizzy. I do not recognize them. And they likely do not recognize me either. I would wager that no one in the class could solve this. Even Qin Feng, the perennial top student in the school, would falter before this challenge. It is difficult, difficult, difficult. How else can one describe such a level of difficulty? In an instant, the classroom erupted with exclamations of disbelief. Few could comprehend the complexity of the problem presented, let alone devise a solution, including the likes of Qin Yuma, Bai Yingying, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao. In response, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, merely smiled faintly. Some individuals dare to claim my questions lack difficulty? Are you too lofty in your self-assessment? Or am I wielding the blade ineffectively? What a jest! He believed that if he did not showcase his prowess today, compelling some to beg for mercy, others might mistakenly think he lacked insight. Concerning the aforementioned problem, not only the average students, but even he himself, would struggle to solve it without consulting the teaching materials. He was resolute in his disbelief that Jiang Nan could manage it this time. A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes as he addressed Jiang Nan. Here is the chalk. Come up and attempt to solve it. If you manage to do so before class concludes, I shall acknowledge your true capability. Solve it before class. Dream on. Whether you dare to come up is uncertain, he mused inwardly. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Nan shook his head, asserting that such a simple problem required no more than half a minute to resolve. With that, he ascended the podium, accepted the chalk, and swiftly began to write. Method 1. For the first inquiry. According to the law of universal gravitation and Newton's principles, total energy MIVI, MW2, MINM, V. Given are 3,347 kilometers, VR 10. Therefore, the final collision must occur with the celestial sphere. The second inquiry, cos B minus 0, 7807, 18, 0, 141, 32 degrees, 19. This pertains to a latitude of 51, 32 degrees north. Method 2. Half a minute? No, not even close. It was merely about 20 seconds. Jiang Nan not only arrived at the answer but employed two distinct methods to do so. His movements were fluid and seamless, akin to the gentle flow of water, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! Exclaimed Xie Hongwei, unable to contain himself amidst the spectacle, his astonishment rendering him speechless. The moment was so overwhelming that he could only mutter in disbelief. If he was taken aback, the students below were even more so. Their expressions a vivid tapestry of incredulity. They could barely grasp the answers, which seemed akin to a cryptic script or celestial inscriptions. Prodigy, please restrain your extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan remained unfazed by the astonishment surrounding him. After inscribing the final character, he casually tossed the chalk, which landed perfectly in the chalk holder. His actions exuded a certain nonchalance. He then dusted off his hands and descended from the podium, returning to his seat. A considerable time passed before the audience, including the physics teacher, could fully process the events that had transpired. Jiang Nan felt compelled to speak up, saying, "Teacher, I have completed the problems. Could you please check whether my process and answers are correct?" All right, let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei finally snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving the teaching plan to compare it with the blackboard. The moment he made the comparison, a chill ran down his spine. He was utterly stunned, not only because his answers were 100% correct, but also due to the remarkable clarity and conciseness of Jiang Nan's problem-solving approach. Especially the second method. It was not even present in the teaching plan. Could it be that Jiang Nan had devised a new solution on his own? Absolutely astounding. Incredible. Good. Xie Hongwei exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, resembling a giddy fool. He could no longer underestimate Jiang Nan. On the contrary, when he looked at Jiang Nan again, his eyes burned with fervor, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. If it were not for the ongoing class, he would have eagerly pulled Jiang Nan aside to consult with the homeroom teacher and the head of the physics department. Jiang Nan, however, remained unfazed, casually inquiring, "Teacher, do you have more problems to assign?" Assign? What nonsense. That was already Xie Hongwei's trump card, yet it posed no challenge to Jiang Nan whatsoever. What would be the point of assigning more problems? Thus, Xie Hongwei waved his hand decisively. No more assignments. Then is it all right if I don't submit my homework? Not a problem. You needn't submit it in the future. What about if I sleep during class? Feel free to doze off. Chapter 15, The First Lottery. And the result is this? No homework. Sleep during class? This remarkable statement emanated from the usually stern and meticulous physics teacher, Xie Hongwei. It is simply unbelievable. The entire class, every student present was left utterly astonished, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. However, reflecting on Jiang Nan's extraordinary performance earlier, they felt a sense of relief. In the realm of physics, Jiang Nan could no longer be merely described as an academic prodigy, but rather as a divine scholar. For someone of his caliber, physics homework was indeed trivial, lacking any real significance. The same applied to physics class. Attending was of little use. Sleeping was a normal response. And it even alleviated the psychological pressure on everyone. Otherwise, they would all be on edge during class. After all, listening to such a genius was an immense burden. A true academic deity, without a doubt. When he chooses to act, it is nothing short of earth-shattering. Truly deserving of the title God of the South. An exemplary role model for all of us. 66,666. Of course, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. For those who were friends with Jiang Nan, like Wang Pengzi, it was a time of great delight. Bai Yingying, too, had her eyes narrowed in glee. Her heart swelling with pride. Had she not been mindful of the ongoing class, she would have been unable to resist embracing Jiang Nan and showering him with kisses. However, for individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Huang Xihai, their hearts were filled with bitterness and envy. A blend of jealousy, discontent, and helplessness washed over them. On the other hand, as the class monitor who took her study seriously, Qin Yuma's thoughts diverged from those of her peers. She felt both admiration and a sense of rivalry with Jiang Nan, her emotions intertwining into a blazing flame. It was not jealousy, nor was it anger, rather. It was a desire to prove herself against the heavens. Jiang Nan, you are remarkable, but I too shall not fall short. Before long, I will catch up to you. Qin Yuma clenched her delicate fist, secretly assuring herself. Ahem. All right, let us resume our lesson. Jiang Nan may rest freely, but the rest of you must focus and learn from him. With a light cough from physics teacher Xie Hongwei, the class finally returned to its usual routine. However, the lesson was destined to be rather dull. The students' emotions were difficult to settle. Yet, this did not impede Jiang Nan's slumber. As the instigator, he promptly settled at his desk, falling into a deep sleep without a hint of hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Xie Hongwei pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, many students wore complex expressions. Learn from Jiang Nan? How? They had never seen him attentively engaged in class. He was either asleep or secretly playing games. Yet the outcome was, his physics prowess was extraordinary, while they were merely novices. Alas, it is truly disheartening. To speak more would only bring tears. Truly. The comparison of individuals can evoke a sense of despair, leaving one at a loss for words. The lively atmosphere has momentarily subsided. Although Jiang Nan rests his head upon the table, he has not succumbed to slumber immediately. Rather, he is perusing the system within the recesses of his mind. Earlier this morning, he faced a surprise mathematics examination, meticulously aiming for a passing score of 90, thereby fulfilling the system's requirements with precision, which surely guarantees a reward. However, the perturbation caused by Chao Tian Yuan in the previous math class, coupled with subsequent distractions from his peers, led him to neglect the collection of his reward until this very moment. It is lamentable that this insipid system possesses such a feeble presence. He activated the system. Ding. The Super Invincible Scholar Control Points System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language Arts, Level 9. Mathematics, Level 9. Foreign Language, Level 9. Physics, Level 9. Chemistry, Level 9. Biology, Level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and insight. Effects, rapid comprehension, photographic memory, ability to draw inferences. Side effects, the user must expend mental energy, which is replenished through sleep. Constitution, 33, average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have precisely achieved the passing score in your mathematics examination, earning the following rewards. Constitution 1, Mathematics Fundamentals 1, Mathematics Potential 1, points 100. There are numerous rewards. Yet, Jiang Nan remains remarkably composed. After all, it is an expected outcome, regardless of the subject. Achieving precise control over the examination results invariably yields similar rewards in abundance. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan in his current state, these rewards hold little significance. They are merely a modest enhancement. In mathematics, he has already attained the pinnacle of level 9, and there is no further advancement possible during his high school years. Thus, improvements in mathematics fundamentals and potential are merely embellishments, lacking substantial value. The increment in constitution is beneficial, considering that a sound body is the cornerstone of one's endeavors. However, this comes with its own side effects. Jiang Nan's rapid enhancement in physical constitution has led to energy shortages, necessitating substantial food intake. Consequently, He estimates that he may become increasingly adept in the realm of gluttony. Ahem, the domain of culinary excellence. In truth, what occupies Jiang Nan's thoughts the most is that coveted 100 points. At last, he possesses surplus points. It seems he can use them for a lottery draw? Updating data. Ding. System panel is updating. Ding. Update complete. The data is as follows. Super Invincible Scholar Control Points System. Host's name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language Arts, Level 9. Mathematics, Level 9. Foreign Language, Level 9. Skills, Exceptional Memory and Insight. Constitution, 34. Average Person, 24. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1. Ding. The system detected an excess of points, allowing for a single lottery draw. It inquired whether the host wished to proceed with the draw now. Ding. Once again, it prompted, asking if the draw should be conducted at this moment. Ding. Are you going to draw or not? Jiang Nan? What the hell? Why is this system so impatient? Just because I've never drawn before, I momentarily hesitated, and now it's in a frenzy? Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Well, after all this time together, I shall not hold it against you. Let me draw. Ding. The lucky wheel, the lottery commences. Amidst a somewhat disgruntled tone, a vibrant wheel began to spin rapidly in Jiang Nan's mind. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nan felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had long desired to partake in a lottery, but had restrained himself for so long. TSK, TSK. The system is so anxious because I have been patient? Naturally, his heart brimmed with anticipation, wondering what splendid prize his first draw might yield. A luxurious mansion, a sports car, a cruise ship, an aircraft, or perhaps a mountain of cash. However, at this moment, he found himself less interested in those. Something more extraordinary would be ideal. With this thought, Jiang Nan, feigning sleep at the table, instinctively cracked a charming smile. Yet, in the next instant, his expression darkened to the point of despair. This was due to the system's notification. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Jiang Nan. Chapter 16. Not drawing is a fool's errand. Won the lottery? Thank you for your patronage? What does this mean? Did I not draw anything? Damn it. What a pitfall. This is simply a colossal trap. Jiang Nan had endured for so long. After painstakingly elevating all subjects to a perfect level 9, he finally had surplus points to draw from the lottery. But the outcome? Is this it? Damn. Jiang Nan couldn't help but curse. Truly, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. This was even more disheartening and infuriating than the first time watching a film, only to have the power and internet abruptly cut off. In that moment, Jiang Nan wished he could drag the system out and beat it mercilessly, inflicting 1,000,000 times damage, and with no chance of recovery. If he wasn't mistaken, this was undoubtedly the system's deliberate retaliation against him. Hadn't he merely reacted a beat too slowly earlier, occasionally forgotten about the system's existence, and hesitated for nearly a year, unwilling to use his points to activate the lottery function? How dare it retaliate against him? How could it let him draw nothing? Does it believe he won't ever participate in the lottery again? System. Ding. Given that this is the host's first lottery, the system generously offers an additional chance to draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Just as Jiang Nan was internally going mad and complaining in disbelief, the system's notification sounded once more. Jiang Nan? What? A bonus draw? Or perhaps, is it compensating him? Ding. Would you like to draw again? Of course, he would draw. Not participating would be foolish. In his mind, Jiang Nan roared at the system. It's free. Why wouldn't he draw? Ding. The lucky wheel. Drawing begins. Ding. Congratulations, you have won a Yinling fruit, which has been added to the system's item inventory. Please check. Host. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physique, 34. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current draw chances, 0. Item inventory, Yinling fruit 1, effect. Consuming it enhances 1's appearance, increasing beauty tenfold from the original, achieving a flawless and captivating aura. Jiang Nan certainly checked immediately. He noticed the system panel had changed from before, now featuring an item inventory displaying 1 Yinling fruit. Then, Jiang Nan? Feeling a bit bewildered. Yes, he had previously stated that he was not particularly interested in mansions, luxury cars, or money at the moment. After all, he would eventually acquire those. Therefore, he hoped to draw something special. But what on earth is this Yinling fruit? A tenfold enhancement of beauty? Looking at its effect, it is indeed powerful and quite unique. Yet, it seems he has no need for it. After all, he was rather content with his appearance. Though not extraordinarily handsome, he held a respectable level of attractiveness, being the most charming among his classmates. Otherwise, others would have dubbed him God of the South. However, if his looks were to be enhanced tenfold, it would likely cause a stir wherever he went. At that point, could he still maintain a low profile? Or was this insidious system deliberately attempting to disrupt his tranquil existence? No. It seemed he was no longer at peace. The possibility of being recognized as someone extraordinary was increasing, especially given his previous behavior. He was likely to gain notoriety. Thus, perhaps a slight enhancement to his looks wouldn't be such a bad idea? Yes, that should be fine. A sly grin played at the corners of Jiang Nan's lips. Nevertheless, he refrained from consuming the beauty-enhancing fruit immediately, as he was still in class. Moreover, he didn't wish to frighten his classmates all at once. He decided to wait until he returned home that evening. Ding, ding, ding. All right, today's lesson concludes here. As the bell rang under the command of the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, this session of physics came to an end. Phew. Finally, class was over. It had been quite stifling. Physics was exceedingly challenging. Not only was it mentally exhausting, but much of the content was incomprehensible, and he was uncertain about how to tackle the upcoming exams. Sigh, what a predicament. He truly wondered how Jiang Nan managed to grasp it all. Never mind. No need to dwell on such thoughts. School was out. After enduring a suffocating 45 minutes, most students exhaled deeply as they scattered in all directions. However, Teacher Xie did not immediately pack his belongings to leave. Instead, he cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Nan, seemingly wishing to have a word with him. Yet, noticing Jiang Nan lost in slumber, he chose not to disturb him. He simply entrusted a few remarks to the class representative, Zhang Hao, before striding out. Upon hearing Teacher Xie's instructions, Zhang Hao's expression abruptly shifted, and he inwardly lamented. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Nan, he clenched his fists, feeling extremely conflicted. A few minutes later, as the third period was about to commence, he hesitated before approaching Jiang Nan's desk. He gently tapped twice on the surface. Jiang Nan, are you awake? Chapter 17, Mistaken for Bronze. Only to be mere scrap iron? Jiang Nan lifted his head, awakening from his slumber. In truth, Zhang Hao's proximity had roused him, although he appeared to be asleep. His heightened sensitivity, a result of his enhanced constitution, made him acutely aware of the surrounding environment. However, he remained silent. Next to him, Wang Fatty shouted at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, what is it? Are you looking to provoke Nan Shen again? No, that's not it. Not what? Wang Fatty leaned in closely, scrutinizing Zhang Hao with an intense gaze. I've always known you were up to no good. You previously tried to make things difficult for Nan Shen with your homework and failed. Now, what excuse do you seek? What is it? Wang Fatty pressed on undeterred. Remember in class, you claimed that if there truly were colorless bears in the world, you would eat your desk raw? Well, here they are. So hurry up and fulfill your promise. As he spoke, Wang Fatty pointed to his own desk, giving Zhang Hao no opportunity to defend himself. In response, Zhang Hao's face flushed a deep crimson, as if blood were about to spill. Wang Fatty, that's entirely erroneous. When did Zhang Hao ever say he would eat his desk? Indeed, he had never uttered such words. Moreover, Zhang Hao's focus was on Jiang Nan, making Wang Fatty's interference unwarranted. What a trivial concern. Suddenly, others rallied to counter Wang Fatty. Among them were Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, who had previously supported Zhang Hao against Suyu. Although the former two were academically accomplished, the latter were merely troublemakers with little to offer. Yet, united by jealousy towards Jiang Nan, they formed an alliance. Seeing Zhang Hao in a precarious position, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan naturally stepped in to support him. Not only them, but even Suyu crept in from behind, creating a 4-to-1 scenario. Wang Fatty found himself at a disadvantage. In the realm of high school dynamics, numbers often dictated the atmosphere. Hey, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan, do you intend to bully someone? Observing Wang Fatty falter, Bai Ying from the adjacent desk shouted in anger, ready to assist. However, she was halted by Jiang Nan. What a farce. As a man, it was one thing to let his friends take the lead, but Jiang Nan would never permit a woman to defend him. Zhang Hao, Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan, and Suyu, do you truly wish to confront me? The entire class had heard Zhang Hao's earlier claim about eating his desk. There was no way they could deny it. I had intended to let this go, considering we are all classmates, but since you insist on provoking me, do you genuinely believe I lack temper? Either step aside quickly, or... Jiang Nan's sharp gaze swept across the group of boys, barely past adolescence. He had no desire to escalate matters, but if they continued to seek trouble, he would not hesitate to respond with forceful measures. Without delving into a myriad of methods, I could easily present 30 or 50 strategies that would render these individuals utterly powerless. Or perhaps not a single one is necessary? A mere glance would suffice to incapacitate them. The instant Jiang Nan's gaze swept across the room, both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan felt as though they had been pricked by needles. Their scalps tingled and anxiety surged within them. As for Su Yu, he simply wilted under the pressure. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment before a physics class. They had initially perceived these individuals as mere bronze. Yet they were nothing more than worthless scrap metal, blustering weaklings. However, remarkably, Zhang Hao in the front still managed to hold on. Yet, he dared not meet Jiang Nan's eyes. Instead, he waved his hands repeatedly and stammered, That Jiang Nan, you misunderstood. Everyone has misunderstood. I did not come to cause trouble, but to inform you that the physics teacher wants you to visit his office after school. Also, I was wrong before. Here, I wish to apologize. As he spoke, Zhang Hao bowed deeply to Jiang Nan, a full 90 degrees. Swish, swish, swish. At this sight, the onlookers were rendered speechless. The turnaround was too abrupt, leaving them utterly bewildered. Wasn't Zhang Hao previously filled with jealousy and animosity towards Jiang Nan, even tormenting him over assignments? Why had he suddenly opted to apologize? Not only the bystanders, but even Jiang Nan, the subject of this unexpected gesture, found himself momentarily baffled by Zhang Hao's peculiar actions. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, it felt as though he had struck nothing but air. Jiang Nan, I admit your physics skills are exceptional, but I am not to be underestimated. I will surely catch up to you. Before anyone could process this, the apologetic Zhang Hao hurled another taunt at Jiang Nan and promptly returned to his seat, leaving Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan standing there like fools, their faces flushed and burning. Indeed, they were two great fools. They had assumed Zhang Hao was coming to provoke Jiang Nan and rushed to offer support. Yet, the result was that Zhang Hao had bowed before Jiang Nan, effectively delivering a public slap to their faces. It hurt. It truly hurt. Chapter 18. What? A score of 100? Has the system undergone a transformation? The mindset of the academically gifted is often perplexing to those who struggle, and vice versa. In that fleeting moment, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan resembled nothing more than two jesters, the kind ridiculed by the entire class. Frustration, fury, resentment, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Yet, aside from silently cursing their formidable opponents and lamenting their inept teammates, they found themselves powerless. Surely, they could not resort to physically assaulting Zhang Hao, nor engage in a brawl with Jiang Nan. While confronting Zhang Hao was a possibility, it would serve little purpose. As for the thought of clashing with Jiang Nan, it was indeed daunting. Although their disdain for Jiang Nan stemmed from his ostentatious demeanor, the imposing figure he cut, coupled with his piercing gaze, instilled in them a palpable sense of pressure. Ding, ding, ding. Fortunately, the class bell rang at that moment. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan simultaneously exhaled in relief, hastily returning to their seats. However, before departing, they cast a venomous glare at Jiang Nan, as if to convey their unwillingness to concede. You wait. This matter is far from over. We shall not let it rest. We will get you eventually. The threat was unmistakable. In response, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying felt a surge of indignation. Yet, Jiang Nan appeared utterly indifferent, merely offering a few words of comfort to his close friends before resuming his slumber. After all, they were merely blustering bullies, prone to causing trouble, and he did not regard them with any concern. To him, sleep was of paramount importance. His remarkable memory and comprehension allowed him to absorb information with astonishing speed, akin to a relentless machine, rendering his learning efficiency vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. However, this came at the cost of significant mental fatigue, which could only be replenished through rest. Although he had reached his maximum capacity and no longer expended much mental energy, the habit of sleeping during class had unconsciously taken root, proving difficult to alter. Alas, the mantle of the sleep god is hard to shed. Meanwhile, the third class of the afternoon commenced, foreign language class. For students on the brink of the college entrance examination, foreign language lessons were undoubtedly the most arduous of all subjects. Those who understood the material found it exceedingly simple, while those who did not felt as if they were deciphering an ancient script. Consequently, the classroom atmosphere was starkly divided. Scholars like Qin Yumo listened attentively, while a greater number of students appeared listless. A few audacious individuals resorted to clandestinely scoring points on the side, outputting whatever they could. The foreign language teacher was well aware of this, yet felt powerless to intervene. She had already imparted her wisdom, her words having seemingly fallen on deaf ears, and thus, she resigned herself to the situation. As a result, Jiang Nan slumbered soundly until the end of class, and the teacher scarcely cast a glance in his direction. Soon enough, the foreign language lesson concluded, and as the teacher departed, the students erupted with renewed vigor. This was because the next class was their favorite physical education, and following that, they would be free to return home. South God, do not slumber any longer. It's time for physical education class. Jiang Nan had hoped to awaken naturally but was violently roused by Wang Pengzi's booming voice. With no other recourse, he stifled a yawn and reluctantly descended the stairs. In Jiangcheng, March brought gentle spring breezes. Today, the sun shone brightly, yet the warmth was pleasant rather than oppressive, creating an ideal atmosphere for a physical education class. A group of vibrant high school students, clad in their blue and white uniforms, jogged a few laps around the basketball court under the watchful eye of their physical education teacher, Wang Darren, as a warm-up. Shortly thereafter, a shrill whistle pierced the air, calling everyone to gather. Classmates, the college entrance examination looms ever closer. While there will be more physical education classes, opportunities to come to the playground will be scarce. So we will conduct a fitness assessment today. A collective sigh resonated among the students. It was not the fitness test itself that evoked such a response, but the realization that future physical education classes would no longer afford them the chance to play. How lamentable! Yet, amidst the melancholy, some found humor in the situation. Wang Pengzi raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, will we be free to play basketball after the test?" "What? Already thinking about playing basketball at the onset of class? Have you been deprived too long?" Wang Darren jested. Indeed, it had been a long time since they had touched a basketball. With academic pressures mounting, by the time they could arrive at the court after class, the space was often claimed by others, leaving no opportunity to even handle the ball. How pitiful! The chatter continued, revealing their pent-up eagerness. "Very well," Wang Darren replied with a smile. "You may play, but only if you pass the fitness assessment." The first task was for the boys to perform pull-ups, with 9 deemed a passing score, while the girls would do sit-ups, with 25 required to pass. The second task involved a 1,000-meter endurance run for boys, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds, and an 800-meter run for girls, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The genders would be tested separately, and I shall keep track of the scores. Thereafter, there was little more to say. Those doing pull-ups did their pull-ups, and those doing sit-ups did their sit-ups. Most exerted themselves to the fullest, with passing not proving too difficult, save for a select few. Of course, achieving exceptional scores was out of the question. Most fell between passing and satisfactory. Remarkably, Huang Xihai and Wang Dajun each completed 17 pull-ups, earning an impressive score of 95, garnering much admiration. While they may not excel academically in terms of physical prowess, they were not to be underestimated. Next was Wang Kaixian, known as Wang Pengzi. Though dubbed fatty, he was not truly overweight but rather robust, and he performed admirably, completing 16 pull-ups for a score of 90. However, when it was Jiang Nan's turn, a sudden system alert echoed in his mind. For this fitness assessment, please achieve a score of 100. Jiang Nan thought, "What? Must I also strive for a perfect score in the fitness test?" This is the first time the system has set such a requirement. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was the system's demand for him to attain a perfect score of 100, in accordance with previous examinations. Was it not customary to merely meet the passing mark and lead a modest existence? Yet now, one is compelled to strive for remarkable distinction? Could it be that the system has undergone a transformation? Or have I mistakenly acquired the wrong script? Chapter 19, The Bit of the 1,000-Meter Run. Loser kneels. It is not to say that Jiang Nan cannot achieve a perfect score of 100. After all, it is merely 18 pull-ups. Is that a lot? For an ordinary person, it is quite a feat. Previously, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun struggled to accomplish 17, leaving many classmates astounded. However, for Jiang Nan, even 18 pull-ups are trivial. Doubling that number would not pose a challenge. Yet, he truly wishes to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Alas, the system. Sigh. Enough said. It is a matter of tears. Oh, wretched system. You have changed. Jiang Nan silently lamented within. Ding. Please do not insult this system, or it shall retaliate appropriately. The system chimed in. Jiang Nan? Well, this is quite the expert. Not someone to provoke. He swiftly concealed his inner dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, since the system has issued a task, There will undoubtedly be rewards afterward, at the very least, some points. Jiang Nan was not particularly coveting these points. He merely sought an excuse to aim for a perfect score. He chuckled to himself, hee. With that, he began. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. The pace was rapid, unrelenting, executed with remarkable precision. Initially, when Jiang Nan commenced his physical assessment, the audience was sparse. After all, he was neither Huang Xihai nor Hu Dajuan, renowned for their athletic prowess. Despite his tall and sturdy physique, without consistent training, one cannot perform many pull-ups. Yet, when Jiang Nan effortlessly completed 17, the onlookers began to multiply. And then 18. Upon finishing, he gracefully released the bar and landed with neither flushed cheeks nor labored breath, exuding an air of nonchalance. Wow, South God is incredible. He actually managed 18 pull-ups, surpassing both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, the athletic specialists. Is he the only one in class to achieve full marks? This is simply extraordinary. It appears he is not only a genius in academics but possesses remarkable physical prowess as well. Truly remarkable. I was blind to his true capabilities. In an instant, the surrounding crowd was awestruck. What on earth is happening today? The typically unremarkable Jiang Nan has showcased extraordinary talent in mathematics and physics. And now he is dominating athletics as well? This is simply unbelievable. Not only the boys present were astonished, even the girls, who were doing sit-ups nearby, cast admiring glances toward Jiang Nan, including by Ying and Qin Yuma. As for the boys, each felt a mix of emotions, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. Is there no respite? Jiang Nan was already handsome, and now he is a scholarly prodigy with such physical strength. It seems the South God has transformed into a male deity. How utterly envious. Even Wang Pengzi, a good friend from Jiang Nan, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing this scene. Of course, he was not the most affected. That title belonged to Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. They had just completed an impressive 17 pull-ups, basking in the glory of their achievement, when Jiang Nan unceremoniously overshadowed them, stealing all the limelight. This was an undeniable humiliation. Tolerance had its limits. They could no longer endure this affront, and today, a confrontation was inevitable. As Wang Pengzi draped his arm over Jiang Nan's shoulder to offer congratulations, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan approached with a mocking demeanor. Jiang Nan, you're quite the hotshot now, they taunted. Jiang Nan merely glanced at them, his voice calm yet firm. What do you want? Speak your mind. He had little patience for these two, who were irrelevant to him on any normal day, but seemed intent on provoking him today. Huang Xihai's expression shifted as he declared sharply, Jiang Nan, your physical prowess is impressive, surpassing both me and Dajuan in pull-ups. I presume your long-distance running is commendable as well. There's a 1,000-meter race coming up. Are you bold enough to compete against us? Are you two pests that can't find anything better to do than irritate others? Wang Pengzi interjected angrily before Jiang Nan could respond. This isn't your business, so step aside. Huang Xihai retorted. Hu Dajuan added a cutting remark. You're not Jiang Nan's dog. So why defend him? At this, Wang Pengzi's anger boiled over. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow, equally incensed. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were truly insufferable. Not only were they seeking a fight, but they were also insulting his friend. This was unacceptable. Today, he would teach them a lesson to ensure they remembered not to annoy him in the future. Since you won a competition, let us proceed. What are the rules? Jiang Nan asked, ready to engage. The rules are simple. It's just a matter of who runs faster. Hu Dajuan immediately replied, eager to seize the opportunity. Fearing Jiang Nan might back out, Huang Xihai quickly added, we won't bully you. If you can surpass either of us, you win. All right, Jiang Nan nodded. It's just a run. Who's afraid of whom? With his physical condition, he felt confident he could easily outpace Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, akin to effortlessly dispatching two chicks. However, upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi grew anxious. Jiang Nan, you absolutely cannot compete with them. Don't forget, both are athletes on the school track team, excelling in running. They've won accolades in both sprints and long-distance events at the school sports meet for the past 2 years. Wang Pengzi was filled with concern. Although Jiang Nan had performed remarkably in pull-ups, it bore little relevance to running. However, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan are experts in this regard. And Wang Pengzi could hardly believe that Jiang Nan could emerge victorious. Naturally, he was determined to thwart any such outcome. Yet, Jiang Nan shook his head, reassuring, do not fret. My friend, with these two misfits, victory is assured. Are you out of your mind, Nan Shen? Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I am perfectly sane. Jiang Nan replied calmly, These two are as tenacious as stubborn adhesive. I intend to teach them a lesson. Ah, you speak with great bravado, Huang Zihai remarked, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes. Since you are so confident, why not wager something? If you lose, you shall kneel before the entire class and admit your inferiority. What say you? Wang Pengzi could no longer contain himself, erupting in anger. Huang Zihai, we are all classmates. Do not overstep your bounds. Calm down, Pengzi, Jiang Nan urged, patting his shoulder to instill tranquility. He then cast a glance at Huang Zihai. I accept your wager. But what if you lose? Preposterous. How could we possibly lose? Hu Dajuan interjected, his confidence unwavering. And should we lose? Jiang Nan inquired, his eyes glinting with significance. If we lose, we too shall kneel publicly and concede our shortcomings, Huang Zihai retorted with a cold smirk. Very well, it is settled then. They agreed, sealing their pact. Chapter 20. How is it possible? He actually caught up. Everyone heard that, right? Jiang Nan willingly accepted the bet with us. No one forced him. When he loses later, you all must bear witness. Huang Zihai had just reached an agreement with Jiang Nan and immediately called upon fellow students to announce the wager. The reason for this was to ensure the matter was conclusively settled, preventing Jiang Nan from denying it later. After all, he had suffered considerable embarrassment in front of Jiang Nan today. This time, he was determined to defeat him and humiliate him thoroughly. Indeed, everyone, come and witness this. Haha. Hu Dajuan instantly echoed Huang Zihai's words. Both wore expressions of extraordinary confidence, their faces radiating delight, almost bursting with exuberance. Throughout the 3 years of high school, despite their lackluster academic performance, they were undeniably the kings of physical prowess, ranking among the best in the entire school, especially in running. In every annual sports meet, they had claimed victory in the top spots. It was precisely for this reason that they had become recognized as athletes. As for Jiang Nan, despite his tall and robust stature, he had never participated in any sports meets, nor had he ever been known for his running skills. Thus, they were clearly not in the same league. What on earth is going on? Is Nan Shen out of his mind? He actually dares to challenge Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan to a race? Let us not forget that both Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan had previously completed the 1,000-meter run in under 3 minutes during the sports meet, akin to cheetahs, far surpassing anyone else. This certainly feels like a dimensional strike. The competition seems rather unjust. Nan Shen is likely to suffer humiliation. How pitiful. Around them, the onlookers were chattering, generally pessimistic about Jiang Nan's prospects, even pointing fingers at him. After all, the facts were glaringly evident. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who was measuring sit-ups, upon hearing of the wager, immediately sprang to her feet and hurried over to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you mustn't tea. You cannot bet against them. If it were something else, like academic performance, that would be fine, but in running, you are no match for them. Upon finishing her plea, she turned to blame Wang Pengzi, saying, Pengzi, weren't you just with Jiang Nan? Why didn't you persuade him? I tried, but I couldn't dissuade him. Wang Pengzi sighed, looking helplessly at Jiang Nan. Nan Shen, you were too impulsive just now. How about I go and apologize to Huang Zihai and the others? It's better than being publicly humiliated later. Quickly go. Bai Yingying hurriedly urged Wang Pengzi, addressing Jiang Nan. Before it begins, let us not compete. Wang Pengzi, with his thick skin, could handle it. Bai Yingying certainly didn't want to witness her good friend being publicly humiliated, while Wang Pengzi remained indifferent. Ouch. That stung. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi instantly felt 1,000 points of damage. However, for the sake of my brother, I shall go all out. Yet, just as he was about to set off, Jiang Nan seized him firmly. Speaking of which, Fatty, Yingying, what is your hurry? Rest assured, since I dare to gamble with them, I am confident in my ability to win. It's all fine. Nevertheless, Wang Fatty and Bai Yingying remained anxious, unaffected by Jiang Nan's reassurances. There is no however in this. The wager has been placed, so just watch how I discipline them. Jiang Nan smiled calmly, exuding an air of confidence. The tiger does not roar, and yet they truly believe him to be a sickly cat? Moreover, his agreement to the bet was not only to teach Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson, but also due to a task issued by the system. Previously, the system had tasked him with achieving a control score of 100. In the first item, the pull-up, he had already scored the perfect 100, but received no reward from the system. Clearly, he must also score 100 in the second item, the 1,000-meter run, to complete the task, although he was reluctant to draw attention to himself, now that the system had pushed him to this extent. Teaching Huang Zihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson was merely a matter of course. However, He pondered how many seconds he should run to avoid being too astonishing. Ah, this is quite a conundrum. He must not run too fast, otherwise, gaining notoriety would be undesirable. Simultaneously, the news of the bet between Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun and Jiang Nan had spread thoroughly, thanks to the promotion by the former two. Onlookers, relishing the spectacle, eagerly urged the physical education teacher to commence the second physical assessment. In this regard, Wang Darren also took an interest. He did not obstruct this wager, after all. Sports is about competitive spirit. Betting is not a grave matter and can even enhance everyone's passion for sports, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. As for the insulting wager, he, as the teacher, would mediate afterward. Toot. All right, everyone, gather round. We shall now proceed to the second physical assessment. For boys, the 1,000 meters must be completed in under 4 minutes and 35 seconds to pass, while for girls, the 800 meters must be completed in under 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The boys shall go first. Remember, safety comes first, and friendship is paramount. Each must run their own race without tripping others. Ready, go. With Wang Darren's command, all 35 boys in the class surged forth onto the athletic field like a swarm. It is worth noting that running the 1,000 meters requires strategy. The first lap of the track is a standard 400 meters, meaning the 1,000 meters is 2.5 laps. However, the second lap measures 407 for meters, and the third lap is 414 for meters, increasing with each subsequent lap. Since all competitors start from the same line, it is crucial to seize the inner lane during the first lap. This not only conserves time and energy, but also hinders opponents, forcing them to cover more distance. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun were no exception. During the positioning, they firmly occupied the inner lane. Thus, as the race commenced, they rode swiftly, capturing both the first and second positions, leaving the others far behind. Jiang Nan, you foolish one. How dare you challenge us to a race? Completely oblivious to your own limitations. Watch as we crush you this time. If we don't surpass you by 20 seconds, we shall not be called the Speedy Duo. Prepare yourself to kneel in defeat. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun were filled with pride. This bet was undoubtedly theirs to win, setting aside their evident strength. The advantage they had at the start left Jiang Nan with no hope. However, at that moment, a faint sound of breathlessness emerged from behind, reaching Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun's ears. Who could this be? Someone is actually keeping pace with me and Dajun? Quite impressive. Although this is merely the first lap, and we have only exerted 80% of our strength, they should still be far beyond those feeble losers. Huang Xihai felt puzzled. Hu Dajun furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, they did not turn to look back, as it would waste precious time. It wasn't until they passed the 200-meter bend that they stole a glance over their shoulders. But as soon as they did, they were taken aback. Good heavens! That tall figure and handsome face. Could it be Jiang Nan, known as the Southern God? How is this possible? He has actually caught up. Chapter 21. What? Is this really happening? Unbelievable. It is utterly astonishing. All the other boys in the class have been left far behind by Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun. Yet Jiang Nan has managed to keep pace? This revelation startled both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun, almost disrupting their rhythm. Nevertheless, being seasoned athletes, they quickly regained their composure, took deep breaths, shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, gritted their teeth, and accelerated their pace once again. Initially, they had intended to conserve their energy during the first lap and unleash their full strength in the second. However, at this moment, they abandoned that plan. They were determined to crush Jiang Nan into the ground. In an instant, Jiang Nan was once again left in the dust. Rubbish is still rubbish. He may have caught up briefly, but that must have taken every ounce of his strength. Now that we are going all out, he can go to hell. How lonely it is to be invincible. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun both chuckled to themselves. Yet, their mirth was short-lived. What? How is this possible? He has caught up again? As they rounded the 300-meter bend, they caught sight of Jiang Nan once more in their peripheral vision. This sent shockwaves through them once again. No way. How can this be? They were giving it their all. Yet, Jiang Nan was visibly closing the gap, even nearing the point of surpassing them. This cannot happen. He must not be allowed to overtake us. We must push ourselves even harder. In perfect unison, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun poured all their strength into their legs. The scene resembled two fiery wheels racing forward. In that moment, they felt as though they were about to transcend their limits, shattering their previous records, their blood boiling with excitement. At this point, they were truly invincible. Jiang Nan would undoubtedly be left behind. However, Before they could revel in their triumph, a voice suddenly pierced through their concentration. Hey, I must say, your speed is quite mediocre. Like snails, and you dare to act arrogantly before me? Why not? Try pushing a bit harder. I can still keep up. Suddenly, the teasing remark from Jiang Nan reached Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun's ears. Huang Xihai? Hu Dajun. In an instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. What did they just hear? Jiang Nan was speaking? Goodness, this is a 1,000-meter sprint. They were in the midst of a full-throttle dash. How could Jiang Nan still have the energy to converse? And he sounded as though he wasn't even out of breath. How is this possible? Heaven above, earth below. Surely you are not toying with us. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun, in disbelief, summoned every ounce of strength they had left, feeling as though they might take flight. However, Jiang Nan clung to them like a piece of taffy, utterly inseparable. When they sped up, Jiang Nan matched their pace. When they slowed down, he did the same. Infuriatingly. During yet another turn, Jiang Nan astonishingly kept pace with them, as if they were synchronized. Dajun, block him. Suddenly, Huang Xihai's gaze sharpened as he struggled to issue a command to Hu Dajun. Got it. Hu Dajun nodded, his face shadowed with foreboding. It was evident that they were not going to outrun him, but were preparing to resort to underhanded tactics, planning to flank him and set traps. You need not obstruct me. I shall simply break away myself, Jiang Nan responded with a cold smile. As Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun drew nearer, he preemptively veered towards the outer lane. Upon witnessing this, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun exhaled in relief. The outer lane was considerably longer than the inner one. Particularly since Jiang Nan was now running in the 7th or 8th lap, he was essentially covering an additional 50 meters compared to them. If this continued, his exertion would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Yet, their moment of relief was short-lived. They soon realized that despite running on the outer lane, Jiang Nan's speed was anything but diminished. In fact, he seemed to be considerably faster. Whether on straightaways or curves, he never veered toward the inner lane and still managed to keep pace with them. Even as they were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, feeling as though they might explode, Jiang Nan remained unfazed. Clearly, he was conserving his energy. This was maddening. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun were driven to the brink of insanity. Jiang Nan was deliberately toying with them. He could easily lead the race, but chose to synchronize with them instead, occasionally throwing in a taunting remark. TSK. The impact was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. They were already pushing their physical limits, sustained only by their unwillingness to concede, and now Jiang Nan's antics were pushing Hu Dajun to the edge. He suddenly felt breathless and nauseous, his vision dimmed, and he collapsed forward. Had he genuinely fainted? As he fell, he inadvertently tripped Huang Xihai, who lost his balance and similarly fell, landing with a thud right in front of Jiang Nan. With this spectacle, the entire athletic field was rendered speechless, eyes wide in disbelief. Even Jiang Nan, the very subject of this incident, was taken aback. He had merely paused upon witnessing Hu Dajun fall, only to be greeted by Huang Xihai kneeling before him. Is this too courteous? Wasn't it supposed to be after the race that one kneels publicly? What does this signify now? An early admission of defeat? Chapter 22. Following Lao Wang guarantees your admission to university well. Nan Shen is truly remarkable. Not only can he surpass you in mathematics and Zhang Hao in physics, but he can also outpace Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun in running. This is simply astonishing. Just moments ago, I thought Jiang Nan was destined to lose and humiliate himself. Yet the outcome was utterly contrary. No one would believe he isn't the protagonist. On the athletic field, numerous classmates from Class 4 of the senior year continuously expressed their astonishment towards Jiang Nan, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. They were thoroughly impressed, completely taken aback. Among them were Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who, in terms of athletics, had completely surrendered to Jiang Nan. As for Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun, they were absent from the scene, having tumbled down at high speed. One of them even lost consciousness on the spot. This incident was no trifling matter. While it may not have been life-threatening, broken bones and severe injuries were inevitable. As the physical education teacher, Wang Darren promptly took Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun to the school infirmary. Nan Shen, you are incredible! Wang Fatty excitedly punched Jiang Nan's shoulder, using the term incredible to express his admiration. Initially, he believed that Jiang Nan's wager against Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun was akin to an egg striking a rock, a guaranteed loss. Thus, he had vehemently opposed and attempted to prevent it, fretting over the outcome. However, he never anticipated that the conclusion would unfold in this manner. His brother was truly on the verge of an extraordinary rise. On another front, Bai Ying gazed at Jiang Nan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. Jiang Nan, you are simply amazing. I had no idea you were so proficient at running. She once thought she understood Jiang Nan well. She knew he was typically modest and understated, yet a friend of great potential. But now she realized her understanding was superficial. Jiang Nan not only possessed potential, but also remarkable strength. Today, he had repeatedly astonished her, compelling her to reevaluate him time and again. This good friend could only be described with one word: incredible. I adore you. In the midst of their conversation, the physical education teacher Wang Darren returned after escorting Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan to the infirmary. His steps hurried and his expression somewhat grave. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired, "Teacher, how are Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan? Are their injuries serious?" He added defensively, "I can't be entirely blamed for this. After all, I had no idea they were so fragile that they would fall right in front of me. But I didn't touch them." From Wang Darren's expression, it appeared that the situation might be rather serious. Consequently, it was impossible for Jiang Nan not to feel anxious. Although he had intended to teach Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson, he had merely teased them during the race. However, he truly did not intend to cause any harm or fatality to his opponent. After all, they were classmates. It would be unwise to take things too far, wouldn't it? Yet, one must always consider the worst-case scenario. What if Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were to suffer serious injuries? That would indeed create a predicament. Nevertheless, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, simply laughed and reassured him, stating that Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan had only sustained minor scrapes and were not in serious trouble. Instead, he expressed his astonishment at Jiang Nan's remarkable abilities. It is worth noting that both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were outstanding athletes, having frequently completed the 1,000-meter run in under 3 minutes. With further training, they might even achieve national second-level status. Yet, here was Jiang Nan, who effortlessly outperformed them. Impressive indeed. Wang Darren pondered how Jiang Nan had honed such skills, having trained him for nearly 3 years without realizing his potential. Upon hearing that Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were relatively unharmed, Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "As long as they are okay, that is all that matters. I was just worried they might cause trouble for me if something went awry." As for his running, he admitted, "I simply ran without much practice. I would rate my skills as merely average." Average? No, this is far beyond average, Wang Darren countered, shaking his head. "I observed you running with ease, clearly holding back. If you had given your all, completing it in 2 minutes and 40 seconds would be well within your grasp. Given your lack of regular training, you have performed exceptionally well. If you commit to serious practice, the possibilities are limitless. You are undoubtedly the finest talent I have encountered among my students. Achieving national first-level status should be a mere formality. I suggest you forego your academic courses and focus solely on athletics under my guidance. I guarantee you will secure a place in college." As he spoke, Wang Darren affectionately draped an arm over Jiang Nan's shoulder, as if fearing this precious gem might slip away. Jiang Nan momentarily hesitated. Was he truly that impressive? Perhaps, considering he had only exerted about 60 to 70% of his strength. However, he had no intention of becoming an athlete. "Teacher, do not call me teacher. From now on, refer to me as Old Wang." Wang Darren waved his hand with bold enthusiasm, pulling Jiang Nan close as if they were old friends. "But Old Wang, enough with the buts. Rest assured, with my specialized training and your exceptional talent, while you may not reach the heights of Shanghai Sports University, achieving a place in Hubei Sports University is certainly within reach. Time is of the essence. Let us go find your homeroom teacher and complete the necessary paperwork." Without waiting for Jiang Nan's consent, Wang Darren enthusiastically seized him and began to drag him away. Clearly, he was in a hurry. No, rather, he was exhilarated. Rarely does one encounter such exceptional talent, and this could very well be his ticket to a higher position as a director. Meanwhile, the other students remained frozen in place, exchanging puzzled glances. Had the physical education teacher really whisked Jiang Nan away? What were they supposed to do now? Continue with the physical fitness assessment? Is it possible to move freely once again? Chapter 23. The Passionate Physics Teacher, Xia Hongwei Teacher Who. Allow me to share something with you, but please remain composed. It appears that Jiang Nan from your class is truly exceptional. After many years of teaching physics, I have never encountered a student with such remarkable talent and capability. He undoubtedly embodies the legendary status of a physics prodigy, an extraordinary scholar. Henceforth, I shall take him under my wing. It matters not if his performance in other subjects falters. With his current prowess in physics, he is more than capable of representing our school in the National Middle School Physics Competition. In fact, the preliminary and semifinal rounds pose no challenge for him. Should he perform well in the finals, securing a national first prize is entirely within reach, which would grant him additional points for direct admission. Even the prestigious institutions of Tsinghua and Beida would not be beyond his grasp. In the office of Class 4's homeroom teacher, 3 individuals are seated: the homeroom teacher Hu Yifei, the mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, and the physics teacher Xia Hongwei. Xia Hongwei, brimming with enthusiasm, gesticulates animatedly, his excitement palpable. He has long been confined by the weight of anticipation. During the second physics class of the afternoon, upon discovering Jiang Nan's exceptional aptitude, a fervent fire ignited within him. Yet, due to the ongoing lesson, he had to bide his time before approaching Hu Yifei to discuss this matter. He is aware that Jiang Nan struggles in other subjects. However, this is of little consequence. A single outstanding skill can pave the way to success. Given Jiang Nan's physics acumen, there is no need for him to sit for the college entrance examination. He can embark directly on the path of competition and guaranteed admission. He would not even consider an ordinary first-tier university. At the very least, he would aim for the likes of Jiaodong or Fudan University, or even the illustrious Tsinghua and Beida. Just imagine the exhilarating scene. How long has it been since a student from Jiangnan 3 high school gained admission to Tsinghua or Beida? 5 years? 8 years? Or perhaps even 10? It has certainly been an eternity. In the past, Jiangnan 3 was quite commendable. While it may not have ranked first, it stood alongside number 1 and number 2 high schools, forming a triumvirate of excellence. Back then, no? 3 high school produced numerous outstanding talents, with many gaining admission to Tsinghua and Beida. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the school's reputation has declined. Not only has it fallen behind its former rivals, number 1 and number 2, but it has also been surpassed by 2 private institutions, Chuying and Lanpu, relegating it to a struggle for the top 5 with the likes of number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8 high schools. What a tragic state of affairs. Yet now, Xia Hongwei is determined to shatter the curse that has plagued number 3 high school, reviving its former glory. How could he possibly contain his excitement? He has resolved that, come what may, Jiang Nan must participate in the physics competition, while any shortcomings in other subjects can be disregarded. However, what perplexes him is that after his impassioned speech, Hu Yifei, Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, does not exhibit the astonishment and excitement he had anticipated. Not only Hu Yifei, but even Chao Tianyuan appears remarkably composed and unfazed. Xia Hongwei furrowed his brow and retorted, "What? Teacher Hu, do you perhaps doubt my words? Do you think I am merely fabricating tales about Jiangnan's brilliance? No. Teacher Xia, you misunderstand." Hu Yifei smiled and waved her hand. "I certainly believe in your words. However, your suggestion for Jiang Nan to abandon other subjects in favor of solely focusing on physics competitions is rather inadvisable. I believe he can participate in the physics competition while still maintaining his studies in other subjects. After all, Teacher Hu, have you lost your senses?" Before Hu Yifei could finish her sentence, Xia Hongwei abruptly stood up, his voice sharp and commanding. "Jiang Nan is a prodigy in physics, a rare talent that comes once in a century. Yet, in other subjects, he performs only at an average level. Thus, he must devote all his energy to physics, otherwise it would be a waste of his innate abilities. I have stated my position clearly, yet you still insist on having him divide his focus among other subjects? Is this how you conduct your teaching? Is this how you fulfill your role as a homeroom teacher? It's no wonder the school's reputation has declined in recent years, with fewer outstanding students emerging. It seems that the issue is not merely a reduction in talented students, but rather our failure to recognize their potential, even when discovered. They are hindered by teaching philosophies like yours. If Jiang Nan is not allowed to specialize in physics, we shall both be complicit in the school's failure, responsible for the destruction of a physics genius, deserving to be nailed to the pillar of shame, unforgivable." Xia Hongwei was genuinely infuriated. He was known for his stern demeanor and rarely lost his temper. However, when he did, it was akin to the fury of a thunderous battleship. Such was his intensity that few could withstand it. As the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei widened her eyes in shock, her mouth agape, momentarily frozen. Despite her diligent and responsible teaching style, earning her nicknames such as Sister Hongxing 13, Saint Seiya, and even the Ruthless Demoness. When compared to an established educator like Xia Hongwei, she felt somewhat outmatched. Caught off guard and silenced, she struggled to find an opportunity to counter. Thankfully, it was Chao Tianyuan, a fellow seasoned teacher, who could no longer bear the tension. With a smile, he intervened, "Old Xia, teacher who hasn't even finished her thoughts. Why are you so incensed? Moreover, if anyone should bear your ire, it ought to be me. For prior to your arrival, I had already discussed with teacher who that Jiang Nan would represent the school in next month's Olympiad competition. Therefore, I, Chao Tianyuan, would be the first to oppose your suggestion that Jiang Nan abandon other subjects to focus solely on physics. Old Chao, how could you be so confused? Jiang Nan is a prodigy in physics, and he must specialize in it. Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, Xia Hongwei felt an overwhelming surge of anger and instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of reproach. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. He then countered, Old Chao, what did you just say? You want Jiang Nan to participate in the mathematical Olympiad? Chapter 24 Teacher Who, I have something to discuss. But please don't be too agitated. Indeed, Chao Tianyuan nodded affirmatively, stating, this much has already been agreed upon by Teacher Who. What? How could you do this? Xia Hongwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Old Chao, Jiang Nan is a physics prodigy, not a mathematical genius. Are you truly sending him to participate in the Olympiad? Have you lost your mind? It is well known that the Olympiad is far more challenging than physics competitions. Moreover, it bears greater authority and prestige. It has been years since anyone from our school has participated in the Olympiad, and yet you wish for Jiang Nan to compete? I can't help but doubt whether my old friend is becoming muddled with age. Should I refer him to a doctor? You are the one who has lost your senses. Chao Tianyuan shot Xia Hongwei an irritated glance. Who told you that Jiang Nan excels solely in physics? To be frank, he is not only a physics genius but also a mathematical prodigy, and his capabilities in other subjects are equally commendable. Furthermore, I was the first to recognize his potential, Teacher Who was the second, leaving you in a distant third. How is this possible? Though I am not Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher and do not know him intimately, I am aware that his performance in other subjects has always been rather average. At best, he barely meets the standard. How could he be both a physics genius and a mathematical genius, while also excelling in other subjects? Wait a moment, could it be that? Suddenly, a terrifying and inconceivable thought struck Xia Hongwei's mind. It seemed that Jiang Nan's past performance in physics was mediocre as well. It was only today during physics class that he demonstrated an extraordinary talent, astonishing everyone. He had not considered this before. Only now did he realize. Physics is a subject that requires gradual progression. One cannot suddenly become omniscient. Thus, the only explanation is, Jiang Nan has been feigning ignorance all along. In reality, he has been exceptional in physics for quite some time. If he excels in physics, why not in other subjects? You guessed it right. Jiang Nan has indeed been purposefully concealing his capabilities, performing ordinarily in every exam, with scores just above passing, all the while meticulously controlling his grades. In truth, he is a superlative scholar, not just in mathematics and physics, but an all-rounder, with his mathematical talent being paramount. Before Xia Hongwei could fully grasp the implications, Chao Tianyuan confidently confirmed his suspicions, relishing in the revelation. Wow! Upon hearing this, Xia Hongwei could not help but exclaim in disbelief, nearly popping his eyes out. It was indeed as he thought. This revelation made everything clear. The truth was now unveiled. No wonder Jiang Nan's past physics grades were average. Yet today he rose to prominence, astonishing all. It turned out he had deliberately hidden his abilities, even controlling his scores during exams. This line of reasoning is simply astonishing. Controlling scores. This is indeed the legendary art of score control. He had heard tales of exceptionally talented students in prestigious schools who, for reasons unknown, chose to obscure their brilliance by deliberately underperforming in exams. Such individuals, when they finally choose to reveal their capabilities, astonish everyone. After all, they are undoubtedly the C'Army de la C'Army destined for the likes of Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet, he had never encountered such a phenomenon until now, right within his own class. It was a perplexing situation, leaving him torn between laughter and tears. He had been thoroughly deceived by that rascal from Jiang Nan over the past 3 years. How pitiable. Humph. Teacher Xia, is it possible that even you can be rendered speechless? Just moments ago, you were quite fierce in your criticism, yet now, you appear utterly flabbergasted, veins popping from your neck. Meanwhile, Hui Fei observed Xia Hongwei completely losing his composure, his neck veins bulging, and felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. However, as Xia Hongwei seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly turned serious as he directed a sharp gaze at Chao Tianyuan, saying, Old Chao, what did you just say? You claim Jiang Nan ranks first in mathematical talent? Indeed. Chao Tianyuan nodded with a smile. As the first to recognize Jiang Nan's talent for score control, He firmly believed that Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics. Moreover, the results from the morning's examination served as testament to this. With a score of 90 on the Olympiad mock exam, one could only imagine the heights he might reach if he were to apply himself fully. However, upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei was instantly incensed and rebuked Chao Tianyuan. You speak nonsense. Clearly, Jiang Nan's prowess lies in physics, a fact I have already validated in class, witnessed by all the students from class 4. You are mistaken. Jiang Nan is strongest in physics in an instant. The atmosphere shifted toward an unpredictable direction. The two friends, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, found themselves engaged in a heated argument over which subject Jiang Nan was most gifted in, their faces flushed with intensity, almost ready to come to blows. Hui Fei, observing this spectacle, was left speechless. Was it truly necessary to argue so vehemently? As Jiang Nan's homeroom and Chinese teacher, she was well aware of his literary talent being unparalleled. Yet, she remained silent. Why should two subject teachers squabble over trivialities? Nonetheless, she merely contemplated these thoughts internally, as once Xie Hongwei had already overwhelmed her. She had no desire to contend with both of these stubborn old men simultaneously. On the contrary, she felt compelled to mediate and separate them. Just as she was about to intervene, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. Before Hui Fei could respond, the office door burst open with a resounding bang, revealing the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, alongside Jiang Nan, who was casually draping an arm over his shoulder. The moment Wang Darren spotted Hui Fei in the office, his eyes lit up, and disregarding the presence of Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, he pointed at Jiang Nan and said, Teacher Hu, I have something to discuss with you. Please do not become too agitated. Chapter 25. Who is so short-sighted as to mislead the youth? Don't be too agitated, Hui Fei said, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Darren. Mr. Wang, if I recall correctly, you should be conducting our physical education class right now. What brings you here? And why have you brought Jiang Nan with you? Has he done something wrong? No. Jiang Nan has done nothing wrong, Wang Darren replied, shaking his head vigorously as he pulled Jiang Nan closer. On the contrary, he is a promising talent I have discovered. I brought him here to request that you facilitate his transfer to a sports student, effective immediately. From today onwards, he will be under my tutelage and will no longer attend academic classes. Hui Fei was taken aback, a multitude of question marks hovering above her head. Mr. Wang, are you joking? With Jiang Nan's lethargic disposition, how could he possibly become a sports student? Hu teacher, I assure you, this is no jest, Wang Darren said, his expression grave and earnest. During today's physical assessment, Jiang Nan effortlessly outpaced Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, both of whom are sports students, in the 1,000-meter run. If he exerts himself fully, achieving a time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds is well within his capabilities. With additional training, he stands a solid chance of reaching national level. Do you comprehend what this entails? He could gain entry to prestigious sports institutions, and, should he secure some accolades, he could even attend top-tier universities. Wait, just a moment, Hui Fei gasped, astonished. Mr. Wang, could it be true that Jiang Nan possesses such athletic prowess? Let me clarify, not merely impressive, but exceptionally remarkable. His foundation is incredibly strong. One could argue he is the most physically gifted student I have ever mentored. Wang Darren asserted, the veins on his neck standing out as he spoke with intensity. Despite her disbelief, Hui Fei found herself compelled to accept his words. Her gaze shifting toward Jiang Nan. You, Wang teacher, let's cut the small talk and expedite the process for Jiang Nan, Wang Darren urged. Once he is under my guidance, I guarantee his university admission, and you need not concern yourself further. Wang Darren's audacity was astounding. You actually dare to take Jiang Nan under your wing? Wouldn't that be squandering his potential and leading him astray? Before Hui Fei could respond, a voice interjected from the side, Xie Hongwei, the physics teacher. He had initially intended to engage in a debate with Chao Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher, regarding Jiang Nan's extraordinary talent, but Wang Darren's interruption thwarted his plans. Not only do you interrupt my argument, but you also wish to convert my most valued student into a sports student? This is utterly unacceptable. Simultaneously, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, unwilling to concede, scoffed at Wang Darren. Mr. Wang, what do you intend for Jiang Nan? To starve him and subject him to relentless training? Since you are a physical education teacher, focus on your role and refrain from unnecessary distractions. Wang Darren, utterly bewildered, questioned whether he had inadvertently offended Xie Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, inciting their simultaneous ire. He pondered the absurdity of being accused of squandering talent and misleading students, when his true intention was to discover and nurture potential. At that moment, a surge of indignation welled within him, only to be swiftly extinguished. The reason was clear. Xie Hongwei, significantly older and the deputy head of the physics department, was a seasoned expert, while Chao Tianyuan, the deputy head of mathematics, boasted even greater credentials. As a mere physical education teacher, he felt utterly outmatched. Thus, he refrained from engaging with these esteemed individuals and turned his attention to the young homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei. Teacher Hu, I am not jesting. Please expedite Jiang Nan's paperwork. Paperwork? Huh, what nonsense. Hu Yifei retorted. In the past, should Jiang Nan's athletic potential have been recognized, she would have eagerly supported his transition to a sports student. However, the present circumstances differed. With a smile, she shook her head, refusing. Mr. Wang, Jiang Nan cannot become a sports student because he... What? He can't become a sports student? Why ever not? Teacher Hu, you must reconsider your stance. You have a responsibility to your students and cannot jeopardize Jiang Nan's future. He possesses remarkable athletic potential. If he were to transition to a sports student, opportunities at top institutions would await him. Isn't that desirable? After all, these are at least second-tier universities. Or do you harbor some grudge against him, wishing to sabotage his prospects? Before Hu Yifei could finish her thought, Wang Darren interrupted her sharply. Damn it, I came here in high spirits, only to receive such a disheartening response. How can I accept this? In an instant, he glared at Hu Yifei, his fierce demeanor reminiscent of a formidable warrior, as if ready to confront anyone in his path. So what if I cannot contend with Xie Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan? Surely, I can assert myself against you, a newly appointed homeroom teacher. Hu Yifei was at a loss for words. Just moments prior, she had faced criticism from Xie Hongwei regarding her attitude, and now Wang Darren was chastising her as well. Did they truly perceive her as an easy target? Little did they know of her formidable reputation as a fierce and relentless figure. However, before she could unleash her frustration, others intervened, and to her surprise, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, previously at odds, united against Wang Darren. Does a mere adult body dare to voice its opinions? It is nothing more than an ordinary second-tier institution. Even if it belongs to a first-tier category, such as the institutions in Shanghai or Yanjing, it is merely a slightly superior first tier, and what significance does that hold? One must recognize that Jiang Nan is about to participate in the Olympiad in mathematics in the physics competition, and there is a high probability of securing a national first prize, thereby being directly recommended for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, a feat accomplished by a remarkable prodigy. This would shatter the nearly decade-long curse of our school, which has not seen a student gain entry to Tsinghua or Peking University and reignite the brilliance of our institution. Yet, you now propose that he transition to a sports student? This is truly short-sighted and detrimental to the future of the students. Such ignorance. Chapter 26 Indeed. Has the issue of score manipulation been uncovered? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? At that moment, the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, found himself haunted by these existential queries. He was utterly bewildered, having been thoroughly chastised by Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, unable to withstand their formidable onslaught. He was consumed by anger. After all, we are speaking of the esteemed Tsinghua University and Yantian University. For an ordinary athlete, gaining admission to these institutions is a remarkable achievement. Moreover, they even mentioned Hu University and Yin University, the pinnacle of sports education in the country. Yet, the outcome was a harsh critique from Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, who dismissed Hu University and Yin University as merely slightly superior first-tier schools. Good heavens! Wang Darren felt as though his lungs might burst from indignation. Having devoted so much time to being a physical education teacher, he had long dreamed of nurturing students capable of entering Hu University or Yin University, yet had never succeeded. Finally, he had encountered a promising talent in Jiang Nan, a chance to fulfill his aspiration. But now not only were they holding Jiang Nan back, but they were also belittling Hu University and Yin University? This was intolerable. If the uncle could bear it, the aunt could not. He was on the verge of an explosion. However, in the next moment, a bucket of cold water was poured over him. What? Jiang Nan is set to participate in the Olympiad and physics competitions, and there is an overwhelming probability that he will secure a national first prize, which would allow him direct admission to Tsinghua or Beida. A true prodigy capable of reviving the glory of the third middle school? Wang Darren? He was once again flabbergasted. Jiang Nan excels academically to such a degree? It is well known that securing a dual national first prize in the Olympiad in physics is far more prestigious than any athletic national first prize. In sports, the utmost one could achieve would be Hu University or Yin University, which pales in comparison to the likes of Tsinghua or Beida. He was inclined to disbelieve. Yet, witnessing the serious expressions on Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei's faces, along with Hu Yifei's persistent attempts to restrain him, he could no longer deny the truth. This was, for all intents and purposes, a reality. Consequently, a wave of despondency washed over him. Oh heavens! Oh earth! How unjust fate is! Why bestow such a remarkable physique upon Jiang Nan, only to endow him with academic prowess as well? Was it truly easy for him to encounter such a gifted student? It was no small feat. It is worth noting that, in the past, although there were Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan who were reasonably talented, they were not nurtured by him, but had been snatched away by other physical education teachers long ago. This had earned him considerable ridicule. Wang Darren, so excessively kind and honest that his own students ended up studying under others. For quite some time he had walked through the school with his head hung low. He had hoped that this time he could rely on Jiang Nan for a turnaround. But alas, words failed him, and despair loomed heavily. Ultimately, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, casting a lingering gaze at Jiang Nan, as if to say, "Young man, your academic results are so impressive. Why did you not mention this sooner? Truly you have given me hope, only to plunge me into despair. Jiang Nan, you have led me astray." Then, he walked away without looking back. He arrived with enthusiasm but left in disappointment. His silhouette bore a hint of melancholy, loneliness, and sadness. To this, Jiang Nan felt a profound sense of guilt. Yet, one cannot blame him too much. After all, during the journey, he had repeatedly wanted to express that he had no intention of pursuing athletics, yet Wang Darren never afforded him the opportunity to speak. Instead, he incessantly referred to Jiang Nan, calling him South God and brother, creating an intense camaraderie. TSK. Initially, he had intended to follow and offer some words of comfort to Wang Darren. However, the moment he moved, he was promptly intercepted by 3 teachers who resembled ravenous wolves. Rather robust individuals. Jiang Nan? Oh no, I sense a threatening aura. Previously, both the mathematics and physics teachers had summoned him to the office after school. Now, they were all together? And to make matters worse, an additional troublesome homeroom teacher was thrown into the mix? This trouble was likely to be considerable. Indeed, as he had anticipated, there stood Chao Tianyuan, Xie Hongwei, and Hu Yifei, all fixating on Jiang and with a gaze that was both incisive and peculiar. Instantly, Jiang Nan could not help but shiver. Goodness, goodness, goodness. I ask you, esteemed teachers, what does that look mean? Do you take me for a rare specimen? Silence. In that moment, the office fell into an awkward hush. No one spoke, as if contemplating how to broach the subject. Ultimately, it was the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, with her hands on her hips, who gazed intently at Jiang Nan and broke the silence. Jiang Nan, my dear student, please be candid with me. What is truly happening here? You excel in mathematics. You excel in physics, and now you excel in athletics as well. Is there anything you cannot do? Capable? Incapable? Such words are fraught with ambiguity. As a man, how could one declare oneself incapable? Not only must one be capable, but one must also excel in all areas. Naturally, this was Jiang Nan's inner monologue. In reality, teacher, what are you talking about? What do you mean by capable or incapable? Why can I not comprehend? Jiang Nan feigned innocence, until the very last moment. He wished to struggle for a little longer. What now? Are you not going to lay your cards on the table? With both Teacher Chao and Teacher Xie present, you might as well speak plainly. Clearly, his grades in every subject were commendable, rendering him a versatile academic prodigy, yet why must he always be penalized during exams? Hu Yifei took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. She was genuinely curious. What was Jiang Nan truly thinking? How could someone so exceptional choose to remain so understated? Had it not been for Chao Tianyuan's discerning eye, testing Jiang Nan deliberately, she might have remained oblivious, looking foolish. The mere thought of this filled her with astonishment and joy, yet also frustration, gnashing her teeth in vexation. Chapter 27. Must I take the first place in everything? Is this a plot to drive me to despair? Indeed. Has my manipulation of scores been uncovered? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan's heart sank momentarily. Ever since the mathematics class, when Chao Tianyuan began to dig pits for him, he harbored suspicions. And now, those suspicions were thoroughly validated. Not only was Chao Tianyuan aware, but even Hu Yifei was in the know, and there's also Xie Hongwei involved. Nevertheless, it was utterly impossible for him to admit this publicly. After all, the subjects he manipulated were not limited to Chinese, mathematics, and physics. They also encompassed foreign languages, biology, and chemistry. From Hu Yifei's tone, it was apparent that she bore significant grievances, and Xiao Tianyuan felt even more so. If he were to confess and be exposed, who could predict what consequences might ensue? Perhaps, every teacher would summon him to their office. Those days would be anything but pleasant. Thus, "Teacher, what are you talking about? I truly do not comprehend. What does score manipulation mean? That term seems rather peculiar." As long as he remained steadfast in denial, no one could touch him. Pretending? You still wish to feign innocence? Jiang Nan. You truly are one who will not shed tears until facing the coffin, who will not relent until meeting the Yellow River, who will not turn back until hitting a wall. I have already compared your scores from every subject over the past year, and they are essentially the same. All passing grades. Don't tell me this is mere coincidence. Once or twice could be chalked up to chance. But how can there be a dozen occurrences all coincidentally aligned across multiple subjects? Hu Yifei was seething with anger. At this juncture, Jiang Nan still refused to concede? Did he truly think her a fool? She was incensed. She was genuinely on the verge of fury. The repercussions could be quite severe. It was essential for Jiang Nan to understand why she was dubbed the Extinction Master and the Reaper as femme fatale. Suddenly, with a crack, the pen in her hand snapped in two. Oh dear. Witnessing Hu Yifei's wrathful demeanor, Jiang Nan was startled, nearly taking 2 steps back. Damn. The Extinction Master is furious. This matter is not to be trifled with. This. Jiang Nan scratched his head, his mind racing, contemplating a strategy to cope. All right. Teacher Hu, please do not be angry. Jiang Nan's refusal to admit fault surely stemmed from his own hardships. Do not hold it against him. Suddenly, the mathematics teacher, Xiao Tianyuan, who had been enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines, stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Nan, you too. There are no outsiders present. Everyone is well aware of your score manipulation, so why conceal it? Jiang Nan. He remained silent. Until he devised a suitable response, he would not engage in this conversation. Does he truly consider him a fool? One plays the role of the villain while the other assumes the role of the hero. If one were to claim that you did not confer beforehand, even a ghost would find it hard to believe. Especially with Xiao Tianyuan, who, at first glance, appears stern and rigid, yet harbors a multitude of cunning schemes within. This was something he had already experienced during mathematics class. All right, what are you all up to? We mustn't frighten Jiang Nan, he remarked. At that moment, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, could no longer restrain himself and interjected, attempting to mediate while chuckling. Jiang Nan, you are undoubtedly a genius. This is beyond question. Of course, geniuses often possess an eccentric temperament. It is understandable that you would wish to avoid the spotlight, hence resorting to controlling your exam scores. However, I would prefer to see you showcase yourself more, exhibit a touch of pride, or even a hint of arrogance. After all, you are still young. As the saying goes, to be young and reckless is not a crime, is it not? For instance, today, your performance in my physics class was nothing short of exhilarating. Truly stirring the blood. This is something you should engage in more often. There was an underlying message in his words. This old man certainly did not play by the rules. Did he wish to challenge the formidable Elbu with 3 heroes? Young master would simply remain silent. Weathering the storm with steadfastness, unyielding to the turbulence around him, what could they do to him? In response, Hu Yifei, Xiao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. Jiang Nan truly seemed impervious to persuasion. It appeared that only the unveiling of a hidden dagger would suffice to compel him. Jiang Nan, I shan't say much else, but regarding your score control, whether you admit it or not is inconsequential. I am well aware of your prowess in mathematics. I trust. You overheard my conversation with the physical education teacher. For next month's Olympiad in mathematics, it should be no challenge for you to secure a first place, correct? Xiao Tianyuan boldly articulated his thoughts. TSK. Such grand expectations. To have Jiang Nan merely secure a national first place? Is it truly that simple? It pales in comparison to Guan Yu crossing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. It is infinitely more challenging, unless one possesses the skill of the lightning 5 whips. Meanwhile, Xia Hongwei was not to be outdone, smiling at Jiang Nan. And there is the physics competition as well, given your performance today. Claiming a national first should not pose a significant challenge. On another front, Hu Yifei cleared her throat softly, gazing at Jiang Nan with anticipation. My expectations are modest. After all, there is no competition for literature. However, as your homeroom teacher, I must request that you aim for first place in the upcoming first monthly examination next week. To bring glory to our class. That should not be too much to ask, right? Jiang Nan found himself overwhelmed. The demands to secure a first in the Olympiad, a national first in physics, and to attain the overall top position in the school were nearly suffocating. Was he to abandon his low-profile existence? Moreover, the matter of attaining first place was not solely in his hands. It depended upon the whims of the benefactor and the stipulations of the score control system. Chapter 28. They are all ruthless individuals, not to be trifled with. Oh, teacher, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if I perform poorly on the exam? Please, do not place too high expectations on me. At this juncture, Jiang Nan did not refute the three teachers regarding the examination, after all. He was quite eager for more tests and competitions to accrue reward points. However, a precaution was necessary. Given the nature of the GU system, it was highly improbable that he would achieve a perfect score. At best, he would barely pass, and certainly not secure the top position. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts further, he was sharply interrupted. What if? No, there are no what-ifs. Hui Fei furrowed her brows and declared assertively, with your capabilities, securing the top spot in the entire school is absolutely within reach, unless you intend to manipulate your scores and deliberately underperform. If that is the case, do not blame me for making your life difficult afterward. If you think I will let you off easy for treating me like a fool, you are sorely mistaken. Do you not enjoy dozing off in class? Believe me, I shall call your name in every Chinese lesson henceforth, ensuring you find no peace in your slumber. Hui Fei, the youngest homeroom teacher at Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, bore various formidable titles such as the Saint Seiya, the Merciless Instructor, and the Deadly Demoness. She was certainly no pushover. At this moment, she exuded an aura of authority, determined to subdue this little rascal, Jiang Nan. Teacher, it is rather unseemly of you to threaten me with sleep. After all, you wagered with me this morning that as long as I pass my mathematics exam, you would cease to concern yourself with my napping habits. A gentleman's word is his bond. As a great and exemplary educator, you must not go back on your word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan leaped to his feet, realizing he had been struck at his most vulnerable point. He loathed being disturbed during his slumber and despised threats even more. However, before he could respond, Hui Fei scoffed, Indeed, I am a great and exemplary educator. But as you pointed out, a gentleman's word is his bond. Yet, am I truly a gentleman? In any case, I shall observe your performance in next week's exam. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I have my ways of dealing with you. Calling your name in class is merely one tactic. I will also enlist the aid of teachers Chao and Xia to call your name in mathematics and physics classes. Furthermore, I will periodically check on you in other subjects, ensuring you find no solace in sleep. If that does not suffice, I shall have no choice but to resort to the final measure, a home visit. I would prefer not to use this last resort, as disturbing your parents would be undesirable, but do not force my hand. Jiang Nan was left completely speechless. The world truly is difficult to navigate when it comes to women and the unscrupulous. This statement could not be more accurate. As the homeroom teacher, Hui Fei not only accepted challenges but was also unwilling to concede, even going so far as to threaten to intrude upon his home. If being unable to sleep was his Achilles heel, then invading his home was his forbidden zone, one that would provoke an explosive reaction. This was indeed a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Indeed, it appears that the teachers are all cut from the same cloth. Chao Tianyuan is no exception. And now Hui Fei seems to share the same sentiment. It is likely that Xie Hongwei is of a similar ilk. Casting a glance at Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei beside him, he noticed the profound smiles adorning their faces. Jiang Nan could only shake his head in disbelief. They are all formidable figures, individuals he cannot afford to provoke. In an instant, a look of sorrow washed over his countenance. Indeed, his days are becoming increasingly arduous. Alas, how pitiable. On the other side, witnessing Jiang Nan's plight, Hui Fei was all smiles, feeling an exquisite sense of relief and joy. A genius has emerged from her class, yet she remains blissfully unaware, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jiang Nan. How could she possibly endure this? If she did not unleash her fury, one might truly mistake her for a sickly cat. And now, she had finally gained the upper hand over Jiang Nan. Naturally, her heart swelled with pride. Young man, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei shared similar sentiments, their faces reflecting a sense of satisfaction. They had begun to envision Jiang Nan excelling in competitions, dazzling everyone with his brilliance. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. After all, he was a student they had nurtured. Well, let us say he was indeed one of their own. Jiang Nan could hardly recall how he left Hu Fe's office. His head was spinning. It seemed he had heard a barrage of motivational words. Yet, he wore a troubled expression. How to alleviate his worries? Only through a lottery could he find solace. Having achieved full marks in the physical assessment, he had fulfilled the system's score control task, which would reward him with points. Now, this was the only comfort he could seek. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the physical assessment with full marks. For this score control task, you have received the following rewards. Constitution 1, Pull-Up Technique 1, Running Technique 1. Physical Potential 1, Points 100. The system panel data is updated as follows. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Constitution, 35. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1 ding. The system detects surplus points. You may draw once. Would you like to proceed with the lottery now? Draw this time. Jiang Nan did not hesitate in the slightest, fearing that the system might take offense and impose penalties upon him. Ding. The lucky spin has commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a bar of power chocolate, which has been stored in your system inventory. Please check it. Chapter 29. Brother, I hope you won't hold it against me. Mighty chocolate? What on earth is this? Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered, increasingly perplexed by this system, especially the lottery aspect. Previously, it was the Yinling fruit, and now it was mighty chocolate. Both seemed to be consumables. Did the system truly perceive him as a glutton? He accessed the item inventory within his mind, eager to discern the purpose of this mighty chocolate. Ding. The inventory has been activated. Yinling fruit 1. Effect. Consuming it enhances one's appearance, elevating beauty tenfold from the original, achieving a flawless and captivating visage. Mighty chocolate 1. Effect. Consuming it fortifies one's physique, permanently increasing it by 10%. Note, there may be minor side effects, such as hunger, and Jiang Nan. He was taken aback. What is all this? Mighty chocolate can enhance one's physique? This reminded him of a rather catchy advertisement. Hungry? Grab a bar now. At first glance, it indeed appeared to be a beneficial item. However, the subsequent note, written in minuscule font, mentioning potential side effects, raised his eyebrows. Produced by the system. Is it not supposed to be of the highest quality? How could there be side effects? Hunger? Does this imply a need for copious amounts of food? Is this to solidify his reputation as a glutton? Naturally, being a glutton isn't a major issue, but what about the other minuscule font note? What could that possibly entail? Such uncertainties made one hesitant to consume it. Not to mention, his physique was already at 35, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. And after each round of point control, the system was likely to enhance his physique directly. Thus, for Jiang Nan, this mighty chocolate was merely an embellishment, entirely dispensable. Therefore, he would resolutely refuse to consume it. Initially, he had looked down upon the Yinling fruit, believing it to be of little use, but now it seemed. The Yinling fruit was indeed a marvelous item. Not only did it enhance beauty tenfold, but it also bore no side effects whatsoever. Upon returning home later, he must consume it. Back at the sports field, Wang Pengzi, keen-eyed, immediately spotted Jiang Nan while playing basketball. He hastily abandoned the ball and rushed over, expressing concern. Nan Shen, didn't Wang Darren take you to see the homeroom teacher, mentioning he wanted to transfer you to become a sports student? How did it go? Did it work out? Wang Darren returned before you, but merely mentioned free activities before departing in a despondent manner. In the meantime, there wouldn't be any complications, right? He genuinely cared for Jiang Nan. After all, in his view, if Jiang Nan could transfer to become a sports student, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. However, upon Wang Darren's return, he bore a discontented expression. Now Jiang Nan's demeanor was also not particularly favorable. Thus, he felt quite anxious. Jiang Nan was well aware of the meaning of a good buddy, and he briefly recounted the events that transpired in the office. Naturally, he omitted certain details. He refrained from mentioning that Wang Darren's proposal had been forcefully dismissed by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei. Instead, he merely expressed his disinterest in sports, thereby declining Wang Darren's kind offer, which could be seen as a way to preserve Wang Darren's dignity. After all, Wang Darren was genuinely kind-hearted and honest, in stark contrast to the unscrupulous teachers like Hu Yifei and Chao Tianyuan. Such a commendable teacher should not be ridiculed. What? South God, what did you say? Wang the Good wants to take you as a disciple and convert you into a sports student, and you actually turn him down? Upon hearing this, Wang the Chubby was left utterly astonished. I believe I can manage to enter a university without relying on sports to boost my scores, hence I declined. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly. South God. You truly are. Wang the Chubby was at a loss for words, ultimately expressing a long sigh. Oh, what a splendid opportunity. It's like a pie falling from the sky, just waiting to be picked up, yet you chose to disregard it? However, this was also understandable. After all, judging by your performance in mathematics and physics classes today, you are no longer the person you once were. Perhaps there is a genuine possibility of you being accepted into a reputable university. But I, on the other hand, am not so fortunate. If only I could transition to a sports student. Alas, Wang Darren does not think highly of me. Is it that you yearn to become a sports student? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's gaze shifted thoughtfully towards Wang the Chubby, as if a realization struck him. He had not considered this before. After all, with the system he possessed, he had never been worried about entering a university, regardless of his scores. However, for his only brother, Wang the Chubby, the academic results were astoundingly poor. Under normal circumstances, he would barely qualify for a vocational school. In fact, he might not even gain admission to any university. Yet, if Wang the Chubby could transition to a sports student, gaining entrance to a prestigious university would not pose a problem. Moreover, although he was dubbed the Chubby, he was not truly overweight. Rather, he was solidly built, making him quite suitable for athletics. Of course I want to. Wang the Chubby nodded vigorously. South God, you've had your epiphany. You are the top in mathematics and physics. But I am still in the dark. If I were to take the college entrance examination normally, I would undoubtedly fail. However, if I could become a sports student, all I need is to achieve a national level 2 in sports and strive for over 300 points. A second-tier university would be within reach. If I could attain a national level 1, I might even aim for Shanghai Sports University or Yanbian University, which would rival the likes of Tsinghua and Beida. Since you have this aspiration, you should certainly give it a try. Perhaps Wang the Good might accept you as well. That's not feasible. Wang the Chubby shook his head helplessly. In the previous physical fitness test, I ran the 1,000 meters in over 3 minutes and 10 seconds. While this is commendable, unless I can complete it in under 3 minutes, Wang Darren will never accept me. There's no hope. Not necessarily. Everything is possible. There is nothing unattainable. It merely depends on your desire to pursue it. If you trust me, consume this piece of chocolate to replenish your energy, and then seek out Wang Darren for a test. I assure you, you can complete it in under 3 minutes. As he spoke, Jiang Nan flipped his right hand, revealing a piece of black and white marbled chocolate in his palm. He then extended it towards the rotund Wang. Wang was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Nan. You truly mean it? Of course, I do, Jiang Nan affirmed with a vigorous nod, exuding certainty. All right, I shall heed your advice and give it a try. Who knows, I might suddenly unleash my latent talent just like you. Wang appeared genuinely ignited by a newfound fervor. Clenching his teeth with determination, he accepted Jiang Nan's chocolate, abandoning his game and sprinting in the direction where Wang Darren had departed. The wind whispered mournfully, and the waters of the Ishui River grew cold. A valiant warrior may depart, but, cough, he shall return. This time, he was truly ready to give it his all. In response, Jiang Nan smiled subtly. Silently wishing, brother, I hope you won't hold this against me. Chapter 30. What now? Is Bai Yingyin going to exploit me too? The chocolate given to Wang Pengzi was naturally the powerful chocolate obtained from the recent lottery. As for such a substance with unknown side effects, Jiang Nan would rather perish than consume it before understanding its nature. Hence, it was perfectly suited for Wang Pengzi. After all, brothers are meant to play tricks on each other, right? A free guinea pig, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, Wang Pengzi genuinely needed it, aspiring to pursue sports. He had a 1,000 meter test time of over 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Although the distance may not seem far, it was indeed exceedingly challenging to improve in a short span. However, consuming the powerful chocolate would be transformative. It could instantaneously elevate his physical condition by 10%. Enough for Wang Pengzi to achieve a time under 3 minutes. This not only fulfilled Wang Pengzi's desire to become a sports student, but also provided Wang Haoren with a proud disciple. It was a win-win situation. Why not seize the opportunity? As for the potential side effects, that was trivial. Was it not? A sly smile flickered across Jiang Nan's lips as he dismissed thoughts of Wang Pengzi and effortlessly turned towards the school gate. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day of rest. Although physical education class had not yet concluded, since it was free activity, there was nothing preventing him from returning home early. Jiang Nan, hurry up. The bus is coming. Before Jiang Nan could reach the bus stop, A hurried call resonated in his ears. Looking up, he saw a girl in a school uniform. Her impressive figure still evident, with long hair styled in twin ponytails and a round, youthful face radiating vivacity, accompanied by a sweet, sunny smile. Who else could it be but the campus belle, Bai Yingying? She was waving at him as the number 5 bus home was about to arrive at the station. Seeing this, Jiang Nan quickly hurried over. What is the matter? Haven't you gone home yet? I was waiting for you. Several buses have already passed. If you don't hurry, I'll take this one. Next time, you should leave first and not wait for me. It's not just a wait for you. I'm also curious whether Wang Haoran succeeded in helping you become a sports student. After all, I'm a girl and have a gossiping heart, hee. You enjoy gossiping too? He replied, surprised. I thought you only cared about studying. Loving to study is because I don't want to be labeled as merely pretty, overshadowed by someone like Qin Yuma, the top student. It's a pity, despite my efforts, I still fall short of Qin Yuma. Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying chatted lightheartedly. At first glance, they seemed very familiar with one another, and indeed, they were. After all, they were good friends, weren't they? Although their interactions at school were not overly frequent, giving off the impression of typical friends, that was merely to avoid unnecessary speculation. In high school, close relationships between boys and girls can easily lead to misunderstandings. Classmates might gossip, teachers would intervene, and if it escalated, parents would need to be called in, a troublesome affair. In reality, their bond was exceptionally strong. Jiang Nan had 2 steadfast allies. One was Wang Pengzi, and the other was Bai Yingying. In the memories acquired during his time traversing Jiang Nan, he became acquainted with Bai Yingying considerably earlier than with Wang Pengzi, simply because they resided in the same neighborhood and had been classmates since childhood. However, they were not particularly close until a year ago when Jiang Nan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Even though Jiang Nan felt as lethargic as a salted fish, their relationship rapidly flourished. It was during this time that Jiang Nan first discovered Bai Yingying's penchant for gossip, and he recounted the incident of rejecting Wang Daren. Bai Yingying, though taken aback, was not entirely surprised, for today Jiang Nan seemed to have undergone a second awakening. His prowess in mathematics and physics was astonishing. And even though he remained average in other subjects, gaining admission to university was not insurmountable, making his decision not to pursue sports understandable. Meanwhile, amidst a flurry of gossip, they boarded the bus among the first wave of passengers. Yet, despite this, there were no available seats. Although there was still a while before school let out, it was already the peak of rush hour, with a considerable influx of people. This did not account for the throngs of workers who surged onto the bus after them, making the situation feel akin to being engulfed in flames. Naturally, Jiang Nan extended his arm to shield Bai Yingying. As the bus jolted, the sudden stop sent everyone lurching forward, followed by a swift acceleration that had them swaying backward. At that moment, many found themselves cursing internally. However, Bai Yingying felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Despite her height, nearing 1.7 meters, Jiang Nan towered over her. Thus, as they were thrust forward, it was Jiang Nan's broad chest that met her. And as they were thrust back, it was his strong arm that enveloped her, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of his heart. The atmosphere was charged with a subtle tension that defied description, and both felt a peculiar stirring within, fortunate that they could not see each other's expressions, which spared them from significant embarrassment. After about 20 minutes, they disembarked and entered an aging community, parting ways to return to their respective homes. However, just as they were about to separate, Bai Yingying suddenly turned around, seemingly struck by a thought. Jiang Nan, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Why would you seek me out on the weekend? He queried. To tutor me. Tutor you? But you're an academic star. Do you really need my help? What of it? You are not just a top student now. You are a genius. I wish to learn from you. But I want to sleep. I don't care. You are my best friend. After being under Qin Yuma's pressure for 3 years, I'm nearly in despair. Now that you excel in mathematics and physics, you must assist me in surpassing her. Can I refuse? No. Her words resonated with conviction, leaving no room for rebuttal. With a light-hearted step and a cheerful tune, she skipped away, leaving him exclaiming in exasperation. In response, Jiang Nan could only let out a deep sigh. Pressured by teachers at school, he finally managed to return home after a long day. Looking forward to indulging in a leisurely weekend slumber, he found himself instead subjected to the demands of that girl, Bai Yingying. This life truly has become unbearable. Chapter 31. How can I remain low-key as a handsome individual? Mother and father, I have returned. Within a few minutes, Jiang Nan arrived home. His residence, situated on the 3rd floor, was a 3-bedroom apartment. While the decor was modest, It exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Although located in an older community, the real estate prices in Jiang City were not insignificant. Naturally, this abode was not purchased by Jiang Nan's family. Rather, it was a collective housing allocation provided by his workplace, as both his parents were long-term technical employees at the same unit. "Ah, my son, you have returned," exclaimed his mother, Zhou Xiuqin, emerging from the kitchen, her apron still on, carrying dishes of his favorite braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, eagerly awaiting his arrival to begin the meal. Simultaneously, his slightly overweight father, Jiang Gaoyuan, hastened out of his room, beckoning Jiang Nan with a wave. "It's rare for you to take a break from your senior year and come home. Come, let us share a drink together. Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. Nan is still in school. Do you dare to offer him alcohol? I will break your legs," his mother interjected sternly. "Isn't it just that Nan is back and you want to celebrate? Celebrate? Nonsense. You merely wish to find an excuse. I warn you. If you dare drink in front of Nan, I will confiscate all your alcohol and you'll be left to drink the winds of the Northwest." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan wore a crestfallen expression, hastily concealing the liquor within his embrace. In the Jiang household, major decisions were made by the father, while minor matters were dictated by the mother, with the importance of any issue ultimately determined by her as well. Therefore, Jiang Gaoyuan dared not confront Zhou Xiuqin directly. Observing this exchange, Jiang Nan could not help but smile knowingly. Though his parents occasionally bickered, he cherished the atmosphere of their home, simple and genuine. It filled a void deep within his memories. This was also one of the reasons he was in no rush to instigate change. Living a laid-back life in this manner seemed rather agreeable. Regrettably, it appeared that such tranquility was soon to be disrupted. After dinner, Jiang Nan retreated to his room. Under normal circumstances, he would have indulged in lounging under the covers, binge-watching dramas, playing video games, reading novels, or simply sleeping. However, this time, he did not immediately lie down. Instead, he flipped his right hand and retrieved the Yinling fruit from his system's inventory. It was a dark, glossy fruit. And as he smacked his lips, he popped it into his mouth. This was the first time he had tasted something won from the System's lottery, and he had intended to savor its flavor. To his surprise, however, it dissolved instantly in his mouth, leaving no discernible taste. "This seems rather ineffective," Jiang Nan mused, furrowing his brow, suspecting he had been tricked by the system. But soon after, he felt a tingling sensation on his face. It seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Surely it wouldn't disfigure him? He rushed to grab a mirror. With his already exceptional looks, he had no need to become even more handsome. If he were truly to become disfigured, he would surely weep inconsolably in the bathroom. Yet, in the next moment, with a sudden start, Jiang Nan found himself utterly astonished upon glimpsing his reflection. The individual in the mirror was none other than himself. His visage was remarkable. With a complexion as flawless as jade, eyes as bright as the stars, a nose elegantly defined, and lips reminiscent of delicate petals, accompanied by an air of nonchalance and charisma. These descriptors scarcely encapsulated even a fraction of Jiang Nan's striking handsomeness. He was rendered speechless, save for an incredulous exclamation. His appearance was so breathtaking that it could overshadow the most illustrious male stars in the entertainment industry, captivating the hearts of women worldwide. Even he felt a flutter of admiration. Unable to resist, he reached up to touch his face in disbelief. How strikingly fair and smooth it was. Perhaps he had used an inappropriate term. He was not so vain, after all. In truth, his features bore a resemblance to his previous self, albeit with subtle enhancements that yielded astonishing results, a tenfold increase in attractiveness, without a doubt. He was perfect, exuding an irresistible charm. With such a captivating visage, he could effortlessly command the world's attention, even while remaining passive. Yet, he was not one to rely solely on his looks. He preferred to depend on his abilities. Or rather, to maintain a low profile. However, considering his newfound allure, how could he possibly remain inconspicuous? This posed a serious dilemma, and he found himself in urgent need of answers. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight crept into the room, Bai Yingying had already arrived at Jiang Nan's home. Today, she eschewed her school uniform for a delicate light blue gown, resembling a celestial fairy. The title of school belle fit her perfectly. Jiang Nan's parents beamed with delight, aware that their son's academic performance left much to be desired. Yet he had a remarkable affinity for the opposite sex. They were familiar with Bai Yingying, having encountered her on several occasions within their community. They knew she had always been beautiful, and as she matured, she blossomed like a pristine lotus. Moreover, Bai Yingying was not only striking but also reputed to be an academic prodigy, excelling in her studies. Essentially, she seemed to possess no flaws whatsoever, truly the epitome of the ideal child. They often mused privately about how fortunate any family would be to welcome her as a daughter-in-law. Yet today, astonishingly, Bai Yingying had come to their home seeking their seemingly inept son. What a delightful surprise! With the grace of a well-mannered couple, they were all smiles and quickly busied themselves with preparations, whether it be slaughtering chickens or dressing fish, eager to prepare a feast. Overwhelmed by the warmth of Jiang Nan's parents, Bai Yingying, noticing that he had yet to rise, seized the opportunity to dash into his room, exclaiming for him to awaken. In all sincerity, she merely wished to rouse him from his slumber. Little did she know, in the Jiang Nan region, it is customary to sleep with minimal clothing. Consequently, an unfortunate incident ensued. Bai Yingying exclaimed in shock. Bai Yingying, you little rascal. Jiang Nan, do you not wear clothes while sleeping? What should I wear to bed? Sleeping without any attire. Jiang Nan, you are truly outrageous. Wait, hold on. Oh, you are not Jiang Nan. Who are you? Jiang Nan? Chapter 32. So he is the true campus heartthrob. And he is actually with the school bell? Bai Yingying, open those 48K titanium alloy eyes of yours and see clearly. Who else could I be if not Jiang Nan? You are Jiang Nan? Absolutely, without a doubt. How is that possible? Jiang Nan cannot possibly be as handsome as you. Did I used to be ugly? Well, that is not exactly the case, it's just. The rest know just about it. Look at my eyes, nose, and mouth. Don't they look the same as before? Well, it seems to be the same. Bai Yingying rubbed her eyes and scrutinized Jiang Nan carefully, realizing that the person before her was indeed Jiang Nan. However, this only intensified her astonishment. My goodness! Jiang Nan, what did you eat last night? Milk? Or papaya? We haven't seen each other for just one night, and you've become this handsome. It's simply unbearable. Bai Yingying couldn't help but reach out to touch Jiang Nan's face. His skin was as smooth as satin. Moreover, it was exceptionally fair, leaving her with an irresistible desire to caress. Bai Yingying felt a pang of jealousy. In the past, as the school belle, she had always excelled in figure, beauty, and skin quality. This had been her greatest source of confidence, the one aspect where she could surpass Qin Yuma. But now, in comparison to Jiang Nan, it seemed she had no advantage whatsoever. Does milk and papaya really enhance beauty? I honestly don't know. I thought those things were only for promoting growth. Jiang Nan glanced at Bai Yingying's chest. Certain areas, and found it quite overwhelming so early in the morning. Be honest, how did you manage this? Why the sudden transformation overnight? Teach me. What do you mean? How did I manage it? I am naturally handsome, all right? The most I did was get a haircut. Jiang Nan pointed to his head. This was the excuse he had carefully prepared to prevent his astonishing looks from scaring anyone and compromising his desire for a low-key existence. Thus, he had specifically gone out to get a haircut last night. Yes, the current buzz cut. He had hoped that this would make him appear less handsome. However, he had miscalculated. After getting the buzz cut, instead of looking less attractive, he had become even more radiant and capable, leaving the hairdresser utterly smitten. A miscalculation indeed. Being too handsome is truly a dilemma. Bai Yingying, we must maintain some boundaries. I need to get dressed. Could you please refrain from looking and touching? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, truly. It was only then that Bai Yingying realized what she had just done. She quickly turned her hands to cover her eyes, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. I'm utterly mortified. This is truly humiliating. Not only did she barge into Jiang Nan's room, but she also took a good look at him and even dared to reach out and touch. Ahem. Bai Yingying, why are you still standing there? What does it mean to cover your eyes but leave a gap? Are you still looking? Step outside. I need to get dressed. With a swift motion, Bai Yingying dashed away. Shortly after, Jiang Nan, now attired, entered the living room to find Bai Yingying smiling at him enigmatically. Oh dear. I could almost see drool escaping, he thought. Jiang Nan inquired, what brings you here so early in the morning? Have you forgotten? Yesterday, I mentioned that I would help you with mathematics and physics. Jiang Nan sighed. Alas, it seems there's no escaping this. Just when I thought I could enjoy a weekend, I find myself being pressed into service. What a troublesome existence. As the two conversed, Jiang's parents had already prepared a meal, bringing it out from the kitchen. My son, how could this be? Is this really our silly lad? They were as astonished as Bai Yingying had been moments ago. Had Jiang Nan not retained his familiar appearance, they might have doubted that this was indeed their son. Ultimately, they could only attribute this transformation to an age-old saying, Girls mature at 18. Boys mature at 18. Their son had grown up. Following this, Jiang's parents, along with Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, shared a warm family meal. Afterward, Bai Yingying requested Jiang Nan to explain some problems. Naturally, Jiang Nan was reluctant. He had been yearning to play a few rounds of games to level up, having not played in days. Moreover, he was eagerly following a serialized novel by the author Song Xiong-yin, which seemed to have amassed numerous chapters. At the very least, he wished to indulge in a cozy nap. However, the silly girl still had to realize the opportunity at hand. A girl had come to his home to study with him, eager to assist, yet he remained discontent, truly a hopeless case. How could he ever be worthy of her? Zhang's parents, aware of Bai Yingying's excellent academic performance, instinctively assumed that she was merely helping Jiang Nan with his studies, and they beamed with delight. If Jiang Nan dared to resist, they would surely punish him. In the end, under the pressure of their expectations, Jiang Nan had no choice but to comply, sacrificing his gaming, reading, and napping to tutor Bai Yingying all day long. The weekend swiftly passed. On Monday, the school week resumed. Bai Yingying arrived at Jiang Nan's house early once more, insisting they take the bus to school together. Jiang Nan thought little of it, and his parents were quite pleased. However, as they stepped off the bus and entered the campus, they immediately attracted a flurry of attention. Every student turned to gaze at Bai Yingying. Then their eyes shifted to Jiang Nan. Look, is that the school beauty, Bai Yingying? She's actually arriving at school with a boy. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? How brazen. The school strictly prohibits romantic relationships. Does she not fear the teachers? Wait, who is this young man? My goodness, he is incredibly handsome. How can someone so striking exist within our school? Which class does he belong to? It seems I have never encountered him before. He is simply too charming. A true heartthrob. Could it be? He is the basketball prodigy of Class 5 in the senior year, known as the campus heartthrob, Yu Zhiqiu? Nonsense. He is definitely not Yu Zhiqiu. Indeed, I have seen Yu Zhiqiu. While he is handsome, he pales in comparison to this individual. Does this mean that this young man is the true heartthrob of our school, and he is in a relationship with the campus belle? Chapter 33. The southern deity has become handsome, yet Wang Fatty has gone bald? Goodness, have I been set up? Observing the whispered conversations and furtive glances of those around him, Jiang Nan felt a surge of frustration. He was already strikingly handsome. And with the presence of the captivating Bai Yingying beside him, it was inevitable that he would soon become the center of attention at the school. For many, this was a coveted status, but for the low-key Jiang Nan, it felt akin to being placed directly upon a pyre. How unfortunate. However, Bai Yingying appeared quite pleased with herself. Initially, when other girls caught sight of Jiang Nan, they seemed to be struck by Cupid's arrow, their hearts fluttering. Several even contemplated approaching him for a conversation. Yet, once Bai Yingying asserted her claim by standing next to Jiang Nan, those hopeful girls retreated, feeling inadequate. Alas, the school heartthrob was indeed a heartthrob, and it was regrettable that he was not destined to be theirs, as he had already been claimed by the belle of the school, Bai Yingying. Oh, how they sobbed quietly in the corners. In response, Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He hastily quickened his pace, leading Bai Yingying directly to their classroom. Yet, upon entering, a sudden hush fell over the previously boisterous room. Every student, without exception, ceased their activities and turned their gaze toward Jiang Nan, lost in a state of awe. How handsome. This was the collective thought of the girls. Truly, he was remarkably handsome. The boys had to concede as well. Who was this stunning man beside Bai Yingying? He was extraordinarily handsome, almost celestial. Could he possibly be Bai Yingying's boyfriend? No, please. That was the only goddess in their hearts. How could she be taken away? Yet, despite his breathtaking looks and the fact that he had captured the school flower, the boys found themselves unable to harbor any resentment. How humiliating. The flames of gossip ignited fiercely among the crowd. Many speculated that Jiang Nan was indeed Bai Yingying's boyfriend, yet they could only envy him, devoid of jealousy or hatred. It was undeniably true that being handsome allowed one to have their way. Why? Do you not recognize me? Or is there something on my face? I am Jiang Nan. I have merely changed my hairstyle, still the same person. Please, disperse. Jiang Nan walked through the throngs, having already endured too much chatter and feeling thoroughly exasperated. Not wishing to be the subject of further gossip from his classmates, he quickly touched his nose, introduced himself, and hurried toward his seat. However, as soon as he introduced himself, it was as if a spark had ignited in hot oil. The classroom erupted. What? He is Jiang Nan. How is that possible? Jiang Nan could not possibly be this handsome. They exclaimed in disbelief. No, Jiang Nan is indeed handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the class heartthrob or the southern deity. But this man is even more handsome. I dare say that even the most renowned student, Yujichio, would pale in comparison to him. If he truly embodies the essence of Jiang Nan, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that a mere haircut could enhance one's charm to such an extent? Perhaps we might consider trimming our bangs and adopting Jiang Nan's hairstyle. I wonder if it would elevate us to the status of a male deity. Yet, such thoughts are folly. Shearing one's bangs for a buzz cut would only reveal every flaw on one's visage, rendering one grotesque. Indeed, your face is rather large. Jiang Nan possesses an innate advantage that is simply incomparable. From this day forth, I shall no longer refer to him as Jiang Nan. He shall be known as Nan Shen. A true male god. The room erupted with admiration as countless classmates showered Jiang Nan with praise. Li Qian, Tang Tian, and others were utterly captivated by Jiang Nan's charm, while boys like Su Yu and Zhang Hao knelt in reverence. Even Qin Yuma, the studious class monitor who was typically oblivious to the world beyond his studies, found himself stealing glances at Jiang Nan, mesmerized for a considerable time. In the meantime, Bai Yingying felt a surge of joy. She had long aspired to surpass Qin Yuma but had consistently been overshadowed by him. However, she now felt a sense of vindication. After all, her association with Jiang Nan was synonymous with her own rise to prominence, was it not? On the other hand, Jiang Nan returned to his seat and paid no mind to the crowd, instead turning his attention to Wang Pengzi, who wore a wide-brimmed hat and sported a sullen expression. What is the matter? You wouldn't happen to have forgotten me, would you? Or perhaps, did you fail the test with Wang Haoren a few days ago and were unable to secure a position as an athlete? Jiang Nan was filled with perplexity. Given Wang Pengzi's capabilities, coupled with the boost from the power chocolate, he should have easily completed the run in under 3 minutes. If he managed that, Wang Haoren would certainly accept him. Knowing Wang Pengzi's boisterous nature, he would have been the first to share the good news with Jiang Nan. Yet now, why the despondency? Could it be that the power chocolate had malfunctioned? Or had Wang Pengzi simply not consumed it? No, Wang Haoren accepted me. Wang Pengzi looked up at Jiang Nan and said, when I sought out Wang Haoren for the test, he reluctantly agreed, but despite giving it my all, I only managed to run 3 minutes and 10 seconds, failing to meet the standard. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren was exceedingly disappointed. I nearly gave up, Wang Pengzi continued. But recalling your words, Nan Shen, that nothing is impossible if one truly wishes to achieve it, I shamelessly begged Wang Haoren for a second attempt. Can you guess how long I ran the 1,000 meters? How long? Jiang Nan inquired, curious. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Wang Pengzi beamed, having stunned Wang Haoren, who initially thought there had been a timing error. They conducted a third test, yielding a result of 2 minutes and 45 seconds, leading Wang Haoren to accept him immediately. As he spoke, Wang Pengzi grinned broadly, clearly filled with pride. That is splendid. Jiang Nan could not help but smile. Indeed it is. Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude towards Nan Shen. If I am not mistaken, the remarkable performance I achieved afterwards was largely due to that piece of chocolate you gave me before the race, which sparked my sudden enlightenment. We are brothers, so there is no need for thanks. Jiang Nan shook his head, feeling a sigh of relief. He had feared an unforeseen complication, but it appeared that everything was in order, and the effects of the powerful chocolate were indeed impressive. From a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds, I improved to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Such an enhancement is undeniably extraordinary, a testament to the efficacy of the system's offerings. However, he failed to notice that Wang Pengzi's expression suddenly darkened. Nan Shen, although we are brothers, appreciation is still warranted. After all, without the chocolate you provided, I would not have become an athlete. Without becoming an athlete, I could not gain admission to university, and without a university degree, my only option post-graduation would be to toil on a construction site. But when you handed me the chocolate, you neglected to mention its side effects. Do you have any idea how I nearly fainted from hunger on the track? I barely made it to the cafeteria, and I devoured 10 bowls of rice just to feel somewhat sated, solidifying my title as the king of gluttony. Wang Pengzi's face was filled with helplessness. After all, the spectacle of his ravenous consumption had astonished everyone in the cafeteria and frightened the nearby girls. With such an appetite, how would he ever find a partner? Haha. It has its pros and cons. As long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, then eating a bit more when hungry is not a significant issue. Jiang Nan scratched his head, feeling somewhat humble. Not a significant issue. Yes, indeed, eating more when hungry is not a problem, especially since I have long been labeled a glutton. But what is the reason for this hair loss? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi removed his wide-brimmed hat, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "After finally feeling full, I didn't even have the chance to catch my breath before realizing that all my hair had fallen out. What is this? Am I becoming like Saitama? Bald but stronger?" Chapter 34. The night before the monthly exam, Wang Fatty was in a state of despair. Can you imagine how he endured the past couple of days? The conclusion of the physical examination nearly left him starving, which was just a minor inconvenience. Within the time it took to have a meal, he lost all his hair. Just the thought of that scene sends chills down one's spine. He was so terrified that he almost wet himself, nearly losing control completely, convinced he had contracted some terminal illness, trembling uncontrollably. And yet, he was only 18. His promising life was just beginning, especially after reveling in the joy of being transformed into a sports student just moments before, envisioning a bright future ahead. But in the blink of an eye, despair struck. The blow was undeniably significant. He could hardly fathom how he made it back home. Once there, he dared not speak of his plight to anyone, merely lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for death to claim him. Ultimately, it was his father who discovered the shocking truth. Upon seeing his son's bald head, he panicked and hurriedly dragged him to the hospital for emergency treatment, undergoing various examinations and tests. And then came a period of anxious waiting for the hospital results. Although the process didn't take long, less than 2 days, it felt like the most excruciating time of Wang Fatty's life, each second stretching into an eternity. He had already prepared himself for the worst, even going so far as to draft a will. In what he believed to be his final days, he intended to indulge, to revel, and to savor life. As for attending class today, that was utterly out of the question. He would rather die than set foot in a classroom again. His parents were in full agreement. As long as Wang Fatty was happy, they would wholeheartedly support whatever he chose to do next. Yet, this morning, when the hospital report was finally released, everything took a dramatic turn. The report revealed that Wang Fatty was in perfect health, remarkably so, as robust as an ox. Not only was there no trace of cancer, but he didn't have a single ailment to speak of. Wang Fatty was left dumbfounded. His parents were equally astonished. The three of them, in disbelief, sought confirmation from the doctor multiple times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Wang Fatty was indeed healthy. The doctor even urged them not to worry unnecessarily, advising them not to waste hospital resources and delay others needing care. There was a hint of discontent in those words. Hearing this, Wang Fatty was filled with confusion and disbelief. How could he have lost all his hair and yet be perfectly fine? However, before he could grasp the situation, he was met with a storm of reprimands from his parents. They unleashed a torrent of strikes upon him, wielding not only a feather duster that broke several times, but even bringing out a rolling pin as thick as a wrist. This was all because his parents were convinced that he was playing a prank, that he had deliberately shaved his head to avoid school. Especially given his abysmal academic performance and previous complaints about preferring to work at a construction site than attend classes. Based on their understanding of Wang Pengzi, it is highly probable that their son could engage in such reckless behavior. Naturally, they did not hold back when it came to discipline. With a violent fervor, they forced him from home to school. Alas, what a tragic spectacle it was. Such an event could easily grace the headlines of tomorrow's Jiangnan news. Of course, this brutal lesson was not without its benefits for Wang Pengzi. At the very least, it awakened him to a painful reality. He finally came to accept that he did not have cancer, and as for his hair loss, there must be another explanation. This explanation, he surmised, was likely tied to the chocolate that Jiang Nan had given him, which also accounted for his hunger. After all, Jiang Nan had previously mentioned that if he consumed the chocolate, he would surely be able to run within 3 minutes. At the time, he had dismissed it. However, reflecting on it now, that piece of chocolate indeed had astonishing effects. It not only replenished his energy, but also enhanced his physique and unleashed his latent abilities. Yet, therein lies the paradox, both the boon and bane of the chocolate. While the results were remarkable, the side effects were equally significant. He became stronger, yet also bald. What a pity for his once thick black hair. His head was already large, and his face wide. In the past, he could at least obscure some of it with hair, making him appear less unattractive. Now, with his hair gone, Wang Pengzi transformed into a large-headed figure. Alas, he dared not face anyone without a hat, especially when he saw Jiang Nan confidently striding into the classroom, while he himself was left with a gleaming, cold scalp. The comparison was undeniably heart-wrenching, and tears threatened to fall. Upon learning of Wang Pengzi's plight, Jiang Nan felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Thankfully, he had wisely refrained from consuming the potent chocolate. This system truly had its pitfalls. After all, It was difficult to believe that a reward could come with such adverse effects. Making one hungry was one thing, but causing baldness? Alas. Fortunately, Wang Pengzi bore the brunt of it. Who knows if his hair will ever grow back? Brother, there is no need to dwell on such trivialities. The crucial point is that you have transitioned into an athletic student, right? As for hair, if it's gone, then so be it. With summer approaching, a little coolness is quite welcome. Jiang Nan consoled Wang Pengzi for a while, and this matter was soon put to rest. After all, their friendship was strong enough that despite Wang Pengzi's melancholy, he would not take it out on Jiang Nan. He was not the type to repay kindness with resentment. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. The first lesson was Chinese language, and the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, briskly entered the classroom with her textbook in hand. Students, tomorrow we will have our first monthly examination of the semester. Although it is merely a monthly test, it is of great importance. This examination will be conducted according to the standards of the college entrance examination, and the results will reveal your current academic level, indicating which knowledge you have mastered and which remains elusive. I hope everyone will study diligently and achieve excellent results. Not only will it serve as a testament to your abilities, but it will also bring honor to our class. As soon as class began, Hu Yifei wasted no time in announcing the upcoming monthly examination. It is worth mentioning that her ascension to the position of the youngest female homeroom teacher at Sanzhong speaks volumes about her capabilities. A brief yet impactful speech underscored the significance of the upcoming monthly examination, simultaneously invigorating those present with dreams of achievement. Instantly, every single individual present straightened up, their expressions serious, fixated on the lecture. Even the less diligent students in the back, such as Wang Pengzi, curbed their fidgeting, striving to focus on their studies. After all, the eve of the monthly exam undeniably brings a palpable tension. However, one individual stood apart, Jiang Nan. As soon as Hu Yifei concluded her remarks, Jiang Nan unceremoniously laid his head on the desk and drifted into a deep slumber. This sight sent shivers down Hu Yifei's spine. Given her usual temperament, had any other student dared to sleep in her class, she would have unleashed a barrage of her formidable techniques, from the flicker of destruction to the thunderous fist, not to mention the devastating lightning barrage. She would not allow anyone to remain oblivious to the origins of her notorious titles, such as the Ruthless Master, the Saint Warrior, or the Deadly Sorceress. Yet, when it came to Jiang Nan, she resolutely held back, choosing to turn a blind eye. Sleep on, young man, she thought. As long as you can secure the top position in the school tomorrow, I shall overlook your slumbering ways. But should you fail to achieve that coveted first place, you will soon learn of my true prowess. Chapter 35, A Group of Adolescents in the Contagious Nature of Absurdity. Ding ding ding. Soon, the Chinese class came to an end. During the break, one would typically expect a cacophony of laughter and playful banter among the students. However, today a remarkable hush enveloped the classroom, with everyone glued to their seats, diligently poring over their textbooks and completing exercises, wholly absorbed in their studies, devoid of any frivolity. Even the trips to the restroom were executed with an urgent pace, as if they feared the wastage of precious time. Remarkably, even Wang, who was notorious for becoming dizzy at the mere sight of a book, was wide-eyed in confrontation with his textbook, striving to grasp as much knowledge as possible in preparation for the impending examination. This was indeed a commendable phenomenon. Perhaps it was his successful transition to a sports student that invigorated him, eliciting admiration and respect. Yet, amidst this diligent atmosphere, Jiang Nan, the self-proclaimed king of slumber during classes and the champion of cafeteria feasting, succumbed to sleep from the beginning to the end of the lesson. Sleep. And continue to sleep. He exhibited a tenacity that suggested he would not awaken until the final bell rang. The reason for his exhaustion was simple. He had been relentlessly exploited by the insistent white Ying throughout the weekend. Resentment brewed within him, but his parents were ever watchful just outside the door. Goodness, even a bull would be drained under such circumstances. Thus, he felt compelled to reclaim the lost hours of rest, devoid of the desire to engage in games or even indulge in reading novels. And so, the second period commenced mathematics class. Much like the previous Chinese lesson, the rest of the class engaged earnestly, while Jiang Nan was lost in a dreamlike state akin to Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies. The third period was physics, followed by biology, and in the afternoon, foreign languages and chemistry. Throughout nearly every subject, Jiang Nan drifted into slumber. Indeed, the title of the sleep deity was well-deserved. Aside from a brief lunch and occasional restroom breaks, his day was predominantly characterized by unbroken sleep. The classmates observed him with a mix of envy and disbelief. What was this? While we toil and study, he merely sleeps. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was despite his lethargy. His performance in mathematics and physics remained exceptional, garnering special attention from teachers Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei. Any other student caught napping in math or physics would have been met with tears and reprimands from the two teachers. Yet Jiang Nan seemed to slumber in various postures. And neither teacher uttered a word of reproach. How incredibly unfair. Why did the heavens not strike him down with thunder? Moreover, there was the formidable homeroom teacher, Hui Fei. The foreign language instructor, Shirley Yang, the chemistry teacher, Poisonous Huang, and the biology teacher, who was ever so strict. Were they not known for their lack of compassion? It was understandable that Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei turned a blind eye as Jiang Nan excelled in their subjects. Both teachers were truly impressed. But what of the other subjects? In Chinese, foreign languages, chemistry, and biology, Jiang Nan appeared rather mediocre, did he not? Yet, they simply ignored him. Had they abandoned all hope for Jiang Nan's improvement? Or was it a deliberate display of favoritism? Was his newfound charm enough to allow him such liberties? Especially concerning Shirley Yang. Teacher, you deliver your lectures, yet occasionally steal glances at Jiang Nan, as if astonished by a celestial being. What on earth is that? Even when the chalk slipped from your grasp, you remained oblivious. This is truly heart-wrenching. The entire class felt a collective loss of 1,000,000 points of vitality. Aside from Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi, the other students experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions, their thoughts swirling chaotically. Dingling. At last, the day's lessons concluded. It was time for a meal. Jiang Nan, having awakened from a leisurely slumber, noticed that Bai Yingying to his left was still immersed in her studies, while Wang Pengzi on his right was nibbling on a pencil. Jiang Nan sighed, preparing to invite them for lunch. However, at that moment, Zhang Hao from the front row approached unexpectedly. Jiang Nan, I concede that I lack your innate talent in physics. Even in slumber, you excel. Yet, I have not relaxed for even a moment these past few days. I am confident that in tomorrow's examination, I will surpass you, at least in physics. I shall outshine you. I will make it known to the entire class that I am the true representative of physics, the strongest in this subject. Zhang Hao's face flushed as he boldly declared this to Jiang Nan and then swiftly departed. Jiang Nan was left bewildered. You are indeed the physics representative. I have no intention of usurping your position. Is such animosity truly necessary? It seems you consistently outperform me in physics exams. What a peculiar situation. Before he could gather his thoughts, another individual clenched their fist and approached Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I too admit that I lack your mathematical prowess. After all, I have never seen you study, yet you achieved the highest score. However, like Zhang Hao, I have wasted not a moment these last few days. Tomorrow's test will see me surpassing you. I will demonstrate to everyone that I am the mathematics representative, the most adept in this field. The speaker was Su Yu, the mathematics representative who had previously questioned Jiang Nan's integrity. As the saying goes, foolishness is contagious, and this could not be truer. If Zhang Hao displayed the demeanor of an overly dramatic youth, Su Yu's behavior was no different. Furthermore, the situation was far from over. Just as Su Yu departed, Tang Tian waved her delicate fist at Jiang Nan, stating, in tomorrow's examination, I too will surpass you, for I am the foreign language representative. And my skills in this subject are unparalleled. Following her were the representatives of Chinese, chemistry, and biology, each echoing similar sentiments to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was left speechless. What on earth? He found himself utterly perplexed. While he could somewhat comprehend Zhang Hao and Su Yu's bravado, having previously outshone them in physics and mathematics, the same could not be said for Tang Tian. Had she ever exhibited any aptitude in foreign languages? It appeared not, let alone in Chinese, chemistry, or biology, where he had always performed quite ordinarily. Yet, one wonders, did he fall into slumber so profound that he has forgotten something? Perhaps. He truly has forgotten something. For after the representatives of each subject took their leave, even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, rose from his seat and approached Jiang Nan. Monitor, could it be that you too? Jiang Nan began. Jiang Nan, I implore you to refrain from concealing your talents during tomorrow's examination. Instead, give it your all and showcase your true capabilities, Qin Yuma stated, his expression exceedingly earnest. Jiang Nan retorted, I have not concealed anything. No, you must have hidden something. A person of such prowess in mathematics and physics cannot possibly underperform in other subjects. Jiang Nan replied, you must promise me this, for I desire to triumph over you in a fair and honorable manner, without any assistance from you. Jiang Nan? Chapter 36. The first language exam, is this a mistake? What? Let your sister. When have I ever yielded to you? I truly cannot comprehend what these individuals are thinking. Each one seems as if they have consumed gunpowder, determined to outdo me at every turn. It is simply absurd. If they have this much time on their hands, wouldn't it be more pleasant to head to the cafeteria for a meal? Jiang Nan, with an awkward smile, remained silent, dragging Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi off to the cafeteria. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. Whatever your thoughts may be, they are of no concern to me. However, this nonchalant demeanor only served to stoke the flames of animosity among his peers. Jiang Nan could never have anticipated the depth of their hostility towards him. The class representatives from various subjects, including the class monitor Qin Yuma, were keen to surpass him, purely due to his audacious habit of dozing off in class. The teachers, turning a blind eye and showing undue favoritism, left everyone feeling quite unbalanced. This encapsulates the sentiments of the academic elite. We are undeniably the most outstanding in our respective subjects, the ones whom the teachers value most. Why should we allow you to overshadow us? We are the ones who toil relentlessly, not daring to waste a single minute. How is it that you, the king of slumber, can eclipse us? Unwilling to concede, they were resolute in their desire to measure their prowess and determine a victor. Only the carefree Wang Pengzi seemed unfazed by it all, for he could not grasp the thoughts of the high achievers. As for Bai Yingying, she turned to Jiang Nan, exclaiming in exasperation, "These people have gone too far, daring to issue a challenge to you, even Qin Yuma. Jiang Nan, you must give it your all. Tomorrow's exam cannot be taken lightly. You must quell their arrogance and diminish their spirits." Jiang Nan. He chose to ignore Bai Yingying. Quelling their arrogance and diminishing their spirits? While it sounds simple in theory, the execution, well, it is rather straightforward, but it is beyond Jiang Nan's control. If the system's grading was still based on a passing mark, he certainly could not aim for a perfect score just to prove a point. Engaging in such a thankless task that merely draws attention without yielding any system points is something he would rather avoid. The following day, Tuesday, as the morning self-study began, the homeroom teacher Hu Fei arrived to distribute the examination permits. Although it was merely a monthly exam, Hu Fei had previously stated that it would follow the format of the college entrance examination, thus mixing and randomizing the seating arrangements across the 20 classes in the senior year. This clearly indicated the school's serious commitment to the upcoming examination. After a flurry of meticulous arrangements, the students proceeded to locate their respective examination venues. It is worth mentioning that prior to the commencement of the exam, Hu Fei specifically called Jiang Nan to the hallway, repeatedly urging him to give his utmost effort, warning him against any attempts to manipulate his scores, lest he face dire consequences in the future. To this, Jiang Nan responded with a blatant lack of enthusiasm. As always, he was not inclined to engage in endeavors that were arduous and unrewarding. Even if threatened, cough, this presented a bit of a dilemma. One cannot have both fish and bear as paw. How troublesome. Oh well, I shall take it one step at a time. Let us wait for the system's scoring task to be announced. However, this scene did not escape the notice of classmates like Yu, Zhang Hao, and Teng Tian, who wore expressions of discontent. It was one thing for the mathematics and physics teachers to hold you in high regard, but now even the homeroom teacher was treating you with such favoritism? Truly, this was intolerable. As for the upcoming examination, if we do not surpass you, we shall not be recognized as individuals. The examination commenced, reminiscent of the college entrance examination, with the first subject being Chinese. The allotted time was 2.5 hours, with a total score of 150 points. By sheer coincidence, Jiang Nan found himself seated in his own class, and the invigilating teacher was none other than Hu Fei. In an instant, Jiang Nan's expression fell. Oh dear, this was disastrous. With Hu Fei supervising, she would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. How could he possibly manage the scoring or allow any leniency? Was he truly expected to undertake a thankless task? Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. At long last, the system task had arrived. However, it was starkly different from the usual tasks that required him to maintain scores at the passing line. This time, it was, ding. For this Chinese examination, please achieve a score of 150 points. Jiang Nan. What? 150 points? Could it be that the system had undergone a transformation? Since last week's physical examination, he no longer needed to worry about merely passing but was now required to aim for a perfect score? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Though he was not one to seek the limelight or revel in ostentation, preferring instead a modest life, he found himself compelled by the system's demands. He could no longer afford to be lenient and would have to strive for that perfect score of 150. This would conveniently keep Hu Fei from troubling him. While there were drawbacks, there were also advantages. He chuckled softly. Before long, the examination papers were distributed. While other students were merely writing their names and candidate numbers and beginning to glance at the questions, Jiang Nan had already begun to answer with remarkable speed. From the basic multiple-choice questions to the appreciation of classical poetry, to the analysis of classical texts, and finally to reading comprehension, his pace was astonishing. He merely needed to glance at each question to know the answer, sparing no time for contemplation. It could be said that his eyes, mind, and hands operated in perfect synchrony. The pen in his hand moved with the rapidity of a powerful drill, tapping away without pause. The surrounding classmates were largely oblivious, as they were seated at a distance. However, Hui Fei paid particular attention to Jiang Nan, occasionally stealing glances in his direction, and then Hui Fei was astonished. How fast? This was her first thought. Did he not need to look at the questions or ponder them? Or was this examination simply too easy? This was her second thought. With a sense of curiosity, Hui Fei took a blank paper and, while supervising, observed him discreetly. She was eager to ascertain just how simple the questions were that Jiang Nan could answer them without a moment's thought. Indeed, they were not difficult. The earlier multiple-choice questions and poetry recitations were akin to handing out points, provided the students had a solid foundation. However, when it comes to the appreciation of poetry, this poses a bit of a challenge. In response to the illness of my dear friend, I composed a poem in the style of Lu Guiming. Although I have lost the chance to indulge in the spring city, my curtains have been drawn, and yet the verses remain untrimmed. Inspired by the lush banks of Ing, I yearn to gather the exquisite orchids of Shangya. The crane in the wild has ample room to weave, while the mountain monk prepares a separate meal. Yet, the physician Xinyu, renowned for his keen eyesight, remains unperturbed by the flowers along the river that fail to bloom fully on their branches. Question: what ailment afflicts the author's friend? Question: please briefly summarize the emotions and thoughts expressed in this poem. Upon encountering these questions, Hui Fei could not help but feel a jolt of anxiety. Lu Guiming, generally speaking, in the realm of Chinese poetry appreciation, it is common to encounter works by well-known poets such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, and Bai Zhui. After all, these names are the most familiar to us. Yet this time, the selection is Lu Guiming. This is likely unheard of by most students, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the fact that this poem is rather obscure. The difficulty level of this Chinese exam has suddenly escalated, and it is likely that many students will struggle. Even if they manage to understand it, achieving a perfect score will be no easy feat setting that aside. Hui Fei continued to read on. Next, there was a classical Chinese text analysis. The very next moment, her expression froze, and she was left in shock. What? Who authored this question? Are you certain this is intended for students? The beginning of the exam was straightforward. An increase in difficulty for poetry appreciation is understandable, but what in the world is this classical text? The original text reads as follows. You desired to fish and encountered me in a dwelling. He said to me, I wish to fish in the muddy waters of you. Shall we fish together? I replied to you, I wish to sell jade, and you desires jade. I wish to meet you in his dwelling. I met you at his dwelling. Crossed the corner of you, and wished to sell jade to him. Upon encountering rain, the rain surpassed you's abode. I said to you, I wish to fish in the muddy waters of you. When it rains at you's dwelling, shall we fish? Or shall we sell jade? You and I sheltered from the rain at his dwelling. I sold jade to you, and as the rain intensified, I and you trudged through you's abode to fish in the muddy waters. Question: what does mean? Question: what does mean? Question: what does mean? Question: what does mean? Question: please share your understanding of this text. Finally, please translate the entire text comprehensively. Having finished reading the text, Hui Fei could not suppress her fury, letting out a frustrated exhale, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and her composure shattered. Goodness! Is there something wrong with the individuals who prepared these questions? Or perhaps, this is simply a mistake? Chapter 37, A Breakdown in Mindset, Abandoning the Examination? Hui Fei, a Chinese language teacher, prided herself on her proficiency, which was evident in her role as the class supervisor. Yet, upon encountering the classical Chinese text authored by Yu, she found herself momentarily bewildered. While she recognized each character, their collective meaning eluded her, leaving her dizzy and perplexed. Without a solid grounding in ancient literature or access to a translation dictionary, comprehending the text seemed an insurmountable challenge. The difficulty was undeniably intentional. Was it a deliberate attempt by the examination committee to thwart the students and instill fear? Was there truly a need for such tactics? With the college entrance examination looming on the horizon, If her students' confidence were to be shattered, she vowed retribution against those responsible. As Hu Yifei grappled with the challenging questions, numerous students in the classroom were frantically tugging at their hair. In fact, this state of distress permeated the entire school. At the onset of the Chinese examination, many initially felt a surge of confidence, thinking, these questions are too simple. They swiftly completed the basic multiple-choice questions, securing their 12 points with ease. However, when it came to the poetry recitation, they encountered a slight challenge, though most managed to navigate it without issue. Yet, as they approached the poetry appreciation section, confusion set in. Many were confronted with poems they had never seen before, and some had never even heard of the authors. Naturally, this was not surprising. Given the vast expanse of ancient poetry and its myriad authors, it was implausible for everyone to be familiar with them all. However, questions regarding the author's ailments left them utterly stumped. After poring over the poems for an extended period, they remained incapable of grasping their meanings, let alone answering the questions. They decided to skip those sections, reasoning that they would only lose 7 or 8 points, though it would widen the gap with top students. It was still within an acceptable range. However, this fleeting sense of acceptance was shattered upon encountering the subsequent classical Chinese text. Instantly, countless students were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the classical text assigned to us? They had never before encountered anything like it. A collection of homophonous characters presented a riddle. Who could decipher the meaning behind Yu? What insights could one possibly glean from a text that was incomprehensible? As for translation, forget it. A significant number of students, indeed, one might say 99.9%, found themselves ensnared by the complexities of this classical text. The air was filled with the sounds of frustration, fingers tugging at hair, teeth grinding, pins gnawing, and exasperated sighs echoed from classroom to classroom. Oh heavens, what a predicament! May the heavens strike down the one who crafted this examination. Is this truly meant for human beings? The previous poetry appreciation was difficult, but I could overlook it, as it was not worth many points. However, this classical Chinese text carries a weight of 18 points. That is a significant score, especially considering the basic multiple-choice questions only amount to 12 points. If one were to add the poetry appreciation, that would mean losing 25 or 26 points in an instant. The potential devastation is undeniable. Bear in mind, we have merely reached the third section. There are still several parts remaining, including the essay. Yet, from the third section, from the second section onward, it has already become exceedingly challenging, with the classical text presenting a near insurmountable obstacle. If this is the case, what lies ahead must surely be even more daunting. Many individuals find themselves paralyzed by the poetry appreciation and the classical text, while time slips away second by second. In just 2.5 hours, half of the time has vanished. Suddenly, numerous students begin to crumble under the pressure. How frustrating. This infernal examination, I shan't partake. It is uncertain who was the first to reach their breaking point, but one student bluntly declared their discontent, crumpled their exam paper into a ball, hurled it to the ground, and stomped on it before storming out. This student is still in the examination. Please return to your seat. You cannot submit your paper or leave the examination room until the last 15 minutes, or you will receive a score of 0. Hu Fei urgently reminded them. However, that student did not look back. A score of 0 is a score of 0. I've already discarded my paper, so what's the point of continuing? How audacious. Not only did they abandon the exam on the spot, but they also destroyed their paper. The act of stomping on it seemed to channel all their inner turmoil. With this display, many others were inspired to follow suit. Instantly, the examination room was filled with unrest. This is disastrous. Hu Fei furrowed her brow. It is vital to remember that these are all senior students. With merely 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, witnessing them unravel is a recipe for catastrophe. She had initially intended to wait until the proctoring concluded to confront the academic committee, but now she could scarcely contain her frustration. She wished fervently to march straight over and confront the exam creator, demanding, "Look at the fine questions you devised. Have you taken pleasure in driving the students to the brink of despair?" Just then, the head of the Chinese language academic group appeared in the corridor of Class 4, beckoning to Hu Yifei through the window. In an instant, she hastened outside. Chapter 38. What kind of examination is this? Group leader. This test is exceedingly difficult. Even I feel pressured, let alone the students. As they walked down the corridor, before the head of the Chinese department could speak, Hu Yifei voiced her grievances first, her tone laden with frustration. Indeed, it is challenging. Many teachers have expressed their concerns to me, which is why I came to inform you. Please remind the students to set aside the questions they find difficult and focus on completing the subsequent ones. Furthermore, emphasize to everyone that if they struggle with a question, others likely do as well, so there is no need to panic or rush. They must maintain their composure. Maintain composure? That is no easy feat. After all, if it were merely one difficult question, it would be acceptable. However, from poetry appreciation to classical Chinese literature, everything is exceedingly tough. Tell me, who crafted these questions? If there were not mistakes, then it seems they are intentionally undermining the student's confidence. Such a person, their intentions are reprehensible. Hu Yifei harbored significant dissatisfaction towards the question setter. Mistakes should not occur. After all, these questions did not originate from our school, but from the city authorities. Although it appears to be just a monthly examination, in reality, it serves as a citywide unified test. Not only us, but also schools like number 1 and number 2 high schools, Chuying and Lanpu, are concurrently taking this set of papers. I have urgently contacted the question-setting team in the city, but they have yet to respond. As for now, just reassure the students to proceed with their examination. Upon finishing, the head of the Chinese department departed. He had to notify each examination room individually and could not afford to linger here for too long. Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei's indignation remained unabated. However, there was little she could do. The only course of action available was to soothe the students. Classmates, let us not panic. We must remain composed. After all, isn't the essence of an examination to test our mindset? Remember, if you find a question challenging, it is likely that your peers may also struggle. Let us simply skip those and focus on completing the remaining questions. We cannot allow poetry appreciation and classical literature to consume our time. We must not, like that previous student, abandon the exam simply because of 1 or 2 difficult questions. That would be irresponsible towards the examination. It is also a disservice to yourselves. As she re-entered the classroom, Hu Yifei endeavored to pacify everyone as gently as possible. However, ugh, teacher, you truly speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. What do you mean by saying that if I cannot do it, others cannot either? The student beside me has not paused their pen since the start of the exam. Moreover, I can clearly see with my borrowed insight that they have completed both poetry appreciation and classical literature. Their writing is abundant. If it is not mere scribbling, then they are genuinely impressive. For them, these questions are as easy as pie. Life is indeed unfair. Comparing ourselves to others can be disheartening. We are simply not on the same level. As soon as Hu Yifei finished speaking, the stout boy sitting next to Jiang Nan could not contain his frustration and voiced his discontent, exacerbating his agitation. It simply felt so imbalanced. Especially when tasks that seem simple to others elude one's own grasp, it truly pierces the heart. Coupled with Hu Yifei's dismissive remarks, a resounding thud echoed as the portly student slammed his palm on the table. Forget it. I won't take the exam either. A 0 is just a 0. He emulated the previous fierce individual, crumpling his paper and casting it to the ground, disregarding Hu Yifei's scowl as he strode away. Hu Yifei, taken aback, thought, "What is this? I have barely finished speaking, and now I am being slapped in the face? Do I not have any pride?" Her temper flared, threatening to erupt like a volcano. However, in the next moment, she reined in her fury upon noticing that a student had mentioned someone beside them had not stopped writing, completing both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. That individual was none other than Jiang Nan from her class. Was Jiang Nan truly that exceptional? Completing poetry appreciation was one thing, but to tackle classical Chinese, which even she found challenging. Although she had harbored high hopes for Jiang Nan prior to the exam, it had largely been a means of encouragement rather than absolute faith. To assert that she fully believed Jiang Nan could achieve the highest score in the school would have been unrealistic. After all, Jiang Nan was indeed adept at managing scores. Yet she had never witnessed his true capabilities. Now, she urged the remaining students to continue with their exams, not allowing the actions of the two who had given up to sway them. Persevere, for only through persistence can victory be attained, she reassured her students. Regardless of her attempts to bolster their spirits, a shattered mindset could not be mended, especially with some students following suit in abandoning their papers, leaving in indignation. Clearly, they had chosen the path of 0 scores. With a scoff, they declared, "I would rather receive a 0 than endure this indignity." Hu Yifei glanced at the papers of those who had left, noting that most were mere blank sheets, and even the few attempted answers were utterly nonsensical. It was evident they were the bottom tier of students. If they wished to leave, so be it. She had done her utmost to persuade them. One could not forcibly detain students against their will. Her greater concern lay with Jiang Nan. Had he truly completed the classical Chinese section? Although Jiang Nan had the ability to manage scores, The classical Chinese was notoriously difficult. Curiosity piqued, Hu Fei circled back under the pretense of monitoring the exam, approaching Jiang Nan's desk to glimpse his paper. Her initial intention was to verify whether he had indeed tackled the classical Chinese section. However, upon a fleeting glance, she was rendered momentarily speechless. Wait, what is this? Is he not working on classical Chinese? Why is he writing an essay instead? It's densely packed. He seems close to finishing. The exam time had only elapsed halfway, and he was nearing completion of his essay. Had he neglected the earlier classical Chinese section? Hold on. This doesn't add up. Previously, the chubby boy had remarked that it was astonishing to witness you completing both the appreciation of poetry and classical Chinese literature. How could that possibly be accomplished so swiftly? Even if one were to hastily scribble, it would be implausible to finish the essay while simultaneously engaging in the analysis of poetry and classical texts. After all, these are words. How could one possibly write over 1,000 characters without it taking considerable time? Hu Fei's mind was awash with confusion. While other classmates had only just skimmed through classical Chinese literature, they had yet to embark on the analysis of modern texts. Yet, Jiang Nan seemed to be on the verge of completing the essay with astonishing speed. It was nothing short of miraculous. She was genuinely curious to glimpse Jiang Nan's exam paper, to ascertain how Jiang Nan had fared in classical Chinese literature. However, since the essay and the classical text were not on the same page, she was unable to take a look. Wait, what is this essay about? Suddenly, Hu Fei seemed to have uncovered something, her eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of essay is this? Classical Chinese literature? Jiang Nan had actually written in classical Chinese? How could this be possible? Chapter 39. A scheme in mind. It is worth mentioning that this recent language examination proved to be exceptionally challenging. The initial multiple-choice questions and the recitation of poetry were relatively standard, manageable for most. Yet, once the section on poetry appreciation commenced, the level of difficulty escalated exponentially. The classical Chinese texts were particularly daunting, with scarcely anyone able to respond adequately. As for the subsequent modern literary analysis, Hu Fei briefly skimmed through it, finding it somewhat more accessible, though still not without its challenges, mirroring the complexity of the poetry section. And then there was the final essay. This essay posed a rather intriguing challenge. No, it was indeed quite formidable. The prompt was as follows. A young man traverses the long journey of life, and upon reaching a ferry, he finds himself laden with 7 satchels: health, beauty, integrity, wit, talent, wealth, and honor. As the ferry departs in calm waters, time becomes elusive. Soon, however, the winds rise, and the small boat is tossed perilously. The ferryman advises, the boat is small and the load is heavy. You must relinquish one satchel to safely navigate the tumult. The young man, reluctant to part with any, is reminded, there is gain in loss and loss in gain. After a moment of contemplation, he casts his integrity into the water. What thoughts does the abandonment of integrity evoke in you? Please compose an essay centered around integrity, drawing from your experiences, feelings, beliefs, or perhaps crafting a story or fable. At first glance, this prompt does not appear overly difficult. Yet, that is merely a superficial assessment. In truth, it is laden with profound implications and complexity. This essay is indeed no trivial task. It is acceptable to receive a low score, but if one cannot innovate and instead resorts to clichés, the score shall not be commendable. This was Hu Fei's instinctive reflection. At that moment, she empathized deeply. Just moments ago, she had instructed her students to tackle the latter sections first. In hindsight, it was quite an embarrassing contradiction. Had she foreseen the essay prompt, she would never have uttered such self-defeating words. What on earth? What is this? Are you certain this is an essay prompt for high school students? Even Hu Fei found it challenging, which undoubtedly constituted a severe disadvantage for these students. Indeed, this was the case. The few who had just exited, upon encountering this essay prompt, were left bewildered, their minds racing with thoughts of, who informed me of this absurdity, and how do I even approach it? Poetry appreciation was difficult, classical texts were arduous, and now this essay, which constitutes a significant portion of the exam, is equally daunting. Thud, I am kneeling. This examination has indeed brought me to my knees. Rather than squander time here, I might as well abandon all hope. A score of 0 is a score of 0, and I shall not be at your service. Many harbored such sentiments, leading to a considerable number of frustrated departures. However, Jiang Nan found inspiration flowing effortlessly. Completing the task in less than half an hour, he traversed 5 barriers and vanquished 6 generals, successfully tackling all the preceding questions. including the appreciation of poetry and classical texts. Then, he arrived at the essay section. Upon glancing at the topic, Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow, amused. Was the essay prompt truly this straightforward? It seemed devoid of any challenge, hardly worthy of his attention. This was Jiang Nan's instinctive thought. The essay was not prescriptive, allowing for a multitude of associations. As long as it adhered to the theme, there were numerous directions to explore. Scoring 30 or 40 out of 60 was exceedingly simple. Yet to achieve 50, one's writing prowess would be scrutinized. However, the system's grading task this time was to attain a perfect score. This implied that Jiang Nan's composition must secure 60 points. This was no trivial endeavor. After all, it is common knowledge that achieving full marks in mathematics or science is relatively easy, provided the formulas, problem-solving processes, and answers are accurate. Yet, attaining full points in language arts is indeed a Herculean task, especially with essays. Compositions that receive full marks are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. This is primarily because there exists no precise grading standard. While one's ideas must be innovative and align with the theme, the essay must also be profoundly moving, leaving the evaluators astonished and impressed, ensuring that not a single point is deducted. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, despite the challenge, it was just that. It merely required a bit more thought. After pondering for a few seconds, a smile crept upon his lips as a clever idea struck him. Was there not a classical text at the beginning of the exam? That prompt was rather intriguing. If I were to compose an essay in classical Chinese, what would be the outcome? Surely, I could secure a perfect score. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. Consequently, an essay that would astonish the heavens and move the spirits, leaving Hu Yifei in a daze and her composure shattered, was freshly crafted. The main text is as follows. In the 26th year of the Jiang Nan era, 221 AD, Guan Yu met his demise at Maicheng, captured after a defeat, and he refused to surrender, ultimately falling victim to Sun Quan's treachery. His steed, the red hare, was bestowed by Sun Quan to Ma Zhong. One day, Ma Zhong submitted a report. The red hare had refused sustenance for several days and would soon perish. Sun Quan was greatly alarmed and urgently sought out the renowned scholar Bo Shi of Jiangdong. This individual was a descendant of Bo Lu, reputed to be well-versed in the language of horses. Ma Zhong brought Bo Shi back to his residence, and upon arrival at the stable, they found the red hare lying on the ground, lamenting incessantly. The onlookers were perplexed, but only Bo Shi understood. He dismissed the crowd, caressed the horse's back, and sighed. In the past, Chow Chow composed, "Though tortoises live long," stating, "An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A hero in his twilight years retains his ambitious spirit. I am acutely aware of your gratitude towards General Guan and your desire to accompany him in death. Yet on the day of Lu Bu's demise at the White Gate Tower, you did not exhibit such despair. Why then, do you so readily embrace death today? Would this not betray your noble aspirations?" Chapter 40. With half an hour remaining, you cannot submit your paper. This is the essay penned by Jiang Nan. It left Hu Yifei utterly speechless. Goodness, are we not in the midst of an examination? A spontaneous creation, no less. Yet, you somehow find the time to compose in classical Chinese? Hu Yifei stood there, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Heaven, earth, is this truly a human being? I am, after all, a language teacher, a proud graduate of a prestigious university possessing a master's degree. My own standards are far from low. In my earlier years, I too crafted fine essays. But in comparison to Jiang Nan, it seems there is an insurmountable gap. This blow, I must admit, is quite significant. Speechless, too extraordinarily talented. Could this be what they call a scoring genius, a super scholar? The true prowess of Jiang Nan? I am at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps it should be the latter. After all, he is from my own class. Though he may have deceived me for the past 2 or 3 years, if Jiang Nan truly possesses such remarkable skill, then being outwitted is of little consequence. Hee. A foolish grin spread across Hu Yifei's face. Some might argue that Jiang Nan merely employed classical Chinese, but the content may not necessarily be commendable, nor his level exceptionally high. Should such a person exist, Hu Yifei would not hesitate to retort with a mouthful of salt water. Nonsense. An outsider merely observes the spectacle, while an insider perceives the nuances. In this day and age, how many can wield classical Chinese with proficiency? Setting aside the content for the moment, the very fact that Jiang Nan could effortlessly compose several hundred words in classical Chinese serves to illustrate that his abilities are not to be underestimated. Moreover, from her perspective, The substance of Jiang Nan's essay is far from mundane. It is imbued with rich meaning and depth. If one were to encapsulate it in words, it would be a fierce contest of wills, terrifying in its intensity. On the other side, Jiang Nan was wholly engrossed in his writing, oblivious to Hu Yifei standing behind him in a state of astonishment. It was not until he completed the final paragraph, "The red hair weeps," saying, "I have long admired the unyielding integrity of Bo Yi and Shu Qi. Jade may be shattered, yet its luster remains untarnished. Bamboo may be broken, yet its joints cannot be destroyed. A gentleman dies for his confidant, and a person lives through their integrity. How could I consume the grain of Wu and live a life devoid of meaning?" With these words, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Bo Shi cried out in anguish, exclaiming, "If even objects are thus, how can humanity endure?" This was later reported to Sun Quan, who too wept upon hearing it. "I had no idea that Guan Chang was so trustworthy. Today, such loyal and righteous individuals have suffered for my sake. How can I face the world?" Subsequently, Sun Quan decreed that Guan Yu and his son, along with the red hair, be given a grand burial. As the final paragraph concluded, Jiang Nan exhaled deeply, relieved to have finished. This endeavor had cost him at least 30% of his strength. He was confident that he would secure a perfect score. A smile crept across his lips. The trials of life. Some strive for fame yet find it elusive, while he, desiring discretion, cannot escape the pressures from Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and others, along with the system compelling him to achieve full marks. There is no alternative. I must simply go with the flow. Surely, this will not astonish too many people. After all, this examination is exceedingly simple. I can only assume that a considerable number of students will achieve a perfect score. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Qin Yuma are all top scholars, each boldly proclaiming their intention to surpass me. Without a doubt, at least one or two among them will secure full marks. Moreover, our entire school is teeming with talent, with at least 10 individuals who can rival Qin Yuma. Among them, one named Qin Feng stands out as a paragon of academic excellence, undoubtedly capable of attaining a perfect score. Jiang Nan reassured himself internally before putting down his pen, preparing to submit his paper. Observing this, Hu Yifei was taken aback. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Have you finished and are ready to submit?" "What? You've completed it?" "Yes, I have." "You've finished the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections?" "I have indeed." "Even so, you should check your work. What if you made careless mistakes? Remember, details determine success or failure. There's no need. How could I possibly err on such simple questions?" Rest assured, I did not take it lightly this time. Jiang Nan flashed an innocent smile. Fearing that Hu Yifei might doubt him and think he was trying to game the system, he felt compelled to clarify. However, his explanation only seemed to deepen Hu Yifei's distress. How could such simple questions possibly be wrong? Just look around. This is hardly a rational statement, is it? Have you not noticed how many are tugging at their hair, grinding their teeth, or even giving up in despair? Did you not see that even I am wearing a serious expression? Could it be, cough, that you're feeling the pressure? Yet you claim it is all so simple? Does your conscience not ache? Not only Hu Yifei, but also other students in the classroom who were taking the exam, especially those seated near Jiang Nan, were equally dismayed. Upon hearing his remarks, they nearly choked on their own frustration. How heart-wrenching. Truly, one cannot appreciate the pain without comparison. Who on earth is this person? From which class? Please, spare us your extraordinary abilities. Our hearts cannot bear it. To put it into perspective, I have not even attempted the poetry appreciation or classical Chinese sections, and I have yet to start the essay, while he has already completed everything. His speed surpasses that of a lifelong bachelor. How has he honed such skills? Utterly speechless, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Hu Yifei or the thoughts of those around him, taking his paper to place it on the podium. However, wait, Jiang Nan, there are regulations in the examination room. You may only submit your paper and leave during the last 15 minutes. The time is not yet up, so you cannot submit or leave. Otherwise, you will receive a score of 0. At that moment, Hu Yifei called out to Jiang Nan once more. The reason was simple. The examination time had not yet elapsed. She had not noticed earlier, but seeing Jiang Nan about to submit, she glanced at the clock on the board, only to realize it was not yet 11 o'clock. To clarify, the Chinese exam lasts 2.5 hours, from 9 in the morning until 11:30. This implies that Jiang Nan completed the examination half an hour in advance, notwithstanding the formidable difficulty of the paper. Astonishingly, she even composed an essay in classical Chinese that left her herself astounded. This is truly beyond belief. Chapter 41. Strange happenings year after year, today particularly numerous what? The time is not yet up, and one cannot submit the paper? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. This was primarily due to the fact that he typically completed the standard examination in a mere 10 minutes, subsequently dozing off until the conclusion. However, today, the system astonishingly granted him a perfect score, especially in the Chinese language section. To achieve this, he had meticulously composed a classical Chinese essay, consuming considerable time. Believing the examination was nearing its end. Yet, to his dismay, it was still not over. Time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock positioned above the blackboard, only to discover that nearly half an hour remained until the final 15 minutes. This seemed rather protracted. What to do? Leaving was out of the question. He had finally completed the exam and was eagerly anticipating his perfect score, hoping to accumulate points for a subsequent lottery drawing. Thus, he had no choice but to return to his seat and resume his slumber. Jiang Nan grimaced slightly, then took his paper back to his desk, yawned, and laid his head down. Sleep it is. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yifei felt an involuntary twitch at the corners of her mouth. This individual was undeniably infuriating. Here she was, proctoring the exam, and he had the audacity to sleep again? Even if he had finished, with such ample time remaining, could he not at least review his work? Or was he genuinely that confident in his abilities, believing he had answered every question correctly and would secure a perfect score? Truly, it bore the rhythm of futile resistance. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since reprimanded them. Yet, considering it was Jiang Nan, she decided to let it be. As long as he did not disturb the other students, what harm was there in his slumber? It seemed rather inconsequential. However, did Jiang Nan's slumber truly not disturb those around him? Perhaps not entirely. His immediate front neighbors fared well enough. But those beside and behind him were undoubtedly experiencing a tumult of emotions. Just observe, this was the treatment reserved for a super academic elite. In the face of such a challenging examination, this lad had completed it half an hour early, all while managing to nap, and the proctor appeared indifferent? It was simply heart-wrenching. By the way, who exactly was this young man? Could he be the most formidable and renowned student in the school, lauded as the pinnacle of academic excellence, Qin Feng? However, Qin Feng was not supposed to be this handsome. Jiang Nan possessed a breathtaking charm that could render all other boys mere shadows in comparison. Although Qin Feng's reputation was illustrious, it stemmed from his academic prowess, not his looks. Otherwise, he would not only be an academic star but also the heartthrob of the school. Therefore, this lad could not possibly be Qin Feng. If he was not Qin Feng, could he perhaps be the school's basketball deity, known as the first heartthrob, Yu Zhiqiu? That too was unlikely. While Yu Zhiqiu was indeed handsome, his academic performance was said to be average, making it implausible for him to complete the Chinese exam so swiftly. Thus, this young man could not be Yu Zhiqiu. Moreover, Yu Zhiqiu was certainly not as striking as Jiang Nan. Truly, this was a perplexing conundrum. This individual possesses an extraordinary command of the Chinese language, undoubtedly rivaling that of Qin Feng, and is strikingly handsome, even surpassing Yu Zhiqiu. I recall the invigilator calling out his name twice. It seems he is referred to as Jiang something Nan. Jiang Nan? If I am not mistaken. That appears to be correct. But which class does he belong to? Is there such a remarkable person in our school? How come I have never heard of him? With such high caliber and exceptional looks, it is illogical for him to remain obscure. Could it be that I have become so engrossed in my studies lately that I have become ignorant and unable to recognize a genius? It seems. I must inquire further. It is astonishing that there exists someone unknown to our group of onlookers in the third middle school, truly a slap in the face. TSK. Many students in the examination room were preoccupied with pondering Jiang Nan's identity, to the point where they lost focus on their own questions. However, Jiang Nan remained oblivious to this. Hu Yifei was also unaware. Otherwise, even if she were to make an exception, she would have allowed Jiang Nan to submit his paper and leave, to avoid disrupting the examination for others. Of course, she could not have anticipated this, because the majority of her thoughts were consumed with the desire to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan's paper. She wanted to see the entirety of his composition. Previously, she had been so astonished that she hadn't finished reading it, and she wondered if he had correctly answered the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. Alas, the paper was obscured beneath Jiang Nan's head. She could not see it, no matter how much she wished to. Truly, a pit she had dug for herself. While Jiang Nan slept soundly, Hu Yifei was in a state of torment, watching the second hand on the clock tick slowly on the blackboard. This was the first time she found time dragging on so excruciatingly slowly. It was unbearably slow. After what felt like an eternity, she finally saw the clock's hands settle at 11:15. Then, "Hey, wake up." Hu Yifei hurriedly shook Jiang Nan. "Teacher, is the exam over?" "Not yet. But with 15 minutes remaining, you may submit your paper and go eat." "Oh, understood." Jiang Nan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, nodded at Hu Yifei and stood to leave the classroom. As for placing the paper on the podium, that was unnecessary. For the moment Jiang Nan rose, Hu Yifei had already taken the paper. Jiang Nan assumed it was Hu Yifei collecting the papers. In reality, she was simply eager to see his work. The surrounding classmates, witnessing this scene, felt as though they had been dealt another painful blow, bleeding metaphorically from a million wounds. What on earth? Such a thing occurring in an examination room? A student sleeping and the invigilator ignoring it is one thing, but now with 15 minutes until the exam's conclusion. Merely reaching the point where papers could be submitted, the invigilator actively wakes him up to let him go eat, even assisting in collecting his paper? Incredible. The multitude of students were left speechless. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Truly, strange occurrences abound each year. And this year seems particularly rife with them. While other candidates are urged by the invigilators to review their papers multiple times before submission, here in Jiang Nan, the approach is quite the opposite. It goes without saying that this place, known as Jiang Nan, is destined to gain fame soon. Chapter 42. As long as it doesn't deviate too much, full marks are guaranteed. As the instigator, Hu Yifei remained oblivious to the subtle thoughts of her classmates and the myriad expressions etched on their faces. This was solely because she was engrossed in Jiang Nan's exam paper. To her astonishment, every answer was correct. Impressive. So this is how one approaches such questions. Furthermore, the analysis of the poem was exceptionally well done. The reference to Shun Yu's dual pupils allowed for a clear inference regarding the author's friend suffering from an eye ailment, remarkably insightful. The emotional response was even more exquisite. Firstly, it conveyed the regret of being unable to gather with friends to compose poetry and indulge in wine while savoring the spring scenery. Secondly, it offered solace to the friend, expressing confidence in their ability to overcome illness and a hopeful outlook for a brighter future. Brilliant. It was not only structured with clarity, but also succinctly articulated. Even as a reference answer, it could hardly be more precise. This response must undoubtedly merit full marks. Upon glimpsing Jiang Nan's exam paper, Hu Yifei was utterly astounded. She soon became immersed in it, unable to extricate herself, as she read from beginning to end. Every question she knew how to solve, and could confidently ascertain the answer to, was flawlessly executed by Jiang Nan. Even the poetry analysis, which she herself found challenging, Jiang Nan addressed with fluency, articulating the answer with clarity and devoid of any superfluous verbiage. What words could possibly encapsulate this? This was an answer that surpassed the standard. One more word would be excessive, one less would be insufficient. Incredible, truly extraordinary. This individual was remarkable, terrifyingly so. Not of this world, indeed. In Hu Yifei's mind, various descriptors flitted by, yet none seemed worthy of Jiang Nan's extraordinary talent, especially when she turned the page and encountered the analysis of classical Chinese literature. Her eyes widened in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, this response was brilliant. The meanings of words like, and were astonishing. The translation was nothing short of exceptional, enlightening her and clearing her understanding. That classical literature had confounded countless students. Previously, Hu Yifei too had been baffled, struggling to grasp any meaning without dedicating ample time to it. However, Jiang Nan's translation flowed seamlessly. It was akin to the waves of the Yangtze River, where the latter waves pushed the former to the shore, leaving her, the former wave, overturned upon the sand. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. Yet, as the proctor, Hu Yifei stood beside Jiang Nan's desk, holding the paper in silence, utterly entranced, oblivious to the sound of the bell. "Teacher Hu, the exam is over. Please collect the papers." "Huh? Oh, all right." Only when another proctor's voice broke through her reverie did Hu Yifei return to reality, hastily announcing the cessation of the exam. "All right. The exam is concluded. No one should write any further. Please submit your papers promptly. The student clad in red attire, please set down your pen. If you continue to write, I shall have to record your name. This is quite serious, and a score of 0 will be assigned." Meanwhile, the majority of the class has submitted their papers, yet a few reluctant souls cling to the final moments, hurriedly scribbling away. This constitutes a violation of examination regulations. Hu Yifei swiftly approached to halt them. "Is this truly the end? I have only just begun my essay, they lamented, tears streaming down their cheeks. Such profound sorrow. It would not be an exaggeration to say they cried a river. Witnessing this scene, numerous classmates felt a pang of empathy, clearly resonating with the student's plight. Although Hui Fei felt sympathy, she understood that an examination is an examination. Once the time is up, the papers must be collected. She did not extend the time due to the student's tears. Incidentally, she recognized this student. If her memory served her correctly, they were the language representative from Class 3. Quite remarkable in their abilities. While their performance in other subjects may vary, in terms of language, they undoubtedly ranked first in their class and within the top 5 of their grade. However, upon glancing at their paper, she was taken aback. It was a dismal sight indeed. The poetry appreciation section was blank, the classical literature analysis void of any response, and the essay only partially completed. Just in these 3 sections, at least 60 points would be lost. Achieving a passing score seemed exceedingly difficult. If a student of such linguistic prowess could not pass, how dire must it be for the others? Realizing this, Hui Fei felt a sudden tightening in her chest. It appeared that the entire class would falter in this language examination. She wondered if Qin Yuma would manage to pass. If even they could not, the entire class would be doomed. No, wait. Jiang Nan must be the exception. She had just glanced at Jiang Nan's paper, which was nearly flawless. The essay still required careful review, but even without considering it, passing was assured. As for the essay, it would require meticulous observation. As long as it didn't stray too far off topic, she would undoubtedly award full marks. Could it be? He might score 150 points? Hui Fei was astounded by her own thoughts. 150 points? Was that even possible? In the entire 3rd middle school, no student had achieved a perfect score in language examinations for nearly a decade. After all, language differs from other subjects, whether in mathematics, foreign languages, or the sciences. There are always a few top students capable of scoring full marks. But in language, such a feat is virtually unattainable, as essays almost always incur deductions. Yet this time, though she had not yet comprehended Jiang Nan's essay, merely seeing it written in classical format was already astonishing. If she were tasked with grading it, she would be reluctant to deduct a single point. Unbeknownst to Hui Fei, Jiang Nan, the subject of her contemplation, was currently enjoying a meal in the cafeteria. The school is well aware of the challenges posed by this examination, recognizing the arduous efforts of the students. Consequently, they have specifically instructed the cafeteria to enhance the meal offerings, featuring dishes such as braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and large chicken legs. Ah, how delightful. This bounty is undoubtedly a boon for Jiang Nan. Truly exquisite. Chapter 43. Jiang Nan? I have never heard of such a figure. The Chinese language examination has concluded. And with no other tests scheduled for the morning, the campus is gradually coming alive with students making their way to the cafeteria. Even though it is barely 11:30, most of the students appear lively and exuberant, yet nearly 1/3 wear expressions of deep despair, as though their souls have been lost. It goes without saying that those bearing such expressions are all seniors. Hey, how did you perform? What else could it be? A complete failure. This Chinese exam was exceedingly difficult, as challenging as climbing to the heavens. I couldn't manage a single question in the poetry appreciation section, neither could I. I couldn't even comprehend the classical Chinese passages, let alone finish the subsequent essay. With those 2 sections combined, I must have lost at least 60 points. There's no way I'll pass. What? Really? You've always excelled in Chinese. Among the top 3 in our class, and you still might fail? This can't be a ploy to show off, can it? A display of academic prowess? Prowess. My foot. Don't think I'm merely among the top 3. Even if I were the top student, passing is not guaranteed. Did you not see Kai Kuan, our class representative for Chinese? His eyes were red, likely from crying. Alas, we are all in the same boat. In our examination room, several students left halfway through, abandoning their tests and earning a score of 0. We had some drop out as well. It seems everyone has floundered in Chinese. No, that is not entirely accurate. In our room, there was one exceptional student who completed both the poetry appreciation and the classical Chinese sections. What? How is that even possible? Indeed, it seems utterly implausible. I can't believe he managed the poetry appreciation, but the classical Chinese? With my 18 years of experience, I cannot comprehend it. How could anyone possibly complete it? It is true. That student genuinely finished it, and at an astonishing speed. With 4 or 5 minutes left before the examination concluded, he had completed his essay and was ready to submit his paper, leaving the entire room in shock. Ultimately, due to the examination regulations, He was unable to submit it and ended up resting his head on the desk for half an hour. But that is not the most astonishing part. What is even more surprising is that he was sleeping during the exam and the invigilator did not intervene. Moreover, with merely 15 minutes remaining, the invigilator reminded him that he could submit his paper and even took the initiative to collect it for him. Subsequently, the invigilator stood there, dumbfounded, holding the test paper until the examination concluded. Based on my keen observational skills, I can deduce that this student not only completed the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections, but did so correctly. Astonishing the invigilator, it cannot be. It is utterly impossible. How could there exist such a formidable individual capable of not only understanding classical Chinese, but also finishing the exam 40 to 50 minutes early? Moreover, it could lead to the invigilator treating him with special consideration, leaving them utterly astonished. I cannot believe it, even if I were to be struck down. I assure you, I speak no falsehood, for I was seated directly behind that individual. Not only did I witness the event, but everyone present in classroom 4 can attest to it as well. So, what is the name of that person? Is it Qin Feng? If it were indeed the illustrious Qin Feng, renowned as the top scholar for 3 consecutive years, one might entertain the possibility. However, that individual is not named Qin Feng. If not Qin Feng, then who could it be? It seems he is called Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. Is there anyone by that name in our school? Moreover, is there someone with such exceptional language proficiency that they could astonish the invigilator? I might believe it if you mentioned Qin Feng, but to utter such an unfamiliar name only deepens my skepticism. After all, if he were truly that remarkable, he would have already gained fame throughout the school, rather than remaining unknown until the 3rd year of high school. You make a valid point. Your claims are so astounding they are difficult to accept. Yet, I assure you, that individual is indeed named Jiang Nan. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire among the students who sat for the exam in classroom 4. Never mind. Let us cease this charade. It has been uncovered. If you are lying, it is time to confess. I am utterly bewildered. Along the way, many people are discussing this examination. Initially, everyone believed that all 3rd-year students had failed, lamenting their misfortunes. However, soon other voices emerged. One individual, seated behind Jiang Nan, recounted the events that transpired in classroom 4 and extolled Jiang Nan's prowess. Yet, not a single person around him believed his claims. No matter how fervently he spoke or how passionately he gestured, it was to no avail. The informant was left speechless. I swear to the heavens that I speak only the truth, yet why does no one believe me? That person is truly named Jiang Nan. He is also exceptionally handsome, surpassing all male celebrities. Unfortunately, the more he attempts to explain, the less credible he appears. If there were indeed someone who excelled not only in language, but also possessed extraordinary looks, how could it be that no one has ever heard of him? After all, we are now in the 3rd year of high school, not the 1st. Regardless of academic achievements, appearance, or any other field, anyone who stands out would have long since become well-known and recognized throughout the school. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded throughout the campus. Numerous individuals gathered to discuss the language examination, lamenting the difficulty of the paper. Yet, there were always 1 or 2 students from classroom 4 who mentioned Jiang Nan, praising his abilities. However, not only did no one believe their words, but they also scolded them for being dazed and confused. Regardless of how eloquently these individuals expressed themselves, gesticulating passionately or debating fervently, it was all in vain. After all, Jiang Nan? I have never heard of such a person. Some individuals are merely grandiloquent, seeking to attract attention, yet we are not fools and cannot be easily deceived. Chapter 44. The sorrow of many, the joy of one. Aside from class 4, the other classes in the senior year hardly knew Jiang Nan. After all, he had maintained a remarkably low profile in the past. Within class 4, he had earned the titles of God of Sleep, God of Food, and God of the South. But who knew who Jiang Nan was in the other classes? Naturally, there were whispers that Jiang Nan was quite impressive and handsome, but they dismissed such claims with mere laughter. However, on the road, several students from class 4, upon hearing this news, exchanged bewildered glances. Especially Zhang Hao, Su Yu, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, the representatives of various subjects, who suddenly found their expressions changing drastically. How could this be? Had Jiang Nan performed exceptionally well? Before the examinations commenced, they had publicly declared war on Jiang Nan, vowing to surpass him in this round. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. In the first examination, they suffered a setback, with even the most accomplished student in Chinese, Kai Kuan from class 3, brought to tears. Their own performance was hardly better. In that fleeting moment, when they saw that others had not fared well, they harbored a sense of relief. believing that Jiang Nan must have also performed poorly. Thus, the final outcome remained uncertain. But the next moment, when they heard Jiang Nan's name being called alongside Class 4's examination room, their expressions shifted dramatically. Was there another student named Jiang Nan in the school? That seemed unlikely. He was strikingly handsome, a unique presence indeed. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Jiang Nan had been assigned to take the exam in Class 4, which aligned perfectly with the details. Could it be that Jiang Nan had performed exceptionally well in this exam? Previously, they would have dismissed such rumors, even scoffing at them. However, ever since Jiang Nan had demonstrated astonishing prowess in mathematics and physics, delivering a stunning blow to many, they could no longer afford to be skeptical. Goodness, this was the harbinger of disaster. Siyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian were somewhat at ease, as their declarations of war were against mathematics, physics, and foreign languages, subjects not directly related to Chinese. Yet, Xiang Yi, the female representative for Chinese, was on the verge of tears. This was due to her previous frustration with Jiang Nan's habit of sleeping in class, which, spurred on by the other representatives, had led to the formation of a coalition against him. After the declaration of war yesterday, she had impulsively raised her fists, eager to compete with Jiang Nan. But the result? She was the first to suffer a humiliating defeat. As soon as the exam concluded, she assessed her own performance, concluding that passing was out of the question. After all, she had not attempted the poetry appreciation or classical Chinese sections and had only completed half of the essay. She estimated her score to be around 60 or 70 at best, certainly no higher. Upon hearing that Jiang Nan had not only answered all the classical Chinese questions, but had also submitted his paper early, astonishing the supervising teacher, she realized this was an extraordinary turn of events. Was a score of 100 merely the baseline? Perhaps he could surpass 120, or even higher. While she dared not entertain thoughts of a perfect score, one thing was certain. If what the person beside me said is true, Jiang Nan must have performed exceptionally well, to the extent of utterly outshining me. Oh, how can this be? I am the language representative of Class 4 in every Chinese examination. While I may not claim the top spot, I certainly rank just below Qin Yuma. And yet, oh, how disheartening. Women are made of water. As these thoughts consumed me, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Alas, how pitiable I appeared, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness, is it really necessary to react this way? It was merely a poor performance in Chinese. Everyone struggled, and many even chose to forego the exam. Surely, there was no need to weep openly on the streets. Girls are indeed delicate, lacking in resilience. I too had abandoned the exam, receiving a score of 0 on the spot, yet I still walked with confidence, unbothered by the world. The passers-by were oblivious to the silent war declared between Xiang Yi and Jiang Nan, leaving them perplexed by Xiang Ye's tears. However, Siyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian were well aware of the situation, and their expressions darkened considerably. Though it was merely a setback in Chinese, unrelated to other subjects, they were allies, bound by a shared fate, feeling each other's distress. They could only hope that in the forthcoming examinations, they would triumph over Jiang Nan. Yet, for reasons unknown, the confidence they felt during their declaration of war had suddenly waned, leaving them with an unsettling premonition. Could it be that Jiang Nan would defeat us single-handedly? No, that is simply impossible. I excel in mathematics and physics. Let my performance speak for itself. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who had been discreetly gathering intelligence for Jiang Nan, happened to overhear the conversation among passers-by and witness Xiang Ye's tears. She was the only one feeling both sorrowful and elated. Sorrowful because her own performance in Chinese was also disappointing. A significant setback for someone often regarded as a top student who aspired to surpass Qin Yuma. Astonished to hear that Jiang Nan had excelled, which exceeded her expectations, as she was only aware of Jiang Nan's prowess in mathematics and physics, not realizing her talent in Chinese as well. As for her elation, it stemmed from witnessing Xiang Ye's public display of distress, clearly indicating a poor performance, likely falling short of Jiang Nan's. This suggests that the individual she favors is poised to succeed. Naturally, Bai Yingying was overjoyed. However, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. To ascertain the truth, she needed to confirm with Jiang Nan directly. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Yingying quickened her pace, stealthily passing by Siyu, Zhang Hao, and the others, and hurried towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, she did not bother to grab a meal but instead swiftly scanned the room, locating Jiang Nan who was enjoying her meal, and rushed over. Jiang Nan, I knew you would be here. Pray tell, how did you perform in your recent Chinese examination? I overheard someone mention that you successfully tackled both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. Is this true? Jiang Nan nodded in affirmation. Let us compare our answers. For the first question on poetry appreciation, which inquired about the author's friend's ailment, what did you write? Ocular affliction. Oh, ocular affliction? How did you come to know this? Bai Yingying exclaimed in surprise, evidently having written something different. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Yingying. Have you never heard of the tale of Shen Yu and his double vision? It clearly indicates an ocular affliction. Did you not write correctly? I made an error. You couldn't possibly have missed something so straightforward? Bai Yingying, that struck deep, my friend. Come on, I am indeed on your side. Chapter 45. A remarkable scholar emerges in the cafeteria. What about classical Chinese? Throughout its entirety, it maintains a singular phonetic structure, seemingly crafted solely for homophony, leaving me utterly bewildered. I cannot grasp its meaning. And you? How do you translate it? It is quite straightforward. It is not merely for the sake of phonetic similarity. It is inherently a homophonic composition, narrating a quaint tale of whether to fish first or sell jade. A mere glance would suffice to comprehend it, wouldn't it? Bai Yingying. Once again, my heart is pierced. Listen, is this even human language? If it were not for the insistence of your provocations, I would surely be at a loss for breath. At this moment, a considerable time has elapsed since the examinations concluded. The cafeteria has seen a steady influx of patrons, many of whom have settled near Jiang Nan. Given Jiang Nan's striking good looks and Bai Yingying's undeniable beauty, they are indeed a match made in heaven, drawing the gaze of everyone around them. Initially, their attention was merely captivated by the pair's attractiveness. However, it was soon followed by astonishment. Upon overhearing Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying's conversation about the recently completed Chinese examination, especially when Jiang Nan casually recited the answers to the poetry appreciation section and articulated the translation of the classical text. Well. Instantly, those nearby were rendered speechless. What did they just hear? Someone has actually managed to tackle both poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, even providing a complete translation? How could this be? They too are high school seniors who have just sat for the same examination and are acutely aware of the difficulties posed by poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, lingering in their minds like a haunting memory. Very few could even put pen to paper. In fact, they believe that throughout the entirety of high school, no one could achieve such a feat yet now. Someone has done it? Moreover, they claimed it was simple, that a mere glance would reveal all. Is this true? Almost instinctively, they gathered with their trays, inching closer to attentively listen to Jiang Nan's translation. Regardless of its accuracy, they were eager to hear more. It was simply too intriguing. Yu expressed a desire to fish, coming to my home to say, I wish to fish on the shores of the Yushui River. Will you accompany me? I replied, I intend to sell jade. Yu wishes to purchase my jade, so I must go to his home. Thus, I accompanied Yu to his residence, where I intended to sell my jade. At that moment, rain began to pour. The downpour engulfed Yu's house. I said to Yu, I had originally planned to fish on the shores of the Yushui River, but now, caught in this heavy rain at your home, should I fish or sell jade? While seeking refuge from the rain at Yu's house, I sold my jade to him. Once the rain ceased, Yu and I slowly departed from his home, making our way to fish by the shores of the Yushui River. As for its interpretation, it essentially prompts you to articulate its underlying meaning. That too is quite simple. It conveys that one should approach tasks with organization and a sense of order, completing them methodically to ensure efficiency. Otherwise, chaos may ensue, leading to dire consequences. Jiang Nan not only translated classical Chinese literature, but also elucidated its meanings directly. He then turned to Bai Yingying and added, This is the essence, you see? Quite simple, isn't it? In truth, there are numerous homophonic compositions like the lion-eating poet in the stone den, Gigi strikes the chicken, and the black weasel scolds the official, all of which are rather intriguing. Among them, the most captivating is the love story of E and E, which narrates a romantic tale of two young lovers. Upon hearing his words, the audience was taken aback, each person rendered speechless, although they couldn't comprehend classical Chinese nor grasp its meaning. Jiang Nan's statements seemed profoundly reasonable at first glance. It appeared as if he had genuinely mastered the art of classical literature. This was utterly astonishing. Could it be that the poetry appreciation and classical texts that confounded countless individuals were rendered as effortlessly as slicing vegetables in Jiang Nan's hands? Who was this person? Was he the school's top scholar, Qin Feng? Yet, Qin Feng wasn't this dashing. Or perhaps he was the school's most handsome student, Yi Qiu? But Yu Zhiqiu's academic performance was merely average. No one could fathom who Jiang Nan truly was or from which class he hailed. The only certainty was that Jiang Nan's prowess rivaled that of the academic prodigy Qin Feng, and his looks surpassed those of the heartthrob Yu Zhiqiu. He was indeed a super scholar, embodying both beauty and talent, a flawless combination. Instantly, an unquantifiable number of girls found themselves enamored. As for the boys, while they marveled in admiration, they also felt a pang of envy and jealousy, their hearts heavy with disappointment. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in this world? Truly, life seemed unjust. Meanwhile, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi had just arrived at the cafeteria, overhearing Jiang Nan's translation. At once, tears streamed down their faces. Especially for Xiang Yi, who had only just managed to stop crying on her way there. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Nan's response, her tears began to flow once more, prompting her to turn and flee, utterly devastated. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Just yesterday, she had boldly declared in public her intent to surpass Jiang Nan in their Chinese language studies, asserting her superiority to maintain her position as class representative. But now she realized in comparison to Jiang Nan, she was merely a novice, utterly lacking. The disparity was insurmountable. Jiang Nan, however, paid little mind to this, as he had never regarded Xiang Yi seriously. Yet Bai Yingying was utterly delighted, laughing heartily. Indeed, Jiang Nan has truly accomplished it. And look at Xiang Yi, crying like that. She must have failed her exam spectacularly. She is not much better off than I am. Humph. How does it feel to underestimate me, Jiang Nan? Now, you're in quite the predicament, aren't you? Chapter 46, Has our school truly met its demise? On the other side, in the office of the Senior Chinese Language Department, an urgent meeting is underway. The atmosphere is exceedingly somber, as the expressions of those present reveal their discontent. Indeed, it is hardly surprising, for the Chinese language examination held earlier that day proved extraordinarily challenging. The examination hall was rife with unrest, leading numerous students to abandon their efforts entirely. This incident is significant, and if not addressed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. Dear colleagues, let us share our thoughts on this examination, urged Wu Jiehao, the head of the department, his gaze sweeping over the assembled teachers while his brow furrowed, reflecting a myriad of emotions. What thoughts could one possibly have? As a Chinese teacher, I was left bewildered by the paper. While the poetry appreciation section posed some difficulty, the classical Chinese text was downright perplexing. It was only after consulting resources that I discovered it was a homophonic text. What of the average students? In my designated examination room, it was a complete disaster. Not a single student managed to solve it. My examination room was no different. Not only did the classical Chinese section remain untouched, but students also squandered too much time on it, resulting in unfinished essays. It was disheartening. Many students could not complete their essays. With 26 points lost to poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, and an additional 40 points for unfinished essays, the total deductions approached 70 points. This implies that a significant number of students may not meet the passing criteria. Many teachers present began to voice their grievances. Clearly, during the invigilation, each felt a growing sense of frustration. Hui Fei had intended to mention the situation in Jiang Nan, yet was silenced by the cacophony of complaints. I can assert with certainty that, aside from a handful of top students in each class, it will be exceedingly difficult for the remaining students to pass. If we were to calculate the average score, it would likely hover around 60 or 70, potentially setting a new low for our school. I cannot fathom who crafted this paper. It is undeniably harsh. It is a blatant attempt to undermine student motivation. These are all seniors, with merely 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination. They should be encouraged and supported rather than deliberately repressed. Should their spirits be crushed, it would spell trouble. The classical Chinese text was excessively challenging, and even the essay portion was daunting. How many students could withstand such pressure? Time constraints aside, even if they managed to finish, the likelihood of their essays straying off topic and thus receiving low scores is high. Once the floodgates of discussion are opened, a torrent of grievances emerges. After all, these are students they have nurtured with great care. If they suffer a significant setback, the teachers will feel the repercussions as well. The essay indeed presented considerable challenges. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, team leader Wu Jiehao could not help but nod, only to shake his head and say, however, the most challenging aspect remains the analysis of classical Chinese literature. Our senior class boasts nearly 1,000 students. Is it truly the case that not a single one can tackle classical Chinese texts? I suspect there are none. After all, our school's top scholar, Qin Feng was seated in my examination hall, and I paid special attention to him. Even he only attempted the poetry appreciation section, leaving the classical text untouched. If even a prodigy like Qin Feng falters, it is reasonable to assume that the other students fared even worse. It is almost certain they could not manage it. The classical Chinese section is undoubtedly a complete failure. This is beyond dispute, especially since we, as teachers, are equally at a loss. I cannot fathom how the question setters devised this item. They must either have erred or lost their wits. I would wager that, without exception, no student from our school has succeeded. If one truly did, I would have no need to teach and could simply take him as my mentor. To master classical Chinese would signify a level of proficiency far exceeding my own, despite 2 decades of teaching experience. Such students are truly rare gems. The CRME de la CRME of scholars. I would be fortunate to learn from them. One particularly aggrieved teacher, unable to contain his frustration, vocally berated the question setters and even made a bold declaration in public. All right, calm down everyone. Let us refrain from complaints. I have inquired. And although the exam papers originated from the city, the teachers responsible for crafting them hail from the first and second high schools. Furthermore, it is said that students from both schools have managed to solve the classical text. Thus, the notion of them having made an error is implausible. The idea that they are simply lacking in intellect is even more far-fetched. We must accept that our school's standards fall short. We cannot measure up to them. Henceforth, let us all strive to cultivate more outstanding students so that we are not looked down upon by the first and second high schools. Team leader Wu Jiahao spoke to comfort the gathered teachers, yet his words were laden with a sense of helplessness and complexity. This was due to the realization that the exam questions were too difficult, resulting in many students opting out. He had reached out to the city's question-setting team, initially receiving no response. Eventually, through considerable networking, he discovered that the teachers who set the paper were from our rival schools, the first and second high schools, and that students from those institutions had indeed succeeded. This realization was disheartening. Without comparison, there is no pain. His repeated inquiries about whether any students from his school had managed the classical text were fueled by a flicker of hope, which has now been extinguished. We truly cannot compete. It seems that our third high school has indeed fallen from grace. One can only hope for a brighter future. Upon hearing his words, the other teachers in attendance immediately lowered their heads, evidently distressed, including the previously outraged teacher who had spoken so vehemently. Strength must come from within. It is indeed unreasonable to lament the strength of iron when one's own foundation is weak. What a disgrace. Truly, what a disgrace. The relationship between students and teachers has always been intertwined. The weakness of the students implies that the teachers are not remarkably strong either. It is truly heart-wrenching. However, at that moment, Hui Fei, who had been standing at the back unable to interject, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Team leader Wu, esteemed teachers. In fact, we have not suffered a total defeat, for there are students in my examination room who have indeed mastered classical Chinese literature." Chapter 47. The unbelievable shock the language arts teachers whoosh. 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 At the utterance of those words, astonishment swept through the room. Every individual present turned their gaze, filled with incredulity, towards Hui Fei. What had they just heard? Their school had not suffered a total defeat? A student had successfully composed a classical Chinese text? How could this be? Just moments ago, a teacher had stated that even the top student of the school, Qin Feng from Class 1, who consistently ranked first in every examination, had left the classical text unanswered. Yet now, someone had managed to complete it? Hu Lao sure. Is what you say truly credible? Was there indeed a student in the examination hall who accomplished this? Furthermore, are you certain their work is correct? Could it be that they simply filled the page with random characters, leading you to a misunderstanding? Many teachers found it hard to believe. After all, they had all accepted the notion of total failure, yet suddenly, a variable had emerged. Though they secretly hoped for such a variable, hope and reality often stand apart. The level of their school was evident, and it was indeed lacking, especially the teacher who had previously expressed their indignation by making harsh statements, who shook their head and said, "Hu Laosher, please do not jest with us. It is impossible for any student from our school to achieve such a feat. If it were true, I would immediately seek them out as my mentor." Oh, so, does this mean I am to take on a disciple today? Hui Fei instinctively glanced at that teacher. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Hui Fei's comment was rather audacious. It bordered on insult. After all, the teacher in question, surnamed Yu, was known as Yuan Gui, or Yu III. With 2 decades of teaching experience, he was a figure of considerable seniority and skill, ranking 3rd in the language arts department at the school. In contrast, Hu Yifei had only been teaching for 3 or 4 years, her experience still in its infancy. Yet she proposed to take a senior as her disciple? Cough, cough. Team leader Wu Jiahao cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, addressing Hu Yifei, who Laosher. Teacher Yu was merely a bit hasty and spoke out of turn. Please do not take offense. My apologies, everyone, that was a slip of the tongue. Hu Yifei understood and deftly shifted her words. What I meant was that there is indeed a student in my class who completed the classical text. And I have verified the answers, achieving a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. Moreover, in translation, I believe the student's rendition is even more precise than our standard answer. Though Hu Yifei's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated powerfully, reaching every corner of the office. Every individual present widened their eyes and gaped in shock upon hearing this. What did Hu Yifei just say? A candidate not only completed the classical text, but even produced a translation that surpassed the standard answer in precision? Is this a jest? Yet, in such a setting, Hu Yifei would hardly jest, would she? Could it be that such a prodigy exists within our school? Team leader Wu Jiahao was equally astonished, his scalp tingling in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Hu Yifei. Who? Teacher Hu, could you please raise your voice and repeat that? Is it truly possible that someone has accomplished this? The other teachers turned their attention, holding their breath as they looked at Hu Yifei. Their eyes reflecting skepticism mingled with anticipation. Indeed, I was responsible for invigilating the exam, so there is no doubt about it. Hu Yifei inhaled deeply, her words resonating with clarity. His translation of classical Chinese was executed with remarkable precision. It could be described as perfect, neither superfluous nor lacking a single character. Moreover, he also completed the poetry appreciation section, and he answered every question correctly, finishing over half an hour ahead of time. She emphasized her statement, fearful that the audience might not grasp the significance of her words. However, upon hearing this, skepticism only grew. What? Teacher Hu, what are you saying? Not only did he get the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese correct, but he also finished more than half an hour early? How is that even conceivable? Are you sure you aren't mistaken, or perhaps misinterpreting the results? Such an assertion seemed implausible, while others were consumed by the exam's challenges. Wasting precious time and struggling to complete their essays, this student, as described by Hu Yifei, not only finished all the questions but did so with astonishing swiftness. It felt like a tale spun from fantasy, utterly unbelievable. Why is it impossible? Hu Yifei retorted. He is a student in my class, and I witnessed him complete the exam with my own eyes. I even submitted his paper myself. He was originally set to turn in his exam about 40 minutes early, but I instructed him to wait, as exam protocol dictates that papers cannot be submitted until the last 15 minutes, or they would receive a score of 0. Consequently, he dozed off at his desk for half an hour. I woke him during the final 15 minutes, collected his paper, and allowed him to go eat. This can be corroborated by Teacher Li from the chemistry department, who was supervising with me, though he is not present right now. Afterward, I reviewed the paper thoroughly and can affirm that every question prior to the essay was answered correctly. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Every teacher present rose to their feet, some even knocking over their teacups in disbelief. Hu Yifei's words seemed too extraordinary to be mere fabrications. The very truth of them left them in shock. Finishing the exam 40 minutes early, sleeping for half an hour during the test, achieving perfection on all questions before the essay. This implied that he could pass without even submitting an essay, effortlessly securing a score of 90. Had such a prodigy ever emerged from their institution? It appeared that none had. This was beyond comprehension, certain to redefine their understanding and potentially shatter records. Who was the student? The assembly of teachers widened their eyes, fixated on Hu Yifei. Teacher Hu, please tell us directly who this student is. You mentioned he is from your class? Is that Qin Yumao or Xiang Yi? I recall that the most proficient in Chinese literature in your class are these 2 individuals, one being the class leader and the other the representative for the subject. However, regardless of who it may be, if he truly excels as you describe, achieving full marks on the preceding questions, he can undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy in the realm of language, or rather, a remarkable genius. Chapter 48, A Rare Gem. A millennium encounter. It is implausible that Qin Yumeng is the one. I recognize this student from the examination room I supervised. Although she is commendable, I observed that, like Qin Feng, she failed to complete the classical Chinese section. As for Xiang Yi, it cannot be her either. That girl was in my examination room and did not even attempt the poetry appreciation, let alone the classical Chinese. Mr. Hu. Could it be one of the other top students in your class? Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Bai Yingying, Tang Tian. Before Hu Yifei could respond, another teacher quickly refuted the earlier speculation. Some suggested Su Yu or Zhang Hao, but as soon as the names were mentioned, another teacher opposed them. After all, while there are many third-year students, only a few truly excel in each class. The teachers present are somewhat familiar with one another and naturally pay close attention to the students in their respective examination rooms. Yet, without exception, every student from Class 4 whose name was called had failed to tackle the classical Chinese section. In fact, only Qin Yiming managed to complete the poetry appreciation. Ultimately, everyone's gaze turned back to Hu Yifei. In response, Hu Yifei smiled lightly and stated, "Indeed, the individuals you mentioned are not the ones. Rather, it is a student who has historically performed mediocrely, merely hovering around the passing mark. His name is Jiang Nan." Jiang Nan. I don't believe I've heard of him. Has he truly been average in the past? If he has only been at the threshold of passing, it seems unlikely he could have answered the classical Chinese questions correctly, unless he had encountered these questions before and knew the answers. The same goes for the poetry appreciation. If that were the case, we could not say he is talented, only that he was fortunate. The crowd shook their heads, evidently disappointed upon hearing the name Jiang Nan. Could a student who had been unremarkable for 3 years suddenly shine and surpass someone like Qin Feng? While it is possible to achieve sudden brilliance, such instances are often due to luck. But in terms of true capability, he cannot be compared to a top student like Qin Feng. Truly, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, just as their words fell silent, Hu Yifei smiled, her expression laden with significance, and remarked, "Esteemed teachers, I believe you are mistaken. Although Jiang Nan has not been prominent in the past, it does not imply he lacks ability. Rather, he possesses a certain modesty. In fact, he is exceptionally talented, arguably the finest student in our class." He answered both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese correctly. You may question whether he was merely lucky, but if I tell you that he wrote his essay in classical Chinese, you should find it hard to dispute. At that moment, the room was engulfed in astonishment. Hearts that had just settled were suddenly lifted again. What? Mr. Hu, did you just say that he wrote his essay in classical Chinese? Are you joking? How could it be possible for a student to compose in classical Chinese? Even if one possessed the intention, the ability is surely lacking. Classical Chinese. This is not the past. Nowadays, students struggle even to comprehend it, let alone employ it for writing, especially for an 800-word piece. Unless one is a prodigy, an extraordinary genius, an academic paragon, a once-in-a-lifetime talent, the initial reaction of the crowd is disbelief. After all, this is utterly contrary to common sense. Writing in classical Chinese? Not only those students, but even the teachers who have immersed themselves in the language for decades would find it impossible. Yet what I assert is undeniably true. Hu Yifei emphatically added. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The events of today are indeed astonishing, a wave of shock after another. Given the gravity of the situation, it is improbable for Hu Yifei to be lying. The chances are that it is indeed true. What manner of genius could this be? With only 2.5 hours for the exam, and the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections being so challenging, yet this student not only answered every question correctly, but also composed in classical Chinese and submitted the paper ahead of time, which is simply unfathomable. No, I cannot contain my curiosity. Hearing is insufficient. Seeing is believing. Let us quickly retrieve his paper for examination. Yes, let us hasten to see. If all of this is indeed true, as teacher Hu stated, I shall keep my word and seek to apprentice under him. The teachers, eager and restless, felt compelled to witness the brilliance of the Southern student's examination paper. After all, in their 10 years of teaching, none had encountered such an anomaly. Originally, lunchtime was merely a moment for the teachers to gather for a brief meeting. However, this had transformed into a matter of utmost importance, witnessing how an essay composed in classical Chinese would appear. If it is well written, old master, you might truly seek to become his mentor. As for lunch, meals can be had at any time. Even if one were to skip a meal, it wouldn't lead to starvation. Very well, let us retrieve the paper and examine it together. Team leader Wu Jiahao, unwilling to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd, decisively ordered the retrieval of Jiang Nan's examination paper. Although it was previously stated that this month's test would adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination, it is not, after all, the actual examination. Thus, Special arrangements were made for this unique circumstance, effectively treating it as a preliminary grading session. The teachers sprang into action, swiftly locating the answer sheets from Class 4's examination room. Then in almost an instant, they laid eyes upon Jiang Nan's answer sheet. It is important to note that the answer sheets were sealed to obscure the candidate's information, rendering names invisible. However, Jiang Nan's answer sheet was remarkably easy to identify. Firstly, one could discern the writing. Although Jiang Nan did not exert his utmost to produce extraordinary calligraphy, his characters flowed with grace, captivating the eye and uplifting the spirit. Secondly, the classical Chinese composition was to be evaluated. In the majority of answer sheets, the classical Chinese sections remain untouched, pristine, with not a single character altered. However, the answer sheet from Jiang Nan stands apart, as it not only provides answers, but also translates the entire classical text, easily discernible. The most striking aspect, indeed, is the essay composed in classical Chinese. Even a fool could recognize it at a glance. Yet, when numerous teachers gathered around Jiang Nan's answer sheet, their curiosity piqued as they focused on the essay. An instant of stillness enveloped the room. Time appeared to freeze, and space seemed to solidify. Everyone stood motionless, silent for several minutes. Ultimately, it was unclear who first broke the silence. One remarked, "Is this truly an essay in classical Chinese? The Death of the Red Hair? What an intriguing title." The essay itself is equally captivating. Its theme is well conceived, and the language flows effortlessly. To produce such a piece within a limited time frame is nothing short of astonishing. Quotations and proverbs are deftly woven in without any sense of excess. The narrative is clear and coherent, and the author exhibits an intimate familiarity with historical allusions that even I must concede defeat. There is no need for further discussion. This student, Jiang Nan, is undoubtedly a paragon of genius, an exemplary scholar. Ah, no. The terms genius and scholar fail to encapsulate his brilliance. He ought to be referred to as a prodigy, an extraordinary talent, a rare genius, a remarkable individual, a one-in-a-million find, a rarity not encountered in 1,000 years. Chapter 49. The curiosity of the academic achiever Qin Feng and the anger of the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Have you heard? The recent Chinese examination for the senior class was the most challenging in history. It is estimated that only a handful will manage to pass. Many students, overwhelmed by the difficulty, abandoned the exam midway, resulting in a score of 0. Is it truly that difficult? Absolutely. It is said that not a single student could comprehend the classical Chinese text, including the consistently top-ranking Qin Feng. This indicates just how formidable the question was, akin to scaling the heavens. With nearly 1,000 students in the senior class, it was a complete disaster. No way. But I overheard a student casually translating that classical text in the cafeteria, claiming it was quite simple, merely a homophonic piece about whether to fish first or sell jade. Really? How impressive. Does that mean he has surpassed Qin Feng? Quickly, tell me who this person is, male or female. Is this academic prodigy the second or third in the grade? He is a male, strikingly handsome, capable of outshining even the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. However, he is neither the second nor the third. In fact, he is not even among the well-known top 10 in our grade. So, you're saying he is a dark horse? Whether or not he is a dark horse remains to be seen, but he is indeed remarkable. Many in the cafeteria were left in awe of his abilities. If what you say is true, then this individual is undeniably impressive. Perhaps even deserving of the title of super academic achiever, especially in the realm of Chinese literature, where it seems no one can rival him. It is worth noting that Qin Feng, from class 301, has consistently topped every subject in previous examinations. However, this time, he appears to have encountered a formidable opponent, placing his position as the top student in Chinese in jeopardy. Not only has the academic achiever Qin Feng found a rival, but so has the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. You cannot imagine how captivating this individual is, and I have personally witnessed the campus beauty by Ying sitting beside him. I am so curious about who this person is. Gossip is an inherent trait of human nature, transcending gender. While the teachers in the Chinese department were stunned, students throughout the campus were engrossed in discussions about the recent examination, many lamenting its difficulty. Yet, there were always whispers recalling the scene in the cafeteria at noon. Consequently, Jiang Nan was imagined by many as a super academic achiever, capable of contending with the established scholar Qin Feng. Even Yi Zhiqiu was swept into this narrative. Anyone who has encountered Jiang Nan believes that it is time for a change in the title of campus heartthrob, which has been held by Yi Zhiqiu for 3 years. In this case, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is keenly aware. Throughout his high school years, from freshman to senior, Qin Feng has consistently dominated both overall scores and individual subjects, possessing an unparalleled confidence and pride that others could scarcely fathom. Before this, he believed that within the entire third school, there was no one who could rival him, embodying a sense of being atop a peak, surveying the lesser mountains below. Even those so-called academic elites ranked second to sixth in the school appeared to him as mere trifles. This was solely because, whether in individual subjects or overall scores, they fell woefully short compared to him. Even with merely a fraction of his effort, no one could surpass him in any examination. This invincible circumstance, perhaps it would persist until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. However, at present, it seemed an unexpected development had arisen. Suddenly, he became intrigued. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. The classical Chinese essay from the morning examination had stumped even him, yet someone had managed to complete it? This person appeared to be a dark horse? Initially, when Qin Feng first heard this news, he was skeptical, but as he encountered more and more discussions about it along the way, disbelief gradually faded. Finally, a ripple had emerged in his otherwise monotonous high school life of invincibility. Was there a hint of excitement? A good thing indeed. This was truly a delightful turn of events. Yet, he was left wondering who this person might be. How could someone surpass him in classical Chinese? A flicker of curiosity about Jiang Nan ignited within Qin Feng. Of course, that was as far as it went. Even if Jiang Nan had excelled in classical Chinese, he remained confident that the title of first in the language subject was still his. After all, he had performed well in other subjects, particularly excelling in the essay, which, while not necessarily perfect, would surely garner a high score. Speaking of which, he secretly hoped that a few variables like Jiang Nan would occasionally emerge, surpassing him in certain aspects. Otherwise, this invincibility was rather lonely. Being exceptional without competitors was indeed a tragic fate. On the other hand, the school heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, also mentioned by the gossipers, held a perspective completely distinct from Qin Feng's. Prior to this, his mental state mirrored that of Qin Feng. Both were invincible in their own right, exuding confidence and pride. However, the difference lay in Qin Feng's invincibility stemmed from his prowess, while Yi Zhiqiu's derived from his looks. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that no one in the entire third school could surpass him in terms of attractiveness. Yet now, it seemed a variable had emerged. Rumors circulated that a scholar had appeared in the cafeteria, possessing a beauty that could overshadow his own. Whether the person was an academic elite or not, he did not care. But someone more handsome than himself? That he could not abide, especially upon hearing that Jiang Nan was often accompanied by Bai Yingying. His anger flared like a raging fire. Damn it, Bai Yingying, the only one who could be compared to him, the school belle. She was remarkably beautiful, a vision of grace. Since the first year of high school, many had speculated that he and Bai Yingying were a perfect match, after all. One was the school heartthrob and the other the school belle. Moreover, he had long harbored feelings for Bai Yingying, even secretly devising ways to get closer to her. Though he had made little progress over the past 3 years. Yet today, an exceptionally handsome young man appeared beside Bai Yingying, surpassing even her own charm. It is only natural for him to feel a surge of anger and indignation. How audacious! Daring to encroach upon the affections of the girl I have set my sights on? You are in for it. Once I ascertain your identity, I shall seek you out. Chapter 50. The second mathematics examination. Is this the result? Though I am absent from the realm, my legend persists within it. From teachers to students, the campus is abuzz with tales of Jiang Nan and the incident that transpired in the cafeteria. Yet, as the focal point of this discourse, Jiang Nan remains blissfully unaware. Even if informed, he would remain indifferent, for he shall eat when hungry and sleep when weary. After their meal, Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian Tian, and Bai Yingying returned to the examination hall to engage in self-study. Having performed poorly in the morning's Chinese exam, they were determined not to falter again in the afternoon's mathematics test. Thus, they engaged in a frantic race against time, seeking to cram knowledge at the last moment. However, the efficacy of such efforts remains a mystery known only to the divine. Regardless, Jiang Nan had no intention of reviewing. He believed that a lackadaisical approach to sleep signified a troubled mind. The true path lay in a hearty meal followed by restful slumber. Hence, after departing the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory and slept soundly until 20 minutes before the examination, sauntering back to the examination hall in a leisurely manner. It is worth mentioning that had he not been required to enter the examination room 15 minutes in advance, he would have slept until the test commenced. At 3 p.m., The second mathematics examination officially began, lasting for 2 hours. In Class 4's examination hall, the invigilators were not Huifei but 2 other teachers. To ensure fairness, the invigilators were rotated for each examination. However, one of these invigilators turned out to be none other than his acquaintance, Mr. Chao Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher. Upon seeing him, Jiang Nan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it mere coincidence that Hu Yifei supervised the morning's Chinese exam while Mr. Chao monitored the afternoon's mathematics test? Hardly. He harbored deep suspicions that certain individuals were wary of him, fearing that he might barely scrape through with a passing grade, thus deliberately targeting him. What happened to trust? Had he not already acquiesced to their demands? Truly, a lack of honor. However, a notification chimed in his mind. For this mathematics examination, please achieve a score of 150. There it was again, just before the exam papers were distributed. Jiang Nan could not suppress a smile upon hearing the system's prompt. Indeed, this system had transformed, determined to showcase his brilliance. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to accept this challenge. After all, he had already secured full marks in Chinese. Attaining perfection in mathematics would serve to placate Mr. Chao and prevent any further complications. With this thought, Jiang Nan relaxed, cracking his knuckles and rubbing his palms together, ready to excel in the mathematics examination. If you wish to witness my prowess, I shall reveal a glimpse of it. Yet, he silently hoped that the mathematics paper would prove to be somewhat challenging. Unlike the morning's Chinese paper, which had posed no pressure whatsoever, how dull that would be. However, upon receiving the paper, his brow furrowed slightly. A wave of disdain washing over him. Just when he had hoped to showcase his skills, the reality was, this was too simplistic. First came the multiple-choice questions. The first question pertains to functions and derivatives, a matter so simple that it defies description. Jiang Nan effortlessly selected the answer. The second question, regarding sequences, was also answered with equal ease. The third question involved trigonometric functions, which he swiftly resolved. The fourth, a comprehensive inquiry into geometric functions, was similarly dispatched. The fifth question concerned the trajectory equation of a moving point, and once again, he answered without hesitation. The sixth question, which combined numerical and graphical analysis to determine the positional relationship between a line and a conic section, was also completed in a flash. These are merely trivial questions. Even a fool would manage to answer them without any mental exertion. A mere glance suffices to discern the correct choices. Jiang Nan felt as though his intelligence had been thoroughly trampled upon. Goodness, could they not present a question that was at least mildly engaging? Something that would require a moment of contemplation? Alas, he resolved to finish quickly and retire for the night, as the experience was rather uninspiring. With a face full of disappointment, Jiang Nan's pen danced across the page, writing furiously. In half a minute, he completed all 10 multiple-choice questions. In 1 minute, he finished 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. Within 3 minutes, he wrapped up the last 3 major questions, averaging a minute per question. From the start of the examination to this point, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed, and Jiang Nan had already reached the final 3 questions. This was simply astounding. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, furrowed his brow upon receiving the examination paper. However, unlike Jiang Nan, who lamented the simplicity, Chao's concern stemmed from the apparent increase in difficulty compared to previous years. This was evident even from the multiple-choice section. Traditionally, the question determining the relationship between numerical and graphical representations would serve as the final challenge, typically the 10th question. Yet now, it appeared as the 6th. This implies that the subsequent 4 questions must be more challenging. Does this not suggest that the overall difficulty of this mathematics examination exceeds that of previous ones by 2 or 3-fold? What on earth is happening? Has the examination committee lost their senses? Earlier, while supervising the Chinese language exam, he had observed many students crumble under the pressure of excessively difficult questions, a situation he had initially dismissed. He had merely reflected on the fragility of contemporary students who seem increasingly unable to withstand setbacks. However, now he found himself understanding the gravity of the situation. The paper in his hands, while not as formidable as the Olympiad practice test he had set for Class 4, was certainly not to be underestimated, and he anticipated that it would lead to considerable distress among the students. He could only hope that there would not be a repeat of the morning's tumultuous scene, where many students had abandoned the exam in despair. Yet, shortly thereafter, his expression shifted once again. His peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Nan, his most esteemed student, flipping over the paper to tackle the challenging questions on the reverse side. Was his speed truly this remarkable? Or was it possible that the questions were so daunting that even a prodigy like Jiang Nan would bypass them and move on to the latter part? Surely, that could not be the case. Regardless of the paper's difficulty, Jiang Nan is certainly capable of achieving a score of 90 on Olympiad mathematics simulation problems. So it is unlikely that he would be stumped by these questions. With a heart full of confusion, Chao Tianyuan stealthily approached Jiang Nan from behind. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, astonished, utterly taken aback. Chapter 51. The true master, who needs no draft paper, can solve it at a glance. How? Is this even possible? Am I hallucinating, or is this a dream? As a seasoned mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan is renowned for his composure and prudence. Yet he now stands utterly astonished. The reason being, Jiang Nan has remarkably completed 2/3 of the examination paper, leaving only the final 3 challenging questions. How can this be? He acknowledges Jiang Nan's exceptional abilities and considers this paper difficult, yet not insurmountable for him. However, the crux of the matter is, even if one is extraordinarily talented, it cannot be done at such speed. It is essential to note, the examination has yet to reach 10 minutes. This is simply inconceivable. Chao Tianyuan adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, while his mind raced furiously, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's rapid solutions were indeed correct. Then, the first question, correct. The second question, correct. The third question, still correct. As for the subsequent multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, to be honest, without paper and pen, relying solely on mental calculations, Chao Tianyuan found himself momentarily incapable of solving them. Therefore, he set them aside and turned his attention to the later problem-solving questions. 1. Given the quadratic function f, x, bx, c, the solution set for the inequality f, x, dash 2x is 1, 3. 1. If the equation f, x, 6a0 has 2 equal real roots, find the analytical expression for f, x. 2. If the maximum value of f, x is a positive number, determine the range of real values for a. Jiang Nan's answer is solution. Since the solution set for the inequality f, x, dash 2x is 1, 3. It follows that x1 and x3 are the 2 roots of the equation x, b2, xc0, with a 0. Moreover, since b2, a -4, and ca3, we derive b -4, a -2, and c3a. Additionally, the equation f, x, 6a0 possesses 2 equal real roots. Therefore, f, x, -1, 5x, 6, 5x, 3, 5. 2 from 1. We know f, x, 2, 2a1, x3a, a4, a1a. Given that a 0, the maximum value of f, x is a4, a1a. Thus, we find that the sought range for the real number a is dash -2 to 3, -2, 3, 0. This. How can one describe it? The reasoning is meticulous and devoid of any superfluous elements. Upon reviewing the problem-solving process, Chao Tianyuan was left completely dumbfounded. He could assert with certainty, Jiang Nan had undoubtedly solved this question correctly. It is crucial to understand, this question is no easy feat. It is comparable to the final challenge of the college entrance examination. Yet for Jiang Nan, it appears as effortless as slicing through vegetables, seemingly requiring no cognitive effort whatsoever. This is simply astonishing. Chao Tianyuan felt only 2 words emerge in his mind. He had believed himself to be well acquainted with Jiang Nan. Yet he now realized he understood nothing of Jiang Nan at all. Although he had previously suggested that Jiang Nan might secure a national first in the Olympiad, such an assertion was, to some extent, laced with encouragement for Jiang Nan. However, at this moment, he genuinely believed that Jiang Nan was capable of achieving that honor. This young man was simply extraordinary. Chao Tianyuan could conjure no other words to describe Jiang Nan's mathematical talent, save for extraordinary. Meanwhile, another invigilator, while patrolling the examination hall, noticed Chao Tianyuan standing motionless behind Jiang Nan. Curiosity piqued, he approached and inquired, "Chao Laosher, what is the matter? Why do you keep staring at this student? Could it be? Do you suspect him of cheating? Cheating? How could he possibly cheat? I am merely admiring and learning from his problem-solving approach and speed, which are truly remarkable." "Oh, is that so? He is that impressive? To receive such praise from you, Chao Laosher?" Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, the invigilator expressed disbelief and stretched his neck to glance at Jiang Nan's exam paper. But in the next moment, how could this be? The exam had only just begun. and others had barely completed the multiple-choice questions, yet he was already finishing the last two problems? The invigilator was astonished, experiencing a similar mental state as Chao Tianyuan had moments before. Did he get them right? Surely he hasn't just scribbled randomly? Although he was amazed by Jiang Nan's speed, he remained skeptical about the accuracy of the answers. Of course, he was not a mathematics teacher and could not comprehend the solutions as instantaneously as Chao Tianyuan. Nevertheless, Chao Tianyuan nodded vigorously at him, affirming that it was not random scribbling but rather all correct, with 100% accuracy. Upon hearing this, the invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped, struggling to contain his excitement. Were it not for the need to maintain decorum in the examination hall, he would have leapt up and exclaimed, incredible. He could harbor doubts about Jiang Nan, but not about Chao Tianyuan. After all, Chao Tianyuan was the vice head of the mathematics department, a seasoned expert of extraordinary mathematical prowess. If Chao Tianyuan claimed that Jiang Nan had answered correctly, then it was undoubtedly true. Yet it was precisely this that rendered him so astounded. Within less than 10 minutes of the exam, Jiang Nan had nearly completed the entire mathematics paper with absolute correctness. What did this signify? A top student? A superlative scholar? No. Such terms were wholly inadequate to encapsulate Jiang Nan's brilliance. He was at the very least a mathematical deity, a superlative genius. Moreover, he noticed another intriguing detail. Jiang Nan was directly answering on the answer sheet, leaving both the exam paper and scratch paper blank. In fact, after completing the penultimate question, Jiang Nan took only a few seconds to read the final problem before directly inscribing his solution on the answer sheet. The invigilator's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, utterly astounded and rendered speechless. Fellow student, what on earth is this? Are you certain you were sitting for a mathematics examination? Was it not said that the final problems in mathematics are notoriously challenging? Yet, you seem to grasp the solution at a mere glance. You require no draft paper, nor do you need to perform preliminary calculations. Truly, you are astonishingly audacious. It is evident that you hold mathematics in such disregard, as well as the esteemed educators who crafted this examination. You are simply beyond comprehension. Chapter 52. Terrifying indeed. This child is beyond human comprehension. The invigilator was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. What does it mean to be a prodigy? This is what it signifies. Having taught for nearly 2 decades, he had encountered numerous mathematical geniuses. Yet those so-called prodigies pale in comparison to Jiang Nan, who exists in an entirely different realm. This became evident within the first 10 minutes of the examination when Jiang Nan effortlessly tackled the final question of the paper. Moreover, according to Chao Tianyuan, Jiang Nan's accuracy was impeccable, a perfect score. The draft paper specifically provided for the mathematics exam remained pristine, untouched by a single mark. In stark contrast, some students seated nearby struggled to complete the multiple-choice section and had already consumed an entire sheet of draft paper. What sort of logical and spatial reasoning must one possess to reach the level of Jiang Nan? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan, the subject of such astonishment from the invigilators beside him, remained undeterred, rapidly scribbling his answers. For him, these questions posed little challenge. He merely wished to finish promptly so he could indulge in sleep, the ultimate pursuit. However, upon reaching the final question, his gaze sharpened with focus. At last, he encountered a question of genuine intrigue. It seemed this examination was not devoid of merit. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had swiftly comprehended each question, arriving at answers instantaneously. Yet, this culminating challenge required several moments of contemplation, indicating the level of difficulty far exceeded that of the preceding problems. The question was as follows. Given the function f, x, 1, 1x, 1, 1a, x, x8, where x belongs to 0, 1, 1 to 8, determine the intervals of monotonicity for f, x. 2. For any positive number a, prove that f, x, is greater than 1 yet less than 2. Similar to the first question of the problem set, the final question also pertained to functions. However, it introduced concepts of monotonicity and inequalities, presenting a challenge that felt distinctly more complex. Nevertheless, for Jiang Nan, it was merely a slight diversion. The notion of difficulty was not one that entered his mind. To solve, 1 to 8, f, x, 1x, 1x, 1, 3. Upon differentiation, f, x, 1x, 2, x, 1x, 3. Consequently, when x belongs to 0, 1, f, x is greater than or equal to 0, while for x in 1, f, x is less than or equal to 0. Thus, f, x is monotonically increasing on 0, 1, and monotonically decreasing on 1. What does it mean for the pin to dance like a dragon and snake? This is what it signifies. Once Jiang Nan inscribed the word solution, he did not pause, seamlessly completing the first inquiry. Remarkable. One word suffices, absolute. Behind him, a proctor was unable to contain his astonishment, not because he was unfamiliar with mathematics, but due to Jiang Nan's astonishing speed in solving problems, which left him utterly bewildered. However, this very confusion allowed him to maintain a degree of calmness. Conversely, when Chao Tianyuan observed Jiang Nan effortlessly tackle the first question of the final problem in the blink of an eye, his pupils constricted sharply and his expression shifted dramatically. His thoughts tumultuous. Incredible. Astonishing. Jiang Nan was indeed defying the odds. The nearby proctor recognized that the mathematics final question was notoriously challenging, yet remained unaware of the true extent of its difficulty. However, Chao Tianyuan was well aware. After all, he was a seasoned mathematics teacher. Although the problem appeared straightforward at first glance, that was merely an illusion. In reality, it was exceedingly difficult. Even he would require an immense amount of effort, perhaps 8 or 9/10 of his energy, to arrive at a solution. To deem this the most challenging final exam question he had ever encountered would not be an exaggeration. It surpassed the difficulty of typical college entrance examination questions by several folds, rivaling even the most formidable Olympiad problems. Yet, Jiang Nan solved it with the greatest of ease? This was nothing short of astonishing. He could no longer perceive Jiang Nan as merely a student. He was clearly a seasoned expert in mathematics, a caliber far beyond his own. But the developments did not end here. Just as Chao Tianyuan was lost in admiration, Jiang Nan had already commenced work on the second question, maintaining his swift pace. 1. First, prove that f(x) is greater than 1. Since 1x, 1x, thus f(x), 1 abx, ab x bx, abx, 1x, 1a, 1b. 2. Then, prove that f(x) is less than 2. That is, ab 8 is greater than 1a, 1b, meaning ab is less than 7. In summary, for any positive numbers a and x, f(x) is greater than 1 yet less than 2. Jiang Nan answered with remarkable fluidity, executing the second question with the grace of flowing water, effortlessly resolving it. In other words, had Jiang Nan already completed the exam? At this moment, a proctor instinctively glanced at the clock on the blackboard, realizing that only 9 minutes had elapsed since the exam began. What on earth? He had finished the entire paper in less than 10 minutes? This was truly terrifying. Such a prodigy was beyond human comprehension. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even if one were to incapacitate him, reduce him to ashes, and scatter them to the winds. Chapter 53. The most challenging exam in history. Will many students collapse again? Li Ming hails from class 301. The most prestigious class of the third year at this esteemed institution, renowned for its excellence. The class is celebrated for producing an exceptional prodigy, the unparalleled Qin Feng, who has dominated the school's rankings for 3 consecutive years, consistently achieving the highest scores across all subjects and leaving his competitors far behind. Qin Feng's prowess is indisputable, however. The other students in class 301 are no slouches either. Many of them are also academic elites, capable of claiming the top spot in any other class. Unfortunately, their brilliance often goes unnoticed, overshadowed by Qin Feng's remarkable achievements. Among these gifted individuals is Li Ming, who excels particularly in mathematics. Although he may not rival Qin Feng, he considers himself on par with his peers. Thus, prior to the mathematics examination, Li Ming exuded confidence. Despite having performed poorly in the morning language test, he was determined to secure the second place in mathematics. However, upon receiving the exam paper and scanning the questions, his brow furrowed in concern. Wait, this paper seems rather challenging? A seasoned test taker quickly discerns the difficulty of a paper, and even before attempting to answer, Li Ming recognized that this examination posed considerable challenges. With numerous questions he could not immediately solve. As he began to write, the true complexity of the paper became apparent. The first 3 multiple-choice questions were manageable. But from the fourth question, which involved a geometric function synthesis, the difficulty escalated dramatically. By the time he reached the 5th question concerning the trajectory of moving points, he found himself utterly stumped, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Is this paper really so difficult? In previous mathematics exams, the initial 8 multiple-choice questions were typically designed to be straightforward, with only the last 2 presenting a greater challenge. Yet today, The fifth question was already exceedingly tough. Li Ming's brow was deeply furrowed as he spent a full 2 minutes grappling with the fifth question, only to come up empty-handed. Forget it. I'll skip this for now and return to it after tackling the later questions. As a veteran of countless exams, Li Ming was no fool, despite his frustration. He understood the importance of prioritization. He swiftly moved on to the sixth question, which involved determining the positional relationships of conic sections. This question appeared even more formidable. Li Ming found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. He recalled that in previous exams, such challenging questions were typically reserved for the final segment. Yet today, it was the sixth question in the sequence. The level of difficulty was simply unprecedented. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized that this mathematics examination was likely to match the morning's language test in terms of difficulty, potentially being the most arduous in history, capable of overwhelming even the academic genius Qin Feng, who would surely struggle to achieve a perfect score. He glanced at the seventh question. Still difficult. And then the eighth question. Even more challenging. It is not that he is incapable, rather, he must expend an immense amount of time engaging in exceedingly intricate calculations to derive a solution. However, this would inevitably rob him of the opportunity to tackle the subsequent, more challenging problems, much like how he lacked time to compose an essay during the morning's language examination. If that were the case, it would spell utter disaster, a dismal fate indeed. Not only would securing second place for his school be in jeopardy, but even passing could become a formidable challenge. The most prudent course of action would be to leap ahead, prioritizing the easier questions. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming resolutely advanced to the ninth problem, then the 10th, ultimately bypassing directly to the fill-in-the-blank section. Alas, tears of despair threatened to flow abundantly. The turmoil within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Having skipped over the majority of the multiple-choice questions, he pondered how many points he could possibly earn, even if he answered all subsequent questions correctly. What in the world? Was the exam truly that difficult, or was it merely his own inadequacy? Li Ming felt an overwhelming urge to weep, his right hand, clutching the black ink pen, beginning to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Li Ming's plight was not an isolated case within the classroom. It is worth noting that he is a top-tier mathematics prodigy. If he found the exam challenging, how could others fare any better? Scanning the room, he observed fellow examinees biting their pencil ends, tugging at their hair, and straining to unravel the conundrums before them. Some had already squandered 2 sheets of scratch paper on merely the first 3 multiple-choice questions, uncertain of their correctness. This is utterly exasperating. Who on earth is responsible for crafting this exam? The morning's language test was already arduous. And now the mathematics portion is equally formidable. What is the world coming to? My mental fortitude is on the brink of collapse. Is this unintentional mockery or deliberate malice? If the college entrance examination were to maintain such a level of difficulty, what hope would I have? Not only would I miss out on the first and second tiers, but even the third seems beyond reach. Can anyone enlighten me on this predicament? I do not wish to take this exam. I long to return home. Studying is exhausting. Perhaps I should consider manual labor instead. Once again, many in the examination room appeared to be on the verge of mental breakdowns. Each face bore a somber expression, eyes aflame with frustration, silently cursing the ancestors of the test creator. Li Ming, initially disheartened, felt a sense of relief upon noticing that those around him wore similarly furrowed brows and expressions of profound distress. He recalled the proctor's words from earlier: if he struggled, so too would his peers. As a mathematical genius, if he found the challenges daunting, it was certain that others would fare even worse. If he could remain calm and composed, diligently addressing the questions he understood, he could still secure the points he needed, even if he could not rival Qin Feng. The second position in mathematics at school would still be within his grasp. Li Ming silently reassured himself, taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, and prepared to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions. However, at that moment, he was startled by the sound of pages being turned. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. How could this be? It has barely been 10 minutes since the examination commenced, and yet some individuals have already begun tackling the more challenging questions at the back. Are they human? Or perhaps something otherworldly, deities or demons? Or could they be prodigies? Even if Qin Feng were present, could he achieve such a feat? Chapter 54. The final challenge. Could there be a third method? Li Ming instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover that it was Jiang Nan, the student seated beside him, who was flipping through the exam papers. He was taken aback, for he had not previously known Jiang Nan. However, during the Chinese language exam earlier that morning, Jiang Nan had displayed astonishing speed in answering questions, finishing the paper nearly 40 minutes ahead of time, and even dozing off in full view of the invigilators, who appeared indifferent to his antics, thereby drawing considerable attention to himself. Furthermore, it was rumored that Jiang Nan had even managed to translate classical Chinese texts. Thus, he had left an impression on Li Ming, albeit a fleeting one. After all, Chinese was not his forte. No matter how talented Jiang Nan might be, it hardly affected him. But now, within a mere 10 minutes of the mathematics examination, Jiang Nan had completed all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and had turned the page to tackle the subsequent problem-solving section. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a fabrication. He was either scribbling aimlessly or had skipped all the preceding questions due to lack of comprehension. Li Ming incessantly chanted these thoughts in his mind, seeking various justifications and excuses to numb himself. While it was understandable that Jiang Nan excelled in Chinese, the prospect of him being equally adept in mathematics was simply unacceptable. In the realm of mathematics, aside from Qin Feng, no one in the school could surpass him. However, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astonished and unable to maintain his composure. Jiang Nan's water-based pen was gliding rapidly across the answer sheet without pause. This was not the crux of the matter. The crux was that, unbeknownst to him, the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, had arrived behind Jiang Nan, scrutinizing his answer sheet with a serious demeanor that bore traces of astonishment, excitement, and complexity. What did this signify? Could it be that this fellow had indeed answered correctly? How could that be? He had not even taken a moment to read the questions or contemplate them. He hadn't even used any scrap paper. He was answering directly. If he managed to get that right, it would be akin to the sun rising in the west or the men's football team winning the World Cup. In an instant, Li Ming's mind went blank. He desperately wanted to disbelieve it. However, when another invigilator approached Jiang Nan from behind, wearing an expression of astonishment, he could no longer dismiss the possibility. If Jiang Nan had been merely filling in random answers, the two invigilators would have intervened long ago, rather than observing in this manner. Particularly since the two teachers were whispering quietly in a corner, their voices barely audible. Yet he strained to catch snippets of their conversation. What he gleaned was that Jiang Nan had answered everything correctly, even the final problem-solving question. In that instant, his eyes reddened, and his composure began to shatter. Oh heavens! Who could possibly inform him from whence this marvel had emerged? In the past, I had never heard of such a figure, yet now he not only excels in language arts, but also possesses remarkable prowess in mathematics. Even Qin Feng, present here, cannot possibly compare. This must be a falsehood. I fervently wish it is untrue. This is not an examination. Am I merely dreaming? Yes, indeed, I am in a dream. Once I awaken, all shall be well, and the monthly exam has surely yet to commence. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unknown invigilator is quietly conversing with Chao Tianyuan in a secluded corner. Old Chao, you are a mathematics virtuoso. If it were you, could you finish this paper so swiftly? Chao Tianyuan shook his head resolutely. Are you certain that all his answers are correct? Indeed, they are flawless. From problem-solving strategies to processes and final answers, utterly impeccable. Even the final challenge question was answered correctly? Absolutely, without a single flaw. It is nothing short of perfection. I struggled with the second question myself, lacking any insight, but upon seeing his answer, I suddenly understood. That was the method to solve it, and I gained much from it. The invigilator gasped. So, he is even more formidable than you, old Chao? Though I hesitate to admit it, the truth is indeed so. Chao Tianyuan replied, his expression complex. That is truly terrifying. He is simply beyond human. The invigilator marveled, wondering which class this student belonged to and which mathematics teacher had nurtured such talent. Chao Tianyuan hesitated, momentarily taken aback. He instinctively wanted to say, in fact, he is a student from my class. However, it seemed that Jiang Nan had barely paid attention in class, often dozing off. So, could Jiang Nan truly be a student? Perhaps not. More accurately, one could say he is exceptionally gifted, a self-taught prodigy. He found it difficult to respond to the invigilator's inquiry, opting instead to evade the question and return to Jiang Nan's side. Why return to Jiang Nan? Because Jiang Nan had evidently completed the final question. But Chao Tianyuan suddenly noticed that Jiang Nan appeared to be writing something anew. Could it be that Jiang Nan had made an error on some problem? No. He had scrutinized the final challenge question closely. Initially, he too had been bewildered. While the first question was manageable, the second truly left him at a loss. Nevertheless, he was confident that Jiang Nan's approach, process, and final result were all undeniably correct. Yet, Jiang Nan was still making amendments? Had he misjudged? Chao Tianyuan instinctively focused his gaze. In the next moment, how is this possible? Chao Tianyuan gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mind buzzing with shock. What he witnessed was astonishing and utterly incredible. After completing the challenge question, Jiang Nan had written Method 3 in the blank space behind. Chapter 55. Jiang Nan, oh Jiang Nan, please, be human. Method 3? Chao Tianyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to realize. He was not mistaken. Jiang Nan was indeed employing a third method to tackle the second question of the pressure relief problem. As for why not use Method 2? Because Method 2 had already been completed. While he was whispering to another proctor, Jiang Nan had already devised a second solution. He fixed his gaze upon that second solution, only to discover the thought process and method were entirely distinct from the first solution, yet still yielded the correct result. This was utterly astonishing. Damn, damn, damn. Chao Tianyuan was so shocked that he could utter nothing else, save for that botanical exclamation. For heaven's sake. Other students likely lacked even a single approach to solving the problem, and even he, the instructor, was left dumbfounded. It was only upon observing Jiang Nan's problem-solving process that he began to comprehend. And yet, the outcome. Jiang Nan had not one, but two methods of solution. And both were correct? No, that was incorrect. It was not merely two methods. It was three. Jiang Nan had already commenced writing Method 3. Chao Tianyuan clenched his fists tightly. His attention riveted on Jiang Nan's third method. He watched as Jiang Nan's pen flew across the paper. In just a few breaths, Method 3 was completed. Swift. Incredibly swift. Moreover, its thought process and procedure were again unlike those of Methods 1 and 2, yet the conclusion remained the same. Absolutely remarkable. More impressive than Red Bull. Chao Tianyuan felt his blood boiling, surging as if to explode. He was overwhelmed with excitement, even more so than on his wedding night. The shock he experienced surpassed that of a national football team winning the World Cup. Although Jiang Nan's first and second methods were fundamentally different, they bore a certain connection. The first was a conventional approach, essentially a direct method, while the second was unconventional, representing a reverse method. One direct, one reverse. This, Chao Tianyuan could accept. But what on earth was this third method? Jiang Nan had audaciously shifted concepts, employing a geometric proof to resolve a functional proof problem. Yet, the process remained crystal clear. Ultimately, it demonstrated that for any positive numbers a and x, f, x is greater than 1 but less than 2. An eye-opener indeed. Chao Tianyuan felt as though a door to a new world had been flung wide open within him. Although he had been formidable in mathematics, a seasoned expert, he still found himself far from the level of a professor, having hit a bottleneck that hindered further progression. Otherwise, he would not have languished in high school for decades. But now, he suddenly realized that his bottleneck had been shattered, and he could journey further in the realm of mathematics. Of course, it is difficult to articulate this in words. It is purely an intuition, or perhaps a spark of inspiration. In any case, from Jiang Nan's three approaches to problem solving, particularly the third one, he has garnered an immense amount of insight. Suddenly, a peculiar exclamation escaped him, jolting Chao Tianyuan from the brink of an epiphany. It was Jiang Nan, who exhaled and murmured to himself that this problem was indeed intriguing, consuming a fair amount of his time. However, the answer sheet was too small. He could only document 3 solutions, which was rather regrettable. Jiang Nan's words detonated like an underwater torpedo, stirring a tempest in the minds of Chao Tianyuan and another invigilator who had just approached. Jiang Nan, oh Jiang Nan, please, act like a human being. What do you mean by consuming a fair amount of time? You've only been at it for a mere 10 minutes since the exam commenced, and that's considering you utilized 2 additional methods on your last problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't have even taken 10 minutes. What do you mean by the answer sheet being too small for 3 solutions? Could it possibly be that you have more than 3 methods? The invigilator could no longer endure the absurdity. He feared that if he listened any longer, it might trigger a heart attack and thus discreetly left to monitor other students. As for Chao Tianyuan, the blood pressure he had just managed to stabilize threatened to surge once more, risking a genuine cerebral hemorrhage. Goodness! Just when he felt he had broken through a bottleneck and was overjoyed, contemplating expressing his gratitude to Jiang Nan later, now, perhaps it was better to let it go. This fellow was simply beyond reason. To think that I initially couldn't conceive a single method, even after my breakthrough. I've only learned these 3 approaches from you. Yet, you have even more methods? How ruthless. How terrifying. No matter how much I progress, I cannot compare to you. You are electricity. You are light. You are the singular myth. I am aging. I truly feel old. To be your mathematics teacher, I cannot discern whether it is a joy or a sorrow, a source of dismay. Teacher, I have finished. May I sleep now? Jiang Nan had already laid down his pen and, noticing Chao Tianyuan right behind him, turned to ask. While he posed the question, a wave of disdain coursed through him. Indeed, old Chao's invigilation was no mere coincidence. It was deliberate, an intentional scrutiny of his work. However, since he had not cut any corners and had undoubtedly answered correctly, let him watch as he pleased. What? Aren't you going to check? Chao Tianyuan instinctively urged. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he wished to slap himself. Check. Check what? Given Jiang Nan's prowess, along with his own discernment, it was certain he had answered everything correctly. Checking? It was unnecessary. Such simple problems could not possibly be wrong. If you have no objections, I shall take my leave to rest. In the Jiang Nan region, Chao Tianyuan grinned broadly, disregarding whether the latter consented, and promptly rested his head on the table to sleep. Old Chao, you intentionally fixated your gaze upon me. Yet I would be foolish to grant you any favor. Chao Tianyuan, what on earth? This person has truly lost all semblance of humanity. Chapter 56. Oh heavens. Why must we share the same examination room with him? It is infuriating. It was one thing for you to doze off during class, but now you choose to sleep during the exam? What is this? A blatant display of arrogance? I am aware that you have completed the test and answered correctly. Yet other students are struggling with furrowed brows. The crux of the matter is, I had not even consented, and you have already laid your head down, showing such blatant disregard for my feelings. What a complete lack of respect. Well, you are indeed exceptional. I can hardly control you. Sleep if you must. As Jiang Nan rested his head on the desk, Chao Tianyuan's mind was rife with discontent. Yet, that was where it ended. He turned and walked away, pretending not to notice or perhaps tacitly accepting the situation. You sleep as you please, as long as you do not disturb your fellow students. I shall not concern myself with you. However, Chao Tianyuan felt a sense of helplessness as he departed. Meanwhile, Li Ming was left in a state of shock. What was happening? Jiang Nan was once again sleeping in public during the exam, and yet the invigilators seemed unconcerned. That was not even the main issue. The principal concern was, he was close enough to overhear something. Just moments ago, Jiang Nan had seemingly declared, I'm finished. How could such simple questions be wrong? Good heavens. Surely my ears are not deceiving me. The exam had barely commenced. And that lad had completed the entire paper? What astonishing speed. Even a legendary bachelor could not compare. He even claimed the questions were simple? Pray tell, where lies the simplicity in these problems? As a mathematics prodigy, who consistently scores above 140, I can assure you that I could not solve the last 5 multiple-choice questions. How could this paper possibly be deemed simple? It is utterly inconceivable. Li Ming felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. He desperately wished to convince himself that this was merely a dream, that everything was but an illusion. Yet, it felt so palpably real. He pinched his thigh hard enough to bring tears to his eyes. There was sensation. This was no dream. He wanted to assert that Jiang Nan must have been scribbling randomly. No one could possibly complete such a challenging mathematics paper in mere minutes, especially without even utilizing scrap paper. Yet, the demeanor of the two invigilators seemed to tacitly validate Jiang Nan's claims, particularly Chao Tianyuan, a seasoned mathematics teacher, who had scrutinized Jiang Nan's paper for an extended period without uttering a single rebuttal, even displaying a look of astonishment. It was clear. Jiang Nan had undoubtedly answered correctly. The more Li Ming contemplated the situation, the more his frustration grew, rendering him unable to remain composed. Oh heavens! Why must there be a Jiang Nan to overshadow my presence in this examination room? This is simply intolerable. Li Ming's heart was filled with incessant lamentations. I remember you. You are formidable, yet I shall not falter. I will strive diligently in my examination and surpass you, transforming sorrow and indignation into strength. Li Ming clenched his fists tightly, rallying himself and attempting to focus intently on the questions. However, the thought seemed simple, yet the execution proved exceedingly challenging. Each time he attempted to answer, the image of Jiang Nan effortlessly declaring the questions easy lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Raising his gaze once more, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Nan, who had succumbed to slumber, sprawled over his desk, occasionally emitting soft snores. They were faint, barely audible. Yet Li Ming perceived them with stark clarity. It was infuriating. How could Jiang Nan sleep soundly when he himself had yet to complete even the 5th multiple-choice question? By the way, do your parents know how exceptional you are? And what of the heavens? Will you not unleash a bolt of lightning upon this insufferable cheat? As for the invigilators, is this how you conduct supervision? Do you allow such blatant disrespect for the examination to go unchecked? You are utterly negligent and complicit. This fellow must have connections and is certainly using backdoor methods. Li Ming's internal musings were overwhelmingly numerous. This examination, he feared he had entirely failed, for he could not concentrate, consumed by his vexation towards the snoozing Jiang Nan. Of course, he was not alone in this sentiment. In truth, many shared his frustration. All the students seated beside Jiang Nan wore expressions of despair, their hearts echoing with anguish. Why was there such a disparity among individuals? Why were they compelled to share the same examination hall as Jiang Nan? The test had already been challenging enough to shatter their composure, and to have the absolute champion, Jiang Nan, seated nearby was simply unbearable. Truly, without comparison, there is no pain. It was heart-wrenching. However, the situation became even more disheartening. A student seated by the window could no longer bear it. His heart was restless, longing for fresh air. Yet, as he reached to open the window, an invigilator approached, promptly shutting it and whispering a caution to the student. Do not open the window. The breeze outside is chilly, and it may cause discomfort to the other students in the classroom. Upon hearing this, many nearby felt a sense of solidarity, including Li Ming. Though he too yearned for a breath of fresh air to regain his composure, he acquiesced to the teacher's words, reasoning that they were indeed for their benefit. Were they not? However, the very next moment left everyone in stunned silence. After closing the window, the invigilator did not depart immediately. Instead, they removed their coat and stealthily draped it over the slumbering Jiang Nan. Chapter 57. A trip to the restroom on the first floor, accidentally found on the fifth? Li Ming. Numerous classmates. Everyone present, without exception, fell into a state of speechlessness. It was truly disheartening. The actions of the invigilating teacher were nothing short of a cruel twist of fate. Just a moment ago, they had been feeling grateful towards one another, warmed by the thoughtfulness displayed. But in the blink of an eye, oh dear, was this consideration for oneself? This was clearly an act aimed at Jiang Nan. What is this about a gentle breeze outside? A little chilly? It is already March. Winter has long passed. Moreover, this is not the north. In Jiangqing, March is characterized by the delightful warmth of spring, when nature awakens and blossoms bloom. There is no relation to the cold. As for the breeze, they would welcome a refreshing wind to invigorate their spirits. Of course, excluding those who are currently dozing at their desks. Is this what they call having connections? That fellow must be related to the invigilator, right? First, closing the window, then draping a coat over him, and allowing him to sleep, claiming there is no relation? No one would believe that. Having a background is indeed impressive. Such a deep-rooted connection, one cannot afford to provoke. In an instant, Jiang Nan was mentally labeled by those present as someone with connections, categorized as a figure not to be trifled with. Li Ming gritted his teeth, striving to focus on his examination and answer the questions. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside the window, instantly capturing the attention of many in the classroom. Li Ming instinctively cast his gaze over. He saw several language teachers standing outside, stretching their necks to peer into the examination room 304. How did he know they were language teachers? Because he was an excellent student. Most of the school's teachers recognized him, and he, to some extent, was familiar with those educators. Particularly, one of them was quite well acquainted with him, Yu Wangui, nicknamed Old 3U. This was because he was one of the teachers for class 301, Li Ming's language teacher. As these teachers congregated, especially when Li Ming noticed Old 3U also straining to look into the classroom, his eyes lit up with excitement. What splendid news! It was indeed a fortuitous event. With so many teachers coming together, it was needless to say, they were certainly there to inspect the examination discipline. Through the window, the first sight that greeted them was Jiang Nan, soundly asleep with his head resting on the desk. This time, Jiang Nan was surely doomed. After all, sleeping during an exam is a blatant violation of examination rules. Caught red-handed by so many teachers, even if he had connections with the invigilator, being a relative would be of no avail. One teacher cannot compare to so many, especially Old 3U, who had been teaching at the school for 20 years. His experience is profound, his skills are exceptional, and his discerning eyes are not easily fooled. If he were to punish Jiang Nan, no one could intervene. Not only Li Ming, but also many classmates in the examination room eagerly anticipated that these teachers would impose a strict penalty on Jiang Nan and take him away. Otherwise, A sense of unease weighed heavily upon my heart, filled with grievances that seemed impossible to express. However, shortly thereafter, a wave of confusion washed over them. Outside the window stood a group of teachers, led by old Master Yu, peering intently inside, yet neither entering nor departing. What on earth was going on? Were they truly blind? The young man lay there, soundly asleep, right beneath their noses, and they were oblivious? Or was it that the window glass was one way? Surely not. If the glass were one-sided, I wouldn't so frequently be caught by the vigilant homeroom teacher while playing on my phone in my seat. Within the examination room, many, including Li Ming, found themselves befuddled by the presence of these teachers outside the window. Why did they not come in or leave? Their unwavering gaze placed an immense pressure upon us. Moreover, if they claimed not to notice the boy sleeping, it seemed they were indeed discussing him. Yet, their expressions appeared somewhat off, not stern or angry, but rather filled with astonishment. All the students were equally perplexed. Those sitting closer to the window felt as if their hearts were caught in a tumultuous storm. Imagine sitting for an exam with 5 or 6 teachers observing you from outside. What thoughts would cross your mind? The pressure would be overwhelming. Many students dared not lift their heads, lowering them in feigned concentration on their papers, while internally pleading for the teachers to either address the sleeping boy or promptly vacate the vicinity. Regrettably, disappointment loomed ahead. After a considerable time had passed, old Master Yu and his colleagues remained outside the classroom, neither entering nor leaving, and astonishingly, the number of teachers had swelled to 8 or 9. There seemed to be even more arriving, an utterly terrifying prospect. Simultaneously, a comical scene unfolded outside the window. Hey, Lou, weren't you proctoring on the 3rd floor? What brings you to the 5th? And you? Teacher Yu, I recall you were on the 1st floor. Why are you on the 5th floor now? I made a mistake, intending to go to the restroom, but accidentally wandered into the wrong place. To err from the 1st floor to the 5th is quite the blunder. If you keep this up, you might just ascend to the heavens. In that moment, old Master Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment. The excuse he instinctively provided appeared rather flimsy, failing to hold up under scrutiny. A stark slap in the face, a blatant humiliation. Chapter 58. I expose myself, I cheated. Please give me a 0. Very well, my dear elder brother, do not mock the second brother. The snail does not scorn the shell. Let us speak candidly. I trust you all have come to witness the unparalleled genius who composes in classical Chinese. Suddenly, a teacher stepped forth to mediate the situation. Indeed, it was he. Yet, I remain curious about which one among them is Jiang Nan. I am utterly intrigued by him, for not only does he write in classical Chinese, but I find myself unable to comprehend his work. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. After all, they are colleagues. It was merely a jest. It is impossible to truly embarrass you, Lao San. Before arriving, I inquired with teacher who informed me that Jiang Nan sat in the 3rd row, 4th from the back, standing at a height of 6 feet, and the most handsome among them. Surely, it is the one dozing at his desk. Someone pointed towards the slumbering Jiang Nan. This was precisely the scene that Li Ming and others had previously witnessed. Outside the window, a group of teachers clearly saw Jiang Nan asleep, yet rather than becoming irate, they appeared astonished. Jiang Nan is sleeping? That cannot be. The examination has only just begun for a mere 10 minutes, and he is already dozing off. Could it be that his mathematics is lacking? Some began to question Jiang Nan's abilities. Nevertheless, in the next moment, they realized that it mattered little if his math skills were poor, as long as his command of language was exceptional. The mere fact that he could compose an essay in classical Chinese that none of us could decipher was sufficient to attest to his prowess. Even if he scored 0 in mathematics, his linguistic talent and skill would surely guarantee him direct admission. In my view, it would be best if he performed poorly in other subjects. This way, he could concentrate solely on language. Yu Laosan expressed his opinion, stating that breadth of knowledge is inferior to depth of expertise. For a group of teachers dedicated to language, if Jiang Nan could reach the pinnacle of literary excellence, his shortcomings in other subjects would be of little concern. The attendees unanimously concurred. Teacher Yu's reasoning was sound. One's energy is finite. Given his extraordinary talent in language, it is entirely normal for him to falter in other subjects. What is truly feared is the individual who excels in all but fails to reach greatness, ultimately becoming mediocre. It is indeed regrettable that we cannot approach and closely observe the countenance of this extraordinary genius. Ah, what a pity indeed. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Everyone, look. The lad seated to Jiang Nan's left, is he not using a cheat sheet to deceive?" In an instant, a student's act of cheating was uncovered. The next moment, it was confirmed. Indeed, he was cheating. Hey, you there. What are you doing? I see you. Quickly put down what you have in your hand. It remains unclear who first issued the loud cry. Immediately thereafter, a flurry of movement ensued as all the language teachers, one and all, rushed into examination room 304. How could they let pass such a rare opportunity to observe the unparalleled genius up close? Woe is me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please do not apprehend me. Do not take me away. In a fleeting moment, the rather oblivious student trembled and collapsed beneath the desk. Goodness! Was it merely a matter of cheating that summoned a dozen ravenous teachers rushing in from outside? It was no wonder he was utterly petrified. Not just him, many around him were equally startled. The spectacle of so many teachers apprehending a single cheater was nothing short of astonishing and monumental. Initially, due to the difficulty of the exam, numerous students had entertained the thought of resorting to deceit. However, with this unexpected turn of events, such notions were swiftly extinguished. Yet, the subsequent actions of the group of language teachers left them all perplexed, akin to a bewildered monk. The throng of teachers burst in. But rather than immediately confronting the perpetrator, they fixated their gaze upon the sleeping Jiang Nan, astonished. What was occurring? Could it be that they were not there to apprehend a cheater, but rather to reprimand the lad for violating examination decorum by dozing off? This thought flitted through many minds, including Li Ming's. Even the cheater himself appeared dazed, wondering why they were not pursuing him, but instead targeting Jiang Nan. But wait, had they not just shouted about cheating, not slumber? Furthermore, if their intent was indeed to wake him for his transgression, why were they so stealthy in their approach? Led by the esteemed teacher Yu, the group of language instructors encircled Jiang Nan, observing him as if his visage bore some extraordinary bloom. Yet, not a word was uttered. It was uncertain whether they feared disrupting the examination atmosphere or were simply hesitant to rouse Jiang Nan from his slumber. Logically, it should have been the former. Yet many students speculated it was more likely the latter. In that moment, the atmosphere in the examination hall turned distinctly eerie, unsettling, and foreboding. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the air. It emanated from a portly student seated beside Jiang Nan, who, overwhelmed by the pressure, slammed his palm upon the desk and declared, "I can't take it anymore. I confess, I cheated. Give me a 0. With that, he dashed away, unable to withstand the mounting stress. Goodness, what a bold individual. He had previously succumbed to despair during the morning language exam and now, in mathematics, had chosen to self-implicate? Cheaters? Li Ming. Numerous classmates. The 2 invigilators. The dozen language teachers? Chapter 59. The examination concludes. Students erupt in a frenzied escape. Cheating exposed? This is truly a sight to behold. The individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Particularly the recently named cheater, who found himself questioning whether he was ensnared in reality or merely lost in a dream. It was evident that these teachers had stormed in with the intent to apprehend him. However, the outcome was an incessant focus on Jiang Nan. Ultimately, it drove a nearby portly individual to the brink of madness. So, one might wonder, has he narrowly escaped a calamity? Perhaps not. The situation remains unresolved, as the cadre of over a dozen teachers still lingered, their watchful eyes unyielding. Thus, for the time being, he could not consider himself free from peril. What a dire predicament! He yearned to emulate the earlier stout fellow, departing the examination with nonchalance, yet he lacked even a modicum of courage. Instead, he found himself collapsed upon the floor, enduring profound torment both physically and mentally, akin to enduring one of the 10 most excruciating tortures. Eventually, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, Chao Tianyuan addressed the head of the language department, Wu Jiahao, saying, "Old Wu, what brings you language teachers here? Is there no need for proctoring anymore? You are the head. Swiftly escort your team away. Do not disturb my students during their examination." Wu Jiahao. His expression was one of helplessness. He was the last to arrive, having seen Yu Laosan and the others enter classroom 304, gathering around Jiang Nan, and he had intended to follow suit. Yet, as fate would have it, he had barely crossed the threshold when Chao Tianyuan called him out. What a pity. Indeed, he had not even had the chance to glimpse Jiang Nan's visage. However, the matter had reached this point, and he could not re-enter. After all, though he was the head of the language department, Chao Tianyuan held the position of deputy head of the mathematics department. It would not do to lose face. So he quickly withdrew his foot and called away Yu Laosan and the other teachers. With their departure, the examination room fell into an immediate hush. the atmosphere lightening. Yet, Li Ming? Numerous students? Countless question marks floated above their heads. Speaking of which, you teachers are simply leaving? Have you forgotten something? Jiang Nan is slumbering so soundly beneath your very noses. Are you truly unconcerned? Not to mention, you had entered with cries of apprehending cheaters. And that very cheater is still seated on the floor. Are you not going to address this? Or is it that the call for catching cheaters was merely a ruse? Your true objective was merely to observe Jiang Nan? How disheartening. It is indeed too disheartening. Could it be that Jiang Nan's background is so formidable that you all are hesitant to act? Or is it that his prowess is so great that you cannot bear to intervene? Or perhaps it is simply that Jiang Nan is exceedingly handsome. In any case, a medley of emotions swirled within the hearts of the crowd. This mathematics examination proved to be the most exasperating ordeal of their lives, even surpassing the earlier language exam. The only one who felt a semblance of relief was perhaps the recently apprehended cheater, who hastily rose from the ground, thankful for his reprieve. Surviving such a great calamity surely foretells future blessings. It seems that the teachers were oblivious, failing to notice him. Previously, he had merely been frightening himself. Now, he could cheat with confidence and audacity, certain that no one would uncover his deceit. However, this fleeting sense of ease lasted merely 3 seconds. Chao Tianyuan approached with a grave expression, confiscating his paper and marking it with a conspicuous 0. What a descent from paradise to hell. The surrounding students, startled, hastily bowed their heads to their desks, diligently answering questions, too fearful to entertain thoughts of cheating. In truth, even if they had attempted to cheat, it would have been futile. Goodness, this was mathematics, not language arts. Cheating would only allow them to copy a formula, which held little significance. Ding-ling-ling. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the examination. Much like the morning's language arts test, numerous students' answer sheets were marred by large swathes of blank space, evidently incomplete. Yet, in contrast, when the teacher requested the papers, no one lamented or wept. Instead, they all exhaled in relief and hurriedly submitted their work. Their speed rivaled that of a rabbit fleeing in terror, seemingly afraid that some dreadful beast would chase them down. Of course, there were no such beasts. The oppressive atmosphere of the exam had simply become unbearable, even without another teacher entering to catch cheaters. The sight of Jiang Nan sleeping was disheartening. While they struggled for dear life, Jiang Nan slumbered soundly. It truly made one's heart ache. Even Li Ming, a mathematical prodigy, cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan before hastily departing. He vowed never to endure such a stifling examination again, nor to spend another moment in Jiang Nan's presence. As he rushed away, Jiang Nan leisurely awoke. What? Had he overslept? He was filled with questions. This nap had been remarkably refreshing. He hadn't even noticed the exam had concluded and everyone had left. Had he not sensed someone harboring ill intentions towards him, he might have slept through the night. Alas, his biological clock was out of whack. It seemed he needed to take some time to adjust it. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Nan prepared to rise and head to the cafeteria when he noticed an unfamiliar garment draped over him. At that moment, an unknown invigilator approached with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "You're awake. Please hand me the clothing. I feared you might catch a chill while sleeping, so I draped it over you." Thank you, teacher," Jiang Nan stammered, expressing his gratitude. In his heart, he thought, this teacher is truly commendable, far superior to the unprincipled old Chow. Chapter 60. Li Ming wept inconsolably, leaving Su Yu and Zhang Hao astonished. Jiang Nan cast a glance at Chao Tianyuan, who was in the midst of collecting papers, and noticed that the old fellow's complexion was far from favorable. It was hardly surprising that Chao Tianyuan appeared distressed. He was notoriously stern and serious. Yet today he seemed indifferent to Jiang Nan's slumber during the exam. Moreover, an array of language teachers had barged into the examination room, ostensibly to catch cheaters. But in reality, they were there to observe Jiang Nan. It was only because Jiang Nan had performed admirably, likely securing a perfect score in mathematics, that Chao Tianyuan refrained from losing his temper. You little rascal, revel in your arrogance. I secretly wish you would be even more audacious. This is the spirit of youth. To be young and not reckless is a waste of one's youth. After all, your boldness is a reflection of my teachings. Well, I suppose you could say that I have had a hand in your development. Once Chao Tianyuan finished collecting the papers, he hummed a tune and departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rubbed his nose, sensing the ill intentions of certain individuals. Do not inquire how he was able to perceive this. It was a skill honed from his habit of dozing during class. As long as it did not pose a threat to him, he could sleep soundly even amidst a thunderstorm. Just like during the previous examination, when numerous teachers rushed in, startling many students who contemplated cheating, he remained blissfully asleep, not even fluttering an eyelid. However, when Li Ming cast him a resentful glare, he immediately awoke. Indeed, even in slumber, his body's instinct enabled him to respond to Hu Yifei's rapid-fire questions. Such a talent is not something the average person possesses. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. Old Xiao has always been one to disregard fairness. I have grown accustomed to it. What can you do? Even if your intentions are nefarious? Jiang Nan dismissed Qiao Tianyuan from his mind and swiftly exited the classroom, heading straight for the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and he was already late. Should he delay further, he might miss out entirely. Just as he descended the stairs, Bai Yingying rushed up to him, exclaiming, "Jiang Nan, why are you only just coming out? This is not like you at all." "Not like me? How should I have behaved?" He replied, "You should have submitted your paper early. You handed in your language exam ahead of time this morning. Given your prowess in mathematics, I assumed you would do the same for this test." Bai Yingying stated matter-of-factly, "I rushed to the cafeteria to find you right after the exam, but I was left empty-handed and had to return here." Jiang Nan thought to himself, "No one knows me better than Bai Yingying." Naturally, he would not admit that he had overslept. Otherwise, he would have already arrived at the cafeteria for dinner. "What do you need me for?" "Of course, I'm here to compare answers. Quickly, tell me how you answered the multiple-choice questions." Budka. Jiang Nan articulated the answers fluently. For every question he had tackled, none were forgotten. "Oh dear, I got the last 4 questions wrong." Bai Yingying had been brimming with excitement until she heard Jiang Nan's words, which instantly caused her expression to fall, her hands gripping her head in despair. "Alas, despite my diligent efforts, it seems I will once again fall short of Qin Yuma in this examination. What about the fill-in-the-blank questions? 1, 3, 2, -1, 4. Oh, woe is me, I have erred on 2 of them. And the short answer questions? Sob, I have also made mistakes on 2. Though I managed to answer the last one correctly, and I owe that to you. Just the other day, you had explained a similar problem to me. Huh?" Hearing this, Bai Yingying transformed her sorrow into joy once more, for she had triumphed over the final challenging question. As for why she did not question Jiang Nan's answer, it was quite simple. Jiang Nan was exceptionally talented in mathematics, so how could his answer possibly be wrong? Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded across the campus. As many students gathered to compare answers, one such gathering took place in the cafeteria. "Hey, Li Ming? You see you, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian. Whether by design or mere chance, Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian from class 304 found themselves together with Li Ming from class 301. Do not inquire how they came to know each other. Despite not being in the same class, they shared connections as representatives of their respective classes. Notably, Suyu was the mathematics representative, while Li Ming was regarded as the second highest achiever in mathematics at the school, just behind Qin Feng. Their circles, comprised of academic elites, inevitably intersected. "Li Ming, how did you fare in mathematics this time?" "Terribly. I estimate I scored only 50 or 60 points. "What? 50 or 60 points? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had gathered intentionally to assess each other's performance in mathematics, hoping to surpass Jiang Nan, and had specifically sought Li Ming to compare answers. After all, Li Ming was exceptionally skilled in mathematics. By aligning their answers with his, they could more accurately gauge their potential scores. But now, with Li Ming claiming a score of 50 or 60, what was the point of comparing? Suyu quickly pressed, "Li Ming, while I am not one to concede easily, I must acknowledge that you are indeed more proficient in mathematics than I am. Even if this examination was challenging, it could not possibly result in just 50 or 60 points." Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and the other representatives stared at Li Ming, their expressions filled with curiosity and confusion. Under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly be confident of scoring far more than 50 or 60 points. But this examination was exceptionally bizarre. The moment it commenced, my mindset collapsed. And thus, Li Ming's face was a portrait of helplessness. "What do you mean? In what way was it abnormal?" Upon hearing this, Suyu and the others were even more perplexed. You see, there was a formidable individual seated beside me, within just 10 minutes of the exam. He completed the entire paper, seemingly answering all questions correctly, and then promptly fell asleep. The invigilator not only ignored him, but even closed the window and draped a coat over him, as if fearing he might catch a chill. Subsequently, a multitude of language teachers stormed in, ostensibly under the pretext of catching cheaters, to scrutinize that fierce individual. Let me tell you, my mental state was in shambles. Hardly anyone in the examination hall remained composed. It was utterly impossible to focus on the exam. Every time I attempted to solve a problem, the image of that fierce individual sleeping would materialize before my eyes. How could one possibly take the exam under such circumstances? My concentration was utterly shattered, and achieving a score of 50 or 60 would already be a commendable feat, perhaps even lower. Woe is me. As he spoke, Li Ming broke down into inconsolable tears. A man may shed tears, but only when truly moved by sorrow. From the commencement of the exam until now, he had suppressed his emotions for over 2 hours, and although he could have held it in a while longer, upon being questioned by Su Yu and the others, he opened up and could no longer contain himself. In response, Su Yu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. Chapter 61. Jiang Nan. Why Jiang Nan again? Hey, have you heard? During the mathematics examination, there was a remarkable individual who completed the test in just 10 minutes and then laid down to sleep on the desk. Astonishingly, the invigilator not only ignored this, but even took the time to close the window and drape a coat over him, as if concerned he might catch a chill. Really? Is that true, or is it a prank? Of course, it's true. It occurred in examination room 304, witnessed by dozens of individuals. If you doubt this, you can inquire with the academic prodigy Li Ming from class 301, who sat beside that remarkable student. Li, what do you say? In the cafeteria, many were discussing the Jiang Nan incident. Coincidentally, Li Ming was present, and numerous eyes turned toward him for confirmation. Li was sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate a response, merely nodding instinctively. Does a nod imply agreement? Upon witnessing this, everyone in attendance was astounded. Goodness, was that person truly so formidable? Completing the mathematics paper in 10 minutes? I can hardly believe it, especially since this test was exceedingly challenging. In my opinion, he must be a poor student who, unable to solve the problems, scribbled randomly before succumbing to slumber, perhaps receiving preferential treatment from the invigilator. No, that individual did not merely scribble. It is said he genuinely completed the entire paper, even claiming the questions were simple, which everyone heard. Even the invigilator seemed to tacitly acknowledge this. It is estimated that, even if he doesn't achieve a perfect score of 150, he would certainly score at least 140, which is remarkably impressive. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the cafeteria gasped in disbelief. 150? 140? Completed in 10 minutes? If that is true, this individual is truly extraordinary. After all, they had just emerged from the battlefield of this examination, acutely aware of its difficulty. Goodness, even if it was not as challenging as the morning language test. The two were not far apart. This was undoubtedly one of the most difficult exams in history. Many became stuck on the multiple choice questions, often completing only half while guessing the rest, nearly collapsing from frustration. As for the subsequent problem-solving section, particularly the final question, it remained untouched, with no thoughts to guide them. Yet now, they are informed that someone managed to complete it in 10 minutes and could achieve a perfect score. This seems far too exaggerated. Does he not need to ponder? Just a glance and he knows the answer? Many expressed skepticism. After all, this is simply too incredible. Even novels wouldn't dare to portray such a scenario. Remarkably, that individual truly did not require contemplation. Every question was immediately recognizable, and he answered directly on the answer sheet without utilizing even half a sheet of draft paper. The crowd, I can't believe it. This person is astounding. Quickly, tell us who he is, whether male or female, and which class they belong to. A young man, strikingly handsome, his class unknown, is rumored to be named Jiang Nan. At this revelation, the room was filled with astonishment. Jiang Nan. Again Jiang Nan, though unfamiliar with him. His name was quite recognizable. Indeed, after the Chinese exam this morning, there were whispers about Jiang Nan excelling in the subject. It was said that he had translated that classical text and submitted his paper a good 40 to 50 minutes early. Indeed, it was he. Moreover, let me tell you, he did not merely perform well in Chinese, he excelled spectacularly, achieving a perfect score. Consequently, during the afternoon math exam, over a dozen Chinese teachers neglected their duties, ostensibly to catch cheaters, and flocked to room 304 to observe Jiang Nan. The spectacle was nothing short of remarkable. It was reported that many who contemplated cheating were so intimidated they nearly lost control. One particularly rotund student could not bear the pressure and openly confessed to cheating, receiving a score of 0. Impressive. This Jiang Nan is undeniably exceptional. Without a doubt, he is on the verge of fame. No, he is already famous. A perfect score in Chinese, another in math, finishing 10 minutes early, dozing off during the exam while supervisors closed windows and draped themselves in coats, and a throng of Chinese teachers abandoning their posts to witness him. Truly a formidable individual. I yearn to see what he looks like. This paragon among scholars seems even more formidable than Li Ming from class 301. Nay, even more so than Qin Feng. If I were fortunate enough to befriend him, I could surely bask in his scholarly aura and enhance my own performance. Unlike earlier, this time, upon hearing Jiang Nan's name, doubts lingered. Yet a greater number began to believe. After all, rumors do not arise from a void. With so many speaking of it, there must be some truth. Especially since this is not the first time Jiang Nan's prowess has been mentioned. Furthermore, seated nearby was Li Ming, a well-known academic prodigy. He had heard everything but offered no rebuttal, a silent affirmation that linked credence to the claims. In that moment, admiration for Jiang Nan surged among the crowd. However, those surrounding Li Ming, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, wore expressions of discontent. How could this be? Jiang Nan once again? He had already excelled in Chinese this morning, and now he had performed splendidly in math, even achieving full marks in merely 10 minutes? Is he truly that strong in mathematics? He is operating on a completely different level. Even if he had faltered and scored only 140, that would still far surpass our scores. Oh no, we are doomed. Once again, someone wept. In fact, the sobs were louder than those of Li Ming beside him. However, it was no longer Xiang Yi from the morning. It was Su Yu, the representative for mathematics. It matters little that I did not perform well in the Chinese examination this morning. After all, it is Xiang Yi who has declared war against Jiang Nan in the realm of language. At that moment, though I felt a twinge of sympathy, it was primarily due to our alliance, united in triumph and defeat, sharing in each other's fortunes. However, prior to the mathematics examination, I was not merely confident. I was imbued with a fervent fighting spirit. After completing the math test, while my performance may not have been stellar, I exerted every ounce of effort. And I believe I should score above 100. The exact score, however, will only be revealed once I compare answers. Thus, I sought out Li Ming, the second best in mathematics. Yet, before we could even verify our answers, he crumbled into inconsolable tears. Meanwhile, the remarkable achievements of Jiang Nan echoed around us. In an instant, I too was overwhelmed with despair. Oh, woe is me. I am the mathematics representative of class 4. In every math examination, even if I am not first, I have always been a close second to our class leader, Qin Yumuo. And now, I have become nothing but a jester? Jiang Nan, if you are truly this formidable, why did you not reveal your prowess sooner? Were you deliberately toying with me? What a tragic turn of events. Chapter 62. So, he is the werewolf Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar? Li Ming wept uncontrollably, and Su Yu was not far behind, his tears flowing freely. What sorrow could possibly drive two grown men to such emotional upheaval in a public setting? Goodness, here we go again. It seems that after the Chinese exam this morning, there were others who sobbed openly, and now, following the mathematics test, the scene is similar. However, this time it is two males, one, the second best mathematics student, Li, and the other, presumably Su Yu, who is also quite adept in mathematics, ranking among the top 10, if not the top 5, in the school. What a sensational story. The emotional resilience of these scholars appears alarmingly fragile. Is it truly necessary to react so dramatically over a single poor performance? Look at us. Few among us manage to pass, yet we continue to eat, to banter, and to chat without a care. A complaint here and there is acceptable, but tears? Absolutely not. Indeed, I would rather die than shed a tear. The pain one bears is known only to oneself. Those around cannot fathom the pent-up frustration within Li Ming or the profound despair and helplessness that envelopes Su Yu. Yet, Xiang Yi can sense the gravity of the situation. Having experienced her own sorrow just this morning, she had already succumbed to despair after losing to Jiang Nan in the Chinese exam. Conversely, Zhang Hao and Tang Tiantian, though feeling a tinge of sorrow for their peers, are more relieved. Luckily, they are not the representatives for mathematics. The real challenge against Jiang Nan lies not in mathematics, but in the upcoming physics, foreign language, and chemistry exams. there remains a glimmer of hope. I am the strongest in physics, chemistry, and foreign languages in our class. Tomorrow, I shall surely triumph over Jiang Nan. Now it is time to showcase my abilities. I shall avenge you all. Zhang Hao and the others silently rallied their spirits, attempting to bolster their confidence. Almost. They were on the verge of truly believing it. However, the next moment, their collective resolve crumbled. Just then, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. The young man was so strikingly handsome that words could scarcely capture his perfection. He radiated an aura that could outshine even the most illustrious stars of the entertainment industry, rendering all else dim by comparison. The young woman, likewise, was tall and graceful. Even in her school uniform, her figure was captivating, with exquisite features and fair skin that could inspire love at first sight. It goes without saying that the former was Jiang Nan and the latter was Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying was engaged in a discussion with Jiang Nan, explaining answers, which delayed their arrival at the cafeteria. However, the moment they stepped inside, a wave of commotion erupted. "Look, the school beauty Bai Yingying has arrived." "Wait," she asked with a boy, sharing a meal, laughing together, and so close. "Are they holding hands? No way. Could they be a couple? Oh my goodness. The school beauty has found a boyfriend." This is indeed a sensational revelation. The school explicitly prohibits romantic relationships. Yet they are so brazen. Do they not fear it reaching the teacher's ears? My youth has come to an end. Wait, who is this handsome young man? Truly striking. Even the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu pales in comparison, does he not? It is utterly astonishing that our school harbors such an attractive individual. Why was I unaware of this before? You are out of the loop. I have seen him before. He was having lunch with the campus beauty in the cafeteria. And he even audaciously translated the classical Chinese text from our literature exam in public. Oh, could he be the dark horse mentioned at noon? Rumored to rival Qin Feng in literary prowess and outshine Yi Zhiqiu in looks, a cafeteria genius? Indeed, it is he. It seems he is indeed with the campus beauty. No, wait, is he not Jiang Nan? What? Jiang Nan, do you know him? I do not know him personally, but I am familiar with the name. Did we not just discuss him? He is the one who completed the math test in merely 10 minutes and then slept on his desk, uncared for. Even the invigilator closed the window and draped a coat over him, while a dozen literature teachers gathered to watch this formidable character. Jiang Nan. What? He is Jiang Nan, the formidable Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar? If he is indeed Jiang Nan, then it aligns perfectly. During lunch in the cafeteria, he did translate that despair-inducing classical text in public, showcasing undeniable skill. Perhaps, he not only translated the classical text, but also achieved a perfect score on the morning's literature exam. It is said that he shattered the schools, even the cities and provinces, record for perfect scores, a feat no one else could accomplish. Only thus could he elicit such astonishment from so many literature teachers, who abandoned their invigilation to gather and witness. You are correct. It must be so. The school cafeteria serves as a hub for gossip. After all, regardless of grade or class, everyone congregates here during meal times. Consequently, all tidbits regarding Jiang Nan are promptly disseminated and consolidated. Soon after, Jiang Nan's identity was unveiled. And then, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Nearly everyone was exhilarated, to the point where half the cafeteria seemed ready to explode. The formidable Jiang Nan, the super scholar, strikingly handsome, has even won over the campus goddess. How impressive. How can there be such exceptional individuals in this world? Speaking of which, if someone else had taken away the goddess of my heart, I would undoubtedly confront him. However, if it is Jiang Nan, I seem incapable of harboring any animosity. I cannot muster any resentment. I can only wish him well. Perhaps he is the only one worthy of the campus beauty. Is it only I who believes that it should be said the other way around? That only the school belle is worthy of Jiang Nan? And I too wish to express. Jiang Nan is not only exceptionally handsome, capable of outshining the school prince Yu Zhiqiu, but his prowess is equally formidable. In both Chinese and mathematics, he surpasses the school's top student, Qin Feng, and can truly be considered the pinnacle of academic excellence and the epitome of male charm. Thus, in my view, it ought to be said that the school belle is matched with Jiang Nan, rather than the reverse. This assertion bears merit. No, it is indeed Jiang Nan who should be paired with the school belle. Be quiet. It is the school belle who belongs with Jiang Nan. Enough, let us cease this quarrel. Regardless of who belongs with whom, one is the sole goddess in my heart, while the other is my newly acclaimed male deity, a perfect match together. Indeed, What we ought to do now is to worship, rather than engage in fruitless disputes. Male deities and female goddesses, here I come. I shall be the first. No one dare contest with me. Get lost, do not pull me. Damn it. Chapter 63. The thoughts of Bai Yingying at the entrance of the cafeteria. Bai Yingying, having just finished discussing a math problem, suddenly posed a perplexing question to Jiang Nan. You are truly remarkable. Why have you chosen to conceal your abilities in the past? Jiang Nan, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, I haven't hidden anything. Bai Yingying, unimpressed, retorted, you excel in mathematics, physics, and language arts. Surely, you perform equally well in other subjects, capable of surpassing Qin Yuma. Yet, you consistently linger around the passing mark in exams. This must be intentional. Jiang Nan found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain? Should he claim he preferred to remain low-key, wishing to avoid excessive attention? Or perhaps he sought to quietly relish his high school days? Or even confess his indifference towards being a dragon among men, enjoying his own company instead? Alternatively, should he divulge that the system required him to manage his scores? He was indeed in a quandary. Regardless of the answer, any response seemed destined to bring him trouble. Bai Yingying, ears perked up, waited in vain for Jiang Nan's explanation, her lips curling in disappointment. Jiang Nan, are you withholding the truth to spare my feelings? Jiang Nan was bewildered, multiple question marks evident on his forehead. He struggled to comprehend Bai Yingying's sudden shift in tone. Meanwhile, she continued to wallow in self-pity, asserting, your silence speaks volumes. You clearly do not wish to hurt me. Although I am often referred to as the school flower, I detest this label. I strive to learn diligently to avoid being merely a pretty face. You, as my close friend, must understand this. Yet, despite my efforts, I cannot achieve top-tier results. While my classmates jokingly call me a top student, I am acutely aware that this title is inflated. It is merely a form of consolation. Jiang Nan remained silent, unsure how to respond. He thought to himself, to put it charitably, I am average in all respects. To be blunt, I am lacking in every subject. I cannot compare to Su Yu in mathematics, Zhang Hao in physics, Xiang Yi in language arts, or Tang Tian in foreign languages. As for class president Qin Yuma, she eclipses me entirely. My aspirations to surpass her are merely wishful thinking. Jiang Nan pondered Bai Yingying's unusual demeanor today. She seemed far from the sunny, cheerful girl he knew, who was always filled with laughter. It is often said that a person's talent dictates her potential. I am far inferior to Qin Yuma in talent. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass her, nor can I even best lead Qianqian. Which is why Qianqian holds the position of class representative while I do not. Yet you, Jiang Nan, spend your class time sleeping, never seen studying. Yet your grades are exceptionally high. You can achieve perfect scores in language arts and mathematics, and in physics, you are untouchable. It is evident that your innate talent for learning is exceptionally formidable. However, it seems you deliberately downplay your abilities to avoid discouraging or hurting me, consistently performing worse than me in examinations, thus allowing me a sense of comfort and solace. Jiang Nan, what? Miss, are you overthinking this? I assure you, my intention was never to lower my scores for your sake. It was a requirement of the system. In truth, my talents are rather ordinary, perhaps even inferior to yours. Yingying. Hence, my past performance was subpar. Although I have made some progress recently, it is merely the result of my private diligence. Jiang Nan hastily sought an excuse to silence Bai Yingying, fearing her relentless speculation. However, before he could finish, Bai Yingying interrupted him. So, you've been studying in your spare time? But wait, you've also been sleeping during that time. When not in class, you're in the dormitory. Are you trying to say you study there? I asked Wang Pengzi, and he told me that once you return to the dorm, you either sleep or indulge in games and novels, never touching a book. Jiang Nan, what the? This girl came prepared. She even inquired with Wang Pengzi. And that traitor, keeping secrets but readily betraying my every action in the dormitory. He deserves to be bald. I could say I study at home. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Nan hastily concocted another excuse. However, what? You wouldn't dare claim you study at home, would you? Don't forget, I visited your house last weekend and am aware of your situation there. Though my knowledge may be limited, given your parents' fondness for me, I could easily inquire further. Jiang Nan, this is a predicament. I cannot deceive her, nor can I provoke her. Continuing this conversation could lead to my parents being dragged into it, which would surely spell disaster. But what exactly does this girl intend to achieve? Her demeanor seems somewhat off. Suddenly, Bai Yingying halted, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. Biting her lip, she awkwardly spoke. Jiang Nan, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for me? Is that why, despite your remarkable capabilities and achieving perfect scores, you choose to conceal your true potential to avoid disheartening me or imposing pressure? Even when I vent my frustrations about my poor performance, you comfort me by highlighting your own lesser scores, aiming to bring me joy and ease. Jiang Nan. He was left utterly stunned. What is this all about? The subjective reason for my score management was my preference for humility, while the objective reason stemmed from a system requirement. Yet, in Bai Yingying's interpretation, everything had transformed. My score management was a manifestation of affection for her, a desire to shield her from the harshness of competition. What level of cognitive distortion must one possess to arrive at such conclusions as Bai Yingying? Though I find myself rather fond of you, playful at times and serious at others, embodying both sweetness and romance, devoid of unnecessary drama or frivolity, capable of being fierce yet gentle, alluring yet assertive, and undeniably attractive. My motivations for controlling my emotions are certainly not for your sake. Might I suggest that your assumptions are somewhat excessive? I assure you, my intentions are not entwined with yours. Jiang Nan yearns to clarify, yet the question lingers. Is it I who overthinks, or is it you who overacts? If your actions are not for my benefit, could they be for another? Over the course of 3 years in high school, only 2 have held a close relationship with you, myself and Wang, the portly fellow. If your concealment of your true abilities is not for me, could it possibly be for him? Do you harbor affections for men? Even if that were the case, surely it cannot be for Wang. What caliber of taste must one possess to prefer such a choice? Jiang Nan is left bewildered by the convolutions of this woman's thoughts. Has she indulged too much in melodramatic television shows? Or perhaps in overly sentimental romance novels? Or is she simply lost in her own fantasies? Moreover, her thoughts are so muddled that they defy explanation. Jiang Nan, truth be told, I am quite aware of your feelings. I am not oblivious to the subtleties around me. Therefore, there is no need for you to concoct various justifications to explain yourself. Besides, I have never claimed that you cannot harbor feelings for me. To be candid, I also harbor affections for you. Yet, I sincerely wish that you would cease to mask your true potential for my sake, and rather, strive to showcase your true self, achieving perfect scores in examinations, emerging as the top scholar in the college entrance exams, and becoming a figure of admiration and respect. In essence, you should don your golden armor and tread upon the auspicious clouds of success. Chapter 64. The mathematics teacher was also astounded. The words heroic figure lingered unspoken on Bai Yingying's lips. As she spoke, her gaze fell, and her face flushed a deep crimson. In a soft murmur, she pondered, what does this mean? Is this a confession? Jiang Nan stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to process the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, he was the protagonist. Not only was he handsome, but even the school belle was confessing her feelings for him in public. What should he say in response? Should he agree, concede, or simply acknowledge it? The truth was, he had no experience in such matters. Besides, Bai Yingying's declaration hardly qualified as a confession. Was she not merely envisioning herself adorned in golden armor, riding clouds of vibrant hues, aspiring to be the center of attention? This was a perilous predicament for him. Even if he could reply, it would be unwise to do so. What kind of a hero was this? Wouldn't a tranquil existence be more desirable? Jiang Nan's mind raced as he contemplated how to redirect Bai Yingying's imaginative musings. However, in the next moment, he would no longer need to ponder this dilemma. Nan Shen, I am Long Xiaodian from class 309. May I ask what class you belong to? Nan Shen, I heard you scored full marks in both your Chinese and mathematics exams today. Is that true? Nan Shen, are you now together with the school belle? Did she pursue you, or did you pursue her? Nan Shen, from this day forth, you shall be my only idol, and I am your most devoted fan. Nan Shen, do you need any charms for your legs? Nan Shen, please accept my knee as a token of my admiration. Nan Shen, might you share a glimmer of your scholarly brilliance with me? At that moment, dozens of classmates surged toward Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, each calling out his name. Bai Yingying was taken aback. Initially, she thought these individuals were seeking her attention, as she was the school belle, having maintained her unassailable status for 3 consecutive years, always surrounded by admirers. Yet, it became apparent that they were more interested in Jiang Nan. How could they all be aware of his prowess? That was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that they were claiming she was with Jiang Nan. Instantly, Bai Yingying's face turned an even deeper shade of red. How embarrassing. She had only just begun to express herself, and now the entire cafeteria was privy to her feelings? This was mortifying. Flustered and blushing fiercely, she found herself at a loss for how to respond to such a crowd. However, there was no need for her to react. For someone had a far more exaggerated response than Bai Yingying, Jiang Nan. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed internally. Why are they all calling me Nan Shen as if they know me? And why do they refer to me as a top student? Am I truly that well known? This was perplexing. Over the past year, I have remained largely inconspicuous. Few in the other classes should be familiar with me. They seem to be aware that I might achieve full marks in both Chinese and mathematics today. Could it be that the results have already been released? That cannot be right. The exams are not yet complete, and grading does not occur at such a rapid pace. Or could it be due to Bai Yingying? Have I become too close to her, leading to misunderstandings? Regardless, the situation is urgent, and fleeing is the wisest course of action. As I noticed so many people calling my name, my body stiffened, as if I had been jolted by electricity. However, I quickly regained my composure and seized Bai Yingying's hand, dashing swiftly towards the exit of the cafeteria. Goodness, this is terrifying. I have never experienced such fervent adulation from so many people. I must take a moment to collect myself. Naturally, those trailing behind were relentless in their pursuit. Chanting my name, Nan Shen, wait. We seek to know you. We desire your attention. That afternoon, a striking scene unfolded at the school. A boy and a girl sprinted ahead, pursued by dozens of classmates, all calling out my name. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous onlookers. From this moment forth, the name Nan Shen became renowned throughout the entirety of Sanzhou. Students from the first, second, and third years continuously inquired about this so-called Nan Shen. Simultaneously, as the crowd followed Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying away, the cafeteria became noticeably emptier, leaving only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Li Ming exchanging glances before they burst into tears once more. How is it that our nemesis is surrounded by adoring fans while we are left in sorrow? The disparity is undeniably vast. We are all but a group of unfortunate souls. On the other side, in the mathematics department office, an urgent meeting was convened. The reason was quite similar to that of the morning's Chinese department meeting. The mathematics exam was deemed exceptionally challenging, perhaps the most difficult in history. During the examination, while not many students abandoned the test in despair, those who performed well were few and far between. Consequently, numerous teachers gathered to devise a strategy. However, unlike the earlier meeting of the Chinese department, many mathematics teachers initially expressed their grievances but soon shifted to astonishment. This change was due to the words of Chao Tianyuan. As the newly appointed head teacher, Hu Yifei's voice did not carry much weight in the Chinese department, leading to skepticism about her opinions. Conversely, Chao Tianyuan, though merely the deputy head of the mathematics department, possessed a prowess that surpassed that of the head by a margin. He was a true authority. While other teachers lamented the exam's difficulty and the dismal performance in the examination hall, Chao Tianyuan boldly asserted that someone would achieve full marks. Instantly, the room fell silent in shock. Yet, in the next moment, expressions of joy and curiosity emerged. Old Chao do share, who is so exceptional that they could score full marks. Is it Qin Feng or Li Ming? Although Li Ming is competent, he typically manages to score full marks. Given the difficulty of this exam, he should have faltered somewhat. Qin Feng was not up to par. He was present in my examination room, and I noticed that he failed to answer the last 3 multiple-choice questions and could not complete the final short answer question either, which is rather disappointing. So, who among us could achieve a perfect score? Are there truly such exceptional students in our school? Well, there's no need for speculation. You wouldn't guess it. His name is Jiang Nan, a student from my class. He usually does not perform well in exams, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because he tends to conceal his talents. However, this time, he truly showcased his abilities. Remarkably, he completed the entire paper in just a few minutes, without even utilizing any scratch paper, and managed to secure a perfect score. Upon finishing his statement, Chao Tianyuan did not give anyone the chance to contest or question him. He immediately produced Jiang Nan's examination paper. What? He completed the paper in mere minutes and achieved full marks. Is he truly that remarkable? It's simply astonishing. I could not contain my curiosity and was the first to request to see his paper. As soon as Chao Tianyuan revealed the paper, it was snatched away by someone, and the others eagerly leaned in to catch a glimpse. Soon, the office was filled with exclamations of astonishment. The first question was correct. The second question was correct. The third question was also correct. To everyone's disbelief, he had answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. Impressive. He had also filled in all the blanks accurately. Absolutely phenomenal. The answers to the preceding questions in the problem-solving section were correct, indicating he was indeed on track for a perfect score. Now, for the final problem. Goodness. He employed 3 different methods to solve it. Is he defying the laws of nature? I must note that during the supervision, I pondered over the second part of the final question for nearly an hour without arriving at a solution, yet he managed to find 3 different approaches, all of which were correct. A perfect score? Is he genuinely achieving a perfect score? This undoubtedly shatters records and brings glory to our school. A prodigy. Truly a mathematical genius. And credit must be given to old Chow, who has quietly nurtured such a promising talent. Impressive indeed. Chapter 65. Oh, I really do not want to be famous. It was 7 o'clock in class 304. The majority of students had returned to the classroom immediately after dinner, diligently immersing themselves in their studies. With the college entrance examination looming just around the corner, less than 100 days remaining, the atmosphere in the classroom was intensely studious. Moreover, with the monthly exams approaching and comprehensive science and foreign language exams scheduled for the following day, everyone was especially cautious not to let their guard down. Even Wang, the class slacker, was frantically cramming for physics and biology, fervently shaking his head in desperation. However, Jiang Nan only arrived at the classroom just before the evening self-study session commenced, accompanied by the academically brilliant and beautiful Bai Ying. Was this a coincidence or sheer happenstance? Almost instinctively, many of their classmates glanced up, exchanging knowing looks directed at the pair. It was not the first time Jiang Nan and Bai Ying had entered the classroom together, but that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the fact that Bai Ying's complexion was a delightful rosy hue, her head slightly lowered, her eyes glimmering and evasive. It was evident that something was amiss. The gazes of the students flitted between Jiang Nan and Bai Ying, their curiosity ignited by gossip. Could it be that these two were secretly dating? Or perhaps had engaged in some mischief? It was entirely plausible, considering their striking looks and the well-known camaraderie they shared in class. Yet, this was still high school. Whether or not they were early was beside the point. They were being rather brazen, weren't they? Could they not conceal it a little? Alas, it was disheartening. Not only had they stolen away our male, female, deity, but they were also flaunting it publicly, leaving the singletons green with envy. In an instant, many found it difficult to concentrate on their studies, their minds swirling with gossip, despite the fact that they were already struggling to focus. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan returned to his seat, Wang leaned in with his shiny bald head and asked, "Nan Shen, are you and Bai Xiaohua an item now?" Jiang Nan responded, "What do you mean?" "Oh, come on. You can't be serious," Wang whispered. "Bai Xiaohua is in the same examination room as me. After the math exam this afternoon, she inquired about you and your time in the dormitory. The implication was quite clear. Plus, you both arrived at the classroom so late. And just look at Bai Xiaohua's expression. Something is definitely going on between you two." Jiang Nan was puzzled. What are you talking about? What was wrong with Bai Ying's expression? So what if her face was a bit flushed? If you were chased around campus by a throng of enthusiastic admirers, wouldn't your face turn red too? As for the rest, Jiang Nan could not comprehend. "Nan Shen, brother Nan, you are like a brother to me. Just let me in on a little secret. Don't worry, even though Bai Xiaohua is my one and only goddess, if you two are truly together, I would swallow my feelings and not oppose it at all. After all, good fortune should not be shared with outsiders. Moreover, I assure you that I shall keep this matter buried deep within, never to divulge it to others, and I can certainly provide you with cover. After all, we are brothers, aren't we? I shall bear all the storms and tempests on your behalf. So, please do share with me." Wang Pengzi stared with his round, bulging eyes, his face brimming with curiosity, gossip, and urgency. However, Jiang Nan retorted sharply, "Get lost," and then laid his head on the table, not to sleep, but to retrieve his phone from his pocket. He swiftly opened a web page to indulge in a particularly captivating novel titled The Hidden Meaning of the Vast Sky. As for Wang Pengzi, Jiang Nan could hardly be bothered to engage with him. True, this fellow had a sense of loyalty, but his loose lips were notoriously indiscreet. If he were to share anything, by the next day, the entire school would be in the know. Even if there was nothing between him and Bai Ying, he would find himself in an inextricable mess. After all, when it comes to the gossip surrounding Bai Ying, those with prying eyes tend to indulge in excessive speculation and interpretation. Loose lips sink ships, and he had no desire for notoriety. That harrowing scene from the afternoon, where he was pursued by dozens, was far too terrifying for him to endure again. Soon enough, the bell signaling the start of evening study rang. Seeing that Jiang Nan had fallen silent, Wang Pengzi, though begrudgingly, retreated his large head. Ah, peace at last. Jiang Nan inwardly exhaled in relief. However, before he could fully relish this tranquility, a large group of mathematics teachers, led by Chao Tianyuan, quietly appeared outside the glass windows in the corridor. While the others remained oblivious, Jiang Nan's senses were exceptionally keen, and he detected their presence immediately. Initially, he presumed that these teachers were merely conducting their usual rounds to monitor the study discipline, not giving it much thought, expecting them to leave after a cursory glance. However, their subsequent actions caused his expression to stiffen, and he inwardly lamented, "Goodness, will this ever end? Can't I have a moment of peace? If heaven were to grant me a chance to start anew, I truly wish to avoid such notoriety." The teachers did not depart immediately. Instead, they gathered near the window closest to Jiang Nan, their gazes fixed upon him with an intensity akin to that of discovering a rare treasure, their chatter incessant. "Old Chao, is this indeed Jiang Nan? Truly, he is a prodigy in mathematics, and his appearance is astonishingly pleasing. Cough, cough, quite agreeable. Indeed. What a promising talent. The resurgence of mathematics at our school hinges entirely on him. He deserves our utmost attention, focused cultivation, and emphasis. Just like the group of Chinese language teachers from earlier in the afternoon. Upon grading Jiang Nan's examination papers, this assembly of mathematics instructors was utterly astounded. Perceiving him as an extraordinary talent, a prized gem they were eager to behold in all his glory. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The evening study session had only just commenced, yet nearly the entire mathematics faculty had gathered. In response, while Chao Tianyuan feigned an expression of seriousness, internally, he was elated, nearly unable to contain his delight. This is a student I have nurtured. You all may well envy him. Chapter 66, the third comprehensive science examination. Is this not exceedingly simple? Have you ever witnessed a typical evening study session where several teachers stood vigil outside the windows, their watchful eyes filled with an aggressive intensity? Prior to this moment, the students of Class 304 had never encountered such scrutiny. However, today, they were acutely aware of it. For the academically gifted, this was of little concern. They were already immersed in a sea of problems from which they could not extricate themselves. Yet, for those struggling, like the chubby Wang, who was ostensibly dedicated to his studies, but was in reality merely a bystander, the pressure was immense. Many students sat upright, afraid to make even the slightest movement, fearful of attracting the teacher's attention. Internally, they chanted, "Teachers, enough is enough. It's time to leave and patrol other classes." Alas, their wishes were in vain. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and numerous mathematics teachers lingered outside, pointing at certain individuals within the classroom with incredulity, showing no intention of departing. The academically challenged wore expressions of despair, their spirits crushed. They had heard tales of how, during the afternoon mathematics exam, many language teachers had abandoned their posts to observe a particular academic star, leading to a number of students succumbing to the pressure and opting to confess to cheating rather than continue. Previously, they had dismissed these stories as mere jokes, not giving them much thought. Yet now, they found themselves empathizing with those who had openly admitted to cheating. With a dozen teachers staring from outside, if one had a guilty conscience, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. Several students nearly succumbed to the urge to retrieve their phones from their pockets and hand them over willingly. "Teachers, I have violated school rules by bringing my phone to school. Please confiscate it and leave." They pleaded internally, on the brink of collapse. They yearned for a reprieve. For some students in Class 304, this evening study session was destined to be a nightmare, akin to being slowly cut by a dull blade, unable to seek life or embrace death. Yet for Jiang Nan, upon realizing the purpose of Chao Tianyuan and his peers, he merely muttered a few curses under his breath and chose to ignore the mathematics teachers. He tucked his phone into his pocket, ceased reading his novel, and laid his head down on the desk, drifting into a deep slumber. "Look all you want. I'll just sleep. And I refuse to believe you can carve a piece of flesh from me. There is a saying, let the strong be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain top. Let the arrogant be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. As long as I feel no embarrassment, then the embarrassment belongs to." The following day, Wednesday, at 9 in the morning, the third comprehensive science examination commenced, a 2.5-hour endeavor. The examination encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, all contained within a single paper. Physics accounted for 110 points, chemistry for 100 points, and biology for 90 points, totaling 300 points. Ding! for this comprehensive science exam. The objective was to achieve a perfect score of 300 points. No surprises awaited. At the very moment the examination papers were distributed, the system notification echoed once again in Jiang Nan's mind. Just like in the first Chinese language test and the second mathematics exam, the system instructed him to achieve a perfect score in this third comprehensive science assessment. A perfect score? Why not? After all, he had already gained notoriety. Accumulating points was of utmost importance. As soon as the paper was in hand, he swiftly wielded his pen, answering with great speed. First came physics? Quite simple. Then chemistry? Indeed, still simple. Finally, biology? Wait a moment. This is exceedingly easy, isn't it? Even a middle school, cough. Even an elementary school student could solve these questions. They posed virtually no challenge. The first section consisted of 21 multiple-choice questions, which Jiang Nan completed in just 3 seconds per question, finishing all within a minute. The second section comprised 10 non-multiple-choice questions, 4 in physics, 4 in chemistry, and 2 in biology. The biology questions were mere giveaways. The chemistry questions, too, were straightforward. As for physics, only the last question held a modicum of interest, warranting the expenditure of 2 minutes. As illustrated in Figure A, points M, P, and N represent the vertices of a right triangle, with the angle between NM and MP measuring 37. At the midpoint of MP, a positive point charge of magnitude Q is fixed. The rough, insulated rod MN has a length L1M, establishing the x-axis along MN, with point M designated as x0. A positively charged small ball, considered a point charge, is released from rest at point N. The gravitational potential energy and electric potential energy of the ball as a function of position x are depicted in figures B, A, and B, B, where the electric potential energies are E1 3 times 10 to the power of 0.5 and E2 E03. Given that the charge of the small ball is Q8 by 10·7 c and its mass M1, 0 kilograms with sin 37.0, 6 cos 37.0, 8, and gravitational acceleration G10 ms2. The questions are as follows. 1. If the small ball slides down to the position x shown in the figure, at which point the rod exerts no force on it, determine the charge magnitude Q of the fixed positive point charge at the midpoint. 2. Calculate the electric potential energy E0 of the small ball at position x. 3. If the small ball ascends along the x-axis from point M with an initial velocity v04 ms, reaching point N and subsequently returning to point M, determine the kinetic energy ECM of the ball upon its return to point M. The problem presents a modicum of intrigue, though merely a hint of it. Jiang Nan spent 10 seconds scanning the questions before effortlessly jotting down his answers on the answer sheet. As for scratch paper, that was a mere jest. Similar to the previous Chinese and mathematics assessments, this comprehensive science exam required no scratch paper whatsoever. Even the legendary final physics question did not necessitate any additional contemplation on scratch paper. Solution. 1. At point x, based on the analysis of forces, KQQ are 2 cos 37. Given the problem's parameters, substituting the data yields Q6, 40 by 10·5 c. 2. From the diagram, the electric potential energy of the small ball at point x equals E0, thus, E Mercos 01, 92J. Let us consider the process through which the small ball travels from point M to point N, overcoming the electric field force and performing work denoted as W. The equation governing this journey can be expressed as mg sin W, E1, E2, 0 to 1, 2 mv. From this, we can derive that, due to the principle of symmetry, we ascertain. Substituting the relevant data yields ECM2, 976J. The task was executed with remarkable fluidity. Without the slightest pause, Jiang Nan successfully resolved the challenging physics problem with grace. How effortlessly it unfolded. The solitude of invincibility is profound, and the emptiness it brings is palpable, as one stands alone at the pinnacle, with the cold winds ceaselessly sweeping by. Chapter 67, he completed his work in just 40 minutes, and is now asleep? Meanwhile, the other students in room 304, upon receiving the comprehensive science examination paper, immediately focused their attention, diligently analyzing the questions. However, it soon became apparent that the difficulty of the paper was formidable. A collective gasp echoed through the room. This monthly exam was truly torturous. The Chinese language section was the most challenging in history. The mathematics was the most difficult ever. And the complexity of the comprehensive science paper was equally daunting. If this were the college entrance examination, I would surely collapse. With hopes for a first-tier university dashed and aspirations for a second-tier institution crushed. Every student present wore a furrowed brow, gritted their teeth, and beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Even Zhang Chong, the Chinese representative of Class 303, and Li Ming, renowned as the second-best mathematician in the school from Class 301, were troubled by the comprehensive science paper. Sigh. It is truly difficult. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. It is well known that mathematics and physics are intertwined. Students who excel in mathematics typically perform well in physics, and vice versa. Previously, Li Ming had boasted of being the second best in mathematics in the entire school, and naturally, he was also proficient in physics. Even if he did not rank among the top 5, he would certainly be in the top 10. And the same applied to chemistry and biology. However, when he began tackling the comprehensive science paper, he found himself at an impasse. Unlike the mathematics section, where he had barely completed half of the multiple-choice questions, the moment he faced the non-multiple-choice physics questions, he was utterly stumped. Having read the problems multiple times without any clue on how to approach them, almost instinctively, he cast a glance at Jiang Nan, sitting beside him. At that moment, Jiang Nan had already set down his paper and pencil, leisurely resting his head on the desk. Seeing this, Li Ming was taken aback. How could this be possible? He has finished and is now sleeping? How long has it been? Li Ming abruptly directed his gaze to the clock on the blackboard, realizing that the hands pointed to 9:40. 9:40. Only 40 minutes had passed since the exam began. Are you telling me you've finished? This is simply unbelievable. Typically, the multiple-choice section of the comprehensive science paper requires 45 to 60 minutes, and one should not take too long. Yet now, only 40 minutes had elapsed, and the vast majority of students were still grappling with the multiple-choice questions, deep in thought. Li Ming managed to attempt the non-multiple-choice questions by cleverly skipping the challenging multiple-choice ones. Sacrifice is necessary for gain. Although he forfeited 6 points, he ensured he could work swiftly and had ample time for the subsequent questions. However, compared to Jiang Nan, this strategy seemed woefully inadequate. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. He cannot be that exceptional. It was one thing for him to perform well in Chinese, and I could just about accept his prowess in mathematics. But how could he possibly finish the comprehensive science exam in just 40 minutes? This must be a fabrication. Oh heavens, tell me this is not true. He was certainly vacant there, putting on a fade. In that moment, he would rather perish than accept the undeniable truth that Jiang Nan had completed the comprehensive science examination. It was simply unfathomable, distorting his perception. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He was reluctant to accept it, but had no choice. Jiang Nan had indeed finished. This revelation came when Jiang Nan turned in his sleep, inadvertently revealing a corner of his answer sheet. By sheer coincidence, Li Ming, possessing good eyesight and an advantageous angle, could clearly discern the content on Jiang Nan's answer sheet. To his disbelief, it was the solution process for the final physics problem. Li Ming stared in astonishment, meticulously scanning each word, convinced it was indeed the solution. He hastily flipped open his own paper, glancing at the physics finale question, and was immediately rendered utterly bewildered. This question was exceedingly difficult. He couldn't solve it. If it were left to him, he would undoubtedly concede defeat. However, as he looked back at the solution process on Jiang Nan's answer sheet, clarity dawned upon him. He too was an academic achiever. Although he couldn't tackle the finale question, he could comprehend the answer. He first transcribed it and then verified the data, confident it was undoubtedly correct. In that instant, Li Ming trembled all over. Jiang Nan had effortlessly solved the most challenging physics finale question in the history of comprehensive science exams. Therefore, the preceding questions must have been as simple as slicing through vegetables for him. Although he could not see due to Jiang Nan's sleeping posture, it was reasonable to surmise that Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive science exam. Furthermore, if nothing went awry, it was highly likely he would achieve a perfect score. Goodness, what sort of monster was this? For 3 years, he had been unremarkable. Yet suddenly in these past 2 days, he emerged with astonishing brilliance. The most arduous language examination in history was completed in advance by 40 to 50 minutes, and it was rumored he would achieve full marks. The most challenging mathematics examination was similarly finished in a mere 10 minutes, also rumored to garner full marks. Now, he had completed the comprehensive science exam, encompassing physics, chemistry, and biology in just 40 minutes? It seemed that even if it wasn't a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be a high one. This was simply extraordinary. This was not merely an academic achiever, but a being transcending the realm of scholarly excellence, a genius born solely for examinations. Li Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, utterly unable to regain his composure. Just then, the invigilator passed by. Cough, cough. Certain students should focus on the examination and refrain from looking around. Otherwise, they will be treated as cheating. This admonition jolted Li Ming back to reality. He instinctively looked up, only to meet the stern and unyielding gaze of the invigilator. Li Ming's heart sank. Without uttering a word, it seems that he was caught by the invigilator while attempting to sneak a glance at Jiang Nan's answers. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and a profound sense of shame surged within him. What had he done? Peeking at Jiang Nan's answers? He even went so far as to transcribe them? Was this not tantamount to cheating? In that moment, he wished fervently to burrow into the earth and hide, utterly humiliated. If the invigilator were to call his name, the once respected scholar, Li Ming, would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire school. Oh, how he longed to weep. Chapter 68. Do you not recognize him? He is a super scholar once again. I must emphasize to my fellow students, do not entertain thoughts of cheating. Furthermore, maintaining the right mindset is of utmost importance. It is rumored that yesterday's language and mathematics examinations posed considerable challenges, leading many students to forego the tests. Today's comprehensive science exam may also present some difficulties. Yet I fervently hope that no one will choose to abstain from it. As long as everyone gives their best effort and demonstrates their true capabilities, that shall suffice. I will not tell you that if you struggle, others will too, for that would merely be self-deception. However, there is no need to compare yourself with those who can complete the entire paper in a matter of minutes. Focus on your own performance. Remain calm, composed, and steady. Ultimately, the invigilator did not call out Li Ming's name. Instead, he discreetly offered a warning, subtly hinting at Jiang Nan, advising those present not to compare themselves to him, lest their mental fortitude falter. As he spoke, he gently folded Jiang Nan's answer sheet, ensuring that Li Ming would not have the opportunity to plagiarize. As for Jiang Nan dozing at his desk during the exam, the invigilator paid it no mind. In fact, he was unfazed by Jiang Nan's ability to finish early, even tackling the final questions with ease. This was hardly surprising, for the invigilator was none other than Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher of class 304, with Hu Yifei supervising Jiang Nan's language exam and Chao Tianyuan overseeing his mathematics. It was only natural for Xia Hongwei to monitor Jiang Nan's comprehensive science test. He was well aware of Jiang Nan's capabilities. Not only could he easily handle ordinary monthly exams, but he would also excel in competition papers. In light of this, while Li Ming let out a sigh of relief, the expressions of the other students grew increasingly peculiar, casting an eerie atmosphere over the examination hall. Here it comes again. Look, that person is sleeping once more. The invigilator remains indifferent and even mentions the freak who can complete the paper in mere minutes, clearly referring to Jiang Nan. It seems Jiang Nan's prowess in comprehensive science is quite impressive as well, or else he would not receive such preferential treatment. Oh, how it stings. Why is there such a disparity among individuals? Why must we share an examination hall with that genius? Oh, mother, I want to cry. I want to go home. There exists a nonpareil, constantly overwhelming us. Many students, whether intentionally or inadvertently, cast their gazes toward the peacefully slumbering Jiang Nan, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Although the astonishing performances in yesterday's language and mathematics exams had somewhat prepared them for this moment, they had, to some extent, accepted the fact that Jiang Nan was indeed a super scholar, a prodigy, even a learning demon. Yet, witnessing him once more, their hearts were still filled with envy. How exasperating. I couldn't even finish my multiple choice questions, and he has already completed the exam and fallen asleep? In language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, does he not have even a hint of weakness? An all-round academic wizard? Unbelievable. It is so frustrating. Xia Hongwei's intentional mention only served to exacerbate the unease among the students present. For those seated in examination room 304, this was destined to be yet another torturous ordeal, doubly so. Time slipped away swiftly, in a mere 2.5 hours. 9/10 had vanished in the blink of an eye. At 11:15, Jiang Nan stirred, awakening from his reverie. Having overslept during yesterday's mathematics exam, he had set his internal clock with precision today, arriving at the exact moment. While his peers fidgeted anxiously, drenched in cold sweat and gritting their teeth over their answers, Jiang Nan stretched languidly, rose with grace, submitted his answer sheet to Xia Hongwei, and turned to exit. His movements were devoid of hesitation, executed with an elegance that was utterly astounding. What a paragon of excellence! Truly remarkable. It was he, once again, who defied the ordinary, completing the paper in 40 minutes, then indulging in a half-hour slumber, only to awaken precisely on time and submit his work ahead of schedule. Such a feat is unparalleled within the entire school. Jiang Nan, a name I shall remember. This was audacious to the extreme, an astonishing display indeed. In that moment, the atmosphere in the examination room turned peculiar. A myriad of emotions surged within the students. Heartache, frustration, and resentment mingled with admiration and envy. Among them was Li Ming, who belonged to the latter group. He had long abandoned any thoughts of comparison with Jiang Nan the instant he glimpsed the answers to the physics final question. He realized that Jiang Nan existed within a league far beyond his own. He could be likened to the top scholar of the school, Qin Feng, or perhaps even surpassed him. Li Ming had no desire to humiliate himself further. Meanwhile, Xia Hongwei received Jiang Nan's answer sheet. He did not scrutinize the chemistry and biology sections, but upon examining the physics portion, his ordinarily stern expression transformed into a beaming smile. Excellent. Every answer was correct. Even the final question. Undoubtedly, a perfect score in physics. As for chemistry and biology, having aced physics, attaining full marks in chemistry should be a mere formality. Ah, truly. He is someone I hold in high regard. He embodies the spirit of my own past. The legacy of physics excellence at our school continues. On another note, Jiang Nan paid no mind to Xia Hongwei's thoughts, nor did he concern himself with the sentiments of his classmates. After submitting his paper, he made his way directly out of the classroom. However, instead of heading to the cafeteria, he turned towards the restroom, having held it in for quite some time. Yet, upon entering, he encountered an invigilator. Student, it is currently examination time. There are 15 minutes remaining. Why are you out of the room? Jiang Nan replied, I submitted my paper early. Submitted early? How can you do that? That is rather irresponsible. The invigilator responded with a furrowed brow, yet without malice, merely serving as a paragon for others. In response, Jiang Nan smiled lightly, declaring, I have long since completed it, and I assure you it is flawless. May I submit it early? What? You have finished it already? And you guarantee it is all correct? How could that be possible? Even Qin Feng, monitoring the examination room, would not dare to make such bold claims, yet you audaciously proclaim it? Upon hearing this, the proctor was taken aback, his demeanor shifting dramatically, his tone noticeably harsh. It was simply, Jiang Nan's arrogance was excessive. Almost instinctively, he felt compelled to assert his authority, to reference his credentials, to draw comparisons, and to quote classics in order to impart a lesson to Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan had already concluded his business and was hastily making his way downstairs towards the cafeteria. Being indifferent to dining is a sign of folly, especially during the midterm examinations. It was rumored that the cafeteria was offering additional meals. He had no time to entertain this passerby teacher. Nevertheless, the instructor, possessing a stubborn disposition, was resolute in his educational mission, refusing to relent until he had imparted wisdom and immediately set off in pursuit. However, as he moved, he was restrained by a nearby individual. Old Wang, you still have monitoring duties. Why pursue him? Of course, to educate him. The passerby teacher asserted with righteous fervor. Did you not hear what he just said? He claimed to have completed the comprehensive science exam and that it is entirely correct. Such a boastful student, lacking in ability, must be taught a lesson. Actually, he might be telling the truth. What? You believe what he said is true? Indeed. How can that be? Lao Zhang, have you lost your senses? The difficulty of this comprehensive science exam is well known. Even Qin Feng from class 301 could not submit it early and achieve a perfect score. You actually believe that boy can? He indeed can. Do you not know him? His name is Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar. What? That fellow is a super scholar? It seems you truly do not know him, which is understandable, as you are neither a Chinese teacher nor a mathematics teacher. What do you mean? Don't rush off. Clarify for me how this obscure boy is a scholar. Be patient. Once the scores for Chinese and mathematics from this midterm exam are released, you will understand. And I guarantee you will be utterly astonished. What? I presume the comprehensive science results will be similar as well. Chapter 69. The Scholar and the School Prince Keep Provoking? In the school cafeteria, apart from a couple of serving ladies, there were hardly any diners present. After all, it was still early. The first, second, and third-year students had yet to complete their examinations. Thus, Jiang Nan was the first to arrive at the cafeteria to enjoy his meal. Today, a special included braised chicken legs and crispy duck. Jiang Nan, showing no restraint, ordered 3 portions, swiped his card in one fluid motion, and then settled into his usual spot by the window, relishing his meal comfortably. It must be said, this absence of adulation felt delightful. The previous day, being hailed as God Nan by dozens of people had been utterly overwhelming, rendering even the act of dining a challenge. However, just as he began to eat, a figure approached and halted before him. Was it Bai Yingying? Or perhaps Wang Pengzi? In an instant, Jiang Nan visualized these two faces and looked up slightly. Yet, in the next moment, his brows furrowed. The person standing before him was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi, nor anyone he recognized. Could it be yet another fervent admirer? But they didn't seem to fit that mold at all. The newcomer bore an expression devoid of adoration, instead tinged with a hint of hostility. Are you Jiang Nan from class 304? They inquired first, their tone somewhat frigid. I am, Jiang Nan instinctively nodded. Since the other party had posed a question, he felt obliged to respond. I've heard you are a dark horse, a super scholar, and that you performed exceptionally well in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams. Is that true? Jiang Nan. This was a difficult question to answer. Was he truly a dark horse? He was a human, after all. How could he be a horse? As for being a scholar, he was merely a score-controlling wizard. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan remained silent. The other person, undeterred, continued. I heard you finished the Chinese exam 40 to 50 minutes early and completed the mathematics exam even quicker, in just over 10 minutes. I find that hard to believe. Although there's often a grain of truth in rumor, exaggeration is certainly present. The recent comprehensive science exam was of moderate difficulty. Yet many others were still working through problems. Even I submitted my paper 13 minutes early, thinking I could finish before you. But in the end, you still arrived at the cafeteria before me. Honestly, did you really finish? Jiang Nan. This was utterly perplexing. Was this person mentally sound? Speak. Did you finish or not? What does it matter to you whether I did or did not? It certainly matters, the newcomer replied, raising an eyebrow, their expression growing more serious. Many have been saying you are the dark horse capable of surpassing me. Initially, I paid it no mind. But since we have crossed paths today, and considering we just completed the comprehensive science exam, if you truly finished, why not compare answers together? I am quite curious to see if you are indeed a genuine dark horse or merely a pretender. I hope you do not disappoint me. Do you need the answers? Jiang Nan shook his head dismissively. Yesterday, Bai Yingying sought his assistance with the answers, and that was acceptable given their relationship. But today, who was this random individual? He had no time to indulge such trivialities. However, upon hearing his words, the other party's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What? Are you merely posturing? Afraid that revealing your answers will expose your shortcomings? If that's the case, I'm sorely disappointed. I thought I might finally encounter a worthy opponent to enliven my monotonous high school life. But it seems, classmate, you are mistaken. I haven't failed to complete the answers. Rather, I got them all correct and see no reason to engage in this exchange. Without allowing the other to finish, Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and interjected, moreover, I'm currently eating. If you have no pressing matters, kindly refrain from disturbing me and take your leave. TSK. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, and Jiang Nan was certainly not inclined to indulge this suddenly appearing individual. Jiang Nan, you. Upon hearing this, the other person's forehead twitched with rage. It was evident he was on the verge of exploding. Who does he think he is? He is Qin Feng, the most sought-after figure at the third high school. In every examination, whether by subject or overall score, he consistently claimed the top spot, a veritable academic prodigy. In fact, several teachers had remarked that if anyone could shatter the barrier preventing students from gaining admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida, it would undoubtedly be him, Qin Feng. Typically, he held himself above others, reluctant to engage. After each exam, it was always others who humbly sought his answers, the accuracy of which depended solely on his whims. Yet today, he was the one who initiated a request for answers from Jiang Nan, only to be met with outright rejection. Moreover, the audacity of claiming to have answered everything correctly? Was that not tantamount to asserting a perfect score? Ridiculous. Such a preposterous claim. Even Qin Feng could not expect to achieve a perfect score in this comprehensive exam, let alone Jiang Nan. The bravado displayed was nothing short of grandiose. The slap in the face was resounding. Even with the most forgiving temperament, it was difficult to restrain oneself. However, the next moment, he inhaled deeply, repressing his inner fury, his face returning to an impassive mask as though nothing had occurred. Jiang Nan, I will remember you. While your tone is undeniably arrogant, I do not believe you possess the capability to back it up. Whether or not you share answers is inconsequential. In less than a day, the results will be released. And at that time, certain individuals will inevitably reveal their true selves. Frankly, prior to this encounter, I had hoped you might qualify as my rival. But it appears you do not. With that, Qin Feng coldly uttered a few words to Jiang Nan, then held his head high, flicked his hand dismissively, and turned to leave, a sight reminiscent of a proud swan, looking down upon Jiang Nan with disdain. Jiang Nan could only feel speechless. This person was truly insufferable. Suddenly, a loud and boisterous individual approached, attempting to engage in a confrontation over answers. Upon my refusal, he resorted to harsh words. Yet who are you? I do not even know you. What an absurdity! Jiang Nan muttered under his breath, dismissing the encounter and choosing to disregard it. Whether you are a random passerby or just another stranger, none can compare to the delightful experience of my meal. I have yet to finish my chicken leg. Jiang Nan buried his head once more, hoping to swiftly conclude his meal before the others finished their exams and crowded into the cafeteria, thereby avoiding any unnecessary troubles. However, as Murphy's Law suggests, the very things you wish to avoid are often the ones that come to fruition. Just as he took a few bites of his chicken leg, another shadow fell upon his table. Without a doubt, it was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi. The silhouette alone was enough to reveal that. Jiang Nan, vexed, looked up only to find, to his astonishment, that the figure was indeed neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Pengzi, nor even a classmate from his own class. Yet, he recognized this person, albeit they had never interacted before. If his memory served him correctly, this individual hailed from class 305, bearing the surname Yi, and was named Yi Zhiqiu, a name that conjured memories of one of the few individuals in school who was even more handsome than he, often referred to as the campus heartthrob. Chapter 70. Leave, or I shall strike you. Are you Jiang Nan? You are Yi Zhiqiu? Oh, it seems you are acquainted with me? Residing next door. And you frequently traverse the corridor of our class 4. It is nearly impossible not to recognize you. Jiang Nan was known for his reclusive nature at school, focusing solely on his own affairs. He had little interest in matters or individuals that did not pertain to him. Consequently, he was not particularly familiar with those outside his class. Even the remarkable academic, Qin Feng, was merely a name to him, not a face. However, Yi Zhiqiu was an exception. After all, Jiang Nan prided himself on his good looks, and few could rival his handsomeness. Yet, there was indeed one in the adjacent class who surpassed him. This unfortunate reality contributed to Jiang Nan's obscurity, rendering him somewhat invisible among his peers. Imagine, if you will, a student with mediocre grades, who often dozes off in class, devours novels, and plays games, lacking any semblance of talent. Although he possesses decent looks, there exists a more striking figure in the neighboring class. Naturally, few would take notice of Jiang Nan. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan was aware of Yi Zhiqiu. It was neither envy nor jealousy. It was simply a matter of recognition. Since you know me, I shall not hold back. I advise you to possess some self-awareness. Do not fantasize about pursuing what does not belong to you, Yi Zhiqiu declared menacingly. Jiang Nan, perplexed, pondered the meaning behind those words. What does that even mean? I did not comprehend. The previous individual had spoken in riddles, and now Yi Zhiqiu was no different. Had our school suddenly become a haven for eccentrics? Have I provoked you in any way? Why do you approach me with such hostility? He mused. Do not delude yourself, yearning to attain what is beyond your grasp. Just because you currently possess better looks does not make you exceptional. My appeal is innate, while yours is surely the result of surgical enhancements. If my intuition serves me right, your visage has undergone considerable alteration. Alas, what is artificial shall remain so. A toad shall forever be a toad, never catching up to a swan. Yi Zhiqiu smirked, emphasizing his disdain. Rumor had it that a figure more handsome than him had appeared in the cafeteria just yesterday. He had initially dismissed such claims. Yet, upon encountering Jiang Nan in person, he was compelled to believe. Not only was Jiang Nan handsome, he was breathtakingly so, a veritable marvel. Standing before him, Yi Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming tide of inferiority wash over him. Nonetheless, he resolutely reminded himself that he was the naturally superior one in terms of beauty. As for Jiang Nan, he must have had work done. How else could he have emerged so suddenly after 2 or 3 years of mediocrity, without a whisper of his existence? Unwilling to accept this? Surgery? Toad? Swan? I have no desire to chase after your swan, nor do I understand your ramblings. Kindly leave me be. I wish to enjoy my meal in peace. Jiang Nan could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. Damn it! Does he truly believe I am made of clay, easily bullied? My demeanor may be low-key, but it does not imply I am a pushover. I fear no trouble, nor am I a coward hiding my head. Anyone who dares to repeatedly provoke me should beware of the consequences they cannot foresee. Jiang Nan Yu. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu was seething with rage. However, Jiang Nan did not afford him the opportunity to speak. What do you want? I am simply enjoying my meal here, and you come over to throw threats at me? Who do you think you are? If you have nothing better to do, just scram and mind your business. Otherwise, beware of my wrath. I do not initiate conflict. But should one provoke me, I shall retaliate. In the interest of self-defense, I can assure you that I would not hesitate to act. Jiang Nan Yu. Yi Zhiqiu felt as if his lungs might explode from fury. Just then, a soft chuckle echoed from behind. It was Bai Yingying. The moment she finished her exam, she rushed to the cafeteria to find Jiang Nan, only to hear his outburst. It was indeed her first time hearing him curse, and she found it rather impressive. She instinctively laughed. However, her laughter was like adding fuel to the fire, igniting all of Yi Zhiqiu's anger. Who dares to laugh? In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu was on the verge of exploding. Yet, when he turned to see Bai Yingying, he immediately bit back his words. Then, a remarkable transformation took place. In the blink of an eye, the fury on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by his signature smile. Yingying, what brings you here? Isn't it too early to be finished with the exam? Have you submitted your paper ahead of time? That is quite impressive, given your capabilities. You must have completed it, right? Truly remarkable. I also finished early. How about we grab lunch together? We need not eat in the cafeteria. I have a way to take you out. Let us visit the new Western restaurant across from the school. Ah, what a rapid change of demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been issuing threats to Jiang Nan, yet now he wore a beaming smile, eagerly trying to please Bai Yingying. He resembled nothing less than a devoted admirer. However, Bai Yingying showed him no favor. Yi Zhiqiu, what are you doing here? Let me be clear. I have no connection with you, nor will I ever dine with you. Please leave. Having said this, Bai Yingying ignored Yi Zhiqiu and approached Jiang Nan instead. I knew you would finish early. So, how did the comprehensive science exam go? Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, it was fine. Bai Yingying pressed, what does fine mean? You should have no trouble achieving full marks. Jiang Nan casually responded, it was all right. Full marks, yet again. Is it akin to mathematics? Bai Yingying's eyes widened, her heart brimming with astonishment. She was aware of Jiang Nan's prowess, yet she never anticipated his capabilities to be so extraordinary. To express it nonchalantly no, it was a confident assertion that he could achieve full marks in comprehensive reasoning. Truly impressive. He is indeed the man she admires. Quickly, let us compare answers. Although I performed exceptionally today and managed to submit my paper early, I still have uncertainties about many questions. Let us see how I fare this time. But I am still eating. Can we do this while I dine? Must I comply? No way. Bai Yingying stuck out her tongue at Jiang Nan, employing both a playful demeanor and a touch of charm, yet her tone remained resolute. Indeed, though she is the school belle, she yearns to be an academic powerhouse. Thus, she places great importance on her grades. Very well. Unable to resist Bai Yingying's determination, Jiang Nan had no choice but to nod in agreement. The physics multiple choice answers were ACCC, chemistry was BBBCC, biology was CCCC. Chapter 71. The true goddess should only be observed from afar, not dared to be disrespected. If Qin Feng were still present, he would surely be infuriated. What does it mean? Just moments ago, I humbly lowered myself to engage with you, yet you seem displeased on both sides. And now you are merely exchanging answers with Bai Yingying? Is this not a blatant display of favoritism? How utterly dismissive of me. Of course, Qin Feng has long departed, and thus, he remains oblivious to this scene. It is impossible for him to be enraged. However, while Qin Feng may be unaffected, Yi Zhiqiu is instantly consumed by fury. His eyes ablaze, nearly rivaling the exhaust of a vintage steam locomotive. Damn it! He shamelessly attempts to curry favor with Bai Yingying, yet she pays him no heed. Instead, laughing and chatting amiably with Jiang Nan, the slap to his face resonates loudly. Yingying, that, Yi Zhiqiu awkwardly attempts to interrupt the two. He simply cannot bear to witness the woman he adores engaging with another man. But Yi Zhiqiu, Why are you still here? Did I not ask you to leave? Your grades are poor. Hurry up and go. Don't linger here and disrupt our discussion. Also, refrain from calling me Ying. We are not familiar. Please address me by my full name, Bai Ying. Bai Ying is engrossed in her conversation with Jiang Nan. Although her performance in physics is commendable, her chemistry answers are riddled with mistakes, leaving her in a foul mood, which is only exacerbated by Yi Zhiqiu's interruption. In an instant, her temper flares, and she offers him no semblance of kindness. Yi Zhiqiu is utterly speechless. Damn it, when has he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Yes, his grades may be lacking, but with his striking appearance, he has been the center of attention since the beginning of high school. Not to mention, he excels in basketball, earning him the title of the basketball deity of the school, the object of affection for countless female students. The number of love letters he receives is no less than 80, if not 100. Yet he has always looked down upon those girls, believing that only Bai Ying, the campus flower, is worthy of him. He is convinced that he will surely win her heart. But now this is the outcome. Bai Ying, right before his eyes, is engaging passionately with Jiang Nan, even scolding him in front of Jiang Nan. Truly there are limits to one's patience. While he can endure the indignities from his uncle, he cannot tolerate this from his goddess. Yet before Bai Ying, he grits his teeth and endures. After all, she is his idol. Typically, she pays him no mind. But today, she has at least spoken a few words. In comparison, this is progress. If he could exchange a few more sentences, even if it leads to rebuke, it would still be worthwhile. With this thought in mind, he musters his courage to interject once more. However, at that moment, Jiang Nan stands up, holding a plate, and says to Bai Ying, "Let us move. There are too many distractions here." All right. Bai Ying nods in agreement. Jiang Nan departed, leaving Yi Zhiqiu standing alone in the wind, disheveled and bewildered. A flicker of amusement passed through Jiang Nan's eyes. He was not foolish by now. He surely understood the weight of Yi Zhiqiu's earlier harsh words. After all, it was merely the antics of a sycophant who, upon observing Bai Ying drawing closer to him, sought to stir trouble. But did he think Jiang Nan was easy to bully? He was neither a pushover nor one to forget grievances easily. A silent slap to the face was already a testament to his magnanimity, as he could not be bothered to dwell on trivial matters. Yi Zhiqiu stood there, his expression darkening, lost in confusion. Had he been ignored once more? Being overlooked might be inconsequential to others, but for Yi Zhiqiu, the charismatic heartthrob of the school and a basketball deity who was always in the spotlight, it felt like a slap in the face, an overt humiliation. It was enough to make one want to spit blood. Look, isn't that the school's heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu? Why is he standing there, motionless? What is he up to? Uncertain of his intentions, the crowd nonetheless acknowledged that he was no longer the sole paragon of charm. Another had taken his place. Oh, another contender? Who could it be? Yi Zhiqiu was already quite handsome. Was there truly anyone more striking in their school? There had not been, but now there was, rumored to be a certain Jiang Nan, whose looks could rival the heavens. It was said that Jiang Nan's appearance could overshadow Yi Zhiqiu, earning him the title of the true school heartthrob. Not to mention being a super scholar whose prowess had recently been the talk of the town. So, Jiang Nan was both handsome and talented? Indeed. His allure began with his looks and deepened with his intellect. If that were the case, Jiang Nan surpassed Yi Zhiqiu. The title of school heartthrob was rightfully his. As the clock struck 11:30, a multitude of students began to trickle into the cafeteria. Yi Zhiqiu, as always, became the center of attention, immediately drawing the gaze of many. In an instant, discussions erupted around him. However, unlike the past, when admiration was lavished upon him, people now found themselves comparing him to Jiang Nan. Yi Zhiqiu absorbed every word, and his anger surged. Jiang Nan. What a name. A mere toad. Yet he dared to usurp not only his people but also his reputation? I shall remember you. This grievance will not go unpunished. Yi Zhiqiu clenched his teeth, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, oblivious to his nails digging into his flesh. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Bai Ying had settled into a new spot. Before long, a voice of grievance broke through the air. Woo-woo, wicked Jiang Nan, I shouldn't have answered your questions. Though you helped me with physics and enabled me to excel in this exam, I still got 3 questions wrong. Chemistry was even more disastrous. I made 5 mistakes. And I even faltered on the simplest biology questions, misjudging too. I'm doomed. This time, my comprehensive science exam was a failure as well. I estimate I scored only around 230 or 240 points. Surely, I cannot surpass that woman, Qinyama. Listen to that. Is this even a rational expression? Scoring 230 or 240 in the comprehensive science exam is a feat that most students would scarcely dare to dream of. In previous years, the threshold for first-tier universities hovered around 210 points. If this were the college entrance examination, achieving such a score would guarantee admission, provided that one scores in language, mathematics, and foreign languages were not too abysmal. Yet for Bai Yingying, 230 or 240 is far too low. The realm of top scholars is incomprehensible to those who struggle academically. At that moment, several freshly tested senior students gradually settled down not far from Bai Yingying. After all, she is the campus belle, and it is only natural to gravitate closer. However, upon hearing Bai Yingying's lament, they instinctively distanced themselves. It was said that Bai Yingying was not only the campus beauty but also an academic prodigy. They had been skeptical in the past, but now they were finally convinced. She truly embodies the essence of a goddess, only to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. They genuinely felt unworthy. Chapter 72. Does this system bear a grudge against me? Yingying, please cease your tears. Look around, there are so many people here. Achieving a score of 234 is quite commendable. Is 234 truly commendable? Qin Yuma undoubtedly scored higher than I did. I have lost to her once again. You need not compare yourself to her. In our school, at least 90% of the students cannot match your abilities. What does it matter if they are inferior to me? I have only heard the adage of comparing oneself upwards, never downwards. It is said that one should find contentment in their achievements. I am content. As long as I can surpass Qin Yuma and prove that I am not merely a pretty face, that I possess more than just good looks, I will find satisfaction. I never aim to outdo you. Jiang Nan found it difficult to respond to such a statement. Does Bai Yingying still aspire to surpass him? How is that even feasible? After all, he is a genius endowed with the Go system. He can read 10 lines at once, has an impeccable memory, and can draw inferences from a single example, with his academic prowess nearly reaching its zenith. In terms of learning efficiency, he could surpass Bai Yingying by countless magnitudes, even with his eyes closed. How could Bai Yingying possibly triumph over him? Of course, his control over scores is an exception. Bai Yingying, upon noticing Jiang Nan's silence, began to weep even more sorrowfully, resembling a rain-drenched pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, Jiang Nan, despite having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed no experience in comforting someone, leaving him with nothing but palpable awkwardness and helplessness etched on his face. Yingying, what can I do to help you cease your tears? I shall stop weeping once I have triumphed over Qin Yuma. But you didn't surpass her this time, did you? I must win next time. Then strive to outdo her in the next exam. Yet, my talent does not match hers, nor does my foundation. No matter how hard I work, I cannot surpass her. Should you then concede defeat? Absolutely not. I shall never give up. What can you achieve by persisting? I wish for you to tutor me. Did I not tutor you before? The previous time was too brief. I was unable to absorb everything you taught. Therefore, I would like to seek your guidance during our free time, not just in mathematics and physics, but in other subjects as well. How can I refuse? Oh dear, that will exhaust me. All right, stop crying. I agree. Is that not sufficient? Oh yes, Jiang Nan, you are the best. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's acquiescence, Bai Yingying's countenance brightened instantly, and she joyfully clung to his arm. As for her tears, they had vanished from her charming visage in an instant. Darn it, I have been deceived. Jiang Nan's expression turned stern. Bai Yingying, confess honestly, were you feigning tears just now? Wah, you. Jiang Nan was exasperated. Wah. Bai Yingying wiped her tears with both hands. All right, I admit my fault. I should not have questioned you. Jiang Nan was certain that Bai Yingying had indeed been pretending to cry, with the intent of extracting favors from him, compelling him to toil for her. Yet, he found himself at a loss on how to respond. Ultimately, he could only yield to her demands, for the alternative was unthinkable. A significant problem looms on the horizon. At this moment, the number of diners is increasing, and a group of individuals can be seen and heard nearby. If he does not manage to pacify Bai Yingying soon, in less than half an hour, he, Jiang Nan, will undoubtedly become the talk of the entire school. At that point, all the busybodies will spread the news. Astonishing. A super bully appears in the cafeteria, leaving the campus belle Bai Yingying in tears. Oh, what a terrifying scene that would be. Meanwhile, as Jiang Nan lowers his head in apology, the tears on Bai Yingying's face vanish in an instant. Her bright, lively eyes begin to twinkle with intelligence. Jiang Nan, I knew you were the best. After we finish our meal, shall we head to the classroom for some self-study? What? Self-study? No nap during lunch? Weren't you just promising to tutor me? Yes, I did promise. But is this really the time to start? Time waits for no one. We must seize every precious moment. Others regard Bai Ying as a goddess, claiming she should only be admired from afar and never trifled with. Yet, in Jiang Nan's eyes, she is far from a goddess. She is, in fact, a tormentor. Why, oh why? When you could easily thrive on your looks, do you insist on relying on your academic prowess? Isn't it enough to be the campus belle? Must you also aspire to be a top scholar? This life truly seems unbearable. The carefree days of eating, sleeping, and idly passing time have come to an end for Jiang Nan, who is destined to endure the burdens of an industrious existence. At 3 in the afternoon, the fourth foreign language examination commences. In room 304, Jiang Nan sits in his seat, utterly exhausted, as if he has been drained of spirit for the past 7 days and nights. Why is he in such a state, you ask? 3 hours. A full 3 hours. Do you have any idea how he spent those hours? Bai Ying was relentless. Her demands were insatiable. The bitterness he endured is beyond mere words to express. Ding. For this foreign language examination, please obtain a score of 0. Just before the test papers were distributed, that familiar system notification echoed in Jiang Nan's mind once more. Initially, he paid little heed. Upon receiving the paper, he immediately began to write. Although the listening section had yet to begin, he swiftly completed all the multiple-choice questions at the back. His speed was astonishing, as if he had been single for a millennium. Why, you ask? Because he merely wished to finish the foreign language exam quickly and then lay his head on the desk for a nap, hoping to replenish the vitality he had lost. But, wait, did I hear that correctly? 0 points? Not 150 points? Though Jiang Nan's mind may be a beat behind, he soon realizes that the system's grading task has shifted. It seems the system now demands a score of 0 rather than the perfect score he had previously achieved in the last 3 examinations. The system is up to mischief again? Jiang Nan quickly steadies his mind and checks the task panel in his consciousness, discovering, indeed, he did not mishear. It was clearly 0 points, not 150 points. What the devil? Jiang Nan could hardly suppress his urge to spew blood. It was a near miss, just a hair's breadth away. He had utterly failed in his attempt to control his scores during this examination. The mere completion of the multiple-choice questions had already secured him 15 points, far exceeding the score management requirement. Consequently, he would inevitably forfeit both points and rewards. No, that was not the primary concern. In light of the situation, it seemed far more pressing to dread the ramifications of achieving a score of 0 in score management. Damn it! This time, he was truly in dire straits. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jiang Nan, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he internally raged against the situation. A 0 in foreign language score management? How could this be? This wretched system must harbor a personal vendetta against me, deliberately pushing me toward a dead end. Indeed, you are a score management system. Yet what manner of task assignment is this? In the preceding 3 examinations, Chinese, mathematics, and integrated science, I had scored full marks of 150, 150, and 300 respectively. Yet, in foreign language, I receive a score of 0? Once this result is revealed, how will the foreign language teacher perceive it? How will my peers react? The animosity will undoubtedly reach catastrophic levels. I am utterly finished. Chapter 73, Foreign Language Teacher, I must apologize, ding. The system has detected the host insulting it and hereby issues a warning. The host must rectify this behavior immediately, or the system will respond accordingly. Jiang Nan? Upon witnessing such a peculiar task concerning score manipulation, he found himself internally criticizing the system. Yet, he was met with another warning from the system. TSK. This is quite the expert. He felt an overwhelming sense of respect. Jiang Nan promptly suppressed his dissatisfaction. Thus, foreign language teacher, I must express my sincere apologies. If the system insists on granting me a score of 0, in pursuit of that trivial reward and points, I can only concede to a score of nothing. Alas! The agony of existence. Jiang Nan sighed in resignation and reluctantly erased the multiple-choice questions he had previously completed, preparing to rewrite them. However, he did not answer directly on the answer sheet. For the first time, he took out a piece of draft paper. It is worth noting that for others, achieving a score of 0 is a straightforward endeavor. One need only leave the paper blank. Yet for Jiang Nan, it required a modicum of effort. This was because he could not leave it blank. Every score manipulation examination comes with a prerequisite. He must complete all questions on the paper. For instance, If tasked with maintaining a passing score, he must ensure that the questions worth 90 points are answered correctly, while the remaining 60 points must be attempted but answered incorrectly. This is also the reason why he has participated in hundreds of score manipulation examinations without anyone noticing. Otherwise, if one consistently answers the questions worth 90 points correctly and neglects the rest, the accuracy rate would still be 100%. A couple of times might pass unnoticed, but repeated occurrences would reveal the inconsistency. Now, the task is to achieve a score of 0. This means Jiang Nan must complete the entire foreign language exam, but ensure that all answers are incorrect, yielding not a single point. This indeed requires considerable effort, akin to striving for a perfect score. He must first ascertain all the correct answers. Yet, when answering, he must carefully avoid all correct responses. The fill-in-the-blank questions are manageable. He simply needs to select and write the incorrect answers. However, the sections on problem-solving and composition require caution. After all, once written, no matter how poorly, the teacher might award a few pity points. Thus, achieving a score of 0 is no simple task. The difficulty level is even above that of obtaining a perfect score. Of course, for Jiang Nan, it merely entails expending a bit more effort. He first jotted down all the correct answers on his draft paper, ensuring to avoid them on the answer sheet. As for the problem-solving and composition sections, they posed a dilemma. Writing in a foreign language would likely earn him at least a point or two. Therefore, he resolved to employ an alternative language. In the depths of Jiang Nan's mind, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and a hint of a smile graced his lips as he swiftly completed his essay. However, whether the foreign language teacher would comprehend it was of no concern to him. Ideally, a lack of understanding would result in a guaranteed score of 0. Even if it were understood, the content would be entirely irrelevant, still leading to a score of 0. Oh, how perfect! In less than 10 minutes, he had finished all the subsequent questions. The next step was simply to await the commencement of the listening section. Due to the fact that the first and second year students were also taking the foreign language exam simultaneously, a considerable amount of time was consumed. While others were still occupied with their answers, Jiang Nan succumbed to slumber once more, only to awaken when the third-year listening section began. Soon after, the audio began. Hi Lucy, this is Pete. Hi, what's up? Listen, I'm afraid I'll be a little late tonight. Remember I said earlier that I would pick you up at 6 o'clock? Now I'm going. As he listened, Jiang Nan translated the dialogue, meticulously jotting down all the information on a piece of scrap paper, including the correct answers. The reason for his diligence was clear. This was the first time the system permitted a score of 0, and he could not afford to be careless. Of course, this phase did not last long. Once the listening section concluded, he had finished everything. He then put down his pen and rolled up his exam paper, resting his head on the desk, drifting into sleep, just as he had done in previous examinations. Surrounding students observed in silent disbelief, while the invigilators remained indifferent. The entire examination hall was engulfed in a collective sigh. Here he was again, that lad who finished early and then fell asleep. It was truly disheartening. He had completed all the tasks. This time, the invigilators were not familiar teachers like Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, or Xia Hongwei, yet they chose to overlook Jiang Nan's slumber. After all, they were school staff. Although they did not know him personally, having conducted exams over the past 2 days, they had certainly heard whispers of an extraordinary student in room 304. One who consistently finished quickly. Whether he was a true scholar or a struggling student mattered little. The teachers had turned a blind eye to his antics, even going so far as to close windows and drape coats for him. They could only pretend not to see. Meanwhile, the other students in the examination hall were engulfed in sorrow, their hearts weeping rivers of despair. Was it truly permissible to act with such impunity simply because one was handsome? Was academic excellence a shield against consequences? Did a formidable background grant one the liberty to do as they pleased? It appeared that, indeed, it did. Jiang Nan was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also an exceptional scholar, with a background shrouded in mystery. He was simply untouchable. Around him, envy tinged the eyes of his peers, their jealousy palpable, yet devoid of any real malice. Simultaneously, Li Ming, seated beside Jiang Nan, gnawed on the tip of his pencil, striving to suppress his attention from drifting toward Jiang Nan. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself irresistibly drawn to gaze towards Jiang Nan. What was he looking for? Was it merely to behold Jiang Nan in slumber? It seemed unlikely. What captivated his attention was, in fact, Jiang Nan's answer sheet. In mathematics, he was a scholar, boasting the distinction of being the second best in the entire school. And his performance in subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology was commendable as well. However, in foreign languages, his grades could only be described as mediocre, a clear indication of his academic imbalance. This month's examination papers were notoriously challenging, and given his lack of proficiency in foreign languages, he was confronted with a test that surpassed all previous assessments in difficulty, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Truly, there were so many questions he could not attempt. Particularly in listening comprehension, he understood scarcely 20%, leaving vast sections blank. Although he felt a profound sense of shame and disgrace regarding the thought of cheating, he had already surreptitiously glanced at Jiang Nan's answers during the morning's comprehensive science examination. Now, a persistent urge lingered within him, as if a devil were incessantly tempting him. Look, child, having peeked once, what harm is there in a second glance? Alas, despite having clandestinely observed for quite some time, he found no sign of Jiang Nan's answer sheet revealing itself. Thus, was he unable to copy? Just as he was preparing to quell his desires and relinquish the notion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A scrap of paper fell from Jiang Nan's desk, landing squarely at his feet. What was this? Li Ming instinctively lowered his gaze. He beheld an abundance of answers meticulously inscribed upon it. Multiple-choice responses, closed tests, reading comprehension, listening exercises, and even the transcripts for the listening section. In that instant, Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, frozen in indecision. To copy or not to copy? He was in urgent need of a resolution. Chapter 74. A fortuitous quintuple kill? Certain gaps, once opened, are exceedingly difficult to seal. Thus, while Jiang Nan remained oblivious to the fallen draft paper, and the invigilator along with surrounding classmates paid no heed, Li Ming ultimately chose to resort to plagiarism. Just this once, and it would be the last, merely to demonstrate to everyone that he was not solely adept at mathematics. Crafting an excuse for himself, Li Ming summoned his courage to transcribe the answers from Jiang Nan's draft paper onto his own answer sheet. In fact, he even replaced all his previous answers with those that differed from Jiang Nan's, hastily aligning them with Jiang Nan's responses. Swiftly he moved, and in no time, he had completed the copying. Seizing a moment of distraction, he quietly returned Jiang Nan's draft paper beneath his desk. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of top student, intelligent, daring, and meticulous. Gazing at his filled answer sheet, Li Ming experienced an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He chuckled to himself. This was the first time he had completed the foreign language exam. Alas, he still had to concoct the essay on his own. Ding-ling-ling. After an indeterminate passage of time, the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the foreign language examination, which also meant the end of the monthly test. A chorus of cheers erupted among the students. This time, Jiang Nan did not submit his paper early. Exhausted from the midday fatigue, his biological clock had once again been thrown into disarray, and he inadvertently overslept. Upon awakening, his gaze fell upon the draft paper lying under the desk. He had slept so soundly that he was unaware of its fall. He could only blame Bai Yingying for this predicament, truly insufferable. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Nan picked up the draft paper, crumpled it into a ball, stuffed it into his pocket, and rose to submit his paper before exiting the classroom. As for Li Ming, he had paid little attention throughout the entire ordeal. Whether to copy or not was of no concern to him. Relieved, he quickly submitted his paper and departed, albeit in the opposite direction of Jiang Nan, perhaps to avoid something. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan glanced around anxiously, and upon not spotting a certain terrifying figure, he hastened towards the cafeteria. He was genuinely afraid of Bai Yingying and felt the need to keep his distance. However, just halfway there, Bai Yingying caught up to him. Jiang Nan, wait for me. She called out, excitement evident on her face, her large eyes twinkling alluringly. The sight was undeniably captivating. Yet upon seeing her, Jiang Nan immediately stiffened. Be Bai Yingying, why are you following me again? He stammered. What, you don't like me? Bai Yingying placed her hands on her hips, unexpectedly posing the question. No. Jiang Nan instinctively shook his head, but then, realizing something, he hurriedly nodded. And no. I don't. I do. This was indeed a perplexing predicament. To assert disinterest? That was inconceivable. To confess affection? He had never contemplated such a notion. Truly. Upon witnessing Jiang Nan's disheveled appearance, Bai Yingying broke into a broad smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons reminiscent of peach blossoms. All right, enough of the teasing. With the monthly exam behind us, I wish to express my gratitude for your tutoring at noon by treating you to a meal. A meal, really? Of course, the cafeteria offers an array of 18 dishes. Choose whatever you like. Indulge as you wish, for this lady shall cover the bill. Then I shan't hold back. No worries. How did one become the king of dining in the cafeteria? It's simply through diligent eating. The moment the subject of food arose, Jiang Nan felt an inexplicable tension dissipate, leaving him at ease. Haha, by Ying, just as I find myself famished. Prepare for a significant outlay. After daring to lead him into a pit of despair at noon, she would now be made to repay him tenfold. He was determined to feast until she was financially drained. This meal was destined to be exhilaratingly nerve-wracking. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Nan returned to the classroom, squinting with a silly grin while picking his teeth, patting his belly in satisfaction. In contrast, Bai Ying followed behind with a long face, her expression one of deep sympathy. One need not inquire why she appeared thus. Were it you, would you be pleased if your week's worth of dining expenses were consumed in their entirety by Jiang Nan? This was merely the cafeteria. Had they ventured elsewhere, Jiang Nan's appetite would have undoubtedly impoverished her. However, the outsiders remained unaware of the underlying dynamics. When Jiang Nan and Bai Ying arrived punctually at the classroom, a chorus of curious gazes turned towards them, laden with implications. It was evident the two were undoubtedly entwined in a romantic liaison and had perhaps engaged in some indiscretions. Otherwise, how could Bai Ying have appeared so radiant yesterday, her eyes evasive, only to don a peculiar expression today? It seemed as though Jiang Nan had bullied her. At that moment, the gossipy hearts of many surged once more. Numerous boys envied Jiang Nan for winning the affection of the campus belle, while the girls admired Bai Ying for securing the heart of the male deity. Wang Pengzi was quick to give Jiang Nan a thumbs up, his intentions unmistakable. Yet, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Wang Pengzi. Upon settling into his seat, he retrieved his phone, feeling sufficiently sated and ready to indulge in a video game to pass the time. Just then, class monitor Qin Yuma approached him. Class monitor, what brings you here? Jiang Nan, how many points do you anticipate scoring on this month's exam? I suppose it won't be as high as yours, Jiang Nan stammered. Having come to understand that women could be as fierce as tigers, it was best to avoid provocation. Bai Ying had already latched onto him, and he could not afford to incite Qin Yuma as well. However, in response to Jiang Nan's answer, Qin Yuma shook her head despondently. Jiang Nan, please do not deceive me. You must have scored higher than I did. After all, the entire school has been buzzing, claiming you completed both the Chinese and mathematics papers early and are bound to receive full marks. Yet, I struggled. The exams were exceedingly difficult, regardless of the subject. Out of a possible 150 points, I could only hope for a score in the 90s, falling nearly 100 points short of you. Although the comprehensive science and foreign language subjects may seem somewhat easier, my performance was merely average. I doubt I can surpass you. Therefore, this time, victory is beyond my reach, Jiang Nan. By the way, are Chinese and mathematics truly so challenging? He could hardly perceive it. Although he had heard some comments from Bai Ying, it seemed to him that, no matter how difficult, a top student like Qin Yuma should easily score around 120 or so, shouldn't they? Yet, the outcome, both subjects barely reached the 90s? Does that not imply a complete obliteration of all others besides himself? Haha, no wonder, prior to the monthly examination, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, the class representatives, fiercely declared war against him, making bold statements about overcoming him. However, since the completion of the exams, these individuals have wilted like frostbitten eggplants, none daring to approach him. So this is how it is. Jiang Nan instinctively cast a glance at Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others seated in the front row, only to be met with their evasive reactions, as if they were mice avoiding a cat, unwilling to meet his gaze. TSK, how lonely it is to be invincible. Originally, he had no intention of competing with them, of asserting dominance or crushing their spirits. Yet, inadvertently, had he annihilated them? No, that is not accurate. To be precise, it was merely a 5-kill, for his foreign language score had faltered a bit. Alas, what a painful existence. The opponents were simply too weak. Chapter 75. Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Nan can score more than 600 points? Jiang Nan, tell me honestly, what is your total score? I wish to comprehend the disparity between our abilities. Qin Yumo's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Nan. Clearly, she was aware that she could not surpass Jiang Nan this time, yet she showed no signs of conceding. Instead, she sought to understand her rival better in order to make further efforts. Simultaneously, as Qin Yumo posed this question, her classmates sitting in the front row, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi, unconsciously perked up their ears to listen. They all understood the unspoken truth. This challenge against Jiang Nan would undoubtedly end in failure, and a dismal one at that. Among them, Xiang Yi and Su Yu had even shed tears publicly just the day before, in the hallway and at the cafeteria. Nevertheless, as scholars, they retained a semblance of pride. One setback was inconsequential, the road ahead was long, and opportunities for redemption would surely arise. Of course, this was contingent upon knowing Jiang Nan's current level of proficiency to assess the likelihood of surpassing him. If the rumors held true, and Jiang Nan were indeed comparable to the so-called super scholar, Qin Feng, then they would surely concede defeat without hesitation. However, if Jiang Nan were merely a notch or two above them, they might very well consider another attempt. Until the final moment of the college entrance examination, the outcome remained uncertain. The gap between them should not be insurmountable. My total score is 600, and even if I were to exceed you, it would not be by much. In response to Qin Yumo's inquiry, Jiang Nan did not hedge. He candidly admitted that he had scored 0 in foreign language, thus confirming his total score of 600. Upon hearing this, Qin Yumo's pupils contracted slightly, seemingly astonished by Jiang Nan's score, but she quickly regained her composure. 600 points? On such a challenging exam, you managed to score 600? Indeed, you have been concealing your true capabilities, and this is your genuine strength, isn't it? You are certainly superior to me, but I will not yield. From this day forth, I shall double my efforts. In the next examination, I will undoubtedly catch up to you. Qin Yumo waved her small fist at Jiang Nan, continuously motivating herself, before turning to leave. Her stride and silhouette exuded an undeniable sense of determination and resolve. Yes, Jiang Nan is formidable, yet not to the extent of shattering her confidence. Although her performance this time was mediocre, particularly in Chinese and mathematics, where she was undoubtedly inferior to Jiang Nan, as Jiang Nan had pointed out, her scores were not exceedingly distant. Previously, she had estimated her scores, over 90 in Chinese, over 90 in mathematics, around 240 or 50 in science, and about 120 or 30 in foreign language. Altogether, her total score hovered around 570. This implies that the gap between her and Jiang Nan was merely 30 points. 30 points, a gap that, given sufficient time, she was confident she could close. This encapsulates her confidence, demeanor, and pride as the class leader of Class 4, consistently ranking first in her class and among the top 10 in the school. However, on the other hand, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and Xiang Yi, among others, do not share the same conviction as Qin Yumo. When Jiang Nan announced a total score of 600, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces contorted with shock, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they had just received a devastating blow. 600 points? Good heavens, that is indeed 600 points. This examination was as challenging as scaling a mountain, and they could barely reach 500, yet Jiang Nan achieved 600. The disparity is undeniably vast. Even the prodigious Qin Feng from Class 301, a beacon of academic excellence, would likely only attain this level. They were engulfed in despair, utterly hopeless. Although they had previously been hailed as academic stalwarts, they were merely vying for second, third, or fourth place within Class 4, never daring to dream of surpassing Qin Yumo, let alone defeating Qin Feng. Now, with Jiang Nan standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, he appeared as a figure of divinity, far beyond their reach. This is simply not a comparison they can make. Reflecting on their prior declarations of war against Jiang Nan before the exam, the harsh words they uttered now seem ludicrous, leaving them filled with shame and unable to confront anyone. Defeating Jiang Nan? Perhaps in another lifetime. No, it would be impossible even in the distant future. What they can do now is promptly abandon such unrealistic notions. Were it not for the presence of others and the weight of their pride, they would have collectively knelt before Jiang Nan, proclaiming, "Oh, South God, you are indeed the true South God. We were mistaken. We beseech your mercy and forgiveness." The phrase "to conquer without a fight" may well apply here. Jiang Nan did nothing, yet Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and those who once opposed him have completely changed their minds, utterly convinced. However, what they do not realize is that Jiang Nan has never regarded them with any significance. The moment Qin Yumo departed, he resumed his relentless pursuit of victory, entirely disregarding Su Yu and the others. Yet, while he may have overlooked them, Bai Yingying has consistently remembered the declaration of war made by Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tian Tian, and Xiang Yi against Jiang Nan. Previously, she had always defended Jiang Nan. But now, witnessing the deflation of Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, their once formidable demeanor diminished, she feels an indescribable pang of satisfaction, especially upon seeing her rival, Qin Yuma, humbled before Jiang Nan. She experiences an exhilarating surge of triumph. The only blemish on this moment is that Qin Yuma, surprisingly, has not succumbed to despair. She still harbors the desire to challenge Jiang Nan again, aiming to catch up to him in the next examination. How? Is that even conceivable? Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Nan's score this time surely exceeds 600? In Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, I have checked the answers with Jiang Nan, and I am convinced he has scored nearly full marks. Just these 3 subjects alone account for 600 points, although I couldn't verify his score in the foreign language. However, even if he performed poorly, a score of 0 seems implausible, does it not? Bai Yingying's mind was awash with questions, enveloped in confusion. Based on Jiang Nan's previous results in foreign language examinations, achieving a passing score of at least 90 was undoubtedly within reach. If Jiang Nan were to unleash his full potential, scores of 100, 110, or even 120, Bai Yingying firmly believed that a perfect score was entirely conceivable. Cumulatively, his total would undoubtedly exceed 700. This figure far surpassed that of Qin Yuma. Regardless of his innate talent, no amount of diligence, working day and night, sacrificing sleep and sustenance, could rival Jiang Nan's capabilities. Bai Yingying mourned for Qin Yuma for 3 seconds. This woman must have lost her senses. Jiang Nan's claim of a 600 score was evidently a ruse, a deception, and yet you foolishly believed it. It appears your intelligence is quite limited. In the next examination, it will not be you catching up to Jiang Nan, but rather I who will surpass you. Ha ha ha. In this moment, Bai Yingying brimmed with an inexplicable confidence in her ability to triumph over Qin Yuma, with Jiang Nan's assistance and Qin Yuma's apparent lack of intellect. If she were unable to emerge victorious, it would indeed defy all logic. Chapter 76. Why do similar games yield such divergent outcomes? Damn it, Fatty. Where is your ultimate move? Why aren't you unleashing your skills at F4 or on the high ground? Have you lost your mind? What a colossal blunder. Evening self-study session. Class 304. While the majority of the students are engrossed in their studies, Jiang Nan is engaged in a fierce battle on his phone. No, it is more accurate to say that he is infuriated to the point of agony. The reason being, Wang Fatty is utterly useless. Just a fraction of a moment. He was so close to achieving a pentakill. Yet, at the most critical juncture, his teammate Wang Fatty faltered. At this, Jiang Nan nearly choked on his frustration. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Fatty sorrowfully replied, Nan Gu, I wish I could unleash my ultimate, but first, I need to have my phone. Your phone? Isn't it in your hand? Could it possibly have been stolen? Jiang Nan turned to Wang Fatty, barely suppressing an expletive, but in the next moment, his words faltered and his expression stiffened. Jiang Nan was taken aback. It dawned on him that Wang Fatty's phone had indeed been snatched away. Unbeknownst to them, their formidable homeroom teacher, Hua Fei, often referred to as the deathly sorceress, had appeared behind them. Wang Fatty, having recently transitioned to being a sports student, had his new phone, purchased by his father, now in Hua Fei's possession. Furthermore, one of Wang Fatty's ears was firmly grasped by Hua Fei, leaving him half squatting in midair, unable to move, a plump cat caught by its soft flesh, resembling a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. How tragically unfortunate. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Nan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Damn it, this is going to end badly. Having not played games for so long, he had become so engrossed that he failed to notice Hua Fei's arrival. As a result, he was caught red-handed. He himself was indifferent. After all, he had an agreement with Hua Fei that as long as he ranked first in this examination, he could play as he wished. But Wang Fatty was certainly doomed. And if Wang Fatty was doomed, wouldn't that mean he would lose his jungler teammate? Without a teammate, playing alone would be utterly dull. No, it goes beyond that. It seems he has flunked the foreign language exam with a score of 0. So he might not secure the top rank in the school after all, right? Given Hua Fei's notoriously explosive temper, she might very well hold him accountable later on. This is disastrous. With these thoughts, Jiang Nan cast an indignant glance toward Bai Yingying. Yingying, didn't I ask you to keep watch? Why didn't you alert me when the homeroom teacher arrived? A wise individual always prepares for contingencies. His instincts are sharp, and under normal circumstances, he would be able to sense any adverse factors approaching. Yet, he had not forgotten to ask Bai Yingying to keep watch. This was merely a precaution. But alas, his calculations have proven futile. Bai Yingying was utterly unhelpful. She was as unresponsive as a wooden puppet. Bai Yingying, under the gaze of Jiang Nan, felt a faint blush creep across her delicate features as she buried her head into her chest in a display of distress. Truth be told, one could hardly blame her. After all, her sole desire was to surpass Qin Yuma. Thus, she became so engrossed in her studies that she failed to notice the arrival of Hu Yifei. Moreover, who was Hu Yifei? She was a formidable force, embodying the prowess of the Golden Saints, the 13th sister of the Hongxing gang, and the fearsome exterminator, a lethal enchantress. Armed with extraordinary skills such as the 9 appearances of the Divine Dragon, the Thunderclap Fist, and the enhanced version of the Heaven and Earth Toss. Along with the lightning 9 continuous shots, Bai Yingying stood little chance against her. Jiang Nan, enough. Do not gaze at Bai Yingying any longer. Do not presume I am oblivious to your little schemes. Not only do you indulge in video games, but you also drag Wang Kaishen into your antics, compelling Bai Yingying to act as your lookout. Do you believe this is your home? Allow me to remind you that we are in school during evening study hours. The institution forbids mobile phones, and certainly, one should not play games during class. Are you not aware? Hurry and put your phone away. If you tarnish the class's reputation, I shall hold you accountable. Hu Yifei's face turned pale with fury as she cast aside Wang Pengzi and unleashed a fierce reprimand upon Jiang Nan. And then, nothing followed. There was no ear-tugging, nor was Jiang Nan's phone confiscated in front of the class. Wang Pengzi, surrounding classmates, the entire class. Confusion reigned as everyone was left speechless, questioning the abrupt conclusion. Was that truly the end? With such a commotion, it had attracted the attention of the entire class, particularly those eager to witness Jiang Nan's comeuppance. They anticipated a fair punishment, perhaps the confiscation of his phone or a stern lecture, possibly even a call to his parents and a lengthy written confession. Surely, Jiang Nan was doomed. However, the reality was starkly different. A lengthy confession? None. A call to his parents? Not a chance. In fact, not only was his phone not confiscated, but Jiang Nan was merely instructed to put it away after a few verbal admonishments. How utterly unfair. Even a favored child would not receive such blatant favoritism. Hearts sank collectively, especially Wang Pengzi, who felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. Despite their camaraderie, why was it that he faced ear-tugging and phone confiscation while Jiang Nan remained unscathed? Particularly galling was the fact that it was his new phone, the one he had pestered his father for after transitioning to a sports student, still warm from his grasp. Teacher, I understand my mistake. I should not have been coaxed by Jiang Nan to play games. Could you possibly return my phone? In pursuit of his new phone, Wang Pengzi was determined. He approached Hu Yifei, his face a mask of determination and trepidation, ready to admit his fault, and, without hesitation, threw Jiang Nan under the bus. However, the outcome was quite different. Hu Yifei immediately reprimanded him. What is this, classmate Wang Kaishen? Not only were you caught playing games during class, but you also dare to ask for your phone? Do you not understand the school rules and classroom discipline? Or have you become a sports student, feeling invincible due to your high chances of entering a prestigious university, thus disregarding discipline? If you want your phone, let your parents come and collect it. I also wish to have a word with them. Although you are a sports student, your academic foundation is woefully inadequate. If you aspire to attend a better institution, you must exert yourself considerably. Henceforth, you shall remain at school for remedial classes on weekends. As a teacher, I am responsible for your education, am I not? The surrounding students exclaimed in disbelief. Hu Laosher, this is incredibly hypocritical. Both of them were caught playing games. Why is the consequence so vastly different? As for Wang, his face turned a sickly shade of green. He nearly burst into tears, lamenting, "Oh no, I am doomed. Not only has my phone been confiscated, but now my parents have to be involved? You know their tempers. They will come down on me with a vengeance. Not to mention, I have to stay for remedial classes on weekends. I might as well perish." Bai Yingying and the other students cast sympathetic glances towards Wang, feeling pity for his unfortunate plight. However, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly, thinking, "Serves you right, you glutton, for betraying me." Chapter 77. How could such an excellent student be so easily taken advantage of by Hu Yifei? All right, from now on, anyone caught playing with their phone in class will face the same consequences as Wang Kaishen. First, their phone will be confiscated. Second, their parents will be summoned to the school. As for Jiang Nan, he is an exception, so do not think it unfair. If you possess the capability, strive to match his academic performance. It seemed that I had become aware of the inequity in my handling of the situation, which led to discontent among many in the class. Huafei offered a brief explanation. Then let us continue with the evening self-study session. Monitor the discipline well, class leader. Jiang Nan, accompany me to the office. To the office? For what purpose? Jiang Nan's expression reflected confusion, and he felt a pang of anxiety. His phone had not been confiscated, and it was evident that the issue did not stem from playing games. Uncertain of Hu Yifei's intentions, he reluctantly tucked his phone into his pocket and stood up obediently to follow her. As he passed by the podium on his way to the door, he could feel the weight of countless gazes upon him, ranging from envy to jealousy. However, Jiang Nan remained entirely unfazed. Jealousy and envy are futile. If you have the ability, then go ahead and play. Jiang Nan, your performance in this month's Chinese exam was commendable, although the papers have yet to be fully graded. You should secure the top spot. It was mediocre at best. I merely answered casually. If you can achieve first place with such casual effort, then why was I only able to barely pass before? Jiang Nan, that question is difficult to answer. All right, I shall not dwell on the past. All I require is that you perform well in future examinations. I will keep my word. If you excel, I shall not interfere with your sleeping in class or even permit you to play games on your phone, just as you did tonight. However, there is a prerequisite. You must not overstep. It is acceptable for you to play alone, but you must not undermine the class's integrity or negatively influence other students. After all, you possess a remarkable talent. You can succeed with minimal effort. Yet, others cannot afford such leniency. With the college entrance examination approaching, they must exert tenfold or 100-fold effort to gain admission to a prestigious university. For instance, Wang Kaixian on the way to the office. Hu Yifei reiterated her guidance to Jiang Nan. It must be acknowledged that despite her rather unflattering nickname, which conveys a sense of rigidity and aggression, she is indeed a reasonable and understanding teacher. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan could not help but smirk, feeling somewhat speechless. Reasonable? At first glance, it certainly appears so. Not only does she allow him to sleep, but she also permits gameplay during class. Yet what does the added condition imply? Her lengthy moral discourse made it seem as though he was the transgressor. Nonetheless, her words did have an effect. The notion of not setting a poor example for other students, specifically mentioning Wang Fatty, dissuaded Jiang Nan from the idea of playing games in class again. After all, without Wang Fatty as a comrade, what enjoyment would there be in playing a single-player game? Perhaps it is time to elevate Wang Fatty's standing. His current level is rather inadequate. Even if he transitions to a sports major, his chances of gaining admission to a prestigious university remain slim. Regardless, since Bai Yingying has already latched onto him like a piece of stubborn toffee, it is unavoidable that he will have to assist her from time to time. Why not tutor both of them simultaneously? By enhancing Wang Fatty's level sooner, he can silence the female tyrant, and they can enjoy gaming together. Jiang Nan contemplated this in silence. Herding one sheep or two makes no difference. He has meticulously devised a plan to elevate Wang Fatty's level in the shortest time possible. Alas, how unfortunate it is to have encountered such a bumbling teammate. His heart aches for him. A short while later, the two arrived at the office. However, this office was not the exclusive domain of Hu Yifei, but rather the large office of the Chinese language department. As Jiang Nan entered, he noticed a considerable gathering of teachers within. Simultaneously, as he crossed the threshold, every teacher present turned to him, their gazes fervent and intense, akin to that of admirers beholding a rare national treasure, the giant panda. Instinctively, Jiang Nan tightened his legs, the hairs on his body standing on end. The aggressive scrutiny of over a dozen men was overwhelming, and even with a composed demeanor, he found it hard to bear. Jiang Nan, don't be so reserved. This is Teacher Wu Jiahao, the head of our Chinese department, and the others are all esteemed language teachers at our school. Hu Yifei introduced him succinctly. Good day, teachers. Jiang Nan greeted them in a formal manner. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. Jiang Nan, truly a prodigy in our Chinese department. Not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented and of fine character. Indeed, teacher who has nurtured an outstanding student. With Jiang Nan among us, our Chinese department at number 3 middle school is bound to flourish and achieve new heights. In truth, Jiang Nan had merely offered a simple greeting, yet he was met with an outpouring of praise, accolades, and a flurry of thumbs up from the teachers. Even the department head, Wu Jiahao, was eager to join in, beckoning Jiang Nan over and personally fetching a chair for him. Come, Jiang Nan. Let us sit and chat. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Teachers, this enthusiasm is a bit overwhelming. I cannot bear it. Ultimately, he refrained from sitting down. After all, none of the teachers were seated, and neither was Hu Yifei. How could he possibly take a seat? Jiang Nan merely approached Wu Jiahao's desk, casting a glance at the stack of answer sheets from the recent monthly exam. Among them, the most conspicuous was undoubtedly his own. In the next moment, Wu Jiahao lifted his answer sheet, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Jiang Nan, you performed admirably in the Chinese exam. The entire faculty of the Chinese language department has unanimously decided to award you a perfect score of 150 points. This marks a historic first in the annals of our school's teaching. In other words, you have shattered the record of never having had a student attain full marks in the Chinese examination at our institution. Congratulations. As Wu Jiahao concluded his statement, a resounding applause erupted in the office, synchronized and spirited. It was evident that they were all immensely excited, even exhilarated. Although Jiang Nan was not a student they had personally taught, they were nonetheless witnesses to this remarkable achievement. Simultaneously, Hu Yifei beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with pride and delight that she could not conceal. However, Jiang Nan maintained an air of composure. After all, attaining full marks in Chinese was something he had anticipated. There was nothing particularly astonishing about it. In light of this, Wu Jiahao and the others regarded Jiang Nan with even greater admiration. Indeed, at such a tender age, to achieve glory without becoming arrogant is a rare quality to possess. Once again, the group raised their thumbs in approval, their gazes burning with admiration, as if they wished to claim Jiang Nan as their own. In their hearts, they clamored. Such an exceptional student, how could he possibly be placed in class 4, leaving Hu Yifei to benefit? Chapter 78. Teacher, I implore you to patrol other classes. At this moment, if one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be a pack of ravenous, blood-eyed wolves, fixated hungrily on the succulent morsel held in the jaws of a lioness. Jiang Nan is that delectable morsel, while Hu Yifei embodies the lioness. Though the lioness is formidable, she cannot withstand the onslaught of so many famished wolves. Among them, the notorious Yu Lao San, regarded as one of the 4 great wolves, is particularly eager, drooling uncontrollably. Hu Yifei, this does not bode well. These ostensibly genteel gentlemen, who usually speak in lofty terms, seem intent on snatching food from my mouth. Jiang Nan, a bit bewildered. What do they see in me? Could it be I have stumbled into a den of wolves? In that moment, the atmosphere in the office became exceedingly peculiar. Ultimately, it was Wu Jiahao who could no longer bear the tension. He cleared his throat twice, shattering the eerie silence and addressing the assembly. All right, everyone, no need to dawdle. Those who need to grade papers should continue. Let us strive to complete the grading of this month's Chinese examination and tally the scores by tonight. Having said that, he held Jiang Nan's answer sheet and turned to him. Jiang Nan, the reason I have invited Teacher Hu to bring you to the office is that I have a request. I hope you might bestow your insights upon us. Goodness, he actually uttered bestow your insights? At this, Hu Yifei gasped in astonishment. Wu, Team Leader Wu, you can just speak plainly with this student. There is no need for such formality. No, Teacher Hu, you have erred in that regard. Wu Jiahao glanced at Hu Yifei and shook his head. Although Jiang Nan is young and still a student, his prowess in the realm of the Chinese language is on par with that of you and me. His depth of understanding regarding classical texts surpasses our own, making him a true master. Therefore, in this regard, we should not regard him as an ordinary student. Moreover, today we seek to learn from him. And since we are the ones making the request, it is only right to extend courtesy. Hu Yifei, what is going on here? After years of dedicated teaching, she has never witnessed Wu Jiahao extend such courtesy to her. And yet, her student has become the guest of honor? A master? Does Jiang Nan possess the aura of a master? At this moment, the bewildered Jiang Nan found himself utterly perplexed, flummoxed by Wu Jiahao's excessive politeness. To be frank, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Though Wu Jiahao's intentions were undoubtedly kind, he found himself preferring the straightforwardness of Hu Yifei. Wu, Teacher Wu, please refrain from extolling my virtues. Teacher Hu is correct. You need not be so formal with me. Just state your business directly. Very well, then I shall be forthright. Wu Jiahao handed the answer sheet to Jiang Nan, saying, Behold, this is your Chinese answer sheet from the recent monthly examination, which has been thoroughly graded. We have unanimously agreed to award you full marks. However, while it is true that you have received a perfect score, The essay you composed in classical Chinese is exceedingly sophisticated and intriguing. The 10 or so teachers present spent the better part of the day attempting to translate it fully, yet we found ourselves at an impasse. Thus, we must summon you, the author, to elucidate its meaning for us, if you do not mind. The monthly examination serves the purpose of assessing students through questions posed by the teachers. Yet here we find Jiang Nan, who, having written an essay in classical Chinese, has bewildered the entire Chinese faculty. It is truly a marvel. Even online novels would hesitate to portray such a scenario, and yet it has transpired in reality. As Wu Jiahao spoke, the surrounding teachers, clad in formal attire and engrossed in the correction of papers, could not restrain themselves from gathering quietly with their notebooks, eagerly awaiting Jiang Nan's translation. Their demeanor resembled that of eager children thirsting for knowledge, including Hu Yifei. Among them, Yu Laosen positioned himself closest, fearful of missing a single word. How fortunate it is that this gathering occurs within the confines of the Chinese department's office, where only language teachers are present, shielding them from the scrutiny of others who might be astonished. Jiang Nan responded, "Ah, is that all there is to it? Had I known earlier, I would not have been so startled, thinking Wu Jiahao had some unreasonable demands of me. I had mentally prepared to refuse. However, if it is merely a translation, then that is quite simple." Meanwhile, in classroom 304, Bai Yingying occasionally glanced towards the door, anxious because Jiang Nan had been summoned by Hu Yifei for quite some time without returning. Jiang Nan had been caught playing games. Yet Hu Yifei had not reprimanded him on the spot, which suggested he would not face further consequences. Nevertheless, why was he still absent? His absence left a void in her heart, rendering her unable to concentrate on her studies. This posed a dilemma, and she found herself in a state of anxious waiting. However, such anxiety proved futile as an hour turned into 2, and even as the third evening study session approached its conclusion, Jiang Nan's return remained elusive. Outside the window, teachers occasionally passed by, none of whom were the same or from the same subject area. They would glance through the window in search of Jiang Nan, only to leave disappointed upon failing to find him. Yet, soon after, they would return in search of him again. Thus, the cycle continued throughout the 3 evening study sessions. Countless teachers passed by classroom 304, most of whom were unfamiliar, though it could be confirmed that some were from the physics, chemistry, and biology departments. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the previous evening's study session. Many teachers lingered outside the window of class 304, gazing in astonishment at Jiang Nan, reluctant to depart. However, the distinction lies in the fact that yesterday, only the mathematics teacher was present. Today, it was the combined presence of the physics, chemistry, and biology teachers. This was a consequence of their recent grading of Jiang Nan's comprehensive science examination from the monthly assessment, which revealed not a single error. In essence, Jiang Nan had achieved a perfect score of 300, the highest possible. A perfect score? Indeed, it is an extraordinary feat. Although this was merely a monthly test, and not the college entrance examination, no student in the illustrious history of our school had ever attained such excellence in comprehensive science. This accomplishment effectively shatters the record at our institution. Naturally, the multitude of physics, chemistry, and biology teachers were filled with wonder, eager to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan. Regrettably, he was not present at his desk. They came and went, but Jiang Nan's absence left them feeling disheartened. However, this situation proved to be quite burdensome for the students of class 304. Much like the previous night, many of them felt overwhelmed. No, it was even more intense than last night, given the combined presence of 3 subject teachers. Dear teachers, I can no longer endure such days. I implore you to patrol other classes instead. Truly, please do not return. Otherwise, we shall surely be overwhelmed. Chapter 79. The results are out. Jiang Nan's Chinese score, 150. Are the students of class 4 in turmoil? Jiang Nan is uncertain. However, what he does know is that he is on the brink of collapse. Initially, he believed that translating the essay he had penned would be a trivial task, one that could be completed in 3 minutes, allowing him to return to the classroom. Yet, the reality proved to be a harsh contradiction. Not only 3 minutes, but even 3 times that duration, 130 minutes, would not suffice. The voracious curiosity of the Chinese teachers was akin to that of Bai Yingying, capable of inflicting relentless torment. As Jiang Nan translated his essay, the teachers, perched on their small stools with notebooks in hand, took turns posing questions, dissecting each word and phrase as if engaged in an archaeological dig. For instance, they queried, "I have long admired the noble integrity of Bo Yi and Shu Qi, who refused to partake of Zhou's chestnuts. Jade may shatter, but cannot lose its luster. Bamboo may break, but cannot lose its joint. A scholar dies for a true friend, and a person survives through integrity. How could I ever consent to consume Wu's grain and live a life of ignominy? This involved numerous allusions, and the inquiries exceeded 50 in number. In summary, 3 minutes turned into another 3, and then yet another 3, until the evening study session concluded. Only then did he manage to comprehensively elucidate his essay, despite Elder Yu's desire to inquire further. Ultimately, it was the class leader, Wu Jiahao, who could no longer bear to watch. Interrupting Elder Yu and suppressing a multitude of questions from the teachers, allowing Jiang Nan to return home for a much-needed respite. At this moment, Jiang Nan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders and fled with haste. This was nothing short of a colossal pitfall, one that could claim lives without remorse. These Chinese teachers were akin to demons, more fearsome than the formidable Hu Yifei. Indeed, one must remain modest. Had he maintained a lower profile previously, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Yet now, tranquility eludes him. How vexing. All the blame rests on that cursed system. The following day, the atmosphere throughout the school felt palpably tense, particularly in the senior classes. The majority of students navigated their day in a state of anxious anticipation, as the monthly examination had concluded, and they awaited the results. Although they anticipated disappointing scores, they yearned to discover their rankings within the class and the school, the highest scores in both realms, and who stood as the top student in the class and the school. This collective curiosity is a consensus shared by all students post-examination, regardless of their academic performance. However, as one class passed, then another, the entire morning slipped by, yet the results remained elusive. Disappointment began to permeate the air. Yet, during the last class of the afternoon, the results were finally revealed. In Class 304, what was initially supposed to be a physical education class was commandeered by the homeroom teacher for an unexpected announcement. Then, the bell rang. As the class bell rang, Hu Yifei strode into the classroom with a resounding clatter of footsteps, exuding an imposing presence. To clarify, she was not wearing high heels. However, the weight of her steps was far more thunderous, nearly drowning out the sound of the bell. Instantly, every student in the room stiffened, their expressions solemn, too intimidated to even breathe audibly. It was evident. The results of the monthly exams must have been released, and undoubtedly they were unfavorable. Rousing the wrath of the formidable figure before them, they remained silent, fully aware that provoking her would be unwise. Yet, as Hu Yifei entered the classroom, she scarcely glanced at her peers, her gaze fixated meaningfully on Jiang Nan at the back. 10 seconds passed, then 30, and a full minute. Hu Yifei maintained her silence. In response, the other students dared not utter a word. The atmosphere in the classroom became palpably tense, so quiet that one could hear the rhythmic thumping of their own hearts. Thump, thump, thump. Jiang Nan felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively bowing his head and employing a mental mantra. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Thus, they remained in this stalemate for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Hu Yifei shifted her gaze, producing the report card and addressing the class. The results of the monthly exams are in, but I need not elaborate. You are all aware of how you performed. Are you not? Instantly, numerous students lowered their heads, clearly ashamed, unable to face anyone. To be honest, I am genuinely embarrassed for you all. Although the exam questions were notoriously challenging, this is no excuse for such dismal results. Take the Chinese language exam, for instance. Even if the poetry appreciation and classical literature sections were particularly difficult, the total score was still 150. Yet, none of you managed even to score 100, and only a few passed? The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Many students were on the verge of tears. Not being able to score even 100 pointedly described their plight. They could only hope to pass. Otherwise, they would be consumed by sorrow. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Throughout the history of our school, no one had ever achieved a perfect score in the Chinese exam, yet this time, someone had scored a full 150, and astonishingly, it was from our class. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? A perfect score? 150? Is it truly possible for someone to score 150 in Chinese? The revelation was nothing short of astounding. Who could this person be? Could it be? Almost instinctively, the eyes of the students shifted toward Jiang Nan's desk, including those of Qin Yuma, Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian. If anyone could achieve a perfect score, it had to be Jiang Nan, the subject of recent fervent discussions. You guessed correctly. The only student in our class to score above 100 in Chinese and to break the school record by achieving a perfect score of 150 is indeed Jiang Nan. Hu Yifei's declaration resonated throughout the room. A collective gasp echoed as many students inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in disbelief, incredibly gazing at Jiang Nan. They had been well prepared for this moment. Particularly Qin Yumo, Siyu, and Zhang Hao had anticipated that Jiang Nan would achieve a perfect score in Chinese language, even speculating on it the day before. Yet, when the official confirmation arrived, the astonishment that gripped their hearts was no less intense. The sole exception was Bai Yingying. In terms of language proficiency, I cannot compare to Jiang Nan, but with his total score capped at 600, I still hold hope of catching up. While Qin Yumo was simultaneously stunned, she clenched her fists in quiet determination, fueling herself with encouragement. This was her only remaining belief. As for Suyu, Zhang Hao, and the others, they had succumbed to despair the previous day, devoid of the courage to compete with Jiang Nan any further. All that remained was their admiration and awe for him. Truly, the South God lives up to his name. Who would have imagined he would secure a perfect score in Chinese? It is simply astounding. A perfect score in Chinese. I could scarcely dare to dream of such an achievement. The poetry appreciation and classical texts leave me bewildered, yet Jiang Nan managed to navigate them. And the essay was equally challenging, yet he also attained full marks in that. It is utterly unbelievable. From now on, he shall be my sole idol. 66,666. Chapter 80. Scoring full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science, yet not ranking first in the entire school? Silence. Allow me to finish my words. Jiang Nan not only achieved full marks in Chinese, but also secured 150 in mathematics and 300 in comprehensive science, all perfect scores. As the classmates in the room were taken aback, Hu Yifei tapped the table once more, throwing down a bombshell. What? Full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science as well? Except for Bai Yingying. Everyone present began to question their own hearing. They were aware that Jiang Nan was a concealed academic prodigy, cognizant of his remarkable performance in this examination, and acknowledged the possibility of him attaining full marks. However, they had never imagined that Jiang Nan would score full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. After all, just last night, Jiang Nan had mentioned that his total score was around 600. Though 600 is impressive, high enough to elicit admiration from all, they were aware that the total score for the monthly exam was 750. If Jiang Nan's total score was 600, it implied that it was utterly impossible for him to achieve such a multitude of perfect scores. Yet now, Hu Yifei's proclamation left them perplexed. Jiang Nan's cumulative score was 600, and with perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, which summed to 600, how was the foreign language accounted for? Could it be that Jiang Nan scored a 0 in foreign language? How could that be possible? Given Jiang Nan's prowess in Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, it was inconceivable that he could score 0 in foreign language, regardless of how poor his performance might be. Moreover, if their memories served them correctly, Jiang Nan had consistently maintained mediocre grades, neither high nor low, but seemingly always passing. This suggested that Jiang Nan's foreign language score was at least 90. A premonition surged within the hearts of the crowd. For Hu Yifei could not possibly be lying, and Jiang Nan could not have scored 0 in foreign language. Thus, eliminating these impossibilities, the only remaining possibility was that Jiang Nan had lied last night. His true total score was not 600, but likely 700 or even higher. But why would Jiang Nan resort to such deception? Aside from Bai Yingying, everyone redirected their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Nan. As for the class monitor, Qin Yumo, she trembled, her complexion paling, her eyes regarding Jiang Nan with a complex expression. It was a mixture of shock, fear, despair, and helplessness, mingled with a hint of relief. For while others were oblivious to Jiang Nan's motives for his deception, she harbored an inkling of understanding. Perhaps Jiang Nan was doing it for her? Had Jiang Nan claimed a total score of 600 instead of 700 last night to spare her from potential heartbreak? To grant her a moment of respite? Thus, upon learning of Jiang Nan's true achievements, she could still cling to a shred of hope. In truth, she was overthinking. Everyone present was overthinking. Jiang Nan had not lied last night. However, he had not been afforded the opportunity to clarify. Teacher, what was Jiang Nan's score in foreign language? Teacher, Jiang Nan has achieved perfect scores in language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Surely, his foreign language results must be commendable as well, while not necessarily perfect. I am confident he has passed, likely scoring above 100. Thus, his total score would amount to an impressive 700, wouldn't it? 700? What an extraordinary score. Our school has never seen such a high total before, has it? Teacher, with Jiang Nan's accomplishments, he must stand out significantly. Even Qin Feng from Class 1. Known for dominating the rankings for 3 consecutive years and dubbed a super scholar, cannot compare this time, can he? Qin Feng surely cannot match Jiang Nan. In the past, Qin Feng's best score was merely around 645, and given the difficulty of this exam, he is likely to score even lower. So does this mean Jiang Nan has decisively outperformed Qin Feng? That's fantastic. Our class finally has produced a super scholar who can claim the top spot in the entire school. Truly, he is the god of the South. A chorus of self-reflection ensued, followed by jubilant cheers and a sense of pride. Each student was overjoyed. However, what they failed to notice was that while they believed their deductions to be correct, Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. As for Hui Fei, her expression darkened instantly. Quiet. Everyone, be silent. Once more, Hui Fei rapped her desk. But it wasn't until her hand went numb from the impact that the class finally quieted down. Stop making wild guesses. Jiang Nan did not score full marks in foreign language. Nor did he receive a 100 or even a 90. He scored a 0. Therefore, his total score remains 600, neither more nor less, earning him second place in the entire school. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. There was no astonishment, only a collective sense of disbelief, as if they had been rendered speechless. In an instant, the classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. What? Had they truly misheard? Jiang Nan had achieved perfect scores in language, mathematics, and science, totaling 600, yet his overall score remained 600, all because he scored 0 in foreign language? How could this be? In 3 years of high school, no one in the class had ever received a 0 in foreign language. The lowest scores were typically in the teens or 20s. Could it be that Jiang Nan submitted a blank paper? Intentionally? What? Why is everyone just standing there in shock? Although Jiang Nan may only be second in the school, he is nonetheless the highest scorer in our class, isn't he? Shouldn't you all be applauding, congratulating him, thanking him for bringing glory to our class? Seeing the crowd remain motionless, Hui Fei couldn't help but bang on the desk again. Yet, her words bringing glory to our class were articulated with deliberate emphasis, as if they were forced from her throat. Even the simplest of minds could sense the immense dissatisfaction, even anger, embedded in her tone. Jiang Nan. The audience. This statement is quite difficult to respond to. It is simply too surreal. Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, Qin Yumeng, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao all directed their gazes towards Jiang Nan in unison, struck by the undeniable brilliance of this individual. Teacher, is the top student still Qin Feng? Indeed. What is Qin Feng's total score? 602. Just 2 points more? Precisely, merely 2 points. Suddenly, someone mustered the courage to pose 3 inquiries, to which Hui Fei promptly responded. However, following her answers, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Jiang Nan was left perplexed, his expression darkening as the instigator of the situation. He swore it was not his intention, if only someone would believe him. Yet, the gathered crowd was left in a state of speechless incredulity. Not intentional. Even a fool would be hard-pressed to accept that. With a foreign language score of 0, relying solely on Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, achieving a total score of 600. Just 2 points shy of Qin Feng? Merely 2 points? Given a 150-point foreign language exam, even if one abstained from writing the essay and left the fill-in-the-blank questions blank, randomly selecting answers for the multiple-choice questions should yield more than just 2 points, wouldn't it? Was this not a deliberate mockery? Or perhaps a personal vendetta? An intentional slap in the face? Nevertheless, the sting of this slap was rather satisfying, indeed. Chapter 81. Why won't this unfortunate child heed advice? On the other side, in classroom 301, located at the far end of the corridor on the same floor as class 304, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Wang, was currently announcing the results of the monthly examination with a complex expression. This time, our class did not perform as well as in the past. Yet given the difficulty of the exam, it was somewhat understandable. The top scorer in the entire school remained from our class, Qin Feng. He scored 105 in Chinese, 108 in mathematics, 259 in comprehensive science, and 130 in foreign language, culminating in a total of 602 points, which deserves commendation. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. This was a customary practice following each examination. From the first to the third year of high school, Qin Feng had consistently ranked first in the school. Therefore, Whenever the teacher announced the results, everyone would applaud him, not only to congratulate him, but also to express their pride. Although he was not the top scorer himself, he felt a sense of honor in having a classmate who excelled. In response, Qin Feng, seated in the front row, maintained a composed demeanor. After all, this was entirely anticipated. Regardless of his performance, he had been the top student for 3 consecutive years, significantly ahead of the second place, truly embodying the notion of unrivaled excellence. Even though the recent exam was particularly challenging and there had been several unexpected occurrences, including rumors about a certain Jiang Nan potentially surpassing him, he remained largely indifferent to Jiang Nan throughout, especially after their encounter in the cafeteria yesterday, where he had sought to compare answers only to be arrogantly rebuffed by Jiang Nan. He dismissed him as a rival. In his eyes, while Jiang Nan possessed some capability, it was largely exaggerated and superficial. His only true competitor was himself, and Jiang Nan simply did not measure up. However, the next moment, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The reason for his concern was that after announcing his total score, Xiao Duwang did not mention his name again and continued with the next results. The second place in the class was Luo Min, who scored 92 in Chinese, 98 in mathematics, 246 in comprehensive science, and 121 in foreign language, achieving a total of 557 points and ranking 5th in the school, a significant improvement worthy of praise. Next, the 9th place was Li Ming, who scored 85 in Chinese, 55 in mathematics, 230 in comprehensive science, and 140 in foreign language, totaling 510. What can be said about this performance? Li Ming, your results this time are somewhat unexpected. While your scores in Chinese and comprehensive science are acceptable, mathematics, being your forte, should not have yielded a mere 55 points. Even with a challenging paper, this is rather unusual and calls for serious reflection. Nevertheless, your foreign language has always been a weak point, typically hovering around the low 90s. Yet this time, you astonishingly achieved a score of 140, with full marks in all previous questions, losing only 10 points in the essay section, securing the highest score in the school for that subject. The speed of your improvement is truly remarkable and deserves special commendation. In due time, when the opportunity arises, please ascend to share your experiences of rapid improvement with everyone for their benefit. Qin Feng? He sensed that something was amiss. However, at the outset, he could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong until, when the homeroom teacher announced Li Ming's score, he finally realized that it seemed overly simplistic when Xiao Duwang disclosed his own scores. In the past, Xiao Duwang would not only announce his individual subject scores, total score, and his rank as the top in the school, but he would also mention that his scores in each subject were the highest in the school, just as Li Ming's foreign language score of 140 ranked first in the school. Yet, this time, Xiao Duwang refrained from sharing such details. This implied that while he held the highest total score in the school, he did not achieve the highest scores in each subject. The top score in foreign language had been seized by Li Ming, who surpassed him by a full 10 points. What about Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science? Who excelled in those subjects? For 3 years, he had dominated as the top scorer in each subject without anyone able to compete, let alone surpass him. But now, aside from his total score remaining first, his individual subject rankings had all been usurped? How could this be? He found it utterly impossible to believe. Yet, the reality was undeniable, and he was compelled to accept it. Teacher, please tell me, in this examination, do I only hold the highest total score in the school, while my individual subject scores are not the highest? Awakening to the truth, Qin Feng could not wait for Xiao Duwang to finish announcing the scores of the entire class, and interrupted with his anxious inquiry. Xiao Duwang. His expression was complex, unsure of how to respond. Silence would imply acceptance. Teacher, please tell me, what are the highest scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science? Xiao Duwang. His expression remained intricate, still reluctant to answer. However, Qin Feng, being quite stubborn, stood up resolutely, fixing his gaze on Xiao Duwang. Teacher, I implore you to tell me who achieved the highest scores in each subject. Clearing his throat, Xiao Duwang gently declined. Cough. Qin Feng, you have already secured the highest total score. Does it not matter whether you are first in individual subjects? No, from my first year until now, whether in total or individual subjects, I have consistently been first. Yet this time, I have lost all my top subject scores, hence I must know. Qin Feng's determination was unwavering, even to the point of his eyes reddening. It was evident that he needed to know. Otherwise, he would not relent. All right. Qin Feng, Perhaps it is best if you refrain from inquiring further and focus on your studies. This monthly exam was particularly challenging, especially in Chinese and mathematics, surpassing even the difficulty of the college entrance examination. Nonetheless, you achieved a score of 602. If you continue to strive, your chances of being admitted to Chihuahua or Beida are substantial. Keep it up. Xiao Dawang made a fist gesture toward Qin Feng in encouragement, but avoided addressing the latter's question. Yet, the more evasive he was, the more anxious Qin Feng became, his eyes growing increasingly red. Moreover, a foreboding sense began to swell within him. No, teacher. Is there something you are concealing from me? I implore you, please reveal it. Regardless of whether you share it or not, once the school S scores are released, I shall inevitably find out, won't I? Xiao Dawang sighed. Ah, this unfortunate child. Why won't you heed my advice? The teacher's silence is for your own benefit. Having been your homeroom teacher for 3 years, do you think I do not understand you? Although your grades are exemplary, consistently securing the top position in every examination, it is precisely due to your lack of competition that you have developed an innate arrogance, a sense of superiority overall. Of course, this arrogance has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the possibility of maintaining your solitary pursuit of excellence until the college entrance examination. With such relentless ambition, you might indeed shatter the constraints that have held back the third middle school for nearly a decade, potentially gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. However, the drawbacks are equally significant. Just like now, where a couple of dark horses emerge unexpectedly, seizing the top scores from you can easily deliver a blow to your confidence. If you are not careful, your self-assurance could be utterly shattered, and that would spell disaster. Chapter 82. The top-ranked Qin Feng is at a loss. While the foreign language prodigy Li Ming has fainted. Very well. Since you are so insistent on knowing, allow me to enlighten you. Indeed, this time the first place in the subject exams is not yours. The top in foreign language belongs to Li Ming, while the first positions in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science have all been claimed by Jiang Nan from class 304. Ultimately, Xiao Dawang could not resist Qin Feng's insistence and had to confess. Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in disbelief. Every student from class 301 widened their eyes, gasping in shock. This is truly groundbreaking news. Jiang Nan. They were previously unfamiliar with him, but in recent days, they had heard whispers about him. A dark horse, they said. He performed admirably in both Chinese and mathematics, even causing quite a stir, perhaps comparable to Qin Feng's own reputation. However, in their minds, he could only be seen as someone who could match Qin Feng, not surpass him. After all, to them, Qin Feng was invincible, his legend unassailable. Yet now, it seemed to have been shattered. The top ranks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science had all been seized by Jiang Nan alone. This was simply inconceivable. As the protagonist of this saga, Qin Feng was particularly affected, staggering momentarily, nearly gasping for breath. Jiang Nan. It was actually Jiang Nan. How could it be that all 3 top positions had been snatched by him? Why was this happening? If the top ranks had been divided among 3 individuals, he could have accepted it, just as he had remained silent about Li Ming claiming the top in foreign language. But why was it that one person claimed all 3? And that person happened to be Jiang Nan, with whom he had a grievance. Qin Feng. Do not be overly distressed. Although Jiang Nan is formidable, his total score is still not as high as yours. Xiao Dawang, fearing the impact of this revelation on Qin Feng, hurriedly attempted to offer some words of comfort, but was abruptly interrupted. Teacher, what are Jiang Nan's scores in the 3 subjects? Is it inappropriate to disclose? It is not that I cannot say, it's just. Xiao Dawang's expression was complex, hovering between reluctance and revelation. Since you can share, please do. Rest assured, it is merely one setback, and I can handle it. Qin Feng clenched his fists, steeling himself. Well, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Full marks? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. Teacher, are you saying Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in comprehensive science? Indeed. And what is his total score? His total is 600, placing him second in the entire school, just 2 points shy of yours. So, you truly are remarkable. Qin Feng stood there, utterly stunned, his mind filled with a multitude of questions. He suddenly felt as though he could no longer perform simple arithmetic. Chinese, 150, mathematics, 150. Comprehensive science, 300, adding up to a total score of exactly 600. Indeed, It is true that he is 2 points short, but why does he feel that something is amiss? It seems there are 4 subjects in this monthly exam, right? In addition to Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, there is also a foreign language. Teacher? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Xiao Duwang at the podium. What about the foreign language? How much did Jiang Nan score in foreign language? He scored 0 points? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Nan possibly score 0 in foreign language? A student who can achieve full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science surely cannot score 0 in foreign language, regardless of how poorly he performs. Indeed, it was 0. Did he miss the exam, or did he leave it blank? He neither missed it nor left it blank. He completed the entire paper, but every answer was incorrect, resulting in a score of 0. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, as long as he attempted it. Even if he scribbled randomly, he should not score 0. He would surely have guessed correctly on some multiple-choice questions, and the essay would definitely earn him some points. Not only did Qin Feng not believe Xiao Duwang's words, but everyone present shared the same disbelief. A foreign language paper worth 150 points. If one cannot answer the multiple-choice questions, they could at least select all B's or C's. If one cannot write the essay, they could use all the vocabulary they know. Or at the very least, copy a few sentences from the reading comprehension section. A high score was impossible, but surely he could manage 20 or 30 points, right? However, the issue was, Jiang Nan truly scored 0. He got all the multiple-choice questions wrong. None of the fill-in-the-blank words were correct. And as for the essay, he wrote it in ancient Greek, which the foreign language teacher could not comprehend. Qin Feng. Every student present. Each and every one of them was bewildered. Qin Feng's face turned pale, and he could hardly stand. He plopped down into his seat. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. He felt as if his heart might burst from the shock, and he would spit blood and perish. He was not foolish. Naturally, he could not believe that Jiang Nan was genuinely incapable of scoring even a single point, even if he had completed the entire paper. On the contrary, he was absolutely certain that Jiang Nan had done it deliberately, intentionally avoiding all the correct answers. This so-called monthly exam was, for Jiang Nan, merely child's play. Exceedingly simple. If he wished, he could easily score full marks in foreign language as well, achieving a grand slam, a total score of 750. At this thought, Qin Feng felt tears welling in his eyes. How foolish he had been to look down on Jiang Nan before. Now he realized that it was Jiang Nan who looked down on him. Yesterday, when he sought Jiang Nan in the cafeteria for answers to comprehensive science, Jiang Nan had said it was unnecessary, claiming he had answered everything correctly. At that moment, he had laughed at Jiang Nan's arrogance. But now he understood that it was his own ignorance that was glaringly apparent. Perhaps Jiang Nan had intentionally scored 0 in the final foreign language exam just to humiliate him? A total score of 600, precisely 2 points less than his? Was it meant to convey that he was foolish? At that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he wished for nothing more than to disappear. And sharing his sentiments was Li Ming. In the realm of academia, no one comprehends the true proficiency of Jiang Nan's foreign language skills better than Li Ming. After all, he managed to attain an astonishing score of 140, securing the top position in the entire school, solely by transcribing Jiang Nan's rough drafts. The only deduction of 10 points stemmed from the absence of a composition, which Jiang Nan did not provide. Ordinarily, this would be a cause for celebration, as he had finally demonstrated that he was not merely adept in mathematics, but equally proficient in foreign languages. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of joy. The reason being, his score was excessively high. Had he merely achieved a score of 112, he would have felt elated. Yet, with a score of 140, placing first in the school, how could he possibly find joy in such a situation? It is worth noting that even Qin Feng managed only a score of 130. What right did he have to attain 140? Such anomalies typically herald trouble. Once his secret was uncovered, his fate would be sealed. There was no need to wait for that moment to arrive, as trouble was already at hand. Xiao Duwang, noticing the collective disheartenment of the class, including Qin Feng, hastily shifted the topic. All right, everyone, let us not be overly astonished by the achievements of students from other classes who have secured 3 first-place rankings in their subjects. In truth, our class holds its own merit. Without delving into Qin Feng, let us consider Li Ming. Although his performance in mathematics was subpar, he has made remarkable strides in foreign languages, triumphing in first place. Now, let us invite him to the stage to share his insights on language learning. A round of applause, please. To his credit, Xiao Duwang held no suspicions of Li Ming's integrity. He merely sought to uplift the spirits of his peers, including Qin Feng, and prevent them from languishing in the shadows of failure. Thus, he called upon Li Ming to share his experiences, aiming to establish a role model and invigorate the class morale. However, upon hearing these words, Li Ming was struck with fear, his body trembling as his vision faded to white. Before he could even rise, he fainted. Qin Feng, Xiao Wang, numerous classmates. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in astonishment. Chapter 83. All points rewards have arrived. Let's have another 10 consecutive draws in no time at all. Jiang Nan became an absolute sensation, a phenomenon recognized by all within the school, not only the third-year students, but also those in the second and first years. Along with all the teachers, the cleaning staff, and the gatekeepers, were well aware of him. Prior to this, they had merely heard whispers and rumors about Jiang Nan, the extraordinary student from the cafeteria. However, once the monthly examination results were released and the rankings unveiled, the astonishment was palpable. How remarkable it was. A score of 0 in the foreign language exam, yet perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, placing second in the entire school? Everyone knew that the foreign language test was the easiest, while Chinese and mathematics posed significant challenges, and comprehensive science was no simple feat either. Yet this student managed to score 0 in the simplest subject while achieving full marks in the most difficult ones. It was evident that this was intentional. With just 3 subjects, he trailed the top student, Qin Feng, by a mere 2 points. What could Qin Feng possibly think? The impact may not have been severe, but the humiliation was profound. If I were in Qin Feng's shoes, witnessing such scores would likely bring about a desire for self-doubt, as it was undeniably embarrassing. There might have been animosity between them. I had seen them confront each other in the cafeteria yesterday, an overt display of humiliation that was almost comical. After class, the entire campus buzzed with discussions, marveling at Jiang Nan's exceptional prowess, while simultaneously lamenting Qin Feng's misfortune. Some inquisitive souls even concocted a narrative of rivalry and enmity between the two scholars. I must admit, such tales sounded rather exhilarating, akin to a story from a novel. One had dominated the school's rankings for 3 years, consistently achieving first place, a figure towering like a dragon. Yet today, he was bested by an underdog? It was a plot twist worthy of literary acclaim. Among those affected, none felt more distressed than Qin Feng, who hid away in the classroom, too ashamed to face anyone. His confidence shattered. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Nan, the protagonist of this tale, had never truly regarded Qin Feng as a rival. By all that is just, Jiang Nan had no intention of humiliating him, nor did he harbor any mockery towards his plight. It was merely an accident. If blame must be assigned, it would fall upon the peculiar system. After all, the scoring task had been initiated by the system itself. Jiang Nan, motivated by the meager points and rewards, had no choice but to comply and complete the task with ease. At this moment, while the world outside was abuzz with excitement, even sparking discussions online, he was engrossed in examining the system. Ding. Super Invincible Academic Control System. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effect, the ability to read rapidly and retain information effortlessly and to draw inferences. Side effect, the user must expend mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Constitution, 35, average person 24. Points, 0, current lottery attempts, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, on accurately completing the full score task in this month's Chinese exam, rewarded with 1 in physical constitution, 1 in Chinese foundation, 1 in Chinese potential, and 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on accurately completing the full score task in this month's mathematics exam, rewarded with 1 in physical constitution, 1 in mathematics foundation, 1 in mathematics potential, and 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on accurately completing the full score task in this month's comprehensive science exam, rewarded with 3 in physical constitution, 1 in physics foundation, 1 in physics potential, 1 in chemistry foundation, 1 in chemistry potential, 1 in biology foundation, 1 in biology potential, and 300 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on accurately completing the 0 score task in this month's foreign language exam, rewarded with 1 in physical constitution, 1 in foreign language foundation, 1 in foreign language potential, and 100 points. Ding. In light of the host's commendable performance in the score control task, The system grants an additional reward of 400 points and upgrades the host's skills, doubling the extraordinary memory and comprehension. Jiang Nan. Upon hearing the incessant notification chimes in his mind, he found himself momentarily stunned. This system has truly transformed. The previous rewards were somewhat expected. Whether it be the enhancement of physical constitution or the increase in foundational knowledge and potential in language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, these were all standard rewards, entirely within Jiang Nan's anticipation. However, the final notification, an additional reward, and a sum of 400 points at that, this equates to completing 4 control tasks. Not to mention the skill upgrade. Simply delightful. Previously, Jiang Nan harbored slight dissatisfaction with the system, but in this instant, it vanished entirely. This quirky system. No. This wonderful system is simply adorable. Father loves you. Ding. The system panel updates with the following data. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Remarks. Profoundly solid foundations in all subjects, with limitless potential. Skills, extraordinary memory and comprehension. Effect, the ability to read extensively and retain information effortlessly, and to deduce from one instance. Side effect, requires the consumption of the host's mental energy, which must be replenished through sleep. Constitution, 41. Points, 1,000. Current lottery attempts, 10. Note, the host may perform a tenfold draw, increasing the probability of winning. Inventory, empty. Upon observing the skill section of the system data panel, Jiang Nan noted that his previous extraordinary memory and comprehension had been downgraded to merely remarkable. A wave of delight washed over him. Extraordinary and remarkable. Though the distinction lies in a single character, it represents a chasm of difference. The term extraordinary suggests an impressive capability that exceeds imagination, albeit with a hint of moderation, while remarkable implies an achievement that has reached an unimaginable pinnacle. So extraordinary that words fail to encapsulate it. This can be evidenced by his ability to read 100 lines at a glance and deduce 10 conclusions from a single example. Remarkable indeed. Even the so-called typing photocopier or quantum reading memory pales in comparison. It was the phrase 10 consecutive draws that made Jiang Nan's lips twitch. What a surprise. It seems this was the awaited moment. No wonder the system generously rewarded him with 400 points, clearly intending for him to accumulate a total of 1,000 for a tenfold draw. Truly, an insidious motive. One can only hope. It increases the likelihood of winning. Ideally, it would yield something spectacular. Ding. The system detected that the host possesses surplus points, enabling a tenfold draw. Would the host like to proceed now? Let us draw. Ding. The lucky roulette begins the tenfold draw. Ding. Discarded umbrella, ear wine. 0. Discarded ear. Chapter 84. Mathematical commentary. Some rejoice while others grieve. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. All subjects foundation 1. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. All subjects potential 1. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. 1 YNLing fruit has been deposited into the system's inventory. Please check, host. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. 1 DL chocolate has been deposited into the system's inventory. Please check, host. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill ancient text interpretation. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill vocabulary interpretation. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill advanced mathematics interpretation. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill physics interpretation. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill chemistry interpretation. Ding. Congratulations on winning a prize. Skill biology interpretation. Jiang Nan. The sound of 10 successive prize notifications echoed in his mind. However, his expression had darkened. He had anticipated that a tenfold draw might yield something substantial. Yet the outcome was merely this? Indeed, the system was not mistaken. A tenfold draw could enhance the probability of winning. Yet, although he had won, none of the prizes seemed worthy of gratitude. But what on earth were these rewards? To others, these skills were undoubtedly valuable. Yet for Jiang Nan, they were akin to a chicken rib, unpalatable at best. His foundational knowledge across all subjects was already profoundly deep, his potential boundless. What use was an additional one? The YNLing fruit held no appeal either. His visage was already radiant, flawless, captivating to all, a sight that would make flowers bloom and cause vehicles to burst their tires. Even beer would pop its cap in admiration, and birds would be left in a stupor. TSK. Could he possibly become even more handsome? Even if he could, it would not satiate his appetite. After all, the experience of being besieged by fervent admirers was far from pleasant. It was wiser to maintain a low profile, safety first. As for the DL chocolate, there was no need to elaborate. Such a thing, which could lead to baldness, he would never consume, save for offering it to Wang Pongzi. As for the skills ancient text interpretation, vocabulary interpretation, and advanced mathematics interpretation, while they held a modicum of novelty, they were ultimately inconsequential. His mastery of language, mathematics, and the sciences had already reached the pinnacle of high school, level 9. Even without these skills, he could compose essays in classical Chinese, solve even the most challenging mathematical problems with ease, and excel in the sciences. Thus, whether or not he possessed these skills made little difference. They would merely serve as embellishments. TSK. This tenfold draw was nothing short of a colossal pitfall. Cursed be the system. The following day, the bell for the first class rang. It was mathematics class. In walked Chao Tianyuan, beaming with a smile. Previously, he had been a stern academic, his demeanor serious, earning him the label of an old fossil. Yet now, his face was adorned with smiles. Those unaware might have mistaken him for a reincarnation of the laughing Buddha. The reason for his transformation was none other than Jiang Nan. As a mathematics enthusiast and an academic mentor, there are two aspirations he has relentlessly pursued. Firstly, he yearns to transcend his own limitations, to elevate his understanding of mathematics and journey further into its depths. Secondly, he aspires to cultivate a student who surpasses him, achieving feats he himself could not attain. Recently, he has glimpsed the dawn of these aspirations. During the mathematics examination of the recent monthly assessment, he witnessed Jiang Nan solving the final question using 3 distinct methods, which profoundly inspired him, as if he had unlocked a door within himself, the so-called barriers and limitations. Moreover, he is certain that Jiang Nan possesses far greater potential than he does. Although Jiang Nan has not yet achieved significant recognition in mathematics, he firmly believes that one day, Jiang Nan will astonish the world in this field. Consequently, the previously stern Chao Tianyuan has vanished, replaced by the present-day Chao Tianyuan, a middle-aged man who wears a constant smile. Admittedly, he found this transformation a bit unsettling at first, but over the past few days, the entire mathematics faculty has come to know Jiang Nan and recognize him as the prodigy he has nurtured. With the accolades pouring in, he has grown accustomed to smiling. As for the results of the monthly assessment, it is well known that Jiang Nan secured the top position with a perfect score of 150, making him the highest achiever in the entire school, an exemplar for all to emulate. Following him in second place was Qin Yuma, who scored 98. Tying for third place in the school alongside Luo Min from class 301, trailing only behind Qin Feng's impressive 108. This performance, while not exceptional, is certainly commendable, especially given the challenging nature of the exam. Continuing on this trajectory is essential. In fifth place was Su Yu, with a score of 90, just barely passing. Given Su Yu's aptitude for mathematics, this score seems somewhat low. I reviewed your answer sheet. While your performance on the initial questions was satisfactory, your attempts at the latter problems were incomplete, yielding only minimal partial credit. Despite the difficulty of these questions, I believe you possess the capability to complete them fully. Therefore, I urge you to strive for improvement. I do not expect you to reach Jiang Nan's heights, but I am confident that you can achieve even better results. In fourth place was by Ying, with a score of 85, which unfortunately did not meet the passing mark. Frankly, while 85 is not a passing score, I perceive substantial potential for Bai Ying's advancement. She is, apart from Jiang Nan, the only student in the class to have successfully solved the final challenging question. However, her foundational knowledge appears somewhat shaky, as she struggled with several of the simpler earlier problems, resulting in a lower overall score. Nevertheless, I believe that with continued effort and a focus on solidifying her fundamentals, Bai Ying will undoubtedly perform better in the next examination. Following the monthly assessment, the focus of the lessons shifted to scores and problem solving, and Chao Tianyuan was no exception. After distributing the answer sheets, he proceeded to evaluate the academic performance of each student in the class, indicating whether they had made progress or regressed, and offered encouragement or criticism accordingly. Naturally, this elicited mixed reactions within the classroom. While some rejoiced, the majority were filled with dismay. This included Qin Yuma, Su Yu Zhonghao, and others whose scores starkly contrasted with Jiang Nan's, resembling the difference between clouds and mud, entirely disparate in caliber. Although they had been aware of their standings since the previous day, hearing it reiterated was still a painful reminder. The sole exception was by Ying, who was elated. Despite failing to surpass Qin Yumo once again, and not even managing to outscore Suyu, she received praise from Chao Tianyuan. This was indeed a first for her. In that moment, she felt invigorated, as if she had been electrified. Her determination to surpass Qin Yuman now intensified. Were it not for the ongoing class, she would have eagerly seized Jiang Nan to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. After just one tutoring session with Jiang Nan, her mathematical abilities had improved remarkably. If she could have a few more sessions, wouldn't her achievements soar to new heights? Qin Yuma, just wait and see. With Jiang Nan's assistance, I am determined to surpass you in the next examination. Chapter 85. What? I have feelings for my foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang. A similar scene unfolded during the second period of physics, the third period of chemistry, and the fourth period of biology. Each teacher provided individual comments, eliciting a collective sense of despair among the students below. Qin Yuma, Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Xiang Yi displayed expressions that were nothing short of dramatic, teetering on the brink of anguish. Only Jiang Nan, cough, his slumber was profound. Mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan paid him no mind. Physics teacher Xie Hongwei ignored him. Chemistry teacher Du Ming Wang remained indifferent. Even biology teacher Yaku Tang was unconcerned. Particularly the latter two. Although they had previously overlooked Jiang Nan, it was due to their belief that he had given up on his studies. But now, this student excels, scoring full marks in chemistry and biology. Truly a testament to the caliber of instruction from Old Huang and Old Tang. This boy possesses the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the two instructors taught, they could not help but express their admiration, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the slumbering Jiang Nan. The rest of the class, all fainted. Jiang Nan's fortunate days were undeniably delightful. Until the fifth period of foreign language class, when a change finally occurred. In stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor of Chao Tianyuan, Xie Hongwei, Du Ming Huang, and Yaku Tang. Foreign language teacher Shirley Yang entered the classroom with a sorrowful expression, diving straight into the subject of the exam paper without any commentary on scores. Even a fool could sense the tension in the air, including Jiang Nan. It was indeed a storm brewing on the horizon. As expected, once the foreign language class concluded, Shirley Yang approached Jiang Nan, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. Jiang Nan, come with me. Teacher, where are we going? To the office. Our group leader wants to speak with you. The group leader wants to see me? What? What is it about? You'll find out when you get there. I didn't make any mistakes during class, did I? You were fine in class, but what about the exam? Jiang Nan. It has come, after all. He offered no resistance and willingly rose to follow Shirley Yang out of the classroom. After all, he was the one at fault. Upon arriving at the foreign language department's office, as soon as they entered, a dozen foreign language teachers turned their heads, their gazes laden with meaning. In response, Jiang Nan maintained a bold demeanor, while Shirley kept her head down, lips pressed tightly together, the reason for which remained a mystery. Approaching the group leader, a middle-aged man reminiscent of the past Chao Tianyuan with glasses and a hint of severity, he inquired, So, you are the super scholar, Jiang Nan? Super scholar? Teacher, to describe me in such a manner is an exaggeration. I am not a top student. Do not be modest. Those capable of achieving perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science simultaneously are undoubtedly a rarity at Sanzhong. If this does not qualify as being an academic prodigy, then others may scarcely be deemed competent, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Nan felt a subtle undertone in the group leader's words, making it difficult to respond. By the way, Jiang Nan, what are your thoughts on your foreign language teacher, Miss Shirley Yang? Miss Yang? She is quite remarkable. She is kind-hearted and attractive. We all hold her in high regard. Thus, it seems your admiration for her led you to intentionally score 0 on the foreign language exam, merely to capture her attention. Am I correct? Jiang Nan. What? What does that even mean? He likes Miss Shirley Yang, so he purposely scored 0? Goodness, what a peculiar line of reasoning. Although, Ms. Yang is indeed youthful and beautiful, often compared to Hu Yifei as one of the two shining blossoms among the teachers at Sanzhong. It is no secret that many students have harbored feelings for her. However, Jiang Nan is quite innocent. He has never entertained such thoughts. Teacher, you've misunderstood. My admiration is merely that of a student for a teacher. As for my 0 score on the foreign language exam, It was simply due to my poor performance. Oh, truly poor performance, is it? I must believe it. But I will strive to do better next time. Enough, Jiang Nan. There is no need for you to defend yourself. Li Ming has already confessed. He copied your draft paper and scored 140, ranking first in the school for foreign language. Jiang Nan. His mind was somewhat bewildered. Li Ming? Where did this person come from? He copied his own draft paper and became the top in the school? How was he unaware of this? What? Do you not know Li Ming? No, I do not know him. Jiang Nan shook his head. By the way, he truly does not know any Li Ming. He is from class 301, one of my students, and he sat next to you during the recent monthly exam. Ordinarily, his foreign language score is merely average, yet this time he achieved 140, with perfect scores on all questions except for the essay, which he lost 10 points on. However, when his homeroom teacher asked him to share his experiences in improving his foreign language skills, he became so nervous that he fainted. Upon inquiry afterward, he admitted that your draft paper had fallen to the floor, and in a moment of weakness, he copied it, excluding the essay. This implies your foreign language skills are quite impressive. In this examination, you had evidently completed and answered correctly everything on the draft paper, aside from the essay. You should have scored at least 140, or even a perfect score, just like in your other subjects. Yet on the answer sheet, you deliberately avoided all correct answers and wrote the essay in ancient Greek. If your actions were not intended to attract Ms. Yang's attention, I truly cannot conceive of any other rationale. At this moment, the head of the foreign language group transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, donning a detective's smile as he spoke eloquently. Jiang Nan was left bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. What on earth was the teacher deducing? It was as if he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse his name. And then there was Li Ming, who was nothing short of a clueless accomplice. It was one thing for him to have copied my draft paper, but to suddenly have an epiphany and attempt a confession afterward? Truly, not only did he jeopardize himself, but he also sought to ensnare me in his folly. All right, Jiang Nan, you may leave now. Rest assured, we will keep your secret about scoring 0 in foreign language while achieving full marks in other subjects to catch Teacher Yang's attention. After all, this is not your fault. It's quite normal to have such thoughts during adolescence. Teacher Yang is not only beautiful, but also walks gracefully in high heels and dresses in a refreshing manner. In due course, I shall ensure she corrects her ways. As a teacher, one should not adorn themselves too fashionably. As for you, your primary focus should remain on your studies. Remember, during the next examination, let your capabilities reflect in your scores. Let's avoid another 0. Once your college entrance examination is complete, matters of romance will no longer concern your teacher. By then, if fate allows, a relationship with Teacher Yang may not be entirely out of reach. After all, student-teacher romances are not unheard of in contemporary times. Chapter 86. Once again, the whole school is ablaze. Jiang Nan, Shirley Yang, both wore expressions of profound embarrassment. Particularly Shirley Yang, the foreign language teacher, whose face blushed a deep crimson, unable to raise her gaze to meet Jiang Nan's. Had she known the group leader would engage Jiang Nan in such conversation, she would never have brought him along. Although Jiang Nan was exceptionally handsome and academically gifted, his deliberate act of scoring 0 points to capture her attention was rather juvenile. Yet, there was something endearing about it that tugged at her heartstrings. However, she was a teacher, many years his senior. How could she possibly entertain the notion of romance with her student? Oh dear, the thought alone was mortifying and left her feeling utterly exposed. In an instant, Shirley Yang's face was awash with shyness. Meanwhile, the surrounding foreign language teachers, unfazed by the situation, could not help but bend over in laughter. Aha, how romantic. Our beloved Teacher Yang possesses a charm that can unwittingly capture the heart of this newly crowned academic prodigy. Though Jiang Nan had achieved perfect scores in all subjects during the monthly examination, he had notably scored 0 in foreign language. Enduring the teasing and disdain from other departments such as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Nevertheless, with Teacher Yang's allure, they felt sufficiently equipped to boast among their peers. It was indeed amusing. Let us go, right now. Jiang Nan's prowess was astonishing. This examination saw him achieving full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, shattering records not only at his school but throughout the entire Jiang city. While he had scored 0 in foreign language, his potential was undeniably evident. Even though this was merely a monthly exam, its difficulty rivaled that of college entrance examinations. This indicated that Jiang Nan possessed the potential to become a top scorer. with a high likelihood of gaining admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University or Peking University. Thus, the foreign language group leader treated him with kindness. And many teachers playfully teased Jiang Nan about his relationship with Shirley Yang. Had it been any other student, daring to harbor an infatuation for their teacher and resorting to such childish antics to gain her attention, they would have faced severe reprimands from the school. Jiang Nan. He had no idea how he had exited the foreign language department. In a daze, he felt utterly bewildered. What had the group leader said? What were those foreign language teachers laughing about? He remained oblivious. All he knew was that the teachers were looking at him with peculiar expressions. Yet, he had no opportunity to defend himself. Moreover, this peculiar enthusiasm seemed contagious. Upon returning to the classroom, he found that all his classmates regarded him with strange, admiring glances. Many boys, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who typically had conflicts with him, raised their thumbs in approval. As for Wang Fatty, his jovial face creased into a smile, and he embraced Jiang Nan in encouragement. Only Bai Yingying pouted, appearing rather miffed. The gaze directed towards Jiang Nan was laden with a chill. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang Nan felt an involuntary shiver, despite not having touched Bai Yingying. Yingying, what is going on? Have they all lost their minds? I don't know. Perhaps you should inquire with someone else, like Wang Pongzi. I must focus on my studies. Please do not disturb me. Jiang Nan. Something is amiss. This is decidedly peculiar. The others are acting strangely, and so is Bai Yingying. Yingying, what transpired in class during my absence? Did everyone misunderstand something? It feels as if I'm surrounded by an entirely different group of people. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding among us, nor did I misinterpret anything. Are you denying your affection for our foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang? No, not at all. Oh, not at all? Then why did you, capable of scoring full marks in foreign language, deliberately achieve a score of 0? Jiang Nan. This is yet another insurmountable dilemma. There is no answer. After all, the reason for his 0 score in foreign language was a system-imposed task, and he could hardly sell out the system, could he? Yingying. You're mistaken. I swear, I did not score 0 out of affection for the foreign language teacher. It was purely for amusement, as I did not desire to achieve full marks. Really, is that true? Of course it is true. I would never deceive you. However, the rumors emanating from the foreign language department suggested otherwise. It was said that your foreign language exam was initially on par with Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, all of which could have garnered full marks. You even recorded the correct answers on your draft paper, allowing Li Ming, seated beside you, to achieve the highest score in the school. Yet, in a bid to catch Teacher Yang's attention, you purposefully wrote all the answers incorrectly, resulting in a score of 0. Now, it seems the entire school is aware of this. You have feelings for Teacher Yang. Jiang Nan. Speechless, utterly at a loss for words. It is no wonder the classmates regard him with such strange expressions. So this is what transpired. But, what did the head of the foreign language department say previously? Wasn't it promised that this would be kept confidential? And yet, as soon as he stepped out of the office, the entire school was informed? Goodness, this is an enormous pitfall. He was aware of the students' penchant for gossip, but did not anticipate that the foreign language teacher's proclivity for gossip would far exceed that of the students. It is one thing to claim misunderstanding, but to deliberately stir a tempest that leads everyone to misconstrue the situation? For heaven's sake. It seems the teaching profession is wasted on you. You ought to pursue careers as screenwriters or entertainment journalists for gossip magazines. The 6th period was language arts. However, Hui Fei was not in high spirits. This was due to her encounters on the way, where she met more than one foreign language teacher boasting about how they were on par with the illustrious Shirley Yang. Classmates, let me reiterate, the school strictly prohibits romantic relationships, not to mention harboring secret affections for teachers, or engaging in childish antics during exams to attract a teacher's attention, resulting in a score of 0. This is, quite frankly, an exceedingly immature behavior. You must take heed and devote all your thoughts to your studies, striving to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. Only in this manner can you truly honor your parents and yourself, ensuring that the future holds no regrets. Jiang Nan, who has he offended? This is quite the predicament, being caught in the crossfire without provocation. Teacher, can we not enjoy a moment of respite? The class began with a sudden jolt. Throughout this Chinese literature lesson, he could not even find solace in sleep, perpetually feeling the weight of some unfriendly gazes lingering upon him, sending chills down his spine. At long last, the class came to an end. Hui Fei slammed her palm on Jiang Nan's desk once more, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, stop dozing off. Come with me. The leaders of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology groups are looking for you. Chapter 87. Is this really an Olympiad problem? It seems too simple. What? Jiang Nan has been called away again? Is being a top student really that desirable? Last class, he was summoned by the head of the foreign language department, and now it's the heads of mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology? As soon as class ended, Jiang Nan was whisked away by Hui Fei, leaving his classmates in astonishment. Goodness! Those are the heads of each subject department. On ordinary days, they are scarcely seen unless they are teaching in their own classes. Yet today Jiang Nan has encountered them all in succession? How impressive! Meanwhile, Jiang Nan followed Hui Fei out of the classroom and arrived at not the office, but the academic affairs office. Upon entering, he noticed several teachers seated inside. Among them were four whom he recognized well: the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, the chemistry teacher, Du Ming Huang, and the biology teacher, Yaku Tang. However, there were also four unfamiliar faces. Unsurprisingly, they must be the heads of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology departments. Esteemed heads, I present to you a remarkable student, Hui Fei announced. Oh, Jiang Nan is here? Almost instantaneously, the 8 teachers in the room stood up in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. Thankfully, there were no other students present. Otherwise, it would have been quite a shock. Goodness, it is typically students who show deference to teachers. When have we ever witnessed a group of teachers extending such courtesy to a student? Moreover, these are not ordinary teachers, they are the heads of their respective departments, holding significant authority within the school, second only to the principal and the academic director. Yet, as the focal point of attention, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed, bowing slightly to acknowledge the teachers as a form of greeting. Following this, he took a seat beside Hui Fei. Then, the head of the mathematics department, Zhou Lingfeng, straightforwardly stated, Jiang Nan, we shall not keep you in suspense. The purpose of your summons today is to assess your capabilities. Assess my capabilities? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Hadn't the monthly exam just concluded? Why were they already seeking to evaluate him again? It's different this time. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. Your subject teachers have collectively recommended you to represent the school in the upcoming Olympiad competitions in mathematics and physics. Although you achieved full marks in both mathematics and science in the recent monthly exam, which demonstrates your prowess, the monthly exams are merely routine assessments. The questions in the Olympiad and physics competitions differ entirely from those in the monthly exams. Therefore, the school has a dedicated competition team that trains regularly, and you are a last-minute addition. While we have the assurances of teachers Chao and Xia, the school still finds it necessary to conduct a preliminary assessment of your skills. I understand, Jiang Nan nodded. Previously, both Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei had suggested that he participate in competitions and secure a national first prize. At the time, he felt compelled to agree under pressure. Little did he expect that right after the monthly exam, he would be facing a competition. Zhou Lingfeng produced a test paper and placed it before Jiang Nan, declaring that, setting aside other subjects, this was a specially prepared set of Olympiad mathematics problems for a real-time assessment. A glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes, for this was no ordinary examination paper. It was a compilation of authentic competition questions, painstakingly sourced through intense effort, each problem far surpassing the difficulty of the most challenging questions in the Gaokao. In fact, these problems belonged to an entirely different realm. Even amidst genuine Olympiad competitions, the level of difficulty presented by this paper was undeniably exceptional for an average student. Even grasping the conceptual framework would be a formidable task, let alone solving the problems, akin to deciphering an arcane script. To tackle even 1 or 2 questions would be nothing short of miraculous, and completing the entire paper was an exercise in futility. Despite consistently excelling in academics and achieving perfect scores in mathematics, encountering such Olympiad problems would inevitably lead to a crushing defeat. As anticipated, upon glancing at the paper, Jiang Nan's brows furrowed in concentration. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng stealthily cast a glance at Chao Tianyuan, who sat beside him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Oh, old Chao, you have often boasted of your prodigious student, claiming he can conquer any high school mathematics question, praising him to the heavens. Yet now I may have to teach you a lesson in humility. However, Zhou Lingfeng's momentary delight was soon overshadowed by a flicker of concern and regret. After all, Jiang Nan had just achieved the highest score in the school, with perfect marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, basking in the glory of his triumph. If this paper were to overwhelm him, leaving a psychological scar, it would be regrettable. Yet, Chao Tianyuan remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Lingfeng's gaze, exuding an air of unwavering confidence in Jiang Nan. This sentiment was echoed by Xia Hongwei and Hu Yifei. As for the others, lacking a deep understanding of Jiang Nan, they shared Zhou Lingfeng's uncertainty. All right, shall we step outside? Solving problems requires quiet contemplation, and we must not disturb Jiang Nan. Suddenly, Zhou Lingfeng proposed. Having already rendered the question sufficiently challenging, he wished to avoid the pressure that a gathering might impose. The teachers present readily concurred. Yes, let us step outside and allow him the peace to focus. We shall return in 2 hours. As the group began to rise to leave, Jiang Nan, who had just scanned the paper, suddenly interjected, "Is this what Olympiad questions are like? They seem rather simple." The words reverberated through the room like a clap of thunder. Suddenly, a resounding echo reverberated in the hearts of the crowd. At the forefront was Zhou Lingfeng. What is Jiang Nan saying? He claims that the mathematics competition questions are exceedingly simple? Goodness, such audacious words. It is essential to recognize that each problem on this paper has been meticulously selected, seemingly designed to confound. Were it not for having seen the answers beforehand, he might not have been able to solve them on the spot. Simple, you say? From where does this assertion arise? Jiang Nan, you have yet to even begin. Your paper remains blank. Such grandiose statements seem unwarranted. Almost instinctively, Zhou Lingfeng rebuked him. Yet, Jiang Nan replied with utmost seriousness, "It truly is quite simple. A mere glance reveals the answers. Is there really a need to solve them?" Chapter 88. Solving without paper and pen, answering instantly? A collective gasp echoed through the room. Particularly, the head of the mathematics department, Zhou Lingfeng, clutched his chest in astonishment, nearly overcome by the shock. Goodness! The competition problems he had painstakingly crafted were deemed simple by Jiang Nan, who claimed that one glance was sufficient to discern the answers. No effort required whatsoever. How audacious! Setting aside Jiang Nan's true capabilities when it comes to bravado, he was undoubtedly the most formidable individual Zhou had encountered in his decades-long teaching career. Initially, Zhou held Jiang Nan in high regard, especially since Jiang had achieved a perfect score in the recent monthly examination, triumphing over the long-standing top student, Qin Feng. Moreover, he had received fervent endorsements from the vice head, Chao Tianyuan. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's declaration, Zhou's admiration shifted to disdain. Very well. You assert these problems are simple and can be solved at a glance. Then tell me the answer to this question, Zhou demanded, pointing to the first multiple-choice question. What is the minimum distance from a point with integer coordinates on the Cartesian plane to the line y5, 3x45? The options were A. 34,170, B. 3485, C. 120, D. 130. At first glance, the problem did not seem overly challenging. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. To truly arrive at the solution would undoubtedly require at least half a sheet of scratch paper. However, Jiang Nan neither reached for paper nor took up a pen. He merely glanced at the question and confidently stated, "The answer is B." Zhou Lingfeng gasped once more. Could it be? Jiang Nan's answer was indeed correct? Have you encountered this question before? Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. No, Jiang Nan replied, shaking his head. Then how could you arrive at the answer so swiftly? I already mentioned it. This question is straightforward. A mere glance suffices to know the answer. No need to solve it. Zhou nearly coughed up blood in frustration. You must have guessed it by pure chance. Tell me your reasoning. Let the integer coordinates be m, n. The distance from this point to the line 25x, 15y12 0 is given by d. 25m, 15 and 12, 25 minus 15, 5, 5m, 3n, 12, 534. Since m and n are integers, 5, 5m, 3n is a multiple of 5. The absolute minimum occurs when mn minus 1, yielding minus 1012, which gives an absolute value of 2. Thus, the minimum distance sought is 3485. The answer is B. Zhou Lingfeng was rendered speechless once more. As the author of the question, he had, of course, reviewed both the answer and the solution in advance. Thus, he could affirm that Jiang Nan's reasoning was not only correct but also remarkably concise. The phenomenon of the temperamental horse was indeed terrifying. Not only he, but also the heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology departments were left utterly astonished. Only Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei managed to maintain a semblance of composure. as they had some prior knowledge of Jiang Nan. Particularly, Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher, found it amusing, although this was a test of Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess. He couldn't help but chuckle internally. This scene was all too familiar to him. Previously, he had posed challenging questions to Jiang Nan in class, questions that were exceedingly difficult, ones that most students would find insurmountable. Yet, Jiang Nan would answer them instantaneously, without even the need for calculations, as soon as the questions were presented. The memory resurfaced. But this time, it was someone else who was taken aback. As an observer, Xia Hongwei nearly burst into laughter. As for Chao Tianyuan, the stern expression on his face had long vanished, replaced by an involuntary flicker of pride. He cast a surreptitious glance at Zhou Lingfeng, thinking, "Did you really believe I was unaware of your little tricks in setting these questions? I simply choose to disregard them. After all, in the face of absolute strength, even the most cunning of tricks become nothing more than paper tigers, easily shattered. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Zhou Lingfeng found it hard to believe. He pointed to the second question directed at Jiang Nan. "Which option do you choose? C. 3-3. And the third? C. 3,999. The fourth? A. The price of 2 roses is high. And the final showstopper? D. Sinks." Zhou Lingfeng was left speechless, as were the rest of the teachers present. Everyone stood in utter disbelief. Without pen or paper, Jiang Nan had answered all questions with remarkable speed. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus lay in Zhou Lingfeng's reaction, which indicated that Jiang Nan had answered every single question correctly. Zhou Lingfeng felt as though he might lose his mind. Was this a dream? But, he pinched himself. Ouch, this was definitely not a dream. Was there truly such a genius in the world? Or perhaps, Jiang Nan was cheating? Zhou Lingfeng turned to Chao Tianyuan. "Old Chao, tell me truthfully, did you show Jiang Nan this paper in advance and provide him with the answers?" "Old Zhou, have you lost your mind?" Chao Tianyuan retorted. "This paper was created on the spur of the moment. I've cherished it like a precious gem, and I haven't even shown it to you. How could I possibly show it to Jiang Nan?" "That makes sense." Zhou Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was the only one privy to this paper. How could Chao Tianyuan have it? Then, have you been giving him special training all along? Have you made him solve nearly 20 years' worth of competition questions? Chao Tianyuan was rendered speechless. If only he had trained Jiang Nan. But the problem was, Jiang Nan didn't even pay attention in his class. How could there have been any special training? "Jiang Nan, please elucidate the problem-solving process for our team leader, so as to dispel any doubts he may harbor." Chao Tianyuan directly passed the responsibility to Jiang Nan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Nan pointed to the second problem from the diagram. "Let B dt, then OD 3t, 1, thus B 3t, 1, t, satisfies the equation x, y1, leading us to conclude that 3 is the result. Therefore, the area of the equilateral triangle ABC is 3-3. As soon as he concluded the first problem, Jiang Nan directed his attention to the next one. This question required the sum of coefficients of the expanded form, diminishing by 2 terms each time, which evokes the concept of the unit roots of 1. Employing the method of special values, A3, hence the answer is C. The final problem was even more straightforward. By the method of elimination, y sin x is not a periodic function, which can be visually confirmed, thus ruling out option A. The minimum positive period of y cos x is 2, and it is a decreasing function in the interval 0, 2, eliminating option B. Similarly, y cot x is a decreasing function in 0, 2, dismissing option C, leaving only D, which is log sin x. 7, 3, 2, 9, 0, 8, 8, 7, 2. Chapter 89. The depth of Jiang Nan's mathematics is incomprehensible. Is direct admission possible? After the completion of 5 multiple-choice questions, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics group, was utterly astonished. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally taken aback, including the notorious Huang and the course-pressing Tang. They were aware of Jiang Nan's prowess, evident from his perfect scores in the monthly mathematics and comprehensive assessments. However, they could never have anticipated that Jiang Nan's capabilities would extend to such an extraordinary degree. Zhou Lingfeng had painstakingly crafted the Olympiad competition questions, yet Jiang Nan answered them instantaneously and flawlessly, even articulating the problem-solving process with remarkable clarity and logic. In contrast, even the top scholar Qin Feng, who ranked first in the monthly assessments, would require at least half an hour to tackle these problems, let alone answer them all correctly. Furthermore, even Zhou Lingfeng himself, before consulting the answers, would struggle to solve them. But Jiang Nan? In merely a minute or two, or perhaps 3. He completed the questions at an astonishing speed with an exceptional accuracy rate. The last question employed the method of elimination, which seemed somewhat clever. Yet, someone foolishly questioned this approach. However, there was no need for Jiang Nan to explain himself, nor for Chao Tianyuan to speak up. Zhou Lingfeng promptly responded. This encapsulates the essence of competition. Some problems must be approached step by step, pushed to the final conclusion before one can ascertain the answer. Attempting to take shortcuts is akin to playing with fire. Conversely, certain problems, if tackled incrementally, would inevitably consume a considerable amount of time, rendering the effort futile. Instead, if one can seize upon critical information and find a way to be clever, the efficiency can be astonishing. The crux lies in how solidly one grasps the knowledge points, the quickness of one's intellect, and the ability to apply it flexibly. Competitions differ from ordinary examinations. Merely slogging through problems will not yield high scores. One must transcend conventional thinking, break free from established frameworks to achieve excellence and recognition. It is all about finding the right balance. As the group leader, Zhou Lingfeng's expertise was indisputable. His explanation effectively silenced the previous remarks. In competitions, regardless of the cat being black or white, a good cat is one that catches mice. The notion of taking shortcuts is simply non-existent. The crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan lifted his eyelids and pointed at the paper. Teacher, do you still need me to elaborate on the questions at the back? If permissible, please write down the answers. Zhou Lingfeng handed Jiang Nan a pen. The subsequent questions consisted of fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving tasks. He was somewhat confident about the answers. However, for those beside him who were unaware, Jiang Nan's direct narration would be akin to deciphering an alien script. Particularly for the problem-solving questions, the processes were quite intricate. Even if he knew the answers, merely listening without visual cues might hinder his capacity to comprehend promptly. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, swiftly taking the pen and beginning to write with remarkable speed. With a pen gliding effortlessly, akin to the flow of clouds and water, the speed at which he wrote was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers were left in awe. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened, his mind struggling to comprehend the rapidity of the moment, compelling him to verify the answers. The first question, correct. The second, correct. The third, correct. Every fill-in-the-blank question, correct. The first problem of the open-ended questions, correct. The second, still correct. And the final question, also correct? Astonishingly, he had answered all 15 questions on the competition paper, choices, fill-ins, and open-ended queries flawlessly. Moreover, he had done so with such swiftness, without even resorting to scrap paper. As if no contemplation was necessary, as if the answers flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. Had even 10 minutes passed? It seemed, not at all. My heavens. Just how elevated is Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess? Unfathomable? Boundless? 1,000 times stronger? Ah. Zhou Lingfeng was utterly flabbergasted, nearly transforming into a frenzied gorilla, howling toward the heavens. As Jiang Nan set down his pen, Zhou Lingfeng excitedly grasped his hand. Jiang Nan, I formally invite you to join our mathematical Olympiad competition team. With your mathematical acumen, I am certain you will secure a provincial first prize and gain entry into the summer camp. Following that, a national first prize would propel you into the national team, leading to a future where you need not sit for the college entrance examination, as long as there are available slots in the province. You will be guaranteed a place in the most prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University. Each province has its quota for guaranteed admissions, yet for the past decade, the third high school had never secured a single slot. This was solely due to the fact that the institution had not nurtured any exceptional students who could achieve a national first prize in the Olympiad. At best, they had produced provincial firsts and seconds. Thus, it was inconceivable for the provincial or city authorities to allocate a quota to the third high school. However, this year, the emergence of a prodigy like Jiang Nan could change everything. If he were to attain a national first, the guaranteed admission would undoubtedly be his. Consequently, Zhou Lingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. Although Jiang Nan was not a student he had personally taught, witnessing such a miracle from the mathematics team of the third high school in his lifetime left him feeling fulfilled. At this moment, the head of the physics department could no longer stand idly by and hurried over to separate Zhou Lingfeng and Jiang Nan. Old Shou, what are you doing? We had agreed that Jiang Nan should tackle the competition papers for all subjects. He hasn't even completed the physics paper. And you want to enlist him into your mathematics competition team already? What's wrong, oldly? Are you feeling envious? Zhou Lingfeng held on to Jiang Nan's hand with pride, confident that with such a solid mathematical foundation, he was already poised for awards and guaranteed admission. Why should he concern himself with other subjects? That is not fair. Old Zhou, what if Jiang Nan's physics skills surpasses mathematics? Argued the head of the physics department. There's also chemistry. He should give that a try too. Our biology department feels the same. The leaders of the chemistry and biology groups, unwilling to be outdone, promptly chimed in. At that moment, the four group leaders exhibited an air of rivalry that suggested a fierce confrontation. In response, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei merely observed the spectacle, smiling in silence. Only Hui Fei quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Director Zhou, I believe the three leaders have a point. Since preparations have been made, let Jiang Nan tackle all the assessments and thoroughly gauge his capabilities. For Hui Fei, Jiang Nan's excellence in various subjects brought her immense joy and reflected well upon her. After all, she was the homeroom teacher of Jiang Nan. Naturally, she longed for Jiang Nan to complete all the papers, dazzling the four esteemed leaders with his brilliance. Given whose endorsement, Zhou Lingfeng reluctantly conceded, allowing Jiang Nan to proceed. However, he remained composed and unperturbed. After all, Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess had been proven. Akin to an unfathomable abyss, limitless in depth and breadth. His speed and accuracy in problem-solving were unparalleled, truly the best in the world. He could hardly believe that Jiang Nan's performance in physics could surpass that in mathematics. As for chemistry and biology, such a feat seemed even more implausible. Chapter 90. Even if the topic is incorrect, Jiang Nan will not be mistaken in the blink of an eye. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups had laid the prepared competition papers before Jiang Nan. However, as the party concerned, Jiang Nan gazed at the three papers in a daze. Were these questions truly so simplistic that he was expected to tackle them? Wasn't this merely a waste of time? Esteemed teachers, the third class of the afternoon is about to commence. I really ought to attend. Jiang Nan attempted to rise and make his exit. Yet, the group leaders swiftly restrained him. Attend class? With your current level of proficiency, what need is there for that? It is unnecessary. You should focus on completing these questions. Besides, do not think we are unaware. You even slept during the exams, let alone in class. Jiang Nan remained silent. His intent was not to attend class, but merely to concoct an excuse to escape and return to slumber. Nevertheless, he pondered, would it truly be appropriate to forego class? After all, he was a student and ought to adhere to discipline. Not necessary. What discipline are you talking about? Such restrictions may apply to others, but not to you. In my capacity as the leader of the mathematics group and the head of the Olympiad competition team, I assure you that as long as you engage in mathematical studies, you need not attend any other classes in the future. Of course, if you feel fatigued and wish to sleep or attend lectures, that is still permissible. Zhou Lingfeng gestured confidently, affirming his statement. Hui Fei, Xia Hongwei, Du Minghuang, Yaku Tang. The four exchanged glances, rendered speechless simultaneously. What on earth was this? While Jiang Nan indeed excelled in mathematics, his capabilities in other subjects were equally formidable. How could they permit him to skip their classes? This was utterly intolerable. Leader Zhou, your words seem a tad excessive. While Jiang Nan is impressive in mathematics, he is even more adept in language arts. Although I too encourage him to participate in more competitions. That is merely to win accolades and bring honor to our school. In truth, our language arts department has unanimously suggested that Jiang Nan would fare better specializing solely in language arts. Hui Fei was the first to voice her dissent. The quality of Jiang Nan's previous classical Chinese essay was sufficient evidence of his prowess, rivaling that of his mathematical skills. However, as there was no Olympiad for language arts, no awards could be garnered for guaranteed advancement. Thus, she had consented to and supported Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei's recommendation for Jiang and to participate in mathematics and physics competitions. Yet now, it seemed Zhou Lingfeng intended to poach him. The limits of patience had been breached, even if Zhou Lingfeng was the head of the mathematics group. Holding a higher position and greater seniority, she was prepared to contest this matter. Meanwhile, the leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were equally eager, first allowing Jiang Nan to tackle the physics, chemistry, biology, exam papers. Should his proficiency in these subjects match that of mathematics, we can assure you that he would only need to join the respective competition teams, and attending classes would become unnecessary. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes bulged with disbelief. How dare you? He exclaimed. Do you not realize that mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines? Though we are all group leaders, I am the elder brother here. Are you daring to compete for talent with me? Have you a death wish? Though Jiang Nan had yet to begin the problems, an intense internal conflict was on the verge of erupting. Ultimately, it was Chao Tianyuan, the bystander, who intervened, urging everyone to cease their quarrel and allow Jiang Nan to focus on his work. Indeed, let him first complete the problems. We can discuss affiliations later. At that time, we shall see whose strength prevails. Jiang Nan, hurry up and tackle this physics competition paper with utmost dedication. And this chemistry exam, if you achieve full marks, I shall ensure your safety at school. I also have this biology paper to complete. The three group leaders fixated on Jiang Nan, their faces brimming with anticipation. However, Jiang Nan merely glanced at the papers, and as before, he did not immediately reach for his pen but instead furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiang Nan, how do you find it? Surely, physics, chemistry, and biology cannot compete with the allure of mathematics. If you are disinterested, do not feel compelled to proceed, Zhou Lingfeng remarked casually. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the other group leaders. Old Zhou, how can you be so unprincipled? What do you mean that physics, chemistry, and biology are less interesting than mathematics? Mathematics is the most tedious of all. Quiet down and allow Jiang Nan to think without your distractions. Zhou Lingfeng conceded, all right. It is difficult to contend with three. I shall endure for now. Soon enough, you will understand that Jiang Nan's greatest strength lies in mathematics. Even if the king himself were to arrive, he could not compete with me. 3 minutes passed, and Jiang Nan had yet to put pen to paper. But as the 3-minute mark arrived, he grasped the physics paper and spoke. Multiple choice questions. CBCBA. Fill in the blank. Light source. Prism. 0. 10 milligrams. 1. 8424. Upon hearing this, the leader of the physics group was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't until Xie Hongwei reminded him that he hastily retrieved the prepared answers for comparison. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingfeng could not help but lean in to observe. CBCBD. Light source. Prism. 0. 10 milligrams. 1. 8424. Jiang Nan's responses to the fill-in-the-blank questions were identical to the standard answers, but the multiple-choice responses were. Oldly, take a look. The answer to the final question of this multiple-choice exam is D, while Jiang Nan chose A. Thus, he was mistaken. Zhou Lingfeng immediately broke into laughter. It seemed that Jiang Nan was indeed more suited for my mathematics questions. No need for contention. Normally, when a student errs, a teacher would naturally feel displeased. Yet at this moment, Jiang Nan's incorrect answer only brought Zhou Lingfeng immense joy, pushing him to the height of excitement. How peculiar. However, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly in disbelief. How could this be? The last physics question was so straightforward, merely a synthesis of mechanics, magnetic fields, and the principle of conservation of energy, employing 7 or 8 commonly used formulas. How could he possibly err? Meanwhile, the other teachers quickly gathered to observe. In the next moment, Xie Hongwei elbowed the head of the physics department, Oldly, and pointed to the last multiple-choice question, saying, Oldly, surely you made an error in this question? The AD options are identical. The 4 options read as follows. A. 32 mm, GUR. B. 16 mm, UG2R. C. 16 mm, GU2R. D. 32 mm, UGR. Although the order of GU and UG in options A and D differs, the answers are fundamentally the same. Therefore, Jiang Nan's selection was not incorrect. It was merely the question that was flawed. I knew it. Jiang Nan touched the tip of his nose and couldn't help but shake his head. Such an easy question. How could he possibly have chosen incorrectly? The only plausible explanation is that he saw the first answer was correct and neglected the subsequent options, selecting directly. But who would expect that 2 answers would be identical? Yet the issue is, this is a single-choice question. In response, Xie Hongwei expressed his dissatisfaction. Oldly, how could you use a faulty question paper to assess Jiang Nan? Thankfully, I noticed, otherwise, someone might genuinely believe that Jiang Nan's physics performance is inferior to his mathematics. My apologies, old Xie. This was indeed my mistake. I erred in formulating the question. Upon hearing this, the head of the physics department slapped his forehead in regret, yet a smile adorned his face as he turned to Zhou Lingfeng, saying, Old Shou. Did you see that? Jiang Nan's physics skills are equally commendable. In just 3 short minutes, he completed the entire paper, and even with the question's error, he would not have faltered. Chapter 91. Enigmatic Being. I beg you to restrain your powers. I can no longer endure Zhou Lingfeng. Damn it. he actually failed to gain any advantage? Humph. This is merely a multiple-choice question. The subsequent problems remain unaddressed. Zhou Lingfeng snorted coldly, his teeth clenched in frustration. He fervently hoped that Jiang Nan could redeem his honor, making even a minor error in the following questions. There was no need for complete failure. As long as a perfect score was unattainable, it would suffice. Otherwise, with the temperament of the physics group leader, coupled with Xie Hongwei's involvement, the competition for Jiang Nan would undoubtedly intensify. However, Jiang Nan is truly a mathematical prodigy. If he were to focus solely on mathematics, his future achievements would be boundless. How could he squander time on other subjects? Yet, fate had other plans. He was destined for disappointment. In the brief exchange of words, Jiang Nan had already taken up his pen and begun to tackle the paper. 11. At a certain point on a horizontal plane, two small balls, A and B, are projected at the same initial velocity v0 but at different angles, achieving the same range. Given that ball A is in the air for time t, determine the time tb that ball B remains airborne, with gravitational acceleration denoted as g and neglecting air resistance. 15. When observing the sun from the blue planet, the angle subtended by the sun's diameter is 53. Taking the length I 110 kilometers at a latitude of 1 on the blue planet's surface, with gravitational acceleration g10 ms at that location, and the orbital period of the blue planet being 365 days, calculate the density ratio between the blue planet and the sun using only the provided data. Assuming both celestial bodies are uniformly distributed spheres. Questions 11 to 15 encompass a total of 5 problem-solving tasks that nearly cover all the knowledge required at the high school level. As for the difficulty, it far exceeds that of previous monthly exams. This is largely due to Chao Tinyuan's incessant boasting about Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess in front of Zhou Lingfeng, as well as Xie Hongwei's similar praises regarding Jiang Nan's remarkable abilities in physics before Oldly. This test was inherently designed to gauge Jiang Nan's true capabilities. Naturally, he had to exert every ounce of effort. After all, should Jiang Nan achieve a perfect score on this exam, it would signify a complete failure in the assessment's intent, akin to previous monthly assessments or the recent mathematics competition problems. Such an outcome would be an egregious affront to the examiners. As Jiang Nan began to tackle the questions, the physics group leader was filled with trepidation, hoping for Jiang Nan to answer them all correctly, thus proving his extraordinary talent in physics, yet he also recognized the improbability of such an outcome. However, before this thought could fully form, a flurry of pen strokes echoed against the paper. It seemed Jiang Nan barely glanced at the questions before his pen flowed effortlessly. Completing the first problem, following swiftly, he tackled the second, the third, even the final problem, from beginning to end. It took no more than a few minutes, perhaps even less. In the briefest span of time, Jiang Nan completed the physics exam, yet he did not pause. Instead, he embarked upon the chemistry paper. Swiftly, within 3 minutes, the chemistry exam was also finished. Following that, he tackled the biology paper, this time in an even shorter duration, wrapping it up in merely a couple of minutes. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. What just transpired? In the mere span of 10 minutes, Jiang Nan had completed the competition papers for physics, chemistry, and biology? How could this be possible? His speed was astonishing. It was as if he were a supernatural being. Even if he were merely copying the answers, it would not be this swift, let alone achieving accuracy. Jiang Nan has finished. It's time to grade the papers. Hu Yifei could no longer contain herself as she urged the 3 leaders, who remained frozen in disbelief. Instantly, the trio snapped back to reality, hastily comparing the answers with Jiang Nan's responses. Beginning with physics. The answer to the first problem that Jiang Nan had written was TB 4V02-TAG2G. As for the final question, Jiang Nan's answer was PEPS 392. To their astonishment, the correct answers matched perfectly. The physics group leader was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the solution process. Yet, Jiang Nan's method could only be described in 8 words: concise, flawless, and impeccable. Full marks? Oldly gasped in terror as those 2 words escaped his lips. He had just deemed the possibility of Jiang Nan getting everything correct to be exceedingly low, only to be swiftly proven wrong. This level of competence was truly formidable. Even he felt compelled to kneel in submission. Having worked for nearly 40 years, he had never encountered such a prodigy in physics. To label Jiang Nan as a cold, unfeeling answering machine would be an affront to his remarkable speed and precision. Jiang Nan, have you perhaps encountered these problems before? Do you already know the processes and answers? Oldly could not help but ask. Yet, in the next moment, he regretted his inquiry. After all, even if Jiang Nan had previously worked through them, knowing the steps and answers, achieving such rapidity and accuracy was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, he was the sole creator of these problems. How could Jiang Nan have possibly solved them in advance? I haven't done these questions. They are far too simple, not even comparable to my usual assignments. And I felt no desire to solve them. Jiang Nan replied with an air of nonchalance. The physics group leader was taken aback. Have you heard that? Is this even humanly possible? He had meticulously curated a competition paper that could challenge even himself, yet for Jiang Nan, it was merely too easy. Less daunting than his routine homework, and he felt no inclination to attempt it. His emerald eyes darted towards Xie Hongwei beside him, nearly bursting with the urge to voice his exasperation. Old Xie, are the assignments you assigned so terrifying? Are they even more challenging than my competition problems? Xie Hongwei cast a glance at Jiang Nan, utterly speechless. It must be noted that he had merely posed a few challenging competition questions to Jiang Nan during class. However, in reality, he had never assigned such arduous homework. Moreover, even if he had, when had Jiang Nan ever submitted an assignment? Goodness! Just then, two exclamations erupted from beside him, emanating from the leaders of the chemistry and biology groups. They stared incredulously at Jiang Nan, clutching their papers. You scored full marks in chemistry, biology? Full marks in chemistry? Full marks in biology, adding to the previous full scores in mathematics and physics. That amounted to 4 subjects with perfect scores. My word, this was a competition paper, not a typical monthly exam. How could Jiang Nan achieve full marks? Moreover, he completed it in astonishing speed, finishing in less than half an hour. This was simply unbelievable. In an instant, the group leaders were rendered speechless, and the atmosphere in the academic affairs office became palpably tense. Only Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xie Hongwei retained their composure, while the others appeared as if they had seen a ghost. A prodigy, an extraordinary genius. Is there truly no subject in which you falter? Your prowess across all disciplines is unfathomable, leaving us in a perplexing predicament. In the realms of Olympiad mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, how can we hope to compete with you? Monster, I beseech you to temper your extraordinary abilities. We cannot bear it any longer. Chapter 92. The Transformation of Matter and Life. I participate in all 4 competitions. Jiang Nan, I reiterate, your mathematical prowess is unparalleled. You should join our mathematical Olympiad team. Securing a national first prize would ensure your seamless admission to a prestigious institution, paving the way for a boundless future. Finally regaining his composure, Zhou Lingfeng promptly grasped Jiang Nan's arm. He swore that no one would dare contest Jiang Nan, this prodigy, not even if Jesus himself descended. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the head of the physics team, Oldly, interjected. Old Shou, who claims Jiang Nan is strongest in mathematics? Did you not notice his perfect score in physics as well? In my opinion, he excels in physics. He ought to join the physics competition team and could likewise achieve a national first prize. And what of my chemistry? Another voice chimed in. I observed that Jiang Nan spent nearly 10 minutes on mathematics and 5 or 6 on physics, yet only 2 or 3 minutes on my chemistry. This speed speaks volumes. Jiang Nan is more adept in chemistry and should join the chemistry competition team. Not quite. If we speak of speed, Jiang Nan completed my biology exam in merely 1 or 2 minutes. Hence, his true strength lies in biology. I strongly advocate for him to join the biology competition team. You're all spouting nonsense. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. In terms of value, the mathematical Olympiad far surpasses all other subjects. If Jiang Nan isn't participating in that, what is he even doing? Old Shou, while it's true that mathematics is foundational, it remains merely that, a foundation. Physics, on the other hand, is a transcendence. Through the study of physics, one can explore the vast cosmos and the future of the universe. Thus, Jiang Nan should indeed join the physics competition team. Oldly, your arguments are equally nonsensical. While physics may explore the stars, it is rather abstract. Conversely, chemistry is intimately connected to daily life. Should Jiang Nan pursue chemistry, he would undoubtedly become an expert, a master, contributing significantly to enhancing human living conditions and quality of life. Therefore, I propose he join the chemistry competition team. Haha. No. No, you are all mistaken. What foundation, what universe, what life? Every human experiences birth, aging, sickness, and death. The most pressing concerns are these, along with the question of identity. In my view, Jiang Nan should join the biology competition team and aspire to become a biologist. Enough. Biology is but a minor field. How could it possibly rival my mathematics? Such a comparison is utterly humiliating. Physics holds greater promise. Chemistry is paramount. Madness ensued. The four team leaders were instantly driven to frenzy. In their desperate bid to claim Jiang Nan, they unleashed an array of tactics, resorting even to expletives. And were on the verge of physical confrontation. Teacher's dignity? Bah. At this moment, who cared about dignity? If Jiang Nan were merely an average academic achiever, it would be a different story. Mathematics has always been regarded as the most crucial discipline, with Olympiad mathematics holding the highest prestige among the four competitive subjects. Physics follows closely in its significance. However, chemistry and biology cannot possibly compare to the former two. Yet now Jiang Nan is not merely an exceptional scholar. He is a prodigy among prodigies, even a genius, a creative talent, an extraordinary individual. Whichever subject Jiang Nan chooses, he is destined to become a leading expert, achieving remarkable success in that field. For the glory of their respective disciplines, at this moment, the heads of the chemistry and biology departments are fiercely competing. Their endeavor is supported wholeheartedly by Jiang Nan's chemistry teacher, the formidable Huang, and his biology teacher, the diligent Tang. Meanwhile, the head of the mathematics department, Zhou Lingfeng, and the head of the physics department, Old Li, are backed by Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. In an instant, the 8 esteemed educators are at odds, nearly uprooting the ceiling of the academic affairs office. Jiang Nan. As the focal point of this debate, he finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, none of them prevail in their arguments. It is Hui Fei who steps forward to mediate, stating that the decision regarding which competition group Jiang Nan should join must rest with him. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Very well, it will depend on Jiang Nan's choice. Regardless of his decision, no one else can oppose or hinder him. Agreed. Instantly, all eyes are fixed on Jiang Nan. Since the four subjects in their respective papers are at an impasse, they can only allow Jiang Nan to make his own selection. Jiang Nan, have you finally remembered me? Speaking of which, I find myself in quite a predicament. As the master of a score control system, he naturally desires as many examination opportunities as possible. After all, only through examinations can he undertake score control tasks, fulfill his obligations, and ultimately earn points and rewards. Yet he is also troubled. The teachers present all believe he can effortlessly achieve a national first prize. Is such an expectation not excessively high? It is important to note the attainment of the national first prize is not solely within his control. He must consider the system's tasks. Although the system has recently transformed, often granting him perfect scores, who can say whether it might not behave erratically like during the previous foreign language examination, resulting in a score of 0? Should the system malfunction, it would be a stroke of luck merely to avoid elimination in the first round. At that point, it would be challenging for him to explain himself to the others. This dilemma is quite vexing. However, at that moment, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding! A task has appeared. The host is required to participate in competitions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology simultaneously. What the hell? Jiang Nan cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. This is utterly bizarre. The system has unexpectedly presented a task. Moreover, this task is entirely different from the past score control tasks. It is clearly designed to assist him in making a choice. This cunning system, it has truly become sentient. He had initially intended to choose between mathematics and physics for the competition, yet the system insisted on his participation in both. Given this circumstance, he reluctantly acquiesced. Simultaneously, upon hearing Jiang Nan's outburst, the surrounding teachers' expression stiffened, startled by the unexpected outburst. They feared that Jiang Nan might throw in the towel, especially considering their recent heated debate during which none had solicited his opinion. Consequently, several teachers hurried to reassure him. Zhou Lingfeng said, Jiang Nan, what's the matter? Is there something troubling you? Please feel free to speak directly to me. Old Li from the physics department added, Jiang Nan, maintaining the right mindset is paramount. You must remain composed. The head of the chemistry group chimed in. Our desire for you to participate in the competition stems from a wish for your benefit. It will help you avoid unnecessary detours. The head of the biology group remarked. Achieving awards not only guarantees additional points for the college entrance examination, but may even lead to direct recommendations. Jiang Nan responded, what is wrong with me? I have no issues at all. You are all making too much of this. However, since you all insist, I shall go along with it. Teachers, I have no difficulties. There is no need for you to argue. I have made my decision. I will participate in the competitions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chapter 93. Which will you choose, the school bell or the wild grass? What? You are participating in all the competitions for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology? Goodness. This is simply astonishing. Once again, it is the teachers present who are left speechless. Indeed, Jiang Nan's declaration is quite remarkable. My goodness. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Those are a total of 4 competitions. In the entire history of our school, there has only been one instance where a student concurrently participated in 3 competitions. But ultimately, due to fatigue, their performance in all 3 was rather mediocre. Therefore, it is generally accepted that one should ideally engage in only one competition. The notion of being broadly knowledgeable but lacking depth is less favorable than abstaining from competition altogether. Even the most exceptional scholars typically participate in only 2. The rarity of someone undertaking 3 competitions is almost negligible, and as for 4, it has scarcely been heard of. Yet now, Jiang Nan boldly proclaims his intention to enter 4? Is he aiming to set a new record for our school? Jiang Nan, you must consider this carefully. Participating in 4 competitions simultaneously will undoubtedly disperse your energy, and the results may be counterproductive. Chao Tianyuan remarked to Jiang Nan. Moreover, the preliminary rounds for the physics and chemistry competitions have been scheduled for the same day. I personally suggest that while you participate in the mathematics competition, you should choose either physics or chemistry. Lao Chao is correct. Xia Hongwei quickly nodded in agreement and advised Jiang Nan. My recommendation is that you partake in the mathematics and physics competitions. If you truly have the energy, you may add biology as a third option. After all, biology is the simplest, and with your talent and capabilities, excelling in 3 subjects is manageable, but 4. Lao Xia, on what basis do you suggest Jiang Nan participate in mathematics, physics, and biology while excluding my chemistry? Retorted the head of the biology group. From my perspective, Jiang Nan would be better off entering mathematics, chemistry, and biology, and forego physics altogether. The biology group leader was left speechless. To have his subject labeled as merely a supplemental option is quite disheartening. While it is, in some sense, a reflection of reality, to voice it so bluntly feels rather insulting. Nevertheless, considering that you all are willing to allow Jiang Nan to include the biology competition, I shall remain silent. As the teachers appeared poised for another debate, Jiang Nan interjected with urgency. All right, esteemed teachers, I have made my decision. I shall participate in all 4 competitions, and I hope for your approval. For him, winning awards in competitions is secondary. The primary concern is that the system has issued an unprecedented task, and his participation is essential to obtain the rewards. Jiang Nan, if you insist, then so be it. We shall register you for all of them. Prepare accordingly. As the mathematics competition is next Monday, followed by physics and chemistry on Wednesday, and biology on Friday. In light of Jiang Nan's resolute stance, and given his demonstrated prowess in each subject, the teachers acquiesced. The teachers present did not wish for Jiang Nan to fall behind, yet none could outshine the others. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce, unanimously permitting Jiang Nan to compete in 4 subjects. This marked a precedent not only for their school, but quite possibly for the entire Jiang city. With all matters settled, Jiang Nan was finally free to leave. As he departed, several group leaders encircled Hu Yifei. Xiaohu, you are quite remarkable. Although you have only taught for a few years, you have nurtured such a talented dark horse in your class, they praised. Undoubtedly, this year's star class in the senior year is yours, and the title of outstanding teacher will rightfully belong to you. We shall promptly apply to the school on your behalf, hoping you will continue your excellent work and cultivate even more exceptional students. As the saying goes, a mother's worth is often measured by her children. Similarly, teachers rise in stature through their students' achievements. Previously, Hu Yifei, being the youngest female teacher in the school and the sole female homeroom teacher for the senior class, held little weight due to her short tenure. However, now, none of the group leaders dared to underestimate her. In fact, they might even seek to curry favor with her, given that her class produced a prodigy like Jiang Nan while theirs did not. Hearing this, Hu Yifei felt a swell of pride but remained modest, chuckling. Oh, it's merely luck ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are being issued. Jiang Nan, on the way to the classroom, heard the system notification echoing in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What task have I completed? Ding. Host has accomplished the task of participating in 4 subject competitions simultaneously. Rewards include 1 in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology fundamentals, 1 in overall potential, and 100 points. Jiang Nan. His head was a swirl of question marks. He was certain that the system had undergone a transformation recently. No, more accurately, it had upgraded. If the previous grading system was version 1.0, this was now 2.0. Setting aside everything else, the current system was undeniably more user-friendly than its predecessor. However, whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. It should be a good thing, right? After all, no one wishes to contend with a cold, unfeeling machine. It would be preferable to receive more tasks of this nature, not limited to mere grading. Although the enhancements in foundational knowledge and potential may seem trivial, the 100 points were indeed valuable. Moreover, the simplicity of task completion made the points feel like a gift. In a word, exhilarating. Jiang Nan returned to the classroom with a light step. At that moment, the third period of the afternoon had just concluded, coinciding perfectly with the bell signaling the end of class. After an exhausting period, Jiang Nan was finally ready to rest his weary head upon the table. Yet, as he settled into his seat, he was met with an unexpected sight. Envelopes, chocolates, milk tea, and heart-shaped candies were strewn across the surface. Not only that, but the drawers were also overflowing with these tokens of affection, nearly brimming to the point of excess. Goodness, whose gift was this box of tissues? Simultaneously, the classmates cast curious glances in Jiang Nan's direction. The boys were envious, and the girls equally so, especially Bai Ying, who shot Jiang Nan an irritated look before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Jiang Nan thought to himself, what have I done to provoke such jealousy from Bai Ying? With confusion swirling in his mind, he turned to his friend Wang Pengzi. Please enlighten me. What is going on here? Wang Pengzi replied, what else could it be? You've become the talk of the entire school. You are not only the newly crowned academic prodigy, capable of making the seasoned scholar Qin Feng feel utterly inadequate, but you are also the unrivaled heartthrob, possessing a beauty that eclipses even the esteemed class heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Ever since you left the last class, girls from other classes have been flocking to your drawer, stuffing it with love letters and gifts. It reached a point where the drawer was overflowing, forcing them to spill onto the table. The scene was chaotic. I couldn't even intervene. As your brother, all I could do was gift you this box of tissues, hoping you proceed with caution. Remember, you are already committed. On one side is my goddess, the illustrious Bai, and on the other, the temptations of indulgence. Which will you choose? Wang Pengzi spoke with utmost seriousness. Jiang Nan was left speechless. Chapter 94. The challenge from Yi Zhiqiu. What is this all about? A life of indulgence and extravagance? What does it have to do with me? And when did I become someone who belongs to another? Bai Ying? I haven't even come to terms with that yet. You glutton, I am already quite popular. Do not spread any more rumors about me, or I shall hold you accountable. Moreover, take your tissues back. I have no need for them, and do dispose of those chocolates as well. Jiang Nan shot a disgruntled glare at Wang the glutton. So, you have chosen our Bai Daxiwa then? At least you have some sense. Bai Daxiwa is the only goddess in my heart, and since you are together now, you must not let her down. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. As for these wild grasses, let me take a loss and wipe you out instead. Ha ha. Wang the glutton laughed heartily, revealing his 8 prominent front teeth. Jiang Nan. Fine. The situation with Bai Ying appears to be beyond explanation. Let it be. If it cannot be clarified, so be it. I shall not concern myself any further. While Jiang Nan allowed Wang the glutton to help tidy up the table, he stretched and prepared to sleep. However, at that moment, a large group of people stormed into the classroom with great fervor, heading straight for Jiang Nan. The leader was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, whom Jiang Nan had encountered earlier in the cafeteria from the neighboring Class 305. The students of Class 304 were taken aback. It is said that those who come are not benevolent, and those who are benevolent do not come. Even a fool could discern that Yi Zhiqiu had brought his entourage to trouble Jiang Nan. Yet, there hadn't been any known interactions between these two. One was merely a recent heartthrob, while the other was an established campus idol. Could it be, simply because of this? What do you want with me? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, filled with curiosity. However, Yi Zhiqiu cast a glance at Bai Ying, who sat nearby, before shifting his gaze to the mountain of envelopes, chocolates, and milk tea piled on Jiang Nan's desk. Finally, he focused on Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, I have come today to challenge you. The room erupted in astonishment. What? What did they just hear? Yi Zhiqiu publicly declared a challenge against Jiang Nan? For what reason? Could it be that Jiang Nan's recent rise to fame had overshadowed Yi Zhiqiu's status as the campus heartthrob, and he was unwilling to accept this? This must be the only explanation. After all, apart from this, they could hardly fathom any other connection between Yushichio and Jiang Nan. The truth was indeed as such. Yushichio was driven by jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness. Prior to this, he was undeniably the campus heartthrob at the school, the most sought-after figure, especially among the girls. Wherever he went, he was the focal point. But now, everything had changed. While his looks were commendable, Jiang Nan's were extraordinary. If one were to summarize it in a single phrase. Indeed, the two individuals exist on entirely different planes. To suggest that Jiang Nan could be easily defeated by him is to merely embellish his reputation. Within a mere few days, all the accolades that once surrounded him have shifted entirely to Jiang Nan. For example, the plethora of love letters, chocolates, milk teas, and candies that once graced his table now belong solely to Jiang Nan. In the past, he would receive such gifts daily. However, in recent days, their frequency has dwindled to nothing. In moments of abundance, he regarded these offerings with disdain, discarding them carelessly. Yet now, in their absence, he is engulfed by a sense of bitterness. Jiang Nan. It is all Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan has usurped everything that was rightfully his. Even the affections of the goddess Baiying, whom he has longed for yet could never attain. This situation is one he cannot swallow, no matter how hard he tries. Thus, he has come today with a group and publicly declared his intention to challenge Jiang Nan, to trample him beneath his feet, and to prove to the entire school that he is the strongest, to demonstrate to Baiying that only he is worthy of her affection. However, after an initial wave of astonishment, the students of Class 304 erupted into laughter and ridicule. Huh, you must be joking. Yushichio actually wants to challenge Jiang Nan? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. In terms of appearance, Jiang Nan's flawless visage far surpasses Yushichio's. Even if Jiang Nan were to intentionally score 0 in a foreign language exam, he would still rank second in the school. What does Yushichio even amount to? Each mocking remark, one after another, rallied behind Jiang Nan while directly targeting Yushichio, leaving the latter unable to lift his head in shame. If one were to inquire who was speaking, it would be difficult to say. Class 304 was abuzz with voices, including those of Su Yu and Zhang Hao. Although they had previously harbored some grievances against Jiang Nan and had even declared war, once Jiang Nan's monthly exam results were released, all remnants of their defiance vanished. Instead, Jiang Nan had ascended to the status of a deity in their eyes. Though they had yet to voice it, in their hearts, they had already become his little admirers, surrendering and acknowledging his superiority. Such is the simplicity of the world of academic excellence. If you are merely a bit stronger than I will resent it. But if you are leagues beyond me, I shall endeavor to learn from you. Moreover, Jiang Nan is their classmate, while Yushichio belongs to a neighboring class. From the perspective of class pride, they must support Jiang Nan and unite against external forces. Otherwise, what would differentiate them from traitors? Consequently, the group Yushichio had brought with him found themselves blushing crimson from the waves of laughter and mockery, rendered speechless. They wished to defend Yushichio. Yet as the words hovered on their lips, they found themselves at a loss. After all, the criticisms levied against him were not without merit. High school students, indeed. When it comes to challenges, what exactly should be challenged? Fighting? That is utterly impossible. Engaging in conflict here would undoubtedly lead to expulsion from the school. Inflicting harm on the enemy while suffering self-damage is a course of action to be avoided at all costs. Thus, the only remaining option is to compete in academics. However, even if 10 Zykias combined their efforts, they would still fall short against the prodigious Jiang Nan, achieving perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, while intentionally scoring 0 in foreign languages. Can such feats truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? A grave miscalculation indeed. It seems they arrived with a lack of preparation, failing to devise a strategy in advance. After a significant pause of half a minute, Yushichio, with eyes ablaze, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Nan and declared, Jiang Nan, I challenge you to a basketball match. The moment these words escaped his lips, the classroom erupted in excitement once more. Yushichio, as a student, should have prioritized academic performance in a challenge. How could you do this? Everyone in the school knows you are the star of the basketball team, excelling at the sport and having triumphed in numerous competitions. This is simply unfair. Yushichio, if you have the capability, challenge Jiang Nan in academics, Chinese, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, or biology. Choose any subject you wish. Class 304 rallied in support of Jiang Nan, and many girls who had developed an admiration for him stood up to vocally reprimand Yushichio. As for Wang Pengzi and Baiying, the two closest to the scene, They were practically showering Yujichio with their scorn. Chapter 95. The combat power of Jiang Nan's little fans. Yujichio found himself besieged by a throng of people, filled with despair and silence. How could this be? Who was he, after all? He was the illustrious campus heartthrob, Yujichio, renowned not only for his striking looks, but also for his exceptional basketball skills, often hailed as the basketball deity of the third school. Despite his lackluster academic performance, no one in the entire school dared to show him disrespect, especially the girls, who flocked to him in droves, too intimidated to raise their voices in his presence. Yet now, astonishingly, he was surrounded by a crowd, including several girls whose shouts were even louder than those of the boys. It was as if the depth of their previous adoration had transformed into an equally profound animosity, showering him with verbal disdain. Among them was Bai Yingying, the very girl he had long cherished. In that moment, he felt on the verge of a breakdown, grappling with the staggering contrast that was difficult to accept. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he channeled all the humiliation into an intense rage directed at Jiang Nan. Why are you silent? Are you too afraid to challenge me in basketball? Basketball. This was a contest of skill, and while he acknowledged that academically Jiang Nan outshone him, basketball was his forte. Yet, he had never heard of Jiang Nan's prowess on the court. A challenge? He intended to exploit his strengths while targeting the weaknesses of his opponent. Regardless of the disapproval from those around him, including Bai Yingying and her friends who defended Jiang Nan, he was resolute. He was, as the saying goes, shameless. In response, Jiang Nan merely shrugged. Of course I dare, but why should I accept your challenge? In Jiang Nan's lexicon, the notion of fear was non-existent. Yet, he had an aversion to unnecessary trouble. You propose a challenge, but must I accept it? Almost instinctively, he prepared to decline. However, a chime interrupted his thoughts. A timid host is not a good host. A new task has been issued. Please accept the challenge. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Very well. This was indeed a slap in the face. Just as he was about to refuse, the system assigned him a task, adding a note that a timid host was not a commendable one. What did that mean? Was it a consequence of his previous low profile, compelling him to be ostentatious? This dog's system had undeniably upgraded itself, becoming far more engaging than before. Even though Jiang Nan was reluctant to accept Yujichio's challenge, the system's mandate left him no choice. After all, one could not pass up free points. With a resigned shrug, Jiang Nan stated, I originally had no intention of agreeing, but since you have insisted, I suppose I shall oblige. Upon hearing this, Yujichio eagerly nodded. Good. Let us meet at the basketball court at 6 this evening. With that, he quickly departed with his followers, seemingly anxious that Jiang Nan might reconsider. As for Jiang Nan, he was indifferent to it all. However, the classmates from class 304 were collectively astonished. He agreed? Did Jiang Nan actually accept Yujichio's challenge? And in basketball, no less? While Jiang Nan's academic prowess is undeniable, I have never witnessed him play basketball. Indeed, I have not seen him touch a basketball. How could he agree to such a challenge? It is worth noting that Yujichio is revered as the basketball deity of our school. The classmates displayed expressions of concern. Wang Pengzi approached Jiang Nan directly, asking, Nan Shen, do you have any confidence? Could this be too reckless? Though I have long harbored a dislike for Yujichio, knowing he flaunts his pale face while prancing before the school's beauty, in terms of basketball, you might not stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying also approached, her delicate face etched with worry. Jiang Nan, why not skip this afternoon? I could speak with Yujichio and persuade him to withdraw the challenge. Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, the two who understood Jiang Nan the best, found themselves devoid of any faith in him. After all, basketball is a skillful endeavor that necessitates rigorous practice. Yet Jiang Nan? They had never even seen him handle a basketball. How could he possibly compete against Yujichio? It was impossible not to feel anxious. However, as the individual in question, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed. Pengzi, Yingying, fret not. It's merely a trivial game of basketball, quite manageable. He reassured them before yawning and resting his head on the desk, exhausted and in need of recuperation. Concurrently, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you are rewarded with 1 basketball skills, 1 basketball potential, and 100 points. Jiang Nan, the final class of the afternoon, was a self-study session, which Jiang Nan blissfully drifted through, utterly unconcerned with the class's worries and anxieties. As for his acceptance of Yujichio's basketball challenge and the ensuing uproar it caused throughout the school, he was even less bothered. Soon, the clock struck 6 in the afternoon. just 10 minutes before the last class concluded. Yet, the basketball court was teeming with spectators, encircled by throngs of onlookers. They had all gathered to witness the competition between Jiang Nan and Yi Zhiqiu. No, more accurately, they had come to cheer for Jiang Nan. After all, the majority were girls, his little admirers. They held banners aloft, emblazoned with phrases such as "Go Jiang Nan," and "Jiang Nan is the coolest." Seeing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu felt an acute pang of sorrow. After all, this should have all been his. The cheers and applause were meant for him. However, with Jiang Nan's sudden emergence, everything shifted. He had foolishly spread the news throughout the school after Jiang Nan accepted the challenge. Yet the outcome was that the support was overwhelmingly in favor of Jiang Nan. Aside from the boys who enjoyed basketball, there were no girls cheering for him. Truly, it was a case of fortune turning to misfortune. This wretched society that judges by appearances. Captain, rest assured, I have already inquired on your behalf. Throughout his 3 years in high school, that fellow Jiang Nan has scarcely touched a basketball, let alone played the game. I am confident that he is no match for you. Soon, you shall have the opportunity to thoroughly dominate him. Even if he possesses good looks and excellent grades, what does that matter if he cannot play basketball? Can he truly be considered a man? Once you defeat him and leave him in tears, you will undoubtedly reclaim your status as the most popular individual in the entire school. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of witnessing Jiang Nan's pitiful state. It fills me with delight and anticipation. Jiang Nan has yet to arrive at the basketball court. The few members of the basketball team present are fervently cheering for Yi Zhiqiu. Upon hearing their encouragement, Yi Zhiqiu feels a slight sense of comfort. However, that comfort is fleeting. The moment Jiang Nan, accompanied by Wang Pengzi and by Ying Ying, leisurely strolls into the basketball court, Yi Zhiqiu's solace dissipates. Before him lies the vast basketball court, now enveloped in a cacophony of noise. The uproar emanates from class 304 students, as well as Jiang Nan's adoring female fans and enthusiastic male admirers. Nan Shen, give it your all. You are the best. Nan Shen, I adore you. You are simply too handsome. Nan Shen, I want to bear your children. Nan Shen, how dare that ugly wretch challenge you? You must teach him a lesson. Nan Shen, show that academic underachiever that as an academic powerhouse, you excel in all arenas, even basketball. Chapter 96, a contest of shooting and competitive spirit. Yi Zhiqiu. Very well. The combat prowess of Jiang Nan's little fans is indeed formidable. In terms of support and encouragement, his followers are simply incomparable. However, he is not one to concede defeat. On the other side, Jiang Nan was taken aback to discover the extent of his admirers, both male and female. TSK. It is no one's fault but my own for being so exceptional. Even the most humble demeanor cannot conceal such brilliance. Alas, it is rather disheartening. Upon seeing Jiang Nan and his companions enter the arena, Yi Zhiqiu, clutching a basketball, took the initiative to provoke. Jiang Nan, I never imagined you would truly show up. Since I promised, why would I shy away? Jiang Nan replied, looking at Yi Zhiqiu as if he were a simpleton. Good lad, you possess courage, but in basketball, mere bravado is insufficient. One must rely on genuine skill. If I were you, I would hastily concede, and perhaps I might show you mercy. Otherwise, Yi Zhiqiu threatened, his tone fierce. Yet, this declaration was more of a provocation than a warning. Save those words for yourself. Jiang Nan retorted dismissively. As for how we will compete, I am in a rush to grab a meal. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu was incensed. How dare Jiang Nan dismiss him so casually? Truly, there are limits to patience. If you are so eager to court disaster, do not blame me. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu had intended to engage Jiang Nan in a battle of wits to establish dominance, a prelude to the competition. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Nan seemed uninterested in the verbal sparring. The rules of the contest were straightforward. First, a shooting challenge. Second, a competitive face-off. We shall commence with shooting. Each participant taking 10 shots, and the one who scores the most three-pointers shall emerge victorious. What do you say? Yi Zhiqiu had long contemplated the competition rules. Thus he articulated them without hesitation. The first challenge would be shooting, but not with 2-point shots. Rather, he opted for the more demanding three-pointers. This choice stemmed from the belief that 2-point shots were too simplistic and would impose no real pressure. Even if he were to win, it would not astound the audience as he desired. This challenge was not merely about defeating Jiang Nan. It was also an opportunity to showcase his prowess before the entire school, allowing him to reclaim his former glory. Naturally, he opted for the more difficult 3-point shots, a domain in which he excelled, confident that Jiang Nan would face a dismal defeat. He could already envision the scene, himself scoring 6 or 7 out of 10, while Jiang Nan failed to make a single basket. In that moment, every girl present would once again be enchanted by him, chanting his name instead of Jiang Nan's. As for the second challenge, the competitive face-off would serve as his personal exhibition. When it comes to basketball skills, he had always been the best in the school. After triumphing in the first contest, winning the second face-off would definitively dethrone Jiang Nan, rendering him unable to regain his standing before the faculty and students. Moreover, Yu Zhiqiu harbored additional intentions beneath the surface. In the realm of basketball, where physical contact is prohibited, only through competition can he unveil Jiang Nan's true nature. It is essential for others to recognize that even a visage as sharp as a blade, though momentarily impressive, cannot surpass his own authenticity. As for the contest, Jiang Nan remained indifferent, merely gazing at Yu Zhiqiu and saying, "You may go first. Otherwise, should I take the initiative, you might lose your courage." At these words, Yu Zhiqiu was incensed, feeling an overwhelming surge of anger. Such arrogance. It was far more brazen than he had ever been in the past. Truly, there are limits to patience. While his uncle might endure, his aunt would not. Yet, ultimately, he chose to tolerate Jiang Nan's provocation, recognizing the advantage it could bring him. The first to shoot often has the upper hand, and having practiced extensively prior to Jiang Nan's arrival, he was still in good form. Given that Jiang Nan seemed eager to lose, he would not show any mercy. With a deft motion, he dribbled the ball and positioned himself beyond the three-point line, taking a moment to find his rhythm before preparing to shoot. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan retreated to the side, standing next to Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, not sparing a single glance at Yu Zhiqiu. Regardless of how many shots Yu Zhiqiu made, he was confident he would not falter. However, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying were less composed. Despite Jiang Nan's earlier assurance of victory, they cautioned, "South God, you must not underestimate Yu Zhiqiu. That kid has an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage. He can easily make 5 or 6 out of 10, perhaps even 7. Wang Pengzi's words resonated, and Bai Yingying echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, Jiang Nan, do not let your guard down. I've heard Yu Zhiqiu is formidable in shooting." They understood Jiang Nan's prowess. But it was in academia, not basketball, where the distinction was stark. They were genuinely apprehensive about witnessing Jiang Nan's humiliation. Yet Jiang Nan remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "When have I ever undertaken an uncertain endeavor? You need not worry." Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying nodded in agreement, though their concern remained evident in their eyes. They refrained from voicing their worries, not wanting to burden Jiang Nan with additional pressure. Suddenly, a wave of awe swept through the crowd as Yu Zhiqiu launched his first three-point shot, which flawlessly swished through the net. Truly, he was the star of the basketball team, renowned as the deity of the sport at his school. His shooting percentage was indeed impressive. Instinctively, applause erupted from the surrounding spectators, predominantly from the boys, while the girls continued to support Jiang Nan. Nevertheless, this display was enough to bolster Yu Zhiqiu's confidence. Initially nervous, as the stakes of the match were monumental and a loss was unacceptable, he found solace after making that first basket. He instantly relaxed, exuding newfound confidence as he took shot after shot, successfully sinking 3 consecutive baskets. However, his fifth attempt lacked a bit of power, striking the rim and bouncing away. Yet, no one in the vicinity mocked Yu Zhiqiu. After all, scoring 4 out of 5 three-pointers is an extraordinary feat throughout the entire match, aside from Yu Zhiqiu. They had never witnessed anyone else achieve such a performance, leaving them speechless. It was evident that he possessed remarkable skill. No wonder he dared to challenge me. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but express his admiration. After all, not everyone possesses the same advantages as he does. Yu Zhiqiu's performance was indeed commendable. Hearing his words, Bai Yingying grew increasingly anxious. "Jiang Nan, with Yu Zhiqiu scoring 4 out of 5, can you still defeat him? What's that? You doubt me?" Jiang Nan playfully tapped Bai Yingying on the forehead. It was disheartening for him to be questioned repeatedly, especially by someone so close. Yet, in all honesty, his action was merely a spontaneous gesture, devoid of any ulterior motive. However, to those around them, it was as if a potent bomb had detonated, creating a resounding explosion in the atmosphere. Chapter 97. Breaking Records. Can Jiang Nan create miracles again? Astonishing. Quick look. What is Jiang Nan doing? He actually tapped Bai Yingying's forehead. Could it be that he is indeed with the campus beauty? Oh dear, how could this be? This is the first time I have ever liked a boy so much. Yet, the outcome is that the campus beauty got to him first? How infuriating. Wait a moment. Have you girls got it all wrong? It is we boys who should be upset. Bai Yingying is the object of our collective affection, and yet Jiang Nan has claimed her. Nonsense. What do you mean by Yingying has claimed Jiang Nan? It is clearly she who has captured his heart. That statement sounds ambiguous. Something feels off. Regardless of who has claimed whom, I will still admire Jiang Nan. He is so handsome. Jiang Nan is indeed handsome. But Bai Yingying is by no means unattractive. Even if the campus beauty has won Jiang Nan's affections, she will always remain our one and only goddess. Oh goddess, you are the most beautiful. Onlookers, the atmosphere seems rather peculiar. Aren't we in the midst of a basketball competition? Shouldn't the focus be on Yu Zhiqiu's shooting results? Yet, due to Jiang Nan's minor gesture, everyone's attention has shifted away from Yu Zhiqiu. Now entirely fixated on Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, the buzz of conversation is deafening. No matter how well Yu Zhiqiu performs or how high his shooting accuracy, the cheers for him have been drowned out. Yu Zhiqiu, he is nearly at his wit's end. Just a moment ago, he was secretly pleased with his 4 successful shots out of 5. But now, he feels an overwhelming urge to confront Jiang Nan. Nevertheless, he restrains himself, attempting to ignore the chatter surrounding Jiang Nan and dismissing it as mere noise, taking a deep breath to continue shooting the next 5 balls. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing the surrounding discussions, Bai Yingying's delicate face flushed crimson. She never anticipated that Jiang Nan would display such intimate gestures towards her in front of so many people. It seems, Jiang Nan truly likes her? Although he has not spoken it aloud, his actions have publicly declared their bond and his claim over her. Oh, how shy she feels. Wang Pengzi. He cast a glance at Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. One is his brother. The other is his goddess. Should he be happy, elated, or just pleased? Previously, the 3 of them would hang out together, himself, Jiang Nan, and Bai Yingying. But now it appears to be Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, with him as an unnecessary third wheel. Well, if he is superfluous, so be it. After all, Jiang Nan is his brother. Wow, incredible, another one in. Once again, 4 out of 5? Together, that makes 10 out of 8. This shatters the historical records of the basketball team. Remarkable. At that moment, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention back to the basketball court. For it was. Yu Zhiqiu had just completed his final shot. Previously, he had made 5 out of 4 attempts. The 6th, 7th, and 8th shots also found their mark, yet few noticed, as he was in a less than stellar condition when he missed the 9th shot. As for the final shot, before he threw it, Yu Zhiqiu had mentally prepared himself for a miss. After all, his mindset was somewhat fragile. Moreover, achieving 7 out of 10 three-pointers was already his best record to date, sufficient to secure victory in this duel. Yet, the outcome. It remains uncertain whether it was due to his exceptional skill or perhaps the heavens were favoring him. The shot he had nearly given up on spun around the rim several times before. Astonishingly, it went in. A delightful surprise indeed. Instantly, several members of the school team erupted in cheers for Yu Zhiqiu, along with numerous boys who loved basketball. After all, 8 out of 10 three-pointers. Even professional basketball players would hesitate to claim they could achieve such a feat, yet Yu Zhiqiu had done it. Truly deserving of the title god of basketball at the school. In this moment, Yu Zhiqiu was filled with pride. 8. It was something he had never dared to dream of. Typically during practice, he managed to hit 6 out of 10, on a good day maybe 7. But today, he had broken the record with 8. There was no doubt. He was guaranteed victory. Not only did he believe this, but so did several members of the school team and every basketball enthusiast present. Even those fervently supporting Jiang Nan, cheering for him, felt a twinge of anxiety. For Jiang Nan to win, he would need to make 9 three-pointers, which seemed a daunting task from such a distance. Not to mention, even tying at 8 would be exceedingly difficult. If they were to take the shots, making 1 or 2 would be a stroke of luck. And it was quite likely they might not score at all. Could Jiang Nan perform a miracle? No one in attendance felt assured, including Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, and the entire class 304. Meanwhile, Yu Zhiqiu, with a triumphant demeanor, strode towards Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "I have completed my shots, though my performance was average. With only 8 out of 10 three-pointers, the spotlight is now on you. I've heard your academic achievements are exceptional, scoring full marks in multiple subjects during the recent monthly exam. Can you also achieve perfection in shooting, hitting all 10? As he spoke, Yu Zhiqiu had not yet approached when he forcefully tossed the basketball towards Jiang Nan, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Bai Yingying was startled, instinctively stepping back. However, Jiang Nan immediately positioned himself in front of her, With a graceful motion, he effortlessly extended one hand, catching the basketball with ease and securing it firmly with his fingers. Huh. Your performance was indeed mediocre. Just 8 out of 10? Just wait and see. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's display of intimidation and ostentatious bravado, Jiang Nan merely smiled faintly. He then strolled to the three-point line, yet refrained from shooting immediately. Instead, he engaged in a bit of ball handling, gently dribbling the ball on the ground to gauge his feel for it. Afterward, he assumed a shooting posture. At that moment, every onlooker, without exception, held their breath, their eyes fixated on Jiang Nan. They were all eager to ascertain whether Jiang Nan's inaugural shot would find its mark. A successful shot would suggest that Jiang Nan's skills were commendable, while a miss would mean a significant setback. Even Yi Zhiqiu clenched his fists, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on Jiang Nan, devoid of any distractions. However, to their dismay, although Jiang Nan executed the motion of shooting, he ultimately did not release the ball. Instead, as if struck by a sudden thought, he inexplicably reeled the ball back and took 2 steps backward. Yi Zhiqiu, the gathered crowd. Chapter 98. The astonishing shooting technique. Astonishment. The crowd was left in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend Jiang Nan's intentions. After all, when it comes to three-point shots, others would eagerly position themselves as close to the three-point line as possible. Take Yi Zhiqiu from earlier, for instance. He was practically about to step on the line to make his shot. Yet, Jiang Nan? He took a step back, distancing himself from the three-point line by 2 paces. Was he not even acknowledging his opponents? Was he deliberately trying to humiliate Yi Zhiqiu? However, if he sought to embarrass someone, he must first ensure that he could make the shot. The chances of success were already slim, and now, having moved back 2 steps, the probability of scoring dwindled even further. In response, Yi Zhiqiu was initially taken aback, but then he let out a cold chuckle. Trying to show off, are we? One must possess the skill to do so, otherwise he risks injuring himself by lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He had already concluded that Jiang Nan was merely seeking attention. Given the distance, he could not fathom how Jiang Nan could possibly score. On the other side, as the person in question, Jiang Nan felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing the crowd's gasps. Truth be told, he preferred to maintain a low profile and did not wish to showcase himself in such a manner. Yet, there was no choice. Just moments ago, the system had issued him a rather bizarre task. Ding. For this shot, please achieve 40 points. P.S. If the host can perform a trick shot and utterly defeat Yi Zhiqiu, stunning the entire audience, the reward points can be doubled. Jiang Nan. This truly leaves one speechless. Ever since the system upgraded, its peculiar demands had only increased. In fact, he had long suspected that the system might issue a scoring control task, given that this challenge was set by it. However, he never anticipated that not only would the system require him to complete such a task, but it would also demand he score 40 points. Moreover, it added a postscript, insisting he perform trick shots. With 10 attempts, even if he made all 3-point shots, he would only accumulate 30 points. How could he possibly reach 40 points? The sole solution was to retreat 2 steps, standing beyond the 4-point line, and attempt to make 10 4-point shots. It seems even my desire for modesty is thwarted. He had initially planned to simply make 10 consecutive shots and easily secure a victory over Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, the system insisted on him showcasing his talent. But for the sake of the doubled reward points, he reluctantly complied and stepped back to the 4-point line. Without even jumping, he casually tossed the ball from his hands. Yet, miraculously, the ball arced through the air in a perfect trajectory and swished through the net. Wow! It went in. The shot was successful. This was beyond impressive. Such a distant shot scoring was nothing short of extraordinary. This could no longer be classified merely as a 3-pointer. It was a 4-pointer, truly a masterpiece. Truly. Jiang Nan is remarkable. He embodies both beauty and talent as a super scholar. Jiang Nan, you are incredible. Jiang Nan, you are simply too handsome. Jiang Nan, keep it up, keep going. You are truly remarkable. With just 5 more perfect shots, you could easily surpass that clown Yi Zhiqiu. In an instant, an eruption of screams and cheers filled the air, emanating from the enthusiastic fans of Jiang Nan. Initially, they harbored little faith in Jiang Nan's ability to defeat Yi Zhiqiu, their hearts heavy with anxiety. Yet now, they were ablaze with confidence, as if ignited by a raging fire. Bai Yingying, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air, while Wang Pengzi, equally astonished, wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, hastily retrieving the ball for Jiang Nan. The members of the school team stood wide-eyed, as if witnessing a ghost. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu, upon witnessing this spectacle, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? In nearly 3 years of high school, he had never heard of Jiang Nan's shooting prowess. He had assumed Jiang Nan was merely posturing, seeking attention, likely to trip over his own ambitions. Yet, the outcome was a flawlessly executed 4-point shot. Was it skill? Or mere fortune? It could not be skill. It had to be luck. Yes, luck. Nothing else could explain how he so casually made such a perfect shot. As Yi Zhiqiu consoled himself internally, Jiang Nan, slightly dissatisfied, muttered to himself, "Oh, it was off by 0.01 centimeters. It didn't even swish." Yi Zhiqiu, utterly flabbergasted, thought, what on earth is he saying? He considers that perfect shot inadequate? Jiang Nan, do not be too conceited. That was simply a stroke of luck. I refuse to believe you can sink another shot. Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but hiss at Jiang Nan with fierce disdain. Luck, you say? Just watch closely. That was merely a warm-up, an appetizer. From here on out, I assure you every shot will swish. Jiang Nan offered Yi Zhiqiu a slight smile, accepted the ball from Wang Pengzi, and stepped back 2 paces. Before anyone could react, he casually tossed the basketball once more. Swish. It went through the net again, and this time, it was an even more splendid swish. What in the world? Is this even humanly possible? He stepped back again, nearly reaching the half-court line, yet still made a flawless shot. He didn't even take aim. There was no jump. It was entirely a casual throw. Simply astounding. Truly deserving of the title god of the South. His charisma was unmatched. I am utterly enamored. Every single bystander instantaneously became a fervent admirer of Jiang Nan. If one successful shot could be attributed to luck, then 2 cannot possibly be mere happenstance. Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi were now completely convinced of Jiang Nan's prowess, their faces radiant with joy. Only Yi Zhiqiu wore a countenance that was as dark as thunderclouds. However, this is merely a 2-point deficit. It is inconceivable to expect him to concede defeat. Although Jiang Nan has been scoring 4-point shots, the competition is based on 3-point shots. Even if Jiang Nan were to make 6 consecutive baskets, he would never admit to losing unless he were to sink 9. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly speechless. After receiving the ball, Jiang Nan astonishingly retreated 2 steps, positioning himself right at the midcourt line. What in the world? The South God has retreated yet again. All the way to the midcourt line? Could it be that he steps back 2 paces every time he shoots? Is this still a basketball shot? It is evidently a display of flamboyant skill. Such audacity is astounding. It cannot be true. Absolutely not. I would never believe it. From such a distance, he could still make the shot. The spectators were left in sheer astonishment. Yet, this very shock ignited a sense of disbelief among many basketball enthusiasts, who felt that Jiang Nan's confidence was excessively ostentatious. Nevertheless, regardless of their skepticism, Jiang Nan, as before, made no attempt to aim, nor did he leap. He simply hurled the ball from the mid-court line. Swish. Once again, the ball went in, and it was yet another flawless net swish. Chapter 99. Do you wish to challenge me for a second round? The crowd. In light of this scene, the spectators were rendered speechless, their eyes sparkling with admiration, for they could only revere him. Jiang Nan was, without a doubt, the deity of their hearts. And yet, this was merely the prelude. What followed was an exhibition solely orchestrated by Jiang Nan. The audience stood entranced, gazing at the astonishingly handsome man, who seemed to drift further from the hoop. Yet, his shooting accuracy remained an impeccable 100%. Each time the ball touched his hands, Jiang Nan would effortlessly retreat 2 steps, without aiming or jumping, simply launching the ball. By the 9th shot, the distance was considerable, compelling Jiang Nan to throw with one hand. Remarkably, the ball still soared in. The onlookers were left in a state of numbness. They had been thoroughly desensitized. Jiang Nan had become an emotionless shooting machine. Confirmed. 9 shots, 9 scores. Each one a 4-pointer. The outcome of this match was unmistakable. Jiang Nan had secured an unequivocal victory. As for the 10th shot, there was no need for him to attempt it. Yet, he still accepted the basketball from Wang Pengzi, retreating to the opposite baseline. A collective gasp enveloped the crowd. All eyes fixated on this moment, as if they yearned to witness a miracle. Could he score from this end of the court to the other? Surely not. The distance was a staggering 28 meters, not accounting for the height of the hoop. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan hesitated not. Grasping the ball with one hand, he unleashed a powerful throw. Swish. The sound of the net was crisp and clear. Did it go in? The final shot, too, found its mark. This was no longer mere luck or skill. It was a miracle, a genuine marvel that shattered records. Incredible! There were no other words to describe it, only incredible. Jiang Nan was indeed the true god of basketball. Every single person in the vicinity erupted in exuberance, leaping to their feet to cheer for Jiang Nan. Not just the girls, but the boys as well. Not solely the students, but also numerous teachers. Even those who had previously opposed Jiang Nan had now become his fervent admirers. In this moment, they all transformed into fans of Jiang Nan. Bai Yingying had long since dashed to Jiang Nan's side, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration, sparkling with stars. Wang Pengzi could no longer restrain himself and enveloped Jiang Nan in a bear hug. Had Jiang Nan not pushed him away, he would have held on indefinitely. Goodness, he was a seasoned basketball enthusiast, having played for many years. Whenever he had a moment, he would gather friends for a game. Yet, until today, he had never realized that the true basketball giant had been lurking beside him all along, his dear friend. His smile was so wide. It seemed as if it could split his face, impossible to contain. One word, exhilarating. For words, elation, exhilaration. However, in this world, joy and sorrow coexist. Many revel in happiness, yet there are those who bear the weight of despair. Today, as challenger, Yi Zhiqiu exemplifies this duality. At this moment, his complexion is more crimson than a monkey's rear, nearly gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. The frustration he feels is beyond expression. He had intended to leverage his strengths to exploit his opponent's weaknesses, gathering a multitude of spectators to witness his triumph over Jiang Nan. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he failed to foresee Jiang Nan's extraordinary shooting prowess. From the four-point line, with each shot, he retreated 2 steps until he reached the opposite baseline. Is such a feat even humanly possible? Surely, not even a machine could achieve this. At this moment, he finds himself questioning reality. Jiang Nan, how on earth do you accomplish this? Yi Zhiqiu gazes at Jiang Nan in bewilderment. Want to learn? I can teach you, Jiang Nan replies nonchalantly. It's quite simple. As long as you possess a solid understanding of mathematics and physics, you can combine factors such as force, angle, wind resistance, and air drag to formulate an equation. Then, once you substitute the basketball into it, success is inevitable. Such is the realm of the academic elite. He didn't even rely on a system to cheat. With merely fundamental knowledge of math and physics, he achieved a perfect shooting percentage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for precisely completing the task. The system rewards the host with a 3 in basketball skills, 3 in potential, and 300 points. Upon hearing the notification of rewards being credited in his mind, Jiang Nan can't help but smile broadly. This system is becoming increasingly delightful. While the increments in basketball skill and potential are trivial, the 300 points are genuinely enticing. Initially, he had assumed the double reward would merely double his points, but to his surprise, it multiplied them twofold. From the usual 100 points to an unprecedented 300 points. This is a remarkable first. His arduous practice of varied shooting techniques has not been in vain. How enlightening. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly comprehends. He recalls viewing similar videos on a certain platform, where a young security guard mocked a janitor for his inability to shoot. Initially, the janitor truly struggled, failing to make a single basket despite numerous attempts. Just as the security guard was laughing heartily, the janitor meticulously measured the court, backboard, hoop, and the dimensions and weight of the basketball, ultimately transforming this data into an equation, becoming a 3-point sharpshooter. He had assumed this was merely a fictional narrative, never expecting it to manifest in reality, especially not through Jiang Nan. This is nothing short of miraculous. So what now? You must concede defeat. Indeed, I lost the first round of shooting. Yi Zhiqiu's complexion appeared somewhat dim, yet he swiftly shifted his tone, declaring, however, Jiang Nan, do not become overly complacent just yet. I am certain I will triumph in the second round of our contest. What? You still wish to compete with me? Jiang Nan exclaimed, taken aback. Just moments ago, he had decisively outperformed Yi Zhiqiu in their shooting challenge, believing that Yi would concede defeat without hesitation. Yet, to his surprise, this individual intended to engage him in a second round? Such tenacity was indeed commendable. Despite suffering a significant loss in shooting, Yi Zhiqiu had not succumbed to despair. Of course we must compete. We previously agreed to a shooting challenge followed by a contest of skill. We have only completed half of it. How could we not continue? Yi Zhiqiu asserted with determination. Shooting is merely one facet of basketball. What transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. When it comes to skill, I assure you, I will not falter. Bai Yingying, Wang Pengzi, all the onlookers. They were left speechless, clearly taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's persistence. Under normal circumstances, anyone witnessing Jiang Nan's uncanny shooting prowess would have surrendered immediately. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu, though willing to acknowledge his defeat, insisted on continuing the competition. Was this sheer stubbornness, a desire to suffer another loss, or did he harbor a hidden strategy to reclaim victory? Chapter 100. Ascending to level 9. Becoming the god of basketball. Is Yi Zhiqiu foolish? Certainly not. In fact, he is quite astute. However, it is precisely because of his intelligence that he insists on engaging in a confrontation, despite being acutely aware of Jiang Nan's unparalleled shooting prowess. After all, while shooting invincibility is indeed formidable, a confrontation entails more than merely scoring. It necessitates a demonstration of individual ball handling skills. Jiang Nan himself has stated that his ability to achieve a perfect shooting percentage stems from his conversion of shooting into mathematical and physical formulas. Yet, ball control is devoid of such formulas. It is a true test of one's basketball prowess. Yi Zhiqiu believes that among the entire third middle school, he ranks second in basketball skills, and no one dares to claim the top spot, not even Jiang Nan. Furthermore, surrounded by so many onlookers, if he were to concede defeat without attempting to turn the tide, he would never regain his standing. Thus, he must fight with all his might. Since you insist on a competition, I shall oblige. How shall we proceed with this second match? Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. If someone is determined to endure humiliation, he would not refuse the challenge. Perhaps the system would even issue a task, rewarding him with points. This time, we shall not compete individually, but as teams, for basketball is fundamentally a team sport. You and I shall each select 2 teammates for a 3-on-3 match. The first team to reach 30 points will be declared the winner. How does that sound? Truth be told, Yi Zhiqiu is not at all foolish. Although he speculates that Jiang Nan may not excel in ball control, he chooses not to challenge him directly, opting instead for a 3-on-3 format. This strategy serves to diminish Jiang Nan's individual impact. He even fears that Jiang Nan might refuse and hastily brings up the notion of a team sport, displaying a lack of modesty. Very well. Jiang Nan responds nonchalantly. Whether 1-on-1 or 3-on-3, he feels no trepidation. Since you have agreed, hurry and find your teammates. The match will commence in 3 minutes. With that, Yi Zhiqiu begins to rally his allies. In a school where many boys possess some basketball skills, there are few who truly excel. Most of them are on the school team. Naturally, he promptly selects a partner from the team who ranks just below him in skill. As for those he does not choose, he preemptively warns them against assisting Jiang Nan. After all, he is still the captain of the basketball team. With himself and his chosen partner, they form a formidable trio. Even if Jiang Nan possesses exceptional talent, if his teammates falter, defeat is inevitable. One must admit, his planning is commendable. Yet, it is entirely unnecessary, for Jiang Nan has no intention of selecting teammates, nor of engaging in a 3-on-3 match. He is prepared for a 1-against-3 showdown. Ding! In this competition, the host is tasked with achieving a score of 30. 0. P.S. If the host can execute 15 dazzling dunks that captivate the audience, the reward points can be doubled. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Jiang Nan's face once again broke into a smile. He had anticipated that the system would issue a task, and indeed it had come to bestow him with points. However, the requirement to perform 15 different types of dunks posed a challenge. After all, dunking is not the same as shooting. The latter can be easily mastered through the application of mathematical and physical principles. Yet, he was not particularly adept at performing flashy dunks. It seemed that he had no choice but to resort to unconventional means. Alas, his meager points were a concern. Ding! The super invincible learning control point system is activated. Host, Jiang Nan. Gender, male. Language, level 9. Basketball, level 4, can be upgraded. Each upgrade requires 100 points, with a maximum level of 9. Skills, exceptional memory. Physical fitness, 41. Points, 500. Current lottery attempts, 5. Jiang Nan. Very well. He sighed in exasperation. This system was truly remarkable indeed. It was astonishing that as long as one possessed points, any subject, be it language, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, or various skills in sports like basketball, soccer, or table tennis, could be upgraded. However, he had seldom checked the skill level for basketball, let alone considered upgrading it. After all, his points had been primarily allocated to enhancing mainstream subjects. He had barely managed to elevate his core subjects to the high school level, leaving little surplus for anything else, most of which had been spent on lottery draws. Now, upon finally examining his basketball level, he discovered it had risen to level 4. This should have been a cause for celebration, as his current basketball skills, relying solely on his physical capabilities, the shooting formula he had recently learned, and a modicum of ball-handling finesse, had already reached a level that surpassed that of the average person. However, to elevate it to the maximum level 9, he required 500 points. Coincidentally, he had exactly 500 points. Was this mere coincidence, or had the system calculated this deliberately, intending to render him destitute of points? Given his understanding of this mischievous system, it was more likely the latter. Nevertheless, grumbling aside, an upgrade was necessary, especially since he needed to earn points to fulfill his task. Upgrade basketball directly to level 9, Jiang Nan commanded in his mind. Ding! The basketball level has been successfully upgraded, consuming a total of 500 points. The system panel data is updated as follows. Super Invincible Learning Control Points System. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender male. Basketball. Level 9, current maximum level. Points, 0. Currently, the number of available lottery draws stands at 0. However, Jiang Nan did not delve into other data. He merely glanced at the fluctuations in basketball statistics and the lottery points. Simultaneously, a plethora of knowledge regarding basketball techniques surged into his mind, akin to an enlightening revelation. Concepts such as advanced shooting techniques, powerful dunking methods, adept ball handling skills, and effective moves to outmaneuver opponents flooded his consciousness. The abundance of knowledge was astonishing, and his body seemed to effortlessly adapt and sync with it. In that instant, Jiang Nan felt as though he had transformed into the deity of basketball, truly omnipotent. It was not merely a matter of executing 15 dazzling dunks. Even 100 or 1,000 variations would pose no challenge to him. Should he partake in another shooting contest, he would no longer be limited to the naive act of stationary shooting. Yijiqiu, oh Yijiqiu, in my quest to earn points from you, I have truly invested my all, so do not hold it against me later. After all, this is a consequence of your own making.